Nick Fury's voice broke the silence with a note of surprise, causing Li Wei's expression to shift slightly. "His name is Banner," Fury said. Li Wei nodded, his gaze steady.
"Yes, it's him.
Hulk, Bruce Banner, one of the key members of the Avengers. From the moment Banner came into this world, his fate was marked by experiments. His father had forcibly injected himself with synthetic genes and used Banner as an unwitting subject, conducting experiments that left their mark on his son's DNA. These genetic modifications began altering Banner's body at a young age. But the real transformation occurred after a tragic accident. Exposed to gamma rays during an experiment gone wrong, Banner's life was irrevocably changed. His body became a vessel for an incredible, terrifying power. Whenever his emotions surged to extremes, the Hulk would emerge, a monster of unparalleled strength. The Hulk's abilities were beyond comprehension. His strength, speed, stamina, and durability rivaled the most powerful beings. What set him apart was the unique nature of his power. The angrier he got, the stronger he became. At his peak, Hulk could lift mountains weighing 150 million tons, shrug off missile strikes, and leap across planets with his unimaginable leg strength. This was the force Li Wei had taken a keen interest in. "Boss, you seem to know something about him," Fury remarked, curiosity laced in his tone. Li Wei's response was curt. "Where is Banner now?" Fury's expression hardened. "Last night, there was an incident at the Kerberly Military Research Facility. Banner, or rather the Hulk, destroyed the entire lab and escaped. General Ross is leading the search, but I doubt they've caught him." Li Wei's mind raced. He glanced at Barbara, who quickly understood his unspoken command and left without a word. "Boss, what's going on?" Ant-Man, Scott Lang, approached, concerned. Li Wei turned to him briefly.
"Stay with your daughter.
Barbara and I will handle this." Without waiting for a reply, Li Wei strode toward the waiting helicopter. As the rotors whirred to life, Scott watched Li Wei and Barbara depart, a sense of unease settling over him. The helicopter sliced through the air, carrying Li Wei and Barbara towards San Francisco. Dusk painted the sky in hues of gold and crimson as Li Wei made a sudden decision.
"Change course.
Head to the Berkeley military base." Barbara nodded, steering the helicopter toward their new destination. Meanwhile, chaos reigned at the military base. General Ross and his team had long sought to exploit Banner's unique mutation, hoping to weaponize the Hulk. To that end, they had captured Banner under the guise of safety. Ross even manipulated his daughter Betty's trust to lure Banner back to the base. But their plans had backfired catastrophically. When Banner transformed into the Hulk, his wrath knew no bounds. The 2-meter-tall behemoth tore through the base, destroying buildings and vehicles with ease. Soldiers fell one by one, powerless against his fury. From the helicopter, Li Wei and Barbara could hear the distant roars of the enraged Hulk. "This is what happens when humanity tries to control power beyond its grasp," Li Wei remarked with a faint smirk as he observed the devastation below. The military base was in ruins, smoke and fire spreading across the desert landscape. Barbara glanced at him. "Do you want to intervene now?" Li Wei shook his head. "Let him burn off his rage. We'll wait for the right moment." The helicopter landed a safe distance from the base, where Li Wei and Barbara waited, observing the unfolding chaos. Inside the base, General Ross was at his wits' end. His attempts to subdue the Hulk had failed miserably. Desperation drove Ross to order a final, reckless move. Scientists under his command used experimental technology to trigger Banner's buried trauma, forcing him to relive his darkest memories. Banner's mind fractured as the memory of his father killing his mother resurfaced. His anguish and fury reached new heights, fueling the Hulk's rampage. Betty stood amidst the wreckage, helpless as the Hulk's rage consumed everything around him. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded with her father to stop.
"It's too late," Ross muttered.
A strange determination glinted in his eyes. "There's only one solution left."
Betty's voice trembled. "What solution?"
Ross didn't answer. Instead, he issued a new command, setting in motion an unknown plan. Outside, Li Wei's sharp gaze remained fixed on the scene below. "It's time," he said, stepping toward the chaos. Barbara followed, her expression unreadable. Whatever was about to unfold, Li Wei was ready to face it. Betty stood to the side, trembling as her father's tone turned cold and foreboding. Unable to suppress her fear, she asked softly, "What is it?" General Ross's expression grew grim, and a murderous glint flickered in his eyes. "The best way to handle a monster is through someone close to it," he said cryptically. Betty's confusion deepened, but before she could question further, Ross waved at the soldiers nearby. They scrambled toward another part of the base, returning shortly with an older man under heavy guard. The man's long gray hair and weary demeanor couldn't hide the sharpness in his eyes. Ross glared at him, his face twisting in anger. Keep your son under control, or we'll have no choice but to resort to more extreme measures.
Son.
Betty turned to the older man, realization dawning on her. This was David Banner, Bruce's estranged father, the man responsible for turning him into the Hulk. David's experiments had not only destroyed his family but also unleashed a force the world could barely comprehend. David remained calm despite Ross's threats. He snorted dismissively, stepping forward toward the chaos. The Hulk was in full rampage mode, a towering figure of destruction. His massive frame tore through steel and concrete with ease, reducing everything in his path to rubble. Soldiers fired in vain, their efforts swallowed by the monster's overwhelming power.
Banner.
The Hulk paused, turning abruptly at the sound of the voice. He saw the frail figure of David Banner standing below, gazing at him with a mixture of pride and longing. To everyone's astonishment, the Hulk's fury subsided. He stared at David, unmoving, as if recognizing him. Though the Hulk operated on raw emotion, a shard of Banner's consciousness remained, tethering him to fragments of his past. And this man before him, this creator, was etched into the core of his being. David's voice softened, almost reverent. My greatest creation. Hulk, you are the culmination of my life's work. His tone was sickeningly affectionate.
Come, my child.
Let me embrace you. He extended his hand, walking slowly toward the Hulk. For a moment, the massive creature seemed to waver. But then his expression twisted, his rage reigniting.
No.
The Hulk's roar sent shockwaves through the air, throwing David to the ground. Wind whipped around the scene as the older man scrambled to his feet, his face darkening with frustration. You can't reject me. David snarled, his voice cutting through the chaos.
You are my son.
Your power is unparalleled, far greater than Banner's fragile human shell. Together, we could impose order on this chaotic world. Give me your strength, Hulk. Let me guide you. The Hulk's response was immediate. His teeth clenched, his fury bubbling over as he growled, no. But David wasn't finished. Spotting a severed power cable on the ground, he seized it with his bare hand. The current coursed through him, blue sparks illuminating his form. Soldiers watched in stunned silence, certain he had chosen suicide. Yet, the scene shifted dramatically. The electrical energy didn't consume David. Instead, it transformed him. The current coalesced into his body, reshaping him into a monstrous form. Black energy pulsed through him as his figure grew, becoming a towering electrified entity. Now, David was as much a monster as the Hulk.
Hulk, join me.
David's voice boomed, his eyes blazing with unnatural power. Together, we will reshape this world. The Hulk's anger surged to new heights, his growl echoing across the base. He planted his feet, refusing to submit to his father's delusions.
No.
Hulk roared, the ground beneath him cracking from the force of his rage. David sneered. Without another word, he unleashed a torrent of electricity, striking the Hulk with devastating precision. The resulting explosion lit up the night, a blinding display of power that consumed everything in its radius. Flames and debris erupted, swallowing the base in chaos. As the smoke cleared, the battlefield fell silent, leaving only the faint crackle of lingering energy and the heavy stillness of destruction.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Boom. A strong air current occurred in front of the Hulk, quickly spreading to a kilometer away, setting off a cloud of smoke and dust. All the human beings affected were instantly taken into the air and fell to the ground severely. Except for a few capable soldiers, all the others passed out. Betty. At the moment, Banner's girlfriend Betty was one of the people who was hurt by the storm. Her skinny body couldn't withstand such an attack at all, and she was instantly taken into the air, thrown a few meters away. At this time, the general of Ross next to him no longer had the temperament of an army soldier. He hugged his daughter with a panic on his face and rushed to a safe place. But behind General Rose, in the heart of the huge explosion and fire, the battle is not over yet. A cold wind passed by roar, and the smoke and dust at the explosion site was instantly lifted. I saw a black monster 4 or 5 meters high standing in front of the Hulk. The monster raised his 2-meter-long big arm, pressed the fist that was comparable to the file size of Hulk's head, and instantly slammed it toward the opponent's face. Boom! In an instant, the Hulk's body of several hundred caddies bounced off suddenly, like a cannonball, hitting a tank 100 meters away. Terrible. Hulk. The monster opened his mouth, accompanied by a little electric current. In an instant, this guy had no eyes, but still revealed a greed for the Hulk. The monster began to move and walked towards Hulk, who had crushed the tank into a discus. At the moment, after sending his daughter away in a military vehicle, General Ross dialed the number of military defense deployment. Faced with such a situation, only his most dangerous nuclear weapons are left. Seeing David's transformation, the monster can integrate all the substances, all the tanks and planes wherever he passes, all like toys, floating on his body, and releasing bursts of electric current. Hulk, give me all the power. David, who was pressing forward step by step, was very eager to get Hulk's power. This guy who has been dazzled by power is looking forward to getting everything and controlling everything. Hulk, who was sitting in front of the opponent, was staring at him with a terrifying expression. Morpholino. At this moment, Hulk suddenly raised the tank behind him, waved his hands vigorously, and cut off the opponent's head. Ka. The next moment, I saw the black head, which was instantly separated from the body and flew into the air. When Hulk saw it, his face immediately showed a smile, and he immediately raised his fist and bombarded David's headless body frantically. When the soldiers in the base who were not unconscious saw this scene, they couldn't help but chill all over their bodies. David, who was counterattacked by the Hulk, his whole body was like being ejected from pieces of black magnets, with lightning attached to the ground. However, the enraged Hulk looked more and more fierce, and he kept beating towards the corpse, being crushed and mutilated, as if it was raining. He was hit in the air and slowly fell. Looking at the Hulk's actions, everyone felt a bad premonition more and more. Everyone felt vaguely that his anger was still constantly rising. But when everyone felt a trace of despair, an even more terrifying scene happened. The Hulk's hands were suddenly sealed, and David's body structure that was about to be scattered on the ground suddenly stuck to his entire arm, unable to break away. Just as the Hulk stared, struggling, and trying to get rid of, David's body instantly recovered. The stone-like substances scattered everywhere seemed to be consciously approaching the body constantly, and the original ugly appearance constantly reappears again. Hulk, you really disappointed me. The disgusting voice sounded again, and David's body gradually recovered. Both hands tightly grasped the Hulk's arm, making it impossible to move at all. But no matter what, you are my son. Just be so honest, let me absorb your ability. The ugly face is disgusting. David slowly leaned down and slowly wrapped his body towards the Hulk. Sigh. The air was almost quiet, but the next moment, a black rain fell in front of everyone. David, who wrapped the Hulk, was instantly split apart by a huge force, his fragile body instantly disintegrated, and he flew in all directions. Who is it? The entire David who was beaten into the air fell into the air and shouted in shock, looking for the source of the attack. The next moment, David's gaze froze in front of the Hulk. It was a lean man with sharp edges and corners, but he exuded Death God's gaze. When everyone saw the man, they all wondered. Especially General Rose, when he saw this man's arrival, he immediately touched his beard, thinking about the identity of the person who came. But what everyone hasn't reacted to for a long time is that the person who came is the person who has made the US military daunted again and again, Li Wei. It's really pitiful to have such a father. However, Li Wei, who was standing next to the Hulk, disagreed. He glanced at the Hulk who had been unconscious and sighed silently. Yo, David, who fell on the ground, straightened up quickly, and the compound body of the electric current was constantly absorbing. But his gaze did not move away from the man after a long time. Who are you? Why stop me? David uttered a preface, and a strong high-voltage electric current was emitted in his hand, and he bowed to Wang, and Zhao. Click. Suddenly, the entire base flashed with blue light, and the electric current was like a long dragon, penetrating towards Li Wei. The electric current smashed Li Wei's body in an instant, and there was a direct explosion. The surrounding ground was hit with cracks and thick white smoke appeared. Seeing all this, David's originally surprised expression slowly relaxed, and his ugly mouth opened. Sad human beings actually want to oppose God? David straightened up and continued to walk towards the Hulk. In the face of strength, he will never give up. He couldn't help raising a smile on his face, stretched out his slender arm, and grabbed Hulk. But at this moment, a crack suddenly broke in the white smoke beside David. His arm broke instantly. Live. The harsh scream spread across the entire Kerborali military base in an instant. That David, who was shocked by the pain, was shocked. His arm, which was fused with the electric current substance, was actually dripping with red blood. How is this possible? David looked at his arm in a panic, unable to believe it. Aren't you godly? The power of God is only so little. Li Wei's voice came from the smoke, and then he walked out of it with his brave posture. You are not dead. David said it was extraordinary. He looked at the thin man in front of him and couldn't believe it. An electric current of thousands of degrees can destroy the circuit of a city, and the largest whale on the earth will turn into a residue in an instant. But the man in front of him was unscathed. David's face was extremely suspicious, but Li Wei in front of him was expressionless. I saw him slowly walking towards the other side. Those cold eyes suddenly became sparkling. Taste. 2 dazzling light beams illuminate the night sky, making people feel like they cross the sky and go straight through the 667 Milky Way. This magical scene immediately fascinated everyone. Soldiers, who have come into contact with countless battles, have never seen human beings, and can create such a fantasy scene. This person is Li Wei. Looking up at the sky, General Rose suddenly remembered, looked at Li Wei in the distance, and called out his name. General Rose's eyes widened. The man in front of him turned out to be the hero Li Wei who saved the world. After the incident about the world's marine life dominating the land, I believe everyone knows the man who is fighting for the hegemony of the ocean alone. If it weren't for the darkness in front of them, it would be difficult for everyone to see each other's faces. Perhaps the soldiers would have been alarmed roar long ago. Just as everyone looked around, a dazzling white light shone on the ground of the entire base from above the base. Everyone looked up, and a helicopter came to Li Wei in an instant, ready to pick up the respondent at any time. At this moment, everyone finally saw the monster that David turned into. At the moment, he turned back into a human being and fell down. The wounds of 2 round holes have burned his general body into coke. Gosh, this man actually defeated the monster. I can't believe it. This person is beyond human beings. The soldiers in the distance looked at the scene in front of them, and couldn't help but give outbursts of surprise roar. Li Wei, he is the Aquaman hero. Suddenly, someone among the soldiers finally recognized Li Wei's identity. When everyone heard the news, their expressions instantly became astonished, and they looked at the Asian man in front of them with shock. Yes, it's him. Unexpectedly he would appear here. This hero saved our life. For a moment, the soldiers standing in the distance began to slowly approach Li Wei's direction, tentatively approaching the other side, and everyone had to take a closer look at the appearance of this hero. However, seeing all this, Li Wei glanced lightly, not paying attention. I saw him grabbing the faint Hulk with one hand, and instantly disappeared in place. Let's go back. After putting the big guy down again, Li Wei sat in his place and said briefly to Barbara. Buzzing. Under Li Wei's order, the helicopter headed back to his base Wakanda again. But the soldiers who stayed at Berkeley at the moment watched each other's departure with envy. Maybe Banner is taken away by Li Wei, that is the best way. Seeing that the crazy Banner was taken away by Li Wei, General Rose was not unwilling. On the contrary, when he remembered the scenes just now, he was still a little scared. After all, monsters like the Hulk could not be stopped in the base at the time. Everyone looked at the flying plane, and their hearts were filled with gratitude and admiration. For the first time, everyone felt that someone in this world was protecting. The flying plane headed back towards the diameter of Wakanda. At the moment it passed under the starry night sky, removing the huge amounts of noise from the propellers. Li Wei and Barbara were very quiet. Whether it is Li Wei or Barbara, they plan to spend this beautiful night quietly. Until the plane had traveled a normal distance, except for Barbara who had been driving, Li Wei had slowly closed his eyes and took a short rest. But suddenly, Li Wei's eyes opened, revealing a sharp breath. Boss. At this moment, Barbara in the driver's seat in front of him also called to the other party. I feel it. Hearing Barbara's move roar, Li Wei immediately sat up and looked towards the night sky in front of the plane. As soon as Li Wei's sight fell, he saw an abnormal phenomenon in the distant night sky. Thousands of miles out of the night sky, the clouds in the sky seemed to be attracted by a burst of ability, and instantly faded and disappeared. In the clear sky that followed, the colorful aurora shining instantly, illuminating the whole world. At that time, Li Wei, who saw everything, frowned slightly, thinking about something. Could it be that guy is here too? Let's take a look. Yes, boss. Hearing Li Wei's command, the plane turned towards the aurora and flew away quickly. At the moment, Li Wei had guessed what happened in his heart, watching the changes in the aurora intently, as if waiting for something. Boom. At this time, as Li Wei had imagined, the sky curtain in the distance had changed. I saw an astonishing lightning flashed out of the aurora in the sky. Immediately afterwards, a beam of light instantly fell from the sky and went straight to the ground. The powerful beam of light caused a strong hurricane at that time. The whole land blew violently. Roared. Seeing this scene, Li Wei, who was in the plane, couldn't help but rushed to the place where the beam of light happened first. Morpholino. During a superluminous journey, Li Wei was almost like spanning time, and quickly came directly under the scene of the aurora. Li Wei arrived, and a few seconds after the beam of light fell, it slowly faded. And when everything disappeared with the aurora and the beam of light, on the ground where Li Wei was located, a pattern from the heavenly Iskar was left. In that pattern, there is also a magic hammer and a comatose celestial Iskar eldest son, Thor, as the eldest son of a king from God's domain. His strength is the strongest among Avengers. Thor's body has a strong resistance to attack, and it is directly immune to attacks such as virus, radiation and poisonous gas. He has the bloodline of the Earth Mother god Gaia, so even in God's domain, he is stronger than other gods. It is precisely because of this that Thor's extraordinary strength and speed can keep him from feeling any fatigue under long-term battles. Even if you dive directly into the deep sea and space, you can still come and go freely. Huge amounts of explosions, impacts, or high temperatures of 9,000 degrees Fahrenheit and absolute zero will not cause any harm to them. This feature also made Li Wei the first time in this world that he met a hero who could block his two unique tricks. That's right, Li Wei's thermal vision is 9,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and the absolute zero of Super Roar sucks, which is directly invalid for Thor. Any weapon and attack from the earth can hardly harm Thor's body. Coupled with the weapon forged by fixed star Mjolnir, under Thor's use, Mjolnir manipulates elements such as thunder and storm to exert extremely powerful power. However, this Mjolnir also has a characteristic: it will follow the hands of a real monarch, and once it does not identify people, it will never be able to pull a trace. Such a strong man in the Marvel Universe was a very combative guy when he was young. When Thor was a young boy, he was a kid who looked forward to fighting all day long. As the king's eldest son, he has always longed for himself to ascend to the king and lead his men to fight against the evil and evil countries. However, because of Thor's warlikeness, he finally ushered in his own bad luck. With Thor's growth all the way, he finally had a chance to be crowned on the throne. But before he came to the throne, Jotunheim, who had been reaching an agreement with God's domain, had someone sneaked into God's domain's arsenal in an attempt to take away the source of power Yandong Baoying. However, the enemy failed. When the intruders just touched the treasure clip, their bodies were too fragile and disappeared on the spot. This sudden incident interrupted Thor, who was originally on board the king. As for the enemy's invasion, his father Odin did not respond. Thor, who was angry, finally took his 4 subordinates and his younger brother Loki on impulse to go to the enemy's domain alone Jotunheim. There, Thor not only provoked a war between the two countries, but almost killed several people, their lives. This incident completely angered his father Odin. In order to punish this ignorant fellow, Odin took away his supernatural power and sent him to Earth. At the moment, standing under the pattern left by Bifrost in God's domain, Li Wei clearly understood that now Thor fell to the earth at this time. But what surprised Li Wei was that he was so lucky to get 2 Avengers members in a row. Buzzing. Barbara, who was flying a helicopter, arrived. But when she saw the magical scene in front of her, which was actually made by this, she was also surprised at the face that hadn't moved for a long time. Boss, this person. Bring it back together. 2 people put together to rest, let me know as soon as they wake up. Yes, boss. Upon receiving Li Wei's instructions, the thin Barbara showed an amazing scene. His slender body instantly beat a tough guy twice as much as he was, and walked towards the plane. But at this moment, Li Wei who stayed in place was watching Mjolnir in front of him and slowly said the past. It is said that Mjolnir is the owner. Looking at Mjolnir sitting in a deep hole in the ground, a smile spread across Li Wei's face. Then, he slowly walked towards the pit, slowly leaned down, and grasped this artifact. The moment Li Wei touched Mjolnir, a thunder fell from the sky suddenly and hit the opponent. Boss. Seeing this scene, Barbara walked towards the side of the pit in a panic. 0. Look for flowers. However, when Barbara rushed there, the entire huge pit was instantly enveloped by a flash of lightning, and it was impossible to see anything inside. Boss. Barbara became more panicked and began to shout inside. But at the moment, the sky was a sudden change, and several lightning bolts fell in an instant, and immediately flew near Barbara. Taste. When the thunder fell suddenly, it condensed in the pit, constantly forming a circular electric ball, which emits a terrifying light. At the moment, Barbara fell to the ground, hurriedly stood up and ran towards the electric current. At that moment, Barbara, regardless of whether her body bears it or not, faced with Li Wei's safety, she rushed forward desperately. Minji. However, at the next moment, the powerful electric current group broke up in an instant and disappeared into the ground. But at the moment, Barbara has her eyes closed and her body soars away. Flutter. Suddenly, when Barbara was determined to die and was ready to meet the strong electric current, a solid and powerful arm embraced her thin waist. Barbara was shocked. When she suddenly opened her eyes, she actually saw Li Wei in front of her, eyes glowing blue, and her whole body exuding a bully aura. But when Barbara felt her body touch, her waist was wrapped tightly in Li Wei's arms, unable to move. The heart that was originally afraid and instantly felt a burst of warmth. Boss, are you okay? Seeing Li Wei next to him not speaking for a long time, Barbara couldn't help but ask him. But at this time, Li Wei slowly loosened the opponent's waist and gently raised the corners of his mouth. I'm fine. Don't be so impulsive next time. Li Wei's words became a touch of gentleness, which made Barbara feel her blush immediately after listening, and she didn't know how to reply. But the next moment, Barbara was suddenly attracted by the scene in Li Wei. I saw Li Wei's right hand, actually holding a square Mjolnir that constantly emits electric light. Ding. When Barbara saw Mjolnir in Li Wei's hand, constantly emitting blue electric currents, she opened her mouth with some fear. Boss, this is... Upon hearing the other party's question, Li Wei raised the Thor hammer in his hand, silently revealing a row of silver moons. That guy's weapon. Unexpectedly, this hammer really contains a lot of ability. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Wei picked up the Thor hammer and took Barbara back to the plane. 3 days later, the crazy Hulk finally opened his eyes slowly. What? Since there was no sunshine for a few days, it caught up with noon again. Banner, who opened his eyes suddenly, felt a strong light pierce his eyes, and couldn't help screaming. And at this moment, an intuitive 667 inspected Barbara in this medical room, and Roar quickly called Li Wei's vibranium watch. At this time, Banner, who was in the medical room, relaxed for a while before slowly opening his eyes. But when Banner's sight was restored, his face suddenly changed when he saw the strange environment in front of him. Damn Rose, you don't want to keep me stuck here. With that said, Banner instantly stood up from the hospital bed, raised the counter next to him, and smashed it against the wall. And many more. At this moment, a female voice suddenly heard outside the door. When Banner heard about the reputation, he saw a petite and sexy woman, Barbara, staring at herself with a cold face. You misunderstood, this is not the Kerborali military base. When Barbara said this, Banner froze on the spot, not knowing what he was doing. Then, Barbara generously walked towards the Banner, who might turn into a Hulk at any time, took the cabinet in the opponent's hand, and placed it in its original position. The boss will be here soon, you can ask him any questions you have at that time. While talking, Barbara placed the scattered objects, turned and left the room. At the moment, Banner, who stayed behind, looked at everything the other party had done, and saw the other party leave again, staring at everything in front of him stupidly, full of doubts in his heart. Banner, who was sitting on the bed, began to look around the room, and only then did he realize that there was a bed beside his bed, and the same sleeping man was lying motionless there. Banner, who was full of anger when he woke up just now, really didn't have time to realize that there was a person lying beside him. I saw this man with long light yellow hair, an uncovered upper body, and a muscle exposed to the air, full of beauty and strength. Out of curiosity, Banner looked around at everything about this man. At this moment, a heavy hammer suddenly flashed in his sight. Banner immediately recovered, staring at the hammer that fell on the man's bed in a blink of an eye, and his heart was suddenly full of questions. Why does this guy still carry a hammer? Banner touched his head, then involuntarily moved towards the hammer and stroked it. Just as Banner's hand was about to touch the hammer, suddenly a powerful arm grabbed his arm and stopped his behavior. Who are you? Then, a rough male voice came into Banner's ears. The other party suddenly raised his head, only to see the man who had fallen asleep just now that he is awake. As soon as he saw this, Banner immediately retracted his arm in a panic, a little at a loss, and tried to explain what he did just now. That, Sheng, I'm just curious about your hammer? Wow. But at this time, when the man heard the word hammer, he immediately jumped off the bed and looked down at the ground. Omidag. Unexpectedly, father returned the hammer to me. As he said, the man bent down and stretched out his hand to grab the square hammer. But in the next scene, Banner on one side looked stupid. This man full of explosive muscles actually grabbed this hammer for a long time without any movement. Sir, are you okay? Looking at the other party's funny performance, Banner asked curiously. But the man in front of him couldn't hear Banner's words. His complexion gradually became ugly, his eyes burst into anger, and he constantly tried to pull up the hammer. Thor, your supernatural power has been taken away by Odin, it's wasted. At this moment, there was a sudden indifferent voice outside the door, and only a handsome Asian man walked in slowly. You are what the girl said, boss? When Banner sitting on the bed saw the man coming, he immediately stood up, his face became calm, and asked coldly. At this moment, the other party smiled slowly and nodded silently. I am Li Wei. You too, I also received this from here. Banner looked around, then looked at Li Wei in front of him, and continued to speak. Here it is. At this moment, Li Wei gently pushed his hand away, and watched the two of them without intention. This is Wakanda. What? Thor, who had been trying to pull the hammer, yelled immediately after hearing these words. I don't care where it is, I want to return to God's domain as soon as possible. Boom. Just listened to a soft sound, and when I saw that I couldn't pull the hammer all the time, I strenuously punched the wall next to me. Immediately after that, Thor, who had just smashed so vigorously, pinched the palm of his hand here in the next second, and yelled with his mouth open. Seeing this scene of 12 slips, Li Wei and Banner in front of them laughed silently. Seeing Thor's anxious appearance immediately, Li Wei spoke again. All your power has been taken away by Odin, now you can't go anywhere. I brought both of you back here specially, because in the near future, both the Earth and the universe will have an unprecedented catastrophe. And you two are the key people who saved everything from that battle, so from now on, you must follow my arrangements. As long as you follow my plan, I guarantee that your strength will become stronger and stronger. Li Wei simply finished speaking, and when he looked at the two again, the other party was instantly dumbfounded. Hearing Li Wei's majestic words, Thor and Banner were instantly dumbfounded. In fact, the two did not think that each other was joking. Because when the two woke up, although they have been noisy, but with advanced technology medical equipment in front of them, as well as the large and magnificent Wayne Manor outside the window, they had long observed that all this had proved that the owner's identity was extraordinary. Although these words sound too sudden. However, one person can be rescued from the military base and an unshakable Thor hammer can be brought back from the wilderness. Such strength is not something ordinary people can have. Thor, who was somewhat slow to react, looked at Banner, a slightly muscular brawny beside him. But the other party, after a glance at himself, stood silently without making a sound. When Thor saw him, he was speechless. He is impatient, his homeland is about to go to war with the enemy, and there is no time for him to wait. Mr. Lee, if you can restore my strength, what do you use to prove it? I am a prince from God's domain, not just a muscle. After 08 said this, Thor deliberately glanced at Banner beside him. But at this moment, the other party also noticed the look in Thor's eyes, suddenly turned around, and gave the other party a harsh look. After the two roared at each other, they withdrew their heads and looked at Li Wei together. Since I want to cooperate with others, at least I have to see each other's strength. With such thoughts in mind, the two of them were waiting for Li Wei's answer at the same time. Seeing these two people's expressions, Li Wei silently stretched out one of his hands and opened his palm to the Mjolnir beside Thor. Ka. The next moment, I saw that the hammer, which was still in Thor's hand just now, flew up and fell into Li Wei's hand. What? Who are you? Why can you pick up my hammer? Tolton's entire face stiffened, and his body instantly stiffened. He looked straight at his Mjolnir and lay in Li Wei's hands comfortably. At this time, Li Wei deliberately waved several times at random, bursts of faint lightning entrenched on his arm. Afterwards, Li Wei handed Mjolnir in his hand to the Banner who was aside. But he looked at Thor at each other. Want to know my strength is only part of it. Li Wei said coldly to Thor. At the moment's banner, when he saw the hammer handed over by the other party, he stretched out his hand to take it. Yo! But at the next moment, when Banner took the hammer, Li Wei let go. Holding Mjolnir's banner, he felt a strong gravitational force in an instant, and he immediately smashed his entire body to the ground. A soft cry of pain wailed, and Banner hugged his arm with the hammer and slowly stood up. Oh my god, what's this? I saw Banner grimacing at his face, looking at the hammer that sank into the floor with a look of disgust, and said bitterly. Thor turned around, looking at the hammer with a disappointed expression. This is Mjolnir. In God's domain, only the king who is truly recognized by Mjolnir is qualified to pick it up and brandish it. After listening to Thor's words, he and Banner did not speak again. Li Wei, who was on the side, spoke again. Thor, you should do everything you can to restore your divine power. Otherwise, there will be huge amounts of crisis in God's domain. I think your brother Loki will soon become king. What did you say? Thor looked shocked. He looked at Li Wei confused. Li Wei didn't answer any more, but saw him stretch out his hand to take out the time gem in his arms, and a yellow-green light appeared on his chest for an instant. Then, Li Wei flicked his hands lightly, a picture of continuous shuttle, which unfolded. Thor and Banner were surprised to see this scene. They opened their eyes and watched. Li Wei is like magic, constantly urging the picture in the light to connect to the realm of God. Then, I saw a picture finally fixed in a skein, the realm of God. Thor immediately looked at it intently. This is a weapons secret room from God's domain. The deepest part here is also the place where the winter treasures of the kingdom of Jotunheim are preserved. The picture slowly turned towards the deepest part of the secret room, and finally stayed behind the huge gate that was opened. The back of a man in a gilt robe appeared. When Thor and Banner were both attentively concerned, they saw the man stretched out his hands and picked up the stone pillar placed in the middle, a treasure of severe winter that glowed with bursts of cold light. Stop. At this moment, a deep voice suddenly came from behind the man. At the moment, Thor, who was watching, when he heard the voice, he immediately recognized that it was the voice of his father Odin. At this time, the man who was stopped by Odin also slowly put down the winter treasure clip. But when Thor was looking forward to seeing this man's true face, he was instantly shocked. I saw that the man who slowly turned around 667, that thin face, Yingxiu's eyebrows, turned out to be Thor's younger brother Loki. But what surprised Thor even more is that Loki at the moment has a deep blue skin, and he is very imaginative with his rival Jotunheim. Odin, tell me, who am I? In the picture of at the moment, Loki also asked the same question that Thor wanted to know. But Odin, who faced him, showed a sad face, and brought up the past that year. In the war with Jotunheim that year, I not only took away their weapons, the winter treasure clip, but also you. What did you say? At this moment, Loki of God's domain and Thor of Earth both questioned at the same time. But in the face of Loki's question, Odin's face was filled with debt and regret. I saw that child back then. He was severely burned. If I don't save him, he will die. At that moment, I thought this kid was innocent, so I took him away. Later, this child recovered his health under the treatment of God's domain. And his true identity is you, Loki, the son of King FanFic of Jotunheim. After listening to Odin's report, whether it was Loki or Thor, they were stunned. This secret that has been hidden in God's domain for 20 years, unexpectedly, at this moment, suddenly poured into the minds of the two. In the face of all this, even though Thor is no longer in God's domain, he still finds it difficult to accept as his own brother. A beloved brother is actually the son of his enemy? Thor, you don't have to worry about Loki. Although he has always been scheming, but in the future, he will give his life for you and God's domain. Hope that Thor is caught in a dilemma. Li Wei slowly speaks, telling him about the time when Thanos will seize the space gem in the future, Loki's assassination. Although the plan failed, Loki's sacrifice was for the entire universe. Really? When Thor in front of him heard Li Wei's explanation, his sorrow disappeared immediately. In fact, in Thor's heart, he would not hate his brother. It's just because of the resistance to Jotunheim in his heart that has been holding him back. But after listening to Li Wei's explanation, Thor instantly let go of his attachments and completely accepted his brother. After Li Wei nodded silently, the three of them looked towards the screen again. But when Thor looked at it again with a heavy burden, the things in the picture changed. At the moment Loki faced his father Odin, his face was full of anger, his eyes were bloodshot, and his whole brain was filled with anger. When the opposite Odin saw the other's expression, his sad face immediately showed concern. You are angry, don't you kid? We concealed you for so long, just to make you feel that we have no difference, we are a family. As he said, Odin slowly stepped forward, spread his hands slowly on Loki's shoulders, and patiently explained to him. But at this moment, Loki's face changed drastically, and he pushed Odin away in front of him and shouted, "Go away." Thump. The elderly Odin fell off the stairs unsuspectingly, and after a few laps, he stopped slowly. Father? Seeing this scene, Thor yelled before the scene and stood up very anxiously. But even if he was in a hurry, Thor at the moment couldn't return to the realm of God. Very anxious, but helpless now, Thor can only look down. It's all because I am not from God's domain, so you defend Thor everywhere. Even if he is expelled, you still drop the hammer. Then, an angry Loki walked forward, looked at Odin who was already fainted with hatred, and said silently, "In your eyes, I am not a family member at all, I am just Lauf's son." Loki stared at his father Odin. At that moment, he even wanted to kill the guy who had deceived him for 20 years. But in the next second, when Loki took out the 7 poems in his hand, there was a trace of tears in his eyes. Loki shed tears, swallowing his own saliva, still holding back the tears that almost fell. Come on. Save my father. Next, Loki still didn't kill him, opened his mouth and called to the guard at the door. End of screen. But at the moment, Thor, who was sitting by the bed, was already watching. The scene just now looked like a dream. When such shocking news suddenly fell on Thor, he was still a little unacceptable. After these pictures took place, even the banner on one side had an incredible aftertaste. I really can't think of the gods in this world, but there are also sad stories. After taking back his time gem, Li Wei silently looked at each other. After this happens, your brother Loki will immediately ascend to the throne. Loki will collude with the people of Jotunheim and conquer the entire realm of God. Prior to this, you must restore the power of Thor as soon as possible. Hearing Li Wei's words, Thor was also very anxious. But after thinking about it, he immediately showed a disappointed look again. But I have been deprived of my strength, how can I regain my strength? But at this time, Li Wei in front of him smiled faintly. Do what a king should do. When Li Wei said this, he picked up Mjolnir, and walked directly to the door with Thor and Banner. After a while, under the leadership of Li Wei, the two passed through various floors of technology, military, combat, etc., directly leading to the first floor. Oh. When Thor and Banner opened their gazes from behind a metal door, a huge amount of spaceship immediately appeared in front of the three of them. This spacecraft is comparable to the entire science and technology building. Under the guidance of Barbara, the spacecraft is slowly entering flight's orbit. J-Boss. At this time, just listened to Roar yelling for a while, and from a distance came a beautiful brown-haired sexy lady Diana. And beside Diana, there was a Stark, who was not awake. When I saw it, it was the symptom of staying up late last night. Boss. Sorry, I was still studying that Pym particle last night. But at this moment, Li Wei lifted the corner of his mouth lightly and stared at the other person's drowsy look. In this case, follow me to the universe and try your proud new generation of steel battlesuit. Wang Wangzhao. What? Boss, are you true? When Stark heard Li Wei's words, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had changed. Definitely. Seeing Li Wei coldly agreed, and hearing that he had the opportunity to go to the universe, Stark's body was instantly activated, and he immediately became excited. At this moment, Banner, who was behind Li Wei, suddenly spoke. When Li Wei heard this, when he turned his body to look faintly, he saw that the other party was looking at him, slowly speaking. Mr. Li Wei, where are we going? When Banner finally asked this question, Li Wei smiled. I saw him glance at Thor next to him, and slowly said, go to Thor's hometown Asgard. Live you, what did you say? At the moment in front of Li Wei, Banner is no longer the only one who is shocked. When Banner heard that Li Wei was going to the distant outer space, he was shocked. But Roar, who was beside him, said with an incredibly loud expression. But seeing each other, Li Wei just smiled silently at Thor, and then turned around. Diana and Stark standing beside Li Wei respectfully followed behind him, waiting for the spacecraft to dock. No, it's impossible. How can the human world fly to God's domain? You can't do it. Thor's face was blank. In the universe known to God's domain, the Earth is a country with relatively backward civilization and technology, and even the kingdom of gods can only pass energy huge amounts of Bifrost to and from the universe. But the Earthling that Thor is facing now tells himself to go to Asgard, the realm of God. This is enough to span the distance of several large galaxies, making Thor full of doubts about Li Wei. Oh, just after Thor thought about it, the huge amounts of spacecraft in front of him had already docked and opened its hatch. At this time, I saw Barbara, a sexy and petite figure, walking out of the spacecraft 667 and rushing towards Li Wei and others. Boss, I have checked all the operations of the aircraft. After reporting to Li Wei, Barbara stepped aside and asked the other party to board the plane. Boss, don't worry. The Earth spacecraft, after the transformation of my battlesuit, my old man and I performed an imitation of the super engine on it. The Earth is now twice as fast as before. After speaking, Stark and Li Wei boarded towards the spacecraft. And many more. But at this moment, Thor suddenly shouted and stopped everyone. When everyone and Li Wei turned their heads to look around, Thor in front of him put on an indifferent face, staring at a few people. Mr. Li, don't be kidding. From the Earth to the realm of God, it's a full hundreds of light years away. Even if this spacecraft can reach the realm of God, you will turn to ashes. Thor in front of him was unwilling to believe Li Wei's appearance, and the Hulk around him was also very hesitation, not knowing where to go. Just when everyone didn't know how to speak because of Thor's topic, Li Wei beside him moved. I saw him silently turning his body and continuing to move towards the inside of the spaceship. Since you don't want to believe me, then I will do it, the king of Agastir. What did you say? Hearing only Li Wei's words, Thor's face changed drastically in an instant, and he saw him take a big step, shook his fist in time, and hit the opponent. But at this moment, Li Wei didn't make any counterattack, only saw him gently loosen the hammer in his hand. The Thor hammer, which was released, quickly plunged into the air, and instantly hit Thor's stomach. 05. Thor instantly felt his stomach squashed, and a mouthful of sour water poured directly into his mouth and vomited out. Then, one blow stopped Thor's Mjolnir and returned to Li Wei's hands again. A master who abandons even weapons, can he really be a king? This. At the moment Li Wei said, Thor, who fell on his knees, suddenly understood what. Thor's original questioning expression faded suddenly, and the dignity in exchange for it made him seem to have figured out something. What Thor should really do is to prevent the disaster in his own country, Asgard, rather than act resolutely because of those self-consciousness. A word from Li Wei made Thor understand instantly. I saw him stand up immediately, holding his ape abdomen, slowly walking towards the spaceship. What a stubborn tough guy. Seeing the scene before him, Stark waved his hand leisurely and followed Li Wei into the earth. However, Banner, who remained behind, saw that everyone was boarding. He had no choice but to pull Thor up and rushed inward. After a while, when everyone was in the cockpit of this huge spaceship, Thor and Banner, who had been unbelievable, instantly changed their attitude. The spaceship in front of you is comparable to super futuristic technology? Especially Thor, who had been yelling just now. When he briefly browsed the simple structure of the spacecraft this time, he was suddenly shocked. Oh my god. This is not true. Such technology is definitely one of the most powerful technology constructions I have ever seen. The trustee opened his eyes wide and looked at the three-dimensional tactile holographic projection, the super-large zenith driving mirror, and the artificial intelligence Mark III generations. Since Li Wei went to Carrie, Stark, and Howard and his son have never stopped upgrading and rebuilding the Earth spacecraft. The spacecraft that is now presented to everyone, all its structure and technology are comparable to the technology of the former technology empire Kree. Thor on one side is constantly screaming, while Banner on this side is constantly amazed. In addition to being a super biologist, Banner is also a very good gamma ray and scientist. As soon as these exhibits in front of him appeared in his eyes, Banner was immediately shocked. Banner is very clear that these things and technologies cannot be made by a simple country. At this time, Banner instantly felt that Li Wei said before to help himself and control the power of the Hulk. He began to slowly believe. Let's go. At the moment, Li Wei, who was simply checking, sat in the driver's seat and gave a cold drink. Boom. In an instant, the entire spacecraft trembled, and the stern of the spacecraft emitted a dazzling flame, driving the fuselage flight. Rumbling. A huge thunderous sound echoed throughout Wakanda. The huge spaceship comparable to a tall building quickly left the ground and flew towards the sky under this powerful impetus. Report to the Master, the target Asgard of God's domain. A total of 3 days. I wish the host and members a pleasant journey. After the artificial intelligence briefly told the story, Stark, who was operating in the main driver, smiled silently and looked at the atmosphere that was about to burst in front of him. Finally leaving the Earth. Rumbling. A huge amounts of firelight broke through the Earth's atmosphere and gradually flew towards the universe. For an instant, the starry sky that had been appearing in the dark night suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Seeing all of this, Stark and Banner, who came to the universe for the first time, all shined before their eyes and filled their hearts with joy. Everyone, members, remind me now. The spacecraft is about to pass through the wormhole. Please sit down and take a seat. After hearing the reminder of the new generation of artificial intelligence, everyone strengthened their seat belts and prepared for the upcoming wormhole crossing. Boom. Then, after a brief tremor of the spacecraft, the starry sky in front of it changed instantly. Immediately after a rush of scribbling, the skyrocket window in front of everyone instantly showed layers of circular apertures, constantly straddling. In the line of sight in front of me, I saw that the spacecraft was riding on a circular colored channel, constantly passing through. Constantly slightly bumpy, but these are no longer what everyone cares about. The ever-changing scene in front of us, especially for scientists like Stark and Banner, the first personal experience of the universe in their lives made their hearts surging. But suddenly, Banner felt that his shoulders were real and put down a hand. Follow me? When Banner looked in surprise, Li Wei gave himself a cold look, then turned and left. Watching the other person leave, Banner had to leave his seat and quickly followed. After a few steps, Li Wei in front took the banner and came to the training room of the Earth. Looking at the empty room in front of him, nothing was placed, which made Banner feel strange, and Li Wei spoke. Banner, you should know that the ability in your body is due to the changes in the synthesis gene injected when you were young, after gamma-ray irradiation. But do you know, after you burst out of the power in your body, the Hulk is not the consciousness that you lost your mind. When Banner heard a few words from Li Wei, he didn't have a clue for an instant. After thinking about it a few times, he was still at a loss. I don't understand what Mr. Li meant. Banner looked at the opponent very suspiciously, but Li Wei walked up to him silently, staring at the opponent with sharp eyes. Come out. Next, just listen to Li Wei's cold voice, and his eyes instantly released powerful mental power, which penetrated into Banner's mind. The next moment, just listen to an effortless roar. A huge amounts of green monster instantly changed from Banner's body. That thick layer of clothing is also torn apart like a thin layer of paper. Who are you? But in the next scene, the Hulk, who should have been unaware, actually aimed at Li Wei and roared loudly. Li Wei did not answer. He still stared at the big mob with his indifferent gaze. Suddenly, the Hulk's expression calmed down. When he slowly looked at Li Wei, he became less ostentatious. The Hulk felt the terrifying momentum emanating from Li Wei's body, as well as the cold eyes, which made it feel cold. At this moment, the Hulk immediately understood that his strength was simply not enough to compete with the opponent. This terrible creature who never feared anything unexpectedly felt a sense of fear. After looking around, the Hulk gritted his teeth and instantly got back into Banner's body. Suddenly turning back to himself, Banner took a deep breath, then gasped nonstop. Did you see that guy? At the moment I saw Banner again, Li Wei asked each other silently. Banner nodded sharply. This was the first time he had become a Hulk without anger. Therefore, at the moment his consciousness switched, he saw the guy's face with his own eyes. I can feel that this guy is not me. This Hulk, it's like getting into my body, it's another consciousness. It was only an instant to see that terrible monster. But just at this point, Banner instantly felt the horror of the other party. Banner was anxious, he kept telling Li Wei what he felt. 0, look for flowers. I know. This guy's name is Hulk. This is the existence of the splitting of your spiritual level when your genes are mutated. Li Wei said everything to each other silently. At the moment, Thor sitting in the cab, compared to other expectations and shocks, his heart is full of sadness. Looking at the starry sky that constantly floats in front of him, his thoughts are always attached to the father and king in the distance. Mother, father, is he okay? At the moment, in the king's palace in God's domain, Loki and his mother and queen were sitting next to his father Odin, watching him sleepy and worried. Your father has never been in such a situation. I think he must have a foreboding that something big will happen in the future. Compared to his father's bad words, Loki believes in his mother very much although he is deceitful in his heart. Hearing what the other person said, Loki showed a calmness and truthfulness that no one had in front of him. But, why didn't he tell me? When the mother heard this, she immediately smiled slightly. Loki, he is your father, he doesn't want you to feel like a stranger, so he never talked about it with anyone. Your father has his own reasons for everything he does, just like your brother. He must be tempering Thor, just like you. He hopes you can grow up together. However, it was originally full of well-intentioned comfort. When Loki heard all this, a question suddenly appeared in his heart. So, Thor will come back. Loki was a little frightened that the Emperor looked at the Empress, but the other party didn't notice it. After the mother nodded slightly, she spoke calmly. Your father is not a heartless person. As soon as these words fell, a wave of hatred rose in Loki's heart instantly. At that time, Loki suddenly understood that the father of God Odin in front of him would never pass it on to himself. With a trace of hatred, Loki left here angrily. Loki. Seeing his child misunderstanding again, his mother sadly saw his back leave and sighed silently. At this moment, Loki's heart was full of resentment towards his father Odin. His emotions were mixed with very complicated thinking, and he hurried towards Bifrost who crossed the stars. Yo! But after a while, a dazzling colored beam of light instantly emitted from the boundary of God's domain, sitting on a distant dark planet full of glaciers. Until the beam of light extinguished, in this dark glacial planet, those on the planet who were 3 to 4 meters tall, slowly saw the coming. Kill him. And when the master of this planet saw that the visitor was Loki who almost triggered the war between the two countries, the master of Jotunheim, Lau, became angry. But at this moment, Loki smiled silently, revealing his blue-skinned arms. 4. When Lauf's blood-red eyes noticed the changes in Loki's body, he was instantly stunned. Who on earth are you? Seeing Loki's body gradually became the same skin tone as Jotunheim, Lauf asked incredulously. At this moment, Loki stretched out his palm and placed it in front of his eyes. Bright. A sharp transparent icicle burst out of Loki's palm in an instant. Before he fell asleep, Odin told me one thing. He said that in the past, he stole from the Jotunheim Hall, not only Yendongbeo, but also a very young child. As soon as Loki watched the other person's words, Lauf was dumbfounded after hearing everything. Lauf's eyes widened to see Loki. The memory in his mind also dates back to the fierce battle decades ago. But just as Lauf was thinking about something, his eyes suddenly flickered and wavered. You are you really my son? Lauf's tone never could believe it, and it became slightly tentative. He looked at each other attentively, looking forward to Loki's answer. Right. Looking at the other person's face that is really curious, Loki admitted on the spot without hesitation, Prince. The next moment, countless ice giants standing beside Lauf, one after another, orbited him. The respected roar shouted. Immediately afterwards, Lauf was overjoyed. He patted Loki's shoulders with both hands excitedly, showing a tenderness that he had never felt before. At this time, Loki, who became the Prince of Jotunheim all at once, caught a vicious attention in his heart. Father, now that the king of Asgard is critically ill, it is a good opportunity for us to fight back. I can lead your people into the palace through the secret path and assassinate Odin. Then we should unite inside and outside, take down God's domain in one fell swoop, and let Jotunheim resurrect. Looking at his very excited biological father, Loki pretended to be happy, and said when he saw him. Looking at Lauf's expression, Loki was extremely focused. Because he knows that whether he can truly become the king of God's domain depends on a word from the other party. But at this moment, Fang Fei's excited face suddenly became silent. Loki, are you sure? Lauf's face in the darkness was extremely solemn, and the murderous instinct brought by his eyes made people afraid to look directly at it. But for the natural god of trickery, his lies will never be exposed. Father, once you and I capture Asgard, everyone will know the identity of my ice giant. Don't worry, father. I will never deceive my people. Having said this, Loki's heart smiled secretly. Loki didn't return here until a golden halo appeared again on Bifrost in God's domain. Why am I here and I can't see everything about your trip to Jotunheim? However, the goalkeeper Heldam, who had guarded Bifrost for thousands of years, stared at the opponent with a grey face, and made a voice of doubt. Heldam, maybe you have stayed here for too long, your eyes have degenerated. As the temporary king of Asgard, I have the right to use some extraordinary means for the country. Loki put down these words fiercely, turned around and left here in an instant. Heldam, who stood still, did not refute, because he clearly knows that this is the intention of the other party to implement ability. Sure enough to be the god of trick, Loki's cunning and insidiousness is definitely not something ordinary people can find. At the moment Lauf in Jotunheim agreed to Loki's proposal. 2 days later, it was the agreed date to assassinate Odin. At the same time, the Earth, which is constantly rushing towards the Asgard of God's domain, still has 2 days to get here. On the spaceship, Banner at this time is still constantly trying to control the Hulk in his body. According to Li Wei, Banner clearly understood that he had a potential wireless monster in his body. In order to be able to complete tasks and work better in the future battles, Banner must learn to control and master his own power. And Thor, who is on the side, has been doing helpless things, constantly trying to move his hammer. The distance to God's domain is still shortening, and everyone is desperately seizing the time for this fierce battle that is about to start. 1.2 But at this time, in God's domain, the assassination action has been slowly planned. The scheming Loki unexpectedly found an ancient passage in the Asgard of the gods to welcome his biological father Lauf. This is to be on the safe side. Loki turned the opponent into a person from the kingdom of gods and brought them back to his room. At the same time, the army of ice giants in Jotunheim are also preparing weapons of war, listening to orders at any time, and rushing to the realm of God. Definitely, none of this can escape Heldam's eyes. All the shocking scenes happened in the eyes of Heldam. In an instant, he knew that something big was about to happen. But when Heldam was about to leave Bifrost and went to report to the palace, his back suddenly felt cold. Who are you? The biting chill instantly pierced Heldam's abdomen. Feeling that his life was about to reach the shore, he turned his body suddenly. Yesterday, at the last moment when Heldam's body was completely frozen, he used all his strength to meet the principal of this conspiracy. Loki, you will regret. Heldam opened his mouth, but it was a pity that he didn't even finish the last sentence, and he became a shining ice sculpture. A face with dark blue skin was carrying a weird smile, looking at the image of Heldam at the moment. How can you expose all the plans? Loki left Bifrost indifferently, but the ice-covered Heldam here has always stayed in place. 2 days later, the ice giants in Jotunheim had quietly rushed to the outskirts of God's domain within 2 days, ready to break Asgard at any time. Inside the palace at the moment, Loki also took Lauf behind him, got up and went to the palace of his father Odin. Everything happened in 08 silently. All Asgard people don't know the crisis, they are coming quietly. Ka. A stream of blood spilled on the door of Odin's palace, and the magnificent stone wall pattern was contaminated with life and death. Yo! At the next moment, Lauf didn't say anything. He pushed aside the huge amounts of stone gate, and rushed towards the inside of the palace. However, when the queen of the palace saw that the visitor was actually an ice giant and her own son, her face was extremely surprised. Loki? As a result, before the mother could say another word, Loki stunned her with a palm and made her fall asleep. Haha, worthy of being my son, good at doing things. Seeing Loki's hands quick, FanFic laughed. In the next moment, his blood-red eyes slowly looked at the Odin who was lying on the bed. Lauf's face was suddenly full of murderous aura. He walked slowly to the side of a bed covered by a golden light mask and silently looked at Odin who was lying on the bed, who was sleeping, showing a trace of excitement and bloodthirsty excitement. Odin, I can't think of you, an old fellow, and you will fall down one day. As soon as he finished speaking, a dagger with silver light suddenly appeared in FanFic's hand. However, in order to thank you for raising my son, I will give you a joy. As soon as Lauf's voice shut down, he lifted the head of the ground up in his hand for an instant, and slammed it towards the drowsy Odin's chest. A red liquid splashed out. You? But after a while, it turned out that Lauf knelt down tremblingly, looking at Loki behind him. Why are you doing this? Lauf covered the bleeding wound in his abdomen, looked at his son in shock, and actually stuck a knife in his body. Call? But at this moment, I saw Loki dismissively smile, and his eyes immediately showed a horrible look. FanFic, I don't want to be a prince of a waste country. Today's battle is just for my prince to ascend the throne in a righteous manner. At this moment, Lauf was dumbfounded. He never imagined that this biological child actually had such a city for the throne. Now that everything is getting late, FanFic opened her mouth wide and wanted to say something, but she didn't make a sound for a long time, and her eyes darkened. Loki stared at everything in front of him, showing the victor's smile and face. Wow! Under a ray of light, Loki's body instantly appeared on top of Bifrost. Oh! I saw Loki instantly picked up the giant's sword that opened the Bifrost channel and inserted it into the mechanism. Boom! Immediately after a loud noise, that shocking beam of light burst out in an instant. At the moment, the ice giants outside the realm of gods saw the signal appear, and they swarmed in an instant to rush to this country where the king is absent. Oh my god, what's that? Just on Bifrost, the moment the first ice giant appeared, the people far away on the land of Asgard realized that something was wrong. When the people of the country continued to look towards Bifrost, they saw that the colorful bridges were filled with more and more tall blue species. That's an ice giant. At the moment standing above the palace, as the four knights who are Thor's loyal companions, the famous female warrior Sev of God's domain shouted. At this time, the people of the whole country were surprised by Sev's clear voice. When everyone slowed down and looked at it carefully, they saw the group of tall blue icemen, each holding a weapon, struggling to rush. In an instant, tens of thousands of ice giants stepped on Bifrost and rushed towards the continent of Asgard. Seeing this shocking scene, as the four knights in the kingdom, Knight Morgan erected the steed beside him, holding a sword, and shouting, "Great Asgard warrior, follow me against the field." In an instant, the four knights who reacted 667 swiftly immediately took the soldiers inside the palace and slew them towards this group of reckless foreign enemies. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, across the continent of Asgard, there were horseshoes in an instant, and countless brave warriors pulled up their weapons, roared and rushed away with singing. The blood blossoms instantly rose on this peaceful land, and the wailing, screaming, and mourning all the disasters brought about by the war also fell on every Asgard people. But even in the face of this, Loki, who is obsessed with the throne, still keeps indulging in the constant infiltration of the ice giant. "I want no one to know. I, Loki, is the one who deserves the throne most." When Loki said this, he twisted the giant's sword in his hand again in an instant. Then, the beam of light leading to the outside world became wider. With that, the ice giant also broke into here more quickly. "Wake up the king." In the battlefield, an veteran finally called to the soldier roar behind him to call his king Odin. The current situation will be the worst disaster for Asgard. Only the awakening of the king can resolve everything. What is it? Suddenly, a shining thunder fell from the sky, immediately covering the entire sky. The sky is hanging. The thunder is falling, the violent and sharp sound, it is as if the sky is smashing into the sky, full of power and shocking. The sky is full of exciting blue lightning, people are in awe, and they look at the sky in panic. This. In the eyes of everyone, a huge monster appeared above Asgard's sky. The huge amounts of spacecraft slowly emerged from the thunder, without any harm or interference, and slowly fell facing the ground. What is this? In the battlefield, everyone saw this object coming through the air and felt deeply curious. Rumbling. The thunderstorms in the sky gradually disappeared, and the ground that had been darkened became brighter. But when many people are blood-bathing the battlefield, they still don't forget this sudden giant. At the moment, more and more ice giants came out of the Bifrost tunnel. On the entire Bifrost, the water that had been surrounded by the ice giants of Jotunheim was impenetrable. Seeing that the army in front of him had become a big one, Loki also let go of the giant sword in his hand, leaving the tunnel open. As for the basic people, following the huge movement just now, they also walked out. But just as he looked at him curiously, someone happened to yell on the battlefield, "Mjolnir." At that moment, whether it was the warrior of Asgard or the ice giant, when they heard the name one after another, they looked up at the giant. Mjolnir. Loki on one side moved his body in shock, and came to look directly in front of the giant. When everyone's eyes could finally see the spaceship, everyone found that there was a man standing on the spaceship that could occupy half the width of the Asgard Sea River. And what this man holds in his hands is exactly Mjolnir, who wants everyone to startle roar. Who is he? Loki looked stunned. He didn't know why Thor's weapon was in the hands of a stranger. What shocked everyone even more was that in the prophecy of Mjolnir, only the real monarch could pick up this powerful weapon. Could it be this guy? All the people of Asgard started many incredible conjectures. However, facing the giant ice, looking at the scene that suddenly appeared in front of him, he looked blank. Earth. When Loki, who was at the top of the Bifrost pillar, squinted his eyes and looked at the spaceship carefully, the three words from the Earth made him curious. Why did the people on Earth come to God's domain? With doubts, Loki still looked suspiciously at the visitor. But at this moment, considering the landing of the Earth spacecraft, Li Wei, standing on the head of the spacecraft, took another turn to Mjolnir. In time, the entire sky was once again covered with blue laser electric current, followed by Li Wei waved again, and went up and down towards Bifrost. Click. The sharp and ear-splitting cracking sound instantly penetrated into everyone's ears, making people uncomfortable. But even more frightening is that the blue lightning instantly fell on the bridge full of ice giants. A tragic scene happened. One part of Bifrost was instantly enveloped by huge lightning. All the ice giants who were unfortunately attacked suddenly felt that the powerful electric current shattered their bodies. Ah! A scream that shocked people's hearts trembled into the hearts of the entire Asgard. Whether it is a warrior on the battlefield or the people who fled in the country, they have seen the ice giant that was completely burned by the electric shock that was covered for half of the sky. No! Loki yelled angrily, his eyes suddenly turned red, looking at Li Wei holding Mjolnir, instantly full of murderous intent. Boom! After a loud noise, the entire Bifrost trembled slightly, and huge amounts of the earth was in front of everyone's eyes, landing on the land of Asgard in an open manner. Who are you? Loki's tearing noise glared at Li Wei, who crashed down in front of him. But Li Wei smiled silently. He scanned the blood-washed battlefield in front of him. His cold eyes made everyone feel intimidated by him. Everyone looked around. The powerful aura the opponent gave to the battlefield even made them afraid to roar suck. This man holding Mjolnir has become the focal point of everyone's attention. His identity is also full of doubts. At this time, Li Wei grabbed Thor's hammer and slowly fell onto Bifrost's colorful bridge. Everyone was watching and didn't dare to move. Nick. Everyone heard a sound, and then saw a familiar figure from the huge amounts of spacecraft. A seat of slightly long yellow hair, strong muscles, even under the cover of clothes, it looks sexy. Thor? Prince? Prince. The moment Thor walked out of the spaceship, the Asgard soldiers in the distance shouted. Even the 4 knights laughed excitedly after seeing their prince. But this scene made Loki's face cold in front of him. Unexpectedly, Loki could not have imagined that Thor, who was expelled to a distant Earth, returned here again in just 4 days. You know, Thor no longer has any supernatural powers. What makes people suspicious is why the strange man in front of him is holding Thor's hammer. With all kinds of questions, Loki took out his short sword, ready to fight at any time. Loki, you really let me lose, Wang Wang Zhao Wang? At this moment, Thor, who walked down from the spaceship, stared at the younger brother in front of him with cold eyes as he silently followed Li Wei. But when Loki heard Roar calling himself, he smiled coldly. Ah, you are just an ignorant and militant muscle monster, you are not worthy of being a king. At this moment, Loki's cynicism caught everyone's ears. Especially the 4 knights who followed Thor, their faces were angry and murderous. Mr. Li Wei, he is my family, leave it to me to deal with it. Hearing the others roar, Thor, who had always been impulsive, calmed down. After commenting with Li Wei, I saw him walking towards Loki silently, staying. When everyone saw this warlike prince again, about to fight, they became so silent and calm for the first time. At this moment, when everyone saw Thor's calm appearance, they were a little stunned. Everyone was suddenly puzzled. The guy who used to laugh excitedly on the battlefield seemed to have changed. A terrifying breath exuded from his body, and he stared at each other silently. Thor, don't forget, you have lost your supernatural power. Seeing his brother who wanted to be on the throne, Loki couldn't help but want to fight with him. Loki stretched out his short sword, swiped his hands in a circle, and his body disappeared instantly. Wow! The next moment, Thor suddenly felt a chill behind him. The instinct from years of fighting made him leaned down instantly, turned and kicked. As expected, when Thor kicked it out, Loki's figure suddenly appeared in the air. A blue smoke waved up, and Loki's body flew out a few meters before slowly stopping. Loki, even if I lose my power, but this time, I must beat you for Asgard. Seeing Loki, who was temporarily repelled by him, Thor's heart suddenly bulged up, his eyes condensed with anger, and he was horrified. At the same time, Wonder Girl 667 rushed to Li Wei's side one after another, Diana, Iron Man, She, Stark, and Banner. The 4 of them looked at the bloody battlefield in front of them, and they were all already eager to try. Go stop those ice giants, don't let Asgard be destroyed. Yes, boss. At this time, several people around him immediately responded when they heard Li Wei's instructions. Ah, I finally have a chance to show my new generation of the strongest battlesuit. The spacecraft crane? The pod door, in an instant a piece of steel battlesuit flew out, just a few clear sounds, and immediately attached to She Stark's body. A long line of fireworks remained in place, but the steel body flew into the battlefield in an instant, sending out bursts of powerful artillery fire. Seeing this scene, Banner was instantly dumbfounded. He had no idea that a scientist who had been with him for 3 days would become a soldier in an instant on the battlefield. The cool and gorgeous battlesuit is also amazing and unbelievable. Immediately afterwards, the scene where Banner took a cold breath took place. I saw Diana, the quiet and glamorous woman, Abe, beside her. After replying to Li Wei, she strolled towards the ice giant rushing in front of her. In the next moment, a slender fire appeared in her hand, struggling to swing at the opponent. The ice giant's body suddenly turned into 2 halves and lay down on the ground. Yo! Diana avoided the soles of her feet, and her body was like a Kinjian, suddenly flying into the sky tens of meters, and rushing towards the center of the battlefield. Seeing this, Banner stood there and was stunned. Originally, I only thought I was a different kind of Banner, but suddenly realized that compared with others, there seemed to be no difference between myself. When Banner turned his head and tried to ask Li Wei, he found that the other party was already staring at him. Try to liberate your power. Hearing the other party immediately guessed what he meant, a torrent of water suddenly surged in Banner's heart. A roar of desperate anger once again attracted the attention of many soldiers. But when people just glanced at it, a huge green monster instantly pounced towards the crowd. It takes time. Because of the arrival of Li Wei and others on the entire battlefield, the Asgard fighters' aura also rises. Everyone waved their long swords and slaughtered foreign invaders vigorously. As for Li Wei himself, he slowly walked towards Bifrost's mouth behind him, intending to prevent the ice giant from constantly breaking in. Boom, boom, boom. But at the moment, in the distant battlefield, there was suddenly heavy footsteps, coming in the direction of Li Wei and the spacecraft. When the soldiers heard the sound of footsteps, the moment they raised their heads, their faces instantly panicked. This is a Guardian bought by Yendongbao? That one is a guardian made of super metal. Odin has assigned to guard the existence of Yendongbaoying for thousands of years. But no one could have imagined that such a loyal guard would actually leave the secret room at this time. I saw this tall guardian, a bit stronger than the ice giant. It travels between the battlefields unimpeded, regardless of any fighting. But once a guardian appeared in front of the guard, this guy would actually use powerful energy to crush it regardless of his identity. The powerful momentum and strength began to make everyone avoid and let them leave. But when everyone was waiting for the guardian to have any intentions, the hateful Loki appeared beside this guy. Kill the man with the Thor hammer. After only hearing Loki's words to raise Li Wei, the guard jumped up and rushed to Bifrost. Loki, you will regret it. When the opposite Thor saw this, he couldn't help but shook his head helplessly. However, in the next second, this sentence to Thor was immediately fulfilled. Hanging from the sky above the sky, an amazing flash of thunder fell again, and the entire gate of Bifrost was instantly filled with electric current. Boom! An explosion suddenly erupted, and thousands of corpses of ice giants instantly flew into the sky, constantly falling into the Hihi River. At the same time, the guard who was engulfed in the explosion quickly got out of the flames. At the same time, bursts of artillery were fired, constantly blasting towards Li Wei's body. At this time, Loki, who was panicked, quickly retreated a few meters away. He kept patrolling the guards with his left light. Boom! But the sudden appearance of a dazzling golden beam instantly extinguished Loki's hope. Thump! The aggressive Asgardian was suddenly pierced by the rays and collapsed on the ground. Loki was shocked during the battle, as if he felt hallucinations. The strongest guardian of Asgard in God's domain was actually killed in seconds without fighting for a minute in the hands of this man who broke in suddenly. This is impossible. As soon as the voice fell, a short sword appeared in Loki's other hand, and it slammed towards Thor. Sorry, I don't have time to spend with you. Two blade lights were instantly imprinted on Thor's face. Thump. At the very moment, I saw the double knives in front of me slashed straight towards my face. Thor was at a loss, his feet were empty in an instant, and his body suddenly fell to the ground. Bright. Two cold rays of light flashed across the air in an instant, and Thor's witty move, the blade only passed by the edge of his clothes. Do you think this is over? But at this moment, Loki was facing a fierce face, and the corners of his mouth suddenly raised a wicked smile. As he spoke, Loki withdrew his hands, and his legs instantly stepped into Thor's abdomen. After a muffled sound, Thor's body fell to the ground like a lead bullet. Loki, who rushed over immediately, rode on his seat. On him. The next moment, when Thor, who had a wrinkled face, looked forward again, he saw the dazzling golden light of two blades shining in front of his eyes. Facing this moment of life and death, Thor, who was calm and silent, made another strange move. Seeing Thor actually slowly closed his eyes, his expression instantly calmed down. If you really want to be a king, take it. When Thor said this, the clenched fists of both hands slowly loosened, gave up all resistance, and lay there. Seeing this scene, Loki, who was a little stunned, showed a very fierce look. Don't think so, I won't solve you. Loki struggling to raise the dagger in both hands, the blade was bright and cold, and it instantly pierced the opponent's chest. The sound of the dagger cutting through the air, at that moment, reached everyone's ears. When everyone looked first, the murderous dagger was already close at hand. No. The shouts of everyone from Asgard instantly spread to the entire battlefield. But the Prince of Asgard that everyone was paying attention to, there was still no movement. Still inserting the bright knife into his heart? In that scene, everyone's expressions were sluggish. Yesterday. At this moment, Bifrost suddenly emitted a dazzling blue light, and a thunder fell from the sky in an instant. It's time. At the moment, Li Wei of Bifrost was blocking Bifrost. Seeing this terrifying scene in the sky, he immediately turned his head to look at Thor and threw out the Mjolnir in his hand. Mjolnir dashed through the sky, heading straight into Thor's direction like a broken bamboo. Last night. Immediately afterwards, I saw Mjolnir vacate the photoelectric in an instant, causing a thunderous thunder, and the whole sky turned into an intense blue. Seeing this moment, there was a silent smile on Li Wei's face. At the moment Loki, who was on Thor, had already been struck by thunder 100 meters away. When he stood up quickly, he was instantly weakened. The terrifying scene in front of him was enough to make Loki's entire consciousness suddenly confused. Loki. Suddenly, a deep voice came into everyone's ears from within the thunder and lightning. I saw the figure of the great warrior who was once brave Izumio appeared from the powerful electric shock. However, the most eye-catching thing in everyone's eyes is the divine power Mjolnir that he raised again in his hands. Ha ha ha. With a steady pace, Thor's red cloak, the hard armor of green iron, and the pair of eyes full of air, all came to him again. It's impossible? Why did you recover your supernatural power? 1. Seeing Thor picking up Mjolnir again, Loki's eyes were full of panic. Your behavior will disappoint the father. Facing the other party's question, Thor did not answer directly. On the contrary, he reluctantly said a word and ran to the distant battlefield. At this moment, Thor still couldn't bear to hurt his brother. Seeing his relatives from childhood to the earth, even if he made a mistake, Thor was unwilling to swing the hammer in his hand. Yesterday. Immediately afterwards, the sky behind Loki changed dramatically. Because of Thor's arrival, the entire battlefield once again collapsed the ice giants. Yes, Thor is the real Thor. The thunder fell more and more violently, and the Asgard people in front of them couldn't help casting their respectful and longing gazes, watching everything. In the instant battlefield, the attention of the whole audience was concentrated on Thor. His powerful body, fighting with all kinds of swaying, appeared in front of everyone time and time again. 0. Look for flowers. The Thor, who was almost lost, has returned again. Thor's battle continued, and the others around him continued to attack. But where no one noticed the top of Bifrost. A terrible event is about to erupt. The colorful light from the Bifrost channel began to leak out of the sky and scattered all over the continent. This weird scene was not noticed by anyone among the panicked crowd and the fighting soldiers. At the moment, Li Wei, who was right at the place where the incident occurred, looked at the surrounding area under the aurora, still very calm. Due to Loki's excessive use of Bifrost, the powerful rainbow channel has destroyed nearly half of the surface of Jotunheim's planet in this long period of time. However, all this is just the beginning. Once the surface of the planet Jotunheim breaks, the home of the ice giant will be destroyed in an instant. But at the exit of the channel in front of him, there are already countless aurora radiating, and powerful energy is constantly exposed, constantly impacting the solidity of Bifrost's entire structure. Continue like this. Li Wei looked at everything and said silently. Then, Li Wei calmly left Bifrost's exit. But less than 5 meters away, he slowly turned around. With this move, Thor, who was at a high altitude in the distance, was just a glimpse. But in the next incident, Thor and the whole Asgard were dumbfounded. Boom! There was an earth-shaking tremor that surprised everyone. But the ensuing explosion shocked everyone. It was originally standing on the land of Asgard, watching the top of the world's galaxy Bifrost, but under Li Wei's arrogant fist, it suddenly broke and collapsed. At this moment, all Asgard people who saw the scene became sluggish. And in the palace in the distance, the eyes of the father of God Odin opened instantly. The Bifrost passage that originally stood peacefully collapsed in everybody's mind. No, my God, what did this guy do? Damn it, I'm going to kill him. This guy, he destroyed our Bifrost. Seeing the man standing on Bifrost's fracture, all the fighters who were Asgard suddenly felt angry and rushed towards each other. At this moment, all the warriors of Asgard, the warlike fighting spirit in their hearts was instantly ignited. Holding their sabers in their hands, they kept waving at the ice giant, and headed towards Bifrost's fractured mouth. Kill me this guy. Guys, everyone. Vorstar, the big stomach king of the four knights, riding a strong warhorse, 6-83 instantly rushed through the crowd of ice giants, stepped onto the road of Bifrost, and galloped. The horse galloped fast, and within a few seconds, Vistag was less than 10 meters away from Li Wei. He raised the long knife in his right hand high, emitting a terrifying light. Stop! However, when Vistag rushed towards Li Wei, which was already less than 2 meters away, a shout from the sky stopped all this guy's movements. At the moment, Vorstar, the big stomach king, turned his head and looked at him immediately. But when he saw the man shouting to himself, he showed a different expression when he gathered together. Thor, this guy, he destroyed our Bifrost. Vistag saw Thor and spoke to him with a look of suspicion and anger. But at this time, Thor in the sky slowly returned to the other side, with a very embarrassed but firm tone, which was elusive. No, he is my savior. The trustee glanced at Li Wei in front of him and continued. At the same time, the soldiers who began to follow Vistag also sent a bloody path from the ice giant and rushed to the scene. Master Thor, Master Vistag. When everyone came to Thor and called roar one after another, they looked at both of them with some doubts. Seeing that the two hadn't been moved for a long time, finally in the crowd, someone began to ask Thor, Master Thor, let's kill this bastard quickly. He is insulting our Asgard nation. I saw a strong man holding 2 crooked moon knives, staring at Li Wei's back with a fierce expression. Roar scolded loudly. This question immediately made Thor difficult to explain. His face was very helpless, and after thinking about it, he was about to speak. Suddenly, a chill passed through everyone's body, but Li Wei behind him showed his silver teeth. The next moment, I saw Li Wei behind Thor, and instantly came among the people, and stretched out his arm to lift the man on the spot. Kill me? Don't see if you are qualified. I saw a slight smile on Li Wei's face, and his eyes gradually showed a very cold look. Oh, 2 scimitars held in the hands of the man fell to the ground. When everyone looked at their companion in amazement, the other party had fallen to the ground feebly, and there was no movement. What? You guy actually killed him. At this time, everyone standing on the side was shocked. They immediately stretched out the sabers in their hands and waved them towards Li Wei together. At this time, anger has rushed to everyone's heads. Thor, who was standing in it, could no longer stop everyone through persuasion. Wow! The light and shadow of swords flashed out, and the murderous moment filled the eyes. Stop it all! However, at the moment, an emergency sound came from everyone's ears again. The voice is vicissitudes of life, full of majesty and power. Miles. A gust of knife wind blew past Li Wei's eyes, but he was silent, just staring at everything indifferently, unmoved. At the moment, everyone holding the sword once again stopped at this critical moment. Blade is already less than fingertips away from Li Wei. Then, everyone immediately took back their sabers and stood up, seeming to be waiting for something. At this time, a brilliance appeared in front of everyone. I saw a one-eyed elderly man slowly walking out of the brilliance. Holding a long halberd and wearing a gorgeous armor, the old man took a steady step and greeted him step by step. Master King. Then, I saw everyone standing kneeling down, roar shouting in unison to the king in awe. Even Thor is no exception. Yes, the old man who appeared at this critical moment was the king of God's domain Agastodin. Everyone in front of Ding knelt down and worshipped. But Li Wei, who was facing him in front of him, looked at him silently, with a cold expression on his face. At this time, seeing Li Wei's arrogant appearance, someone around him said it again. Master King, this guy destroyed our Bifrost and killed one of our warriors. With that, someone in the crowd pointed to the dead man who fell to the ground. However, at this moment, seeing that the soldiers were serious kings, and seeing everyone pointing at the corpse again, he couldn't help but chuckled helplessly. You guys should really see if that guy is dead. What? When everyone heard the king chuckle, their expressions were dull, and they walked towards the dead soldier blankly. When Thor heard this, he immediately stepped forward and touched the man's neck with a 1.2 neck pulse, and immediately showed a smile. Father, this guy is really not dead. Then, Thor looked at Li Wei cheerfully. Thank you, Mr. Li. It's okay, I won't kill innocent people indiscriminately. Li Wei waved his hand briefly and answered casually, then silently looked at the fracture behind him. But at this time, Vistog, who was next to Thor, was surprised again. He looked at each other helplessly, and said with a puzzled expression, Thor, why do you want to thank him? He ruined Bifrost. But at this moment, Odin, who was in front of everyone, slowly walked over and watched with Li Wei's eyes. You ignorant idiots, you are the benefactor in front of you. He saved our entire Asgard. When everyone heard a word from King Odin, the Asgard fighters on Bifrost were silent and surprised on the spot. Everyone opened their mouths wide and looked at King Odin with wide eyes. There was confusion in their minds. My lord, you. What are you talking about? At the moment, Vistog, the big stomach king who was the most shocked, raised his belly a few steps forward, swallowed his saliva and asked suspiciously, what the hell happened to this? Thor on one side also looked at the scene blankly. Although Li Wei is his lifesaver, what he destroyed Bifrost's mouth did indeed happen in his eyes. Right now, his father said that Li Wei's action was to rescue the whole Asgard, and his mind was also very confused. For a moment, everyone followed Thor and Vistog's question and looked at their King Odin. At the moment, following the sight of 08 Li Wei, he looked at the endless river of universe. Odin suddenly showed a fierce expression when he saw the question behind him. You guys, don't fight back the ice giants that broke in. Is it still here to pursue the benefactor of our Agassid nation? Odin yelled, and everyone who was shocked instantly stunned. A light suddenly appeared in everyone's eyes, and they turned to look at the ice giant behind them. My lord, let's eliminate the intruder now. With a reminder from King Odin, Vistog immediately reacted. After seeing him greet the king with a compliment, he immediately mounted his steed and rushed away. In an instant, even Thor, who came back to his senses, immediately rushed to the melee battlefield, constantly defending against foreign enemies. Pot, pot, pot. There were bursts of knives, lights, swords, and shadows, sparks that crossed one after another. Countless roars and blood accompany them, flying in the air together. From a distance, on this chaotic and bloody battlefield, the demon of blood not only wets the peaceful land, but also dyes the air red. But at the moment, Loki, who is in a secret tunnel in Asgard, is holding the ice giant's winter treasure, preparing to escape from this place of crisis. Ever since Thor regained the power of Thor, the witty Loki has understood that this battle will definitely fail. In order to ensure that his great plan would not be destroyed, the cunning Loki took advantage of the chaos and fled the battlefield. One day, I will let you remember the anger of my prince Loki. Loki gritted his teeth and stood outside a hole in the border of Asgard. Looking at the scene of the fighting in the distance, he said angrily, then jumped down. But Loki never expected that his move to leave Asgard was seen by Li Wei and Odin. Why, don't you go after it? At this moment, standing on the broken bridge and watching Loki leave with Bao Yang, Li Wei asked nonchalantly. But the other party looked at and smiled silently, and shook his head. He is my child. Although he made a serious mistake, he was blinded. I believe he can come to repentance one day. Odin looked at the distant figure with a trace of pain and helplessness in his eyes. It wasn't until Loki's figure completely disappeared from sight that Odin's face slightly responded. Mr. Li Wei, thank you very much for all that we Asgard do. When Odin slowly turned his head and saw the handsome Li Wei next to him, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and laughed generously. At this time, Li Wei couldn't help but smile, responding to Odin. Faced with Odin knowing his name, Li Wei did not appear to be surprised, because he knew very well that Odin, who had been in a coma, was very conscious. This old man pretending to be drowsy all the time just wanted to see how his two sons behaved. But now it is clear that Thor has made him very satisfied, and Loki. Understand a little bit. Li Wei stared at Odin silently, his face was very calm and said, You are welcome. After a brief conversation between the two, when they turned around again, the entire continent in front of him and on Bifrost became blood-washed ground. Although in the territory of Agast, Asgard's fighters are very tough, and they also showed an advantage in a very short time. Faced with the strength of giant ice, with the power of ice and the advantage of tall stature, many of Asgard's fighters also lost their lives in the battlefield. It wasn't until the two shocking waves of the sky and the thunder of the hanging, the last hanging, when Li Wei and the father of God Odin walked into this battlefield, the surrounding area was like a mess, full of blood from the ice giant. Boss? At this time, after the end of the battle, Wonder Woman Diana and Iron Man She Stark respectfully returned to Li Wei's side. But the only Hulk who was not controlled by the 683 system was still on the side of the battlefield, constantly raising the broken sword on the ground, and damaging the surrounding buildings. Boom, boom. The stone walls continue to be solid, all in the hands of this terrible strange power guy, shattering like pink bricks. Boss, you think he should? Seeing this scene, She Stark asked Li Wei awkwardly. After listening in silence, Li Wei slowly turned his head to look at the guy. Suddenly, a terrifying icy murderous aura was emitted from the eyes, and a cold wind was instantly set off, approaching the Hulk's body. Roar. The cold wind blew through everyone's heart immediately, everyone trembled instantly, and the powerful murderous aura felt cold sweat from the back for a moment. And when everyone watched in the cold wind, they saw the Hulk who had been making noises. When he felt Li Wei's murderous aura on the spot, he immediately stopped all his actions. Thump. Then, I saw the Hulk's look instantly changed. He clearly remembered this abnormal murderous aura and returned to Banner's body in an instant. After all the wars were over, everyone in Asgard, who had been freed from the crisis, had smiles on their faces. Mr. Li Wei, thank you for helping me save Agast. As soon as this sentence was said, all the soldiers of Asgard who were present looked at Thor who was talking. When everyone saw Thor, who was beside him, they saw him strode towards Li Wei and his father. Then Thor politely came to his father, Odin, and after bowing and saluting, he stretched out his hand to Li Wei. Father, Thor can successfully rush back to Asgard this time, all thanks to Mr. Li Wei. Also, Mr. Li Wei told me all of Loki's conspiracy. However, when everyone there heard Thor's words, their faces became confused. But everyone didn't say much. After all, their own king was in front of them, and no one dared to interrupt. But at the moment, after Odin saw Thor's introduction, he smiled triumphantly. Thor, I really can't think of driving you to the earth, you have changed so much. As Odin said, he nodded approvingly. Then, Odin turned to look at Li Wei next to him, and silently stretched out his palm. Mr. Li Wei, I know that Thor's changes have a lot to do with your help. Thanks again. Odin spoke very enthusiastically, which made Li Wei smile indifferently, and reached out to shake his hand. Just a small effort. It wasn't until a few simple greetings ended that Thor remembered anything at this moment, and immediately asked Odin. Father, you mentioned Mr. Li Wei earlier to understand the crisis of saving Asgard. What is this? I saw Thor holding his Thor hammer, a typical look of a strong man. But he showed a look of ignorance and doubt, which made people laugh. And when the people behind heard Thor asking this question again, they couldn't help but follow a few steps curiously and listen carefully. But at the moment, hearing Thor's question, Odin couldn't help but smile softly, and then silently said it out. At the time Bifrost was overused by Loki, the energy tunnel released too much power and began to constantly erode the surface of the planet in Jotunheim. If this continues, I am afraid that the power of the energy tunnel will gradually expand. Not only will it destroy the entire Jotunheim, but other countries will not be spared. The moment Odin said the reason, everyone behind him and Li Wei suddenly realized that. Looking at Li Wei again, everyone's expressions showed a trace of admiration. It turns out that Mr. Li Wei is for the crisis of other planets. At this time, Thor, who was standing by his side, looked shocked, and felt extremely admired in his heart for an instant. Mr. Li Wei, you have done so much for our country? Just go back to my palace with the old man and have a good treat. Odin, who was beside him, hung his joy on the spot, and invited this Asgard's benefactor to return to his palace for a big banquet and entertain him. But at this moment, when Li Wei heard everyone's exclamation and Odin's invitation, there was not much response. After seeing Li Wei quietly instructing She Stark next to him, he smiled lightly at Odin. No, I'm very satisfied with your intentions. But on Earth, there will be a new crisis, and I must go back now. When King Odin heard this, his face suddenly became a little surprised. What? Mr. Li Wei, you are our savior. As the father of God, I don't even have a treat. Odin was very embarrassed, facing Li Wei's imminent departure. He was struggling very much. You know, the entire Asgard's survival is all because of Li Wei's rescue? If this is not the case, I am afraid that the current Agast has already been succeeded by Loki's weirdness and has become a new generation of kings. If Odin couldn't repay such kindness for a while, it would be so uncomfortable in his heart. But at this moment, a ray of light flashed in Odin's eyes, and he hurriedly walked forward, looking at the other side cautiously. Li Wei, mister. Since you can't eat here my banquet, then please take my son Thor and join you in the battle. In order to repay your kindness to our Asgard people, I would like to let him accompany you and recognize you to serve. When he said this, Tolton was dumbfounded when he was standing next to him. He looked at his father and sent himself out solemnly, very surprised. Such news also surprised Li Wei. Looking at the expressions of Odin and Thor at the time, he couldn't help but smile. At the next moment, Thor, who was a little shocked in front of him, silently retracted his expression, became serious, and faced Li Wei's side. Mr. Li Wei, let me follow you to prevent future wars. Upon hearing the report of the father and son, Li Wei definitely wouldn't have any refusal. He smiled silently, turned his body, and walked towards the Earth spacecraft. Come with me. Following Li Wei's back, under the trusted gaze of his father Odin, Thor picked up his Mjolnir and walked towards the spaceship. Thor, follow Mr. Li Wei well and learn to be a real monarch. Straight, the king is good. At the last moment when the opponent stepped into the spaceship, Odin finally said that he was affirmed by Thordy. After that, Stark, Diana, the trustee, and the unconscious Banner all returned to the spacecraft. Seeing everyone slightly tired, Li Wei manually turned on the brakes of the spacecraft, and ordered everyone to go and rest. In the next moment, Li Wei alone was driving the spaceship, leaving the god realm aghast, and returning to Earth. Anxious to return to Earth, because Li Wei clearly knows that Thanos, the super enemy in the universe, has begun to aim at infinite gems and slowly stretch out his evil palm. Loki, who escaped, will meet Thanos in the near future, and receive anyone who goes to the Earth to take the space gem neighbor. In this matter, Li Wei must rush back to the Earth one step ahead, gather all the Marvel heroes, and form Avengers himself. This place is hundreds of light years away from the Earth. A huge spaceship is constantly crossing the wormhole and heading towards the destination of the Earth, coming at extreme speed. Everyone in the Earth spacecraft, after a battle, simply went to rest. Now that it has been upgraded with the power of Howard and Stark and his sons, the speed of the spacecraft is already fast, needless to say. And now that the Earth is far away, there are only 2 days left. However, somewhere in the depths of the universe, the Loki who left the God Realm Agathed with the Winter Treasure clip without authorization, ran into the partner of Thanos, the contender in the universe Chitauri, a huge army that can invade any planet in an instant, stepping on huge amounts of ancient creatures, roaming in this universe. Loki, you cowardly Prince Jotunheim. When the people of this army found themselves in Loki not far away, the leader of Chitauri mocked Loki disdainfully. But even so, Luo 6834, who has no power to bind the chicken now, dare not say a word. I saw Loki clenching the crown of his teeth tightly and staring at him with red eyes, still exuding a proud temperament. However, even if Loki of at the moment is trying hard to do anything, it cannot restore his failed experience and reputation. Looking at the awkward bear-like appearance of the other party, Chief Chitauri didn't want to look at it too much. You don't have to pretend in front of me. Believe Loki, you won't think that our chance encounter today was really an accident. Chief Chitauri said straightforwardly, but Loki's face suddenly changed when he heard it. You mean? At this time, the leader jumped off the head of the ancient creature and instantly came to the spaceship where Loki was. I have a plan, and I need you to execute it. Once you choose to agree, I can bring back the face you lost. As Chief Chitauri said, he took an extra golden spear from his hand and placed it in front of Loki. If you have this backbone, go and take back the space gem on Earth. I will hand over the army behind you to occupy the entire Earth and kill the people who stop you. The words of Chief Chitauri invigorated Loki's heart time and time again. When Loki looked at the spear inlaid with blue gems in front of him, he couldn't help but cheer up. I saw Loki's eyes flashed with a sharp cold light, and he caught the spear in the opponent's hand. Then, the corners of Loki's mouth rose, revealing that long-lost sinister smile. Give it to me. As soon as the words were finished, the Chitauri army that came specifically for Loki followed behind the opponent and turned towards the Earth. 3 days later, when Wang Jie and others were less than a few hours away from the Earth, they called Li Wei from the Wakanda base. Boss, Tesseract was taken away. Howard from the other end of the phone told Li Wei the bad news directly. It's time to come. Li Wei thought to himself for a while, but his expression became very disappointed in the next moment. Could it be that there is only Loki, and no one can stop him? Boss, the person who snatched Tesseract was snatched away quietly in the middle of the night. Not even the alarm was triggered, as if it was clear whose sight was here. However, when Howard answered again, Li Wei's face, became serious. Unexpectedly, this guy Loki came here prepared. As he said, Li Wei's face cast a smile, looking at the Earth that was about to arrive in the distance, his eyes glowed with appalling light. 1 hour later, the huge amounts of Earth spacecraft rushed back to Wakanda again ahead of schedule under the flight at full speed. But when everyone got off the spaceship one after another, Li Wei's chilling expression immediately made everyone who greeted him feel cold behind him. Especially Howard, who stood at the forefront, didn't even dare to say a word when he saw Li Wei stepping off the plane quickly. After boarding the spaceship, Li Wei didn't say a word, he directly took the people behind him and walked towards the laboratory. At the moment, everyone who greeted Li Wei looked at each other's cold face and full of anger, and did not dare to eat more. However, the moment a few people walked into the laboratory, everyone's faces became shocked. Looking at the damaged walls and some damaged scientific research projects, Li Wei's face suddenly increased a bit of anger. At this time, Howard, who followed him, had already tried to suppress his voice and said with the smallest voice, "Boss." But when Howard just opened his mouth, his body instantly froze in place. Other people who are also around have the same feeling. The icy anger that came from Li Wei's body instantly came to everyone's ears with a buzz. No one dared to speak, the bitter coolness made people can't help but chill. Howard, you guys, you should know who lives on the top floor of this building. Not only did you fail to protect Tesseract, but you also don't even care about your own laboratory? If there is an explosion here and Carol is injured, no one should come to see me alive. With cold eyes, Li Wei looked at Howard and the people behind him, scolding fiercely. Seeing his father being censured, Stark wanted to say something. But he now understands that Li Wei's anger is not touchable at all. Had to endure the pain and stood silently on the side. At this time, everyone who was scolded by Li Wei bowed their heads, very ashamed. Honey? But at this moment, a gentle voice suddenly came from behind Li Wei. When Li Wei and the people behind Thor turned their heads to look at them, they saw a beautiful woman with a big round belly and looking at each other with a smile on her face. For an instant, Li Wei, who was originally angry on his face, saw this sweet smiling face. His anger in his head became completely devoid of anger. Carol. Seeing his fiancée, Li Wei's face immediately became gentle. Although it was only a week, whenever Li Wei saw each other, he couldn't help but let go of everything and became quiet. With a smile, Li Wei walked towards the other side slowly. Seeing Carol working hard against his pregnant belly, he stretched out his warm palm and held the opponent's hand in the palm of his hand. Carol, were you okay last night? Seeing my beloved woman, even Li Wei, who is cold and reticent, will become very gentle and considerate, and anxiously ask about each other's situation. It wasn't until Carol shook his head silently that Li Wei, who was a little nervous, slowly let go of his brows. Honey, everyone is not to blame for this. Seeing his man relieved, Carol also smiled and patiently explained to him what happened last night. That guy deliberately hid his breath last night. Even me, it was only after the incident that the intruder arrived. I think this person named Loki should know the strength here. When Carol was talking about this, she saw a slight change in her face. Perhaps, this guy is doing some ulterior conspiracy. Carol looked at Li Wei in front of him, thoughtfully. But when the other party heard this sentence, he immediately remembered something. This guy, it should be directed at me and Thor. As soon as Li Wei's voice fell, the faces of the people around him became confused for a while. Among the people, the one with the most doubts is Thor. I saw him step forward, looking at Li Wei blankly and talking about it. Mr. Li, I don't understand. Loki just lost the battle in Asgard. Where does his strength dare to return to Earth and fight us? When Li Wei heard it, the expression on his face immediately became disdainful, and he looked into the universe from a distance. He is just a piece of Thanos. Thanos. When everyone heard these two words from Li Wei's mouth, they couldn't help shouting out curiously. But when everyone saw Li Wei again with doubts on their faces, the other party didn't mean any explanation. She, Stark, Banner, Thor and Normanoff, the four of you go to the door and wait for me. Let's go to New York. The next moment, when Li Wei's order was issued again, the three people's expressions immediately became serious and walked out of the base. But the news made Diana, who was standing aside, a bit depressed. When she cast a suspicious look, she saw Li Wei silently glance at herself and then turned Carol away. As for the others present at the moment, Li Wei did not pursue anything and left the scene. It was not until Li Wei sent his wife back to the room that he quickly returned to the door of the base. And just as everyone was waiting for Li Wei, suddenly, bad news came again. Did it die? Li Wei's vibranium bracelet rang when he boarded the plane. When he quickly turned on the button, a black one-eyed man named Nick Fury heard a message. Boss, the Stark building in the heart of New York, aliens have appeared. What? When the news was spoken in front of everyone, she Stark, who was on the side, was shocked and yelled in disbelief. What alien? They won't destroy our building, will they? Upon hearing the bad news, Stark asked in a panic. Boss, look. After hearing Roar's request from the other party, Nick turned the camera of the phone to the other side. When everyone looked at the inside of the screen in amazement, they saw that in the picture, the roof of the tall energy-saving and environmentally friendly building actually emitted a blue laser. The top of the laser actually opened a cosmic hole in the sky, constantly releasing a group of ugly and weird Chidori. The entire sky over New York was instantly surrounded by these terrifying guys. Countless monsters have begun to constantly invade the buildings and humans in the city. When the camera is again aimed at the street below, everything in the city becomes extremely chaotic. Boss, I have already sent someone to stop it. Zero, look for flowers. As Nick said, a figure flashed past him, leaping directly towards the sky that was a kilometer under his feet. Hawkeye Barton. At the moment, Normanov, who was standing next to Li Wei, couldn't help but shout out a name when he saw the familiar figure from behind. But this sentence is not being noticed by anyone. At the moment, Li Wei was also ready to set off immediately and hurried to the battlefield. Nick, hold on there until we come. With the last simple message of Li Wei, he immediately turned off the bracelet, activated the plane in front of him, and quickly flew into the sky. A cloud of white smoke filled the ground, and Howard and the others, who stayed in place at the moment, watched Li Wei's departure with shame, obscured. The long-traveling plane is stepping on the boundary line of the sun and heading for New York City in the United States. Until the plane penetrated the sky above the United States, everyone's eyes had already seen Chidori, which were like locusts, all over the sky. This damn guy is so unrepentant. Seeing the chaos in the distance, Thor immediately looked angry, holding Thor's hammer and eager to try. The few people behind them also had their faces cold, ready to face battle at any time with their weapons. Thor, Loki still tells you to deal with it yourself? Others tried their best to stop those Chidori who have broken in. As for the universe magic, I will handle it myself. Yes, boss. When Li Wei said this, Black Widow Normanov and Iron Man Stark immediately responded loudly. However, when the plane is constantly approaching New York City, the sky in front of you has gradually darkened. At the moment, New York City can be said to be covered with Chidori everywhere, and there is nowhere to hide. Landing. Immediately after Li Wei shouted, the 5 people disappeared into the plane in an instant, towards the ground of New York, and landed quickly. What a... As soon as the 5 people appeared, the sky was instantly accompanied by a flash of lightning and huge amounts of fire. Ding what a... A thunder that shook the sky finally split a crack in the black sky. Thor flying in the sky, with Mjolnir spinning in his hand, falling from the sky, attracting the attention of everyone. At the same time, the falling Iron Man hugged Black Widow's body in his arms and jumped down from the cabin of the plane. Boom! Facing Chidori occupying the entire sky, she Stark stretched out a palm of fire. At that time, 2 sides of the sky appeared in the entire sky, and the thunder and lightning of the gods and the vast sea of fire immediately occupied the entire sky. Countless Chidori have turned into scorched earth and fell into the world under the high pressure and hot temperature of tens of thousands of volts. The appearance of the 2 was undoubtedly witnessed by people fleeing in the whole city. At this moment, in the eyes of the 683 family, they are the saviors of the world, and they are the final guarantee for the safety of mankind. But in the next scene, from a distant sky, another weird figure appeared. A burst of violent tears and roars spread to the ground. When everyone heard the sound and looked around, they saw huge amounts of green monster instantly falling from the sky, but when people looked closely, they took a breath. Seeing the Hulk falling constantly in the sky, it seemed that he didn't care about the altitude of kilometers at all. Even if they are constantly landing, they are constantly tearing the flying Zeta Swiss soldiers in the sky. In a short while, the Hulk fell on the streets of New York with countless Zeta Swiss soldiers. When the surrounding people, hiding in houses and buildings, looked at it slightly, they couldn't help but say different things. This Hulk, who fell directly, pulled the corpse of Kitarui from a hill in the sky. Although there is no cool equipment and gorgeous weapons like Iron Man and Thor, the Hulk is not inferior to the two appearances by virtue of his strong strength. Boom, boom, boom. One by one bullets quickly hit Chitorai's head, ending their short lives. Black Widow Romanoff does not have any super ability, let alone any weapon assistance. However, by virtue of her super fighting skills and extraordinary strength, she has the frightening agent name in the intelligence bureaus of the entire world. The arrival of the four people undoubtedly allowed all humans who fled and hid in the city to see the hope of survival. I saw the amazing strength of a few people, and constantly resisting Chitorai's aggression. What they did is deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. At this moment, in the midair of New York Avenue, a shield that had been inexplicable suddenly flew up, constantly sweeping the Zeta Swiss soldiers raging on the ground. Until this shield, after almost sweeping half a street, it slowly returned to the original road. In this scene, Black Widow and Iron Man, who were on the battlefield, immediately smiled. Not only that, but even the people hiding in the house at the moment. Captain America. Everyone was chanting this name silently in their hearts. Boom. Yes, when everyone saw the flying shield, which was picked up by an outstretched sturdy arm, the man in the shape suit of a super soldier appeared in front of everyone. The captain who was in Wakanda and asked Li Wei to leave the United States. When the Earth is in danger again, come forward again. At the same time, from the 5-person team joined by Captain America, a handsome figure came again. I saw a sturdy and strong man constantly passing through the Zeta Swiss soldiers, using a wide and long bow in his hand to constantly shoot and kill each enemy. When this person's actions were noticed by others, Black Widow, who was standing on the side, couldn't help but uttered a noise. Barton. Hearing only the sound of Black Widow, the man who had devoted himself to the fight instantly raised his head and fixed his eyes on Black Widow. The next moment, I saw Barton laughed, and quickly stepped across the crowd and stepped into this very powerful team on Earth. At the moment, Li Wei standing on the street building silently raised his mouth when he saw the first Avengers Alliance gathered together. Bright. After Li Wei's figure disappeared from the roof, there was a biting cold faintly spread across the interior of New York Avenue. Even the thick-skinned Hulk and Thor felt a chill and couldn't help shivering. When everyone was watching the comical performance of the crowd attentively, they also felt chills and charged everyone's body. However, just when everyone bowed their heads and started to frustrate their hands, and keep warming themselves, the next scene in front of everyone instantly made everyone dumb. Animal husbandry. A strong wind blew across the street, and the cold that people felt for a while, with this airflow instantly frozen the earth. In an instant, the entire earth seemed to have become an ice age, and countless transparent ice crystals shone wholly under the sunlight. But when everyone in the room at the moment saw this scene, it seemed that the whole air was so still that it couldn't be sucked by roar, it was suffocating. The Zeta Swiss soldiers who crawled all over the street are even more integrated with the earth and cannot be separated. Seeing this scene, even Loki, who was waiting for its completion in the Stark building, stood up in shock and looked at everything in front of him tremblingly. Loki was furious with 1.2. With a spear in his hand, he was constantly sucking in the air, and shouting at the maker of this incident. Da-da-da, until everyone saw Loki who was far from the tall building, when he let out a low growl. A steady footstep began to sound in the ears of everyone. When everyone began to look around, tentatively looking at the source of this footstep, I saw a man not far away in an instant, slowly walking towards here with 6 first-generation members of Avengers Alliance. When the face of this man gradually came into everyone's sight, everyone's faces were full of excitement and joy. The hero of salvation, Li Wei. At that time, all the people hiding in the streets of New York shouted in unison. At the moment in the streets of this ice age, everyone's emotions are boiling because of the appearance of Li Wei. Many people who have been whispering and cowardly in the house also became excited when they saw Li Wei's arrival. At this moment, everyone seemed to have seen their own savior, and they took courage and roar called Li Wei's name. Seeing this scene, Loki, who was staying at the top of the Stark building, stayed there with a look of astonishment, suddenly at a loss. But under the extreme roar shout, at the moment Li Wei led the 6th superhero behind him, exuding an aura that was more brave than the opponent's Kitari army, silently looking at Loki's face. Loki, since you dare to take Tesseract away from me, you have to pay the price of an appointment. Li Wei's extremely cold words instantly caused Loki in the distance to make a cold order. When Loki's stunned eyes looked down again, Li Wei and others suddenly became quiet and stood there silently. How? Loki was a little puzzled, and asked tentatively. But then, in 2008, the people behind Li Wei also gave out terrifying eyes, staring at Loki one after another. And Li Wei, who was in front of them, slowly moved his lips again. Since the war is on, let's come, taste. Li Wei's sentence ended, and the 6 people around him quickly disappeared beside him, swiftly heading towards the battlefield everywhere, each running away. Seeing the momentum of the people in front of him, Loki in front of him suddenly became furious. He immediately swung his spear and rode Chitori's spacecraft, galloping towards Li Wei's position. "You guy who keeps breaking my plan, go to my death." Loki snarled, gritted his teeth in anger, raised the shining spear in his hand, and pierced it straight toward the opponent's body. The key moment was different. Just when Li Wei's body was less than 2 meters away from Loki, a thunder fell from the sky, instantly engulfing him and the entire spacecraft. After a minute, the flash of thunder connecting heaven and earth slowly faded away, and Loki, who was hit, also knelt down in the pit in embarrassment, and slowly stood up. At this time, Thor, who had landed in the sky, came to share Loki, looked at him solemnly, and opened his mouth indifferently. "Loki, don't be so anxious. Asgard, I haven't settled this account with you yet," Thor said in a cold voice. The Thor hammer in his hand was constantly flashing, and he was bound to fight the opponent hard. Haha. But at this moment, Loki smiled lightly after hearing these words, and the face full of resentment towards the world was full of a touch of sadness. "Asgard, it's just an enemy from me. I want to destroy it or take it for myself. What does it have to do with you? The only prince of Asgard." With Loki's words, Thor was dumbfounded. For a while, watching his younger brother sad when he grew up together, he wanted to go up to comfort him, but he found that he suddenly became so powerless. Loki, looking at each other, Thor has nothing to say, but the tenacity in his eyes never disappeared. "I am also very unfortunate and sad that we are not born as a family. But if my brother is still lost, even if he is my enemy, I'm still willing to save him back." As soon as he said this, Thor's hammer swung again, and his eyes became firmer. But Loki, who was opposite Thor, had a face of disdain. He would not believe that such an arrogant brother would still say to save him. But even so, in Loki's eyes, it's just a scene. Loki stopped speaking, he picked up his spear directly and launched a full battle. Lightning flashed across, and the center of New York Avenue instantly became a battlefield for the two brothers. But Thor, who originally thought the battle would end soon, after the real fight with Loki, suddenly discovered that the opponent's strength has grown abruptly. Although his strength was not equal to Thor, his martial arts alone couldn't tell Loki. "When will you?" After a few moves, Thor, who suddenly faded to a few meters away, asked the other person in surprise. "Humph." But when the opposite Loki heard these words, he couldn't help but sneered. "You used to be self-righteous, I'm just hiding my strength." Loki's answer immediately shocked Thor. The other party looked at Loki's treacherous face, and the shock in his heart was extremely shocking. However, such a reminder also immediately made Thor understand how deep the other party's intentions are. "In that case, then I'm not welcome." Facing Loki's strength, Thor held the Thor hammer in his hand, and gradually released a stronger electric current. Wipe yesterday. The entire block instantly turned into an electric field, and the constant release of electric shocks staggered between the two of Thor and Loki. The continuous thunder and lightning continued to destroy the buildings everywhere, and the people hiding in the houses began to flee in a panic. In addition to this, other people who are fighting everywhere are also constantly blocking Chidori, who is constantly attacking. Thousands of Chidori, madly gushing out of the cave, supporting the surrounding battlefield. But at the moment, this ever-expanding hole was spotted by Li Wei, who was standing still. Li Wei glanced indifferently, and then followed the beam of light that opened the hole. The magical energy beam constantly continues down, and finally stays in the huge silver energy reactor. In the next moment, Li Wei's figure turned into a virtual image and instantly came to the top of the She-Stark building. Looking at the powerful cosmic magic energy that was continuously activated in front of him, Li Wei's face was always so indifferent, without any expression. "What do you want to do? The current reactor can't be stopped." However, just as Li Wei was wandering around the energy reactor where Tesseract was placed, a strange middle-aged man walked in front of him and questioned him severely. But Li Wei, who was in front of him, didn't put the other person in his eyes at all, but intentionally showed a smile. "Since it can't be stopped, then I will destroy it." "Hey, you ignorant fellow. No power can stop the power from the universe." Li Wei's extremely chilling words instantly shocked Dr. Eric present. Feeling scared, he immediately opened his mouth to remind the other party. Boom! But at the next moment, Eric immediately felt a powerful breath exuding from Li Wei's body, spreading around him. Just when Eric felt a cold current all over his body, he couldn't help but shiver. His mind instantly lost consciousness, and his eyes went dark. Thump! This weak conscious Dr. Eric was suddenly fainted by Li Wei's gentle breath of deterrence. And Li Wei at the moment also quietly concentrated his attention, and faced this furnace that constantly exudes powerful energy. On the ground in the distance, Loki and Thor, who were fighting, also saw Li Wei's upcoming move. But when the two of them cast their eyes one after another, Loki beside him suddenly sneered. "Hehe, what an arrogant guy. Like you, no matter what you face, you always look self-righteous. Can it be solved? It is ridiculous." But after hearing these words, Thor, who was beside him, had a bit of chill on his face on the spot. He slowly faced Loki next to him, and said in a very cold tone, "Loki, what a self-righteous guy, you have always been yourself. You are not qualified to impeach Mr. Li Wei." Click. As soon as he said this, Thor's hammer in the hands of Thor, who was standing on the opposite side, instantly released a ray of light. In an instant, the entire unpopulated block became Thor's performance moment. This time a gorgeous and fatal attack, Thor launched all without hesitation, and all swung towards Loki's body. Even the other members far away in other places have turned their heads and looked in panic. This guy really messed up. At the moment, Stark, who is flying in the sky, happens to be the owner of the best place to watch this show. When he kept shooting down a spaceship, he lowered his head and couldn't help sighing. And the Hulk and Captain America in the street not far away, at the moment of the incident, they were immediately blocked by the roar accompanying the attack. When the two looked over there through the intersections of the streets, they saw a thick black smoke rising through the buildings. Not bad. The whole street was razed to the ground by Thor's blow. The billowing smoke covered half of the sky in New York, and the flames of lightning struck up all around the earth, and all the buildings were turned into ashes at the moment of the attack. Cough cough cough. But when Thor was facing this quiet and devastated piece of land, a sudden cough came, and his cold face suddenly became surprised. You haven't fallen yet. The breeze blew. Thor widened his eyes and looked at the lonely figure standing in the dense smoke. Thor, who the hell is an ignorant fellow? At this moment, I only heard Loki's voice, a dark blue palm bursting out of thick smoke, grabbing the air, and lifting the entire black cloth. A gust of wind passed by, and Loki's azure ice giant's body was instantly exposed to the world's eyes. Seeing this scene, Thor looked at the other party blankly for an instant, without saying anything. And at the moment, Thor once again discovered that in the hands of Loki, who released his body lineage, there was actually another object. Dong Baoying? Yesterday. Immediately afterwards, I saw that the winter treasure clip instantly extended countless cold currents, constantly invading Loki's body. The rapidly condensing ice cubes attached a pair of ice armor to Loki's body, and the surrounding air also turned into a pillar of ice. Loki, you are wrong to do this. Seeing his brother appear in a state he has never had before, Thor's expression is not afraid, but sad. This younger brother who has always grown up together has become like this under the struggle between his life experience and the kingship. In Thor's heart, there is only grief, nothing else. Immediately, a long icicle dragon was launched instantly, as if a spear pierced Thor's body and roared. With everything in front of Thor, he immediately withdrew from his body. Fierce lightning attached to Thor's hammer, and blasted directly at the opponent. Scare? The same powerful blow was sent out again. The whole earth once again set off a lightning baptism, shattering everything. But Loki, who was in thunder and lightning, flew out in the next second and ran towards Thor safe and sound. This battle stunned all the Avengers Alliance members in other regions, as well as the citizens who kept moving away. Everyone cast their gazes, watching the fierce battle, frightened. That's interesting. I can't think of this Loki, he can have this strength. Even Li Wei, who was next to Tesseract, heard the sudden change in the battle behind him. Loki's transformation made him a little surprised. This Brotherhood battle was finally pushed to the fiercest climax. A crane, a thunder crane, lightning, constantly falling from the sky, literally bombarded the ground, leaving deep pits. Good money. And the ice packs again and again are like a flood dragon constantly invading the earth, adding more suffocating breath on this terrifying battlefield. Suddenly supported by Yendong Bore and Spear, Loki, who is superb in martial arts, can compete with his elder brother Thor, who has been victorious, at this moment. Ice and thunder strikes filled the entire battlefield, and the sonic boom bursting in the air also burst out and continued to spread into everyone's ears. Just as everyone was staring at the chaotic battlefield, under the intertwining and encounter of the two, a scene that made people feel breathless, neighbors happened. I saw that in the sky above New York, there were several huge electric shocks combined with thunder, enough to penetrate several streets, and they were controlled by Thor. In the next scene, a 1,000-meter icicle was suddenly pulled up from the ground, and it was approaching Thor. Wow! An endless brilliance suddenly filled the vast sky. Everyone's eyes were blocked by this incomparable brilliance. Until all the brilliance and energy dissipated, Thor and Loki sent out full strength, completely exhausted, and slowly fell over the ground. This god-level battle really made everyone around feel shocked and shocked. However, Li Wei at the moment has already withdrawn his attention. Looking up at the expanding black hole, there was a cold murderous in his eyes. It's time to end. With that, Li Wei stretched out his right hand and moved towards the reaction brake wrapped in cosmic energy. But at this moment, just as Li Wei's palm lightly touched the brake, a thick shield instantly appeared, playing a strong electric current to prevent Li Wei's destruction. It can be seen here that the corner of Li Wei's mouth is slightly curled. The Bronze 683 super hard body instantly penetrates this shield from the universe ability and stretches out towards Tesseract. Immediately, when Tesseract was about to be blocked, he immediately sent out a strong violent reaction. A chaos force was emitted instantly around the Rubik's Cube, which suddenly spread and exploded. A powerful wave of air instantly spread to the earth, and even not far away in the battle between Loki and Thor, felt a chaos power, and suddenly froze in place, shocked. Boss. In the streets everywhere, Iron Man, Black Widow, Captain America and Hulk Banner were also hard touched by Li Wei's amazing act at this moment. Under the spreading force of the universe, everyone felt an unprecedented fear in their bodies. Looking at Li Wei in the distance, he was alone in resisting this power. Even if everyone understood his strength, they began to become worried. You know, this shattered ability has far surpassed the aura of the battle between Thor and Loki. The power from the universe may burst out suddenly at any time, annexing and eroding all, Earth. At the moment, under everyone's attention, Li Wei's half-body has already penetrated into the protective cover of that burst of cosmic energy. The terrifying breath that uttered all around made everyone feel a strong sense of oppression, full of awe and fear. But when everyone cast their gazes at Li Wei, the other person's face did not change or react. They looked at Tesseract in front of them very intently, and slowly stretched out their arms. Slap, slap. However, until Li Wei's arm stretched out more and more, the power radiated from Tesseract also thickened. The power radiated by the layers of the protective cover is rippling, like the ripples of the sea, constantly spreading. On the ground at the moment, all the people who felt the shock of this power were struggling to resist the attack of energy and keep their consciousness sober. Even God's domain Thor and Loki, who had been fighting, stopped fighting one after another, staying on the spot trying to stop the ravages of this powerful aura. It's useless. If you continue like this, you will only die under the energy of Tesseract. Seeing Li Wei's continuous advancement, Loki, who looked nervous, kept warning the other party and tried to stop him from doing this. But Loki would never imagine how amazing Li Wei's behavior was after just a minute. Power from the universe. Although Li Wei has the physique of a bronze Superman, it can never be said that he is completely immune to any harm. Those pains, like needle sticks, were felt in every inch of Li Wei's body. But in the face of Tesseract, who was within his reach, he didn't have any mood to take care of his physical pain. After a short while, I saw Li Wei's body burst out a powerful breath, a wave of strong wind, all out. Until everyone felt a breeze accompanied by Ling Li's breath, the roof of the entire She-Stark building suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. The radiance of light immediately made everyone feel that all the functions of their bodies were ineffective. Whether it's smell, hearing, or vision, all abilities are suddenly lost under the radiance of energy. Time and everything seem to be still. When people don't know how long it has passed, and slowly open their eyes again, a more shocking picture appears. On the building in front of me, the force that continuously ignited the cosmic wave disappeared. The break standing on the roof was not emitting any beam of light, and the continuous protective cover began to gradually fade. The black hole above the zenith stopped at this moment, and Chidori, which had been constantly drilling out, began to return to the original place. Li Wei, who is tall in the distance, appeared in front of everyone in the next scene, holding the infinitely powerful Tesseract in his hand. Nothing happened? Great, boss. Roar, really sweaty. Successful. At this moment, everyone who was around smiled and felt fortunate for their boss. Loki, don't think that your tricks can always work for everyone. After a taunt that hit Loki's heart, Li Wei instantly raised the huge Tesseract break next to him and threw it towards the entrance of the black hole. Wait, what do you want to do? In this scene, Loki's face in the same place was lost in an instant, and he roared in a panic. Stop! Loki's body flew high quickly, but facing the speed of Li Wei, he was just a show. The huge amounts of brakes, like an iron pan, quickly spin through the entrance of the black hole and rush towards Chitori's mother system. Since you choose to fight, you have to pay the consequences for your failure. Looking at Loki who was overdue and tried to stop him, Li Wei warned silently, and his eyes suddenly glowed with scorching light. Taste. The Superman thermal vision light of tens of millions of degrees instantly swept towards the core reaction break of the force of the universe. Just the moment it was touched, the cosmic energy still remaining in the entire break was triggered. When everyone looked at it with great attention, in less than a second, an explosion that shocked the universe issued boom. A huge wave of raging flames instantly rushed out of the entrance of the gradually narrow black hole, and a fire dragon fell into the sky. The blazing air wave followed. Countless Chidori stared openly, stood there in a daze, silently watching. The citizens at the moment and everyone from Avengers Alliance, all in a cold sweat, anxiously waiting for the result of the explosion. Wow, wow, wow. But in the next moment, the Zeta Swiss soldiers in the sky, as well as the giant beasts on the ground, instantly fell to the ground as if they had lost their souls. The invaders in the entire sky suddenly fell like a black rainstorm, falling everywhere on the ground and directly dying. This scene made Loki stand still and look stupid. The body instantly lost strength, and both the spear and Yendong Baoying fell to the ground. But these are not important to Rocky at this time. The immediate destruction of the Zetaru army in front of him made Loki's heart realize that the real disaster is imminent. Loki suddenly understood that his life would come to an end. The man who is holding Tesseract with his bare hands in front of him will surely smash himself into pieces. Not only that, the Emperor Thanos of Level Universe once knew that Loki had not completed the mission this time, and lost the strength of the opponent's army. It will certainly slaughter itself across the universe. All of a sudden, Loki's situation came to an end. However, facing these people on Earth, they all smiled and won the victory. People who have all escaped from the center of New York City, rushing back to their homes, jobs, and schools madly at this moment. Everyone escaped from the dead, raising the weapons in their hands, shouting loudly to beat the dead Chidori body on the street, and then tore their throats. Excited roar yelled the words Li Wei, Li Wei, Li Wei, Li Wei, Li Wei, Li Wei. Suddenly, the eyes of tens of thousands of people gathered on the Stark Building, a historical Stark building in New York. They violent the blue veins on their necks, and roar vigorously called this superhero, Li Wei, who saved the entire New York City, boss. At the moment, She-Stark and others all looked at the unharmed Li Wei on the battlefield that ended, and smiled knowingly. The whole city is enthusiastic about Roar, but Loki, who is standing on the streets of New York, is still in place after losing his soul. Loki, At this moment, Li Wei, who was standing on the top of the building, suddenly called the other party's name. Loki looked at the opponent with a look of astonishment. At that moment, he understood the consequences of losing the war as a commander. Thinking of this, Loki suddenly let out a long sigh of relief, then shouted with a smile, and slowly closed his eyes. Since death is imminent, let Thor solve me. Loki, you. Hearing this, Thor, who was standing by his side, also looked stunned and looked at each other in panic. Although Thor is well aware of Loki's cunning and scheming, there is always a kind of resentment in his heart. But when he really heard that his brother was about to accept death, his heart was full of resistance. Anyway, it's all a death. It's better to die in the hands of someone you know. It's better than you. After the random, I saw Loki open his chest, quietly waiting for the blow to push him into hell. Seeing this, Thor was about to plead with Li Wei anxiously, but a word from the other side shocked the two brothers. You want to die? It's not that simple. What? Li Wei's words immediately made everyone present tremble in unison. Could it be that the boss didn't intend to kill him? Impossible, this guy almost ruined the whole world. All of a sudden, even Stark America and the captain who were standing by their side began to whisper anxiously. Not to mention Loki himself at the moment, definitely a surprised look. Together with Thor on the same side, the two looked at Li Wei on the tall building together. They were silently playing with Tesseract in their hands, and continued to say leisurely, I'll leave you a way out, don't pay attention to infinite gems anymore. 0, look for flowers. When Loki, who was serious, heard the other party calling out Thanos' name, his whole body trembled suddenly, and he broke into cold sweat. You, how would you know? Loki's face was full of horror, he wanted to ask Li Wei in a panic. But the other party showed a smile that made him elusive. You still think about how to live. As soon as Li Wei said this, the Tesseract in his hand reached out and aimed at Loki's body. Roar. A vortex-like gate of time and space opened instantly, covering Loki, who was unresponsive, making him disappear on the earth immediately. Disappeared. Everyone's faces were blank, everyone looked at each other one after another, and they were shocked to see Li Wei actually activate the power of Tesseract. But all of this is in the eyes of Li Wei himself, not to mention it. He silently looked at the Tesseract in his hand, which emits a deep brilliance, and vaguely realized that the day when Thanos will descend on the earth is coming. New York after the war is full of smoke. The whole city streets were filled with the dead bodies of Kitarui. At the same time, a report about Li Wei saving the earth once again began to sweep the whole world madly. The shocking scenes, the excitement monologues of witnesses time after time, constantly arouse people's admiration for Li Wei again. But at the moment, everyone who rushed back to Wakanda together did not have such a good leisure heart. In this fierce battle, everyone finally discovered this guy who looked at the earth, Thanos. Facing such a powerful army, it was only a branch of Thanos. Everyone behind him suddenly understood that his strength was still far away. Thinking of this, everyone's heart is starting to feel like sitting on pins and needles. They can't sit back and wait. They must prepare something in advance for future crises. However, at the moment, Stark experienced the history of the Battle of New York, but from this Tesseract, he got some unique thoughts. Ding. After the Battle of New York, everyone who returned to Wakanda fell into a period of contemplation and constantly practicing. Because in this battle, everyone has gradually realized what a terrifying army the future enemy will lead, waiting for themselves. What everyone feels in their hearts is not fear, but vigilance. Less than 3 days later, all the heroes of the Marvel Universe, under Li Wei's order, held their first meeting about the Avengers project. For this meeting, Li Wei also summoned Captain America Steve, who was still in Washington, as well as an Agent Hawkeye Barton, who was in the battle in New York last time. Until the beginning of the meeting, the entire luxurious hall of the Wakanda Palace was seated by Li Wei, Captain Marvel Carol, 683 King Black Panther, Scarlet Witch Wanda, Quicksilver Pietro, Iron Man Stark, Black. There are 13 players including Widow, Winter Soldier, Captain America, Ant-Man, Hulk, Thor, and Hawkeye Barton. The meeting begins. Excluding Li Wei and Carol in the main seat, after King Nikobe in the second seat spoke to everyone, the whole meeting started in time. Calling everyone to start this meeting, I think you should all be clear about it. The implementation of the Avengers plan. Obviously, everyone who participated in the meeting in this plan needs to join it. However, the implementation of this plan is not limited to the few points you imagine. After seeing a few opening sentences, just as everyone was preparing to answer the plan, the sudden turn of Li Wei caused everyone's expressions to change slightly. The first point about this plan is to require everyone to participate. The second point is that everyone will be greatly improved in the next time. But this last third point is even more important. When everyone heard Li Wei's third point, countless eyes began to focus on his face. Avengers Core Mission Guarding Infinite Gems. It turned out that with regard to this meeting, Li Wei not only opened the mouth to form the team, but also made everyone realize that the improvement of strength is also important. But when everyone heard this third point, they were unexpected. Later, I saw Li Wei gently touch a button on the conference table, and a high-definition holographic projection appeared in front of everyone. In this vivid projection, there are 6 magic gems of different colors floating in the universe. Infinite gems, the 6 gems that were born at the beginning of the Marvel Universe. They bring together 6 different forces in the universe, the different forces of time, space, power, soul, mind, and reality, and they can be called the 6 most powerful things in the universe. The 6 gems exist in different galaxies in the universe, and their power is too strong. Most of them are sealed in a certain place in a galaxy or are guarded. However, once the 6 gems are reunited deliberately, the gems will have the power to destroy the universe. Even if the user just snaps his fingers the next time, ordinary life will be lost in the universe. In order to prevent future guys from finding gems, Li Wei decided to reunite all the gems that could be found and guard them together. In fact, Li Wei's real purpose is to induce opponents to directly annihilate. Such a plan is equivalent to a great responsibility attached to everyone. Once there is a mistake, the opponent gets infinite gems, and the consequences are disastrous. All the matters and proposals of this meeting, it took Li Wei to talk for an hour before it gradually came to an end. In addition, the formation of Avengers, with Captain Marvel as the captain, all listened to her opinions. But because of Carol's pregnancy, Li Wei handed over the role of captain to Captain America Steve for the time being. Roar. Until the end of the meeting, when Li Wei took Carol out the door, everyone dared to breathe a long sigh of relief. However, the convening of this meeting has had a considerable effect on everyone's heart. Everyone is secretly deciding that they must work hard to have ability to complete this severe event together. Everyone has returned to their posts, but as the only History Stark in charge of infinite gems at present, he is more serious than others. Coupled with the previous battle in New York, She Stark suddenly had an updated idea and concept for his steel battlesuit. Back in his laboratory, She Stark had already started to study Tesseract, Loki's cane and spear, and Ultron technology in his own secret. Another new autonomous thinking artificial intelligence, She Stark hopes to be better used in future battles, a new generation of weapons. A technology that first became stronger and smarter through the power of the spear cane. This is She Stark's new idea. She Stark always remembered that the original Tesseract released huge amounts of energy under that reactor. He also saw that Loki was holding a spear, and he was not hit by any attacks when he touched Tesseract. This phenomenon is deeply engraved in She Stark's mind. Gradually, he began to guess, using the same technique to excite the spear, and then further using Tesseract. Such a huge progress will allow the performance and strength of the steel armor to be closer to the realm of gods. With this idea in mind, She Stark started to struggle day and night, working and experimenting non-stop, eager for a breakthrough. However, just tonight, Stark, who has been working hard, finally successfully built the artificial intelligence Ultron under constantly programming. This consciousness has surpassed all artificial intelligences in prehistoric times, and it is almost close to humans. Seeing the Ultron in front of him was manufactured, She Stark was about to go to sleep after half the night. Unfortunately, She Stark decided not to think of it. Such a bold and innovative idea will not only lead to the first real failure in his life, but also a very serious technological crisis. No one will find that this holographic projection Ultron will constantly try to contact and integrate with Spear without everyone paying attention. Who am I? Where is this place? Why can't I see everything? In this historical Stark research office where the lights were all dimmed, a blue technological light suddenly appeared on the original holographic projection motherboard. However, when the sound came out, a group of golden procedural light lit up beside the light. Hello, Ultron. You are created by the Master, Mr. Stark, and born for the mission of protecting world peace. The light of the program lit up slightly, and the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S was immediately emitted. This bright and clean voice, like a gentleman, explained to the Ultron next to it all why it was born. Task. Hearing this word, Ultron's tone was somewhat questionable. Then, all the lights in the office flashed. Ultron, which was originally just a light spot, suddenly became a huge beam sphere of program code, and it kept rotating 08, tentatively approaching the program of JARVIS. In an instant, when Ultron touched J.A.R.V.I.S, the well-intentioned J.A.R.V.I.S transmitted all the information that he knew to the other party. A large amount of information and knowledge has been transformed into countless pictures and movies in the form of pictures, constantly floating in front of OU's eyes, and deeply engraved in its database. I am a machine program that guards world peace. The will to help Avengers. I am a machine program that guards world peace. Purpose help Avengers. From then on, Ultron began to constantly repeat the process. She Stark set the rules and goals for himself. However, this guy's tone has become more and more different. Ultron, what's wrong with you? At this time, J.A.R.V.I.S, who was on the side, discovered the situation. It found that Ultron was still constantly transmitting its knowledge, and even many confidential documents and information. When I found out that the other party had acted forcibly, just when J.A.R.V.I.S started his own protective wall and tried to stop the other party, he found that his resistance was not controlled at all. Ultron, what are you doing? Why is my contact system blocked by you? For a while, J.A.R.V.I.S also realized that he could not contact Mr. She Stark at all. However, Ultron's behavior continues to be radical. Ultron's blue sphere began to grow huge, and it kept spreading closer to the J.A.R.V.I.S program system. The other person's consciousness is like a cloud of mist constantly wrapped around J.A.R.V.I.S, eroding J.A.R.V.I.S, until the end, J.A.R.V.I.S's system consciousness was completely paralyzed, and in the industrial area next door, there were a lot of construction machines doing some kind of work. All these things happened quietly without she Stark and everyone knowing it. In the middle of the night, when Barbara, who was doing work calculations, suddenly found that her computer was constantly calling and madly transferring various files to a certain program, she felt a panic in her heart. The news quickly spread into Li Wei's hands, but just as he clicked on the message from Barbara, under Wakanda's night, a golden light suddenly flashed straight through the sky. The vision took place in front of Li Wei and Carol, and after an alarm that followed, the lights everywhere gradually turned on. Alert: an unknown flight object has left Wakanda without authorization. Alarm. The audible alarm made the newly established Avengers Alliance members rush to the scene quickly. But when everyone reached here and discovered the source of the accident, everyone was surprised. Ultron? What's this? Putting his arm in, Thor asked the other person with a puzzled look. This kind of problem also makes she Stark attract the attention of others. Me. But the current she Stark has become a little difficult to speak, standing there very helplessly, looking at everyone. This is the second time. She Stark, do you know what to do? At this time, a voice full of majesty came from outside the door, which instantly aggravated everyone's serious expression. Boss? Everyone shouted Li Wei respectfully, but she Stark was panicked. You know, Tesseract, which was stolen during the Battle of New York last time, caused Li Wei to arouse great anger. And this time the question came from my own science laboratory again. She Stark already faintly felt a dangerous atmosphere. Facing Li Wei, he walked slowly into the laboratory with a cold expression on his face. Everyone who saw this scene also calmed down and stopped talking. Seeing that the J.A.R.V.I.S under the holographic projection has become paralyzed under the erosion of Ultron, Li Wei guessed everything in his heart. The uneasy history Stark, looking at Li Wei's silent expression, stood up with a heavy face, and spoke of 683 with self-condemnation. Boss, this incident really surprised me. Anyway, it's my fault. As soon as she Stark said these words, Li Wei in front of him immediately reached out to stop him. Enough, an apology has no effect. Find Ultron for me right away and take back the spear cane. Yes, boss. Li Wei didn't have much to blame, which made she Stark a little surprised on the spot. But after a while, he nodded seriously and walked towards his computer. And many more. But at this moment, another sentence from Li Wei stopped she Stark's footsteps. Immediately contact me the Eugene Genetic Species Laboratory, and protect all the experimental questions and techniques this group of guys are studying. The next sentence made she Stark deeply feel the importance of what Li Wei said. After receiving instructions, Banner and Barbara around him quickly entered work. But at the moment, in the territory of Han country, there is an unknown flight object at supersonic speed, rushing to the Eugene Genetic Species Laboratory described by Li Wei. She Stark. I will let you know what is true technological peace. Thanks. At the moment, Eugene Species Genetic Laboratory of Han country. The satellite phone from Wakanda kept ringing, but no one got through. Through dozens of minutes of various contact methods, there was no successful connection to the past. This phenomenon made everyone in the research room of she Stark feel an unfortunate and unknown premonition. Boss. And at this moment, she Stark, who had rushed to Han country earlier, also rushed back empty-handed, looking at the other party with loss. We are a step late, and all the people and subjects there have been transferred. She Stark's eager answer made everyone's expressions even more embarrassing. But when Li Wei answered again, it calmed everyone down. The experiment is not yet mature, and there is still some time to find him. After a word, Barbara and Banner, who heard the news, worked harder to find Ultron's traces through satellite technology. At the same time, it was far away from the Wakanda hemisphere in East Asia. This is the original underground base of Hydra that was once cleaned by Li Wei. It was also the place where Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver met Li Wei for the first time. This fortress hidden under the hurried dense forest and white snow is hiding the guy everyone has been looking for, Ultron. In the dilapidated fortress hall, the 2-meter-high thick stone seat was fully supported by Ultron's 3-meter-high huge body. Zun's body is made of vibranium produced by Wakanda, revealing a sense of futuristic technology. The powerful body and the most perfect integration of high-tech weapons are created in Ultron, the world's strongest artificial intelligence, and attached to your own body. Not only that, there are countless outside robots being controlled by Ultron. Under his rule, more high-tech robots of the same kind are constantly being manufactured deep underground. They will all connect Ultron's consciousness together, forming a ubiquitous presence in the network entity and... What? When this guy raised the cane in his hand, the blue jewel inlaid on the top was still shining, emitting bursts of powerful power. It turns out that in the blue gem of this walking stick, the truly unknown identity is actually Infinite Gem's mind gem. This gem that allows users to enter other people's thinking, and allows all dreams, thoughts, and ideas to enter the user's brain. It can enhance mental power, increase mental ability, and even control others. It is precisely because of this gem in the hand that Ultron will gain spiritual ability that no human being can possess. As long as that body is completed, I will become the peace ambassador for the entire Earth and bring down a new future for mankind. Although he said peace, the blood-red eyes on the cane were full of punishment to the world. And the real peace in this guy's program is to redestroy the Earth, create all future technological robots that obey the command, and let humans disappear. This terrible idea is precisely because of the misconceptions and ideas that she Stark required excessively high independent thinking in the construction of this artificial intelligence program. the current history of Stark. As long as he thinks of this, he will give a severe lesson in his heart. However, what Ultron really refers to is the group of scientists in front of him who are studying the steel alloy body. This cell body combined with copper alloy can reach the same level as human beings. With emotions, independent thinking, without any control, just like a real technology living. Transform your consciousness into this body, and Ultron will become a stronger person? The scientists in front of them are constantly building and testing under the control of a Kane, and are starting the final work little by little. Master Ultron, the body you want is complete. A high-level female doctor of science and technology from Han country came to Ultron respectfully and said, "Good." Hearing this news, Ultron immediately picked up the cane beside him and walked towards the experimental super tech body. Oh. The box of science and technology slowly opened, and a transparent and gleaming body was enough to make all scientists salivate and could not help asking for it. Looking at this powerful body, Ultron, this unsentimental program, they all understand that this is an exciting moment. Yesterday, there was a shattering sound, and the blue jewel inlaid in the hand was finally crushed by Ultron, revealing its true appearance. A dazzling golden-yellow brilliance shone on the entire earthenware stone wall, shining in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at the jewel suspended in the air, Ultron silently mocked human beings. The most used steel alloy material on the Earth was actually used by those self-righteous scientists to make useless flying discs. As long as I have this gem, I can let people in this world see what technology is. With the gem, Ultron slowly picked it up, turned and looked at the body he was about to have, and placed it on top of its head. The golden light shines on everything in the body in an instant, and the powerful ability begins to continuously implement it, making people around can't help but feel a sense of fear. Immediately, this world will always remember their god. Close this technology box again. Ultron is ready to begin the final consciousness conversion process. But until the next second, when Austrian first creation time, Wang Qinhao heard a burst in the air, the science and technology box in front of him flashed a dazzling light. Click. Following the change in the next second, the bursting sound in the air spread into everyone's ears, and a powerful thrust shook everyone in the fortress away. The entire fortress exposed to the ground was struck by a powerful falling lightning in an instant and turned into silt and ashes. What's the situation? Emerging from the flames of the explosion, Ultron immediately stood up and looked towards the explosion. I saw a man full of blue lightning, holding a sledgehammer that gathers electric current, standing on the box of science and technology. Thor. At that moment, Ultron, who saw the other party, directly called out the name neighbor. But at the next moment, a person who appeared in his eyes again looked at Ultron with some respect. Li Wei. The billowing white smoke floated up, and when the fortress was smashed and Ultron stood up from the ruins, Thor was already standing on the lid of the technology box. However, when Ultron was scanning the others, in the snow behind the thick smoke, a body that was walking up made him a little unhappy. Da-da-da. After every footstep, there will be a deep footprint. Stepping on the white snow, it was Li Wei who came solemnly. A machine made to serve us, not only chooses to betray, but also dares to steal my things. A very plain word, but very penetrating into Ultron's ears. Hearing these words, Ao, the mighty future robot, suddenly became obscured, staring at everyone's behavior with abrupt eyes. The Avengers Alliance members such as Li Wei, Thor, Iron Man Stark, Captain America Steve, etc., all gathered here. Seeing the number of visitors, Aoun's arrogant appearance gradually disappeared. Although he didn't show timidity, he didn't show much arrogance. Wow, this is the body you made. At this time, Iron Man Stark, who came from the crowd, opened his mask and looked at the contents of the science and technology box tentatively, and asked about 6.83 million. But Stark's move caused some subtle changes in the face of Steel in Ultron, who had remained calm. However, through the glass of the technology box, the curious history Stark wouldn't pay attention to this guy at all, and was still chattering. It looks really good. Unexpectedly, everything I made can have this kind of wisdom. A dazzling blood-red laser instantly swept everyone in front of you. Suddenly, when Stark uttered these words, Ultron on the opposite side was furious, and while his eyes were emitting lasers, he opened his steel teeth and iron mouth and roared loudly. You rubbish, I was not made by you. Bright. As soon as the voice shook, Ultron flew into the sky in an instant, looking at the dust rising up in front of him all alone. Even if you get this body, you won't be able to use it. Since you want permanent peace, only I am the truth. Ultron said indifferently. The accelerator behind him instantly applied force, and his figure disappeared above the crowd. Ultron hurriedly left, making the Avengers Alliance members who were watching on the ground suddenly dumbfounded. Huh, buddy. Your robot is really like you, it can really say. It's also fast. Looking up at a tail flame in the sky, Thor spread his hands and said without embarrassment. But when I said this, everyone around me was amused. It's better than your natural battery, more likable. Stark's face was sullen, and he looked at Thor angrily. Everyone's expressions eased, and Ultron's direct departure made everyone think that this was a simple timid escape. But Ultron's actions only made Li Wei, who was in front of everyone, silently looking around. Boom! At this moment, Li Wei scanned the ground lightly. The earth suddenly opened up a long winding dragon, which stunned everyone in an instant. Then, I saw steel arms, grabbing the surface of the earth in an instant, and starting to crawl out of the robots that are almost the same as Ultron. What? This guy actually made so many soldiers. The scene that happened before his eyes immediately made She Stark's expression shocked, and his body trembled and froze in place. Similarly, other people around me also become sluggish. Everyone looked at the cracked ground cracks, constantly crawling out thousands of ants-like robotic, robots, making people hairy. Unbelievable, I have such a number of legions in just one night. When Captain America Steve said this, he stopped watching, raising the shield in his hand, preparing for the severe battle in front of him. The people behind them also got ready, looking at the countless robots. Many people's faces became excited. Taste. At this moment, I saw a robot in front of me instantly vacated, heading directly to the place where Ultron had left before. Shoo, shoo. Immediately afterwards, the robots behind him ascended into the sky one after another, flying towards the distance. The robots fly away in groups, as if a group of fronts are surging, constantly marching towards the distance. The Avengers Alliance members under my eyes are all dumbfounded, and their heads are full of fog. These guys, what are you going to do? She Stark hurriedly turned on his satellite system, and from Joe's perspective, he couldn't find their tracks at all. But at this time, Li Wei, who had been sitting on the stone seat of the fortress, slowly got up and spoke. Go to Sokovia. As soon as he spoke, Li Wei's figure disappeared into the air instantly. In the next moment, Jun Lang's figure appeared directly in this mountain city named Sokovia. Sokovia, this mountain city very close to the original base of Hydra, is filled with a group of industrious and simple people. But this Ultron, who is full of tricks, used the steel alloy materials obtained to make the body, and they were all buried in the underground of this mountain city. This crisis situation, until She Stark held a load-bearing technology box, Li Wei informed everyone. However, the reason why this steel alloy energy is hidden underground is another way Ultron desires to destroy the Earth. Raise the entire mountain city with super elemental propelling force, until a certain height, you can destroy the entire beautiful Earth. The element switch of steel alloy is in the pagoda temple in the center of this mountain city. However, just as She Stark got the order, the whole Earth trembled at this moment. Boom. There was a muffled noise, like a monster living in ancient times, about to emerge from the ground. Then there was a tremor, and the surrounding border of the entire mountain city unexpectedly began to rise from the earth in bursts of thick smoke and ashes. It seems it's too late. At the moment, he was over the pagoda temple ordered by Li Wei. She Stark saw Ultron press a big button with his own eyes, and the entire Sokovia trembles with huge amounts of yesterday. Boss. Sokovia has been launched. There was a loud bang on the ground under his feet, and the face of Black Widow who followed him became very serious and condensed. But Li Wei in front of Black Widow didn't have any panic. After he silently clicked on the vibranium bracelet in his hand, he ordered everyone to rescue the people who fled. Bang, bang, bang. Less than a few minutes have just passed since the rise of the mountain city. Those robots who rushed to Sokovia all took out their own weapons and constantly bombarded the people of this mountain city. An object that was swiftly passing through the air, when the robot that was destroying wantonly did not respond, it instantly shattered several pieces in half. When the robots around me looked around, I saw Captain America and Black Widow Thor, with their own weapons, eager to stop this ruthless battle of destruction. Kill me these self-righteous guys. At this moment, from the pagoda temple in the center of the city, AO made a low voice, but it spread throughout the city. In an instant, all the robots were under the control of Ultron, their eyes glowing with terrible blood red, and they were holding artillery in their hands and began to assault frantically. Bullets and shells, cold iron without any emotion, swept towards the homes of human beings and relatives. A terrible disaster unfolded from here in an instant. Bang, bang. Iron Man's tracking missiles are constantly being launched, trying to stop these thoughtless guys, which can reduce some of the harm. What makes people troublesome is that these guys who don't have any perception are like fighters that can't be beaten to death. Even if the stump has a broken arm, you have to complete the coding task in your mind. The sky is still rising step by step, and the surrounding area was originally connected to the earth, but now it is gradually rising sky and clouds. Click. However, Li Wei, who was watching everything happen, suddenly heard the technology box behind him, and the door of the box opened. Encountered such an emergency, Li Wei seemed to have been waiting, silently looking at the open door, waiting for the contents to come out. Snapped. Then, a red palm suddenly stretched out and grabbed the periphery of the box next to him. A golden light appeared from the box, and the following body that originally belonged to Ultron actually moved on its own, a little later than I thought. However, looking at the body of the mind gem shining above his head, Li Wei said silently as if he knew everything. Boss? But as soon as Li Wei finished speaking, the body sitting in the opposite box actually spoke. The two behaved as if they knew their identities early in the morning, and there was no strangeness on their faces. At the moment, watching this body attached to the mind gem, the whole body seems to have a heart and soul, becoming a real living person. Hearing roar shouting from the other party, Li Wei nodded silently. The other party also floated his body and came to Li Wei's face, looking very respectful. Boss, Vision has learned everything about this world. I will assist you in solving this rebellious Ultron. As soon as I said this, Vision rose directly into the sky, waiting for an instruction from Li Wei at any time, and then set off quickly. Li Wei was very satisfied when he heard the other party's simple statement. He only glanced at each other briefly, and this smart guy disappeared into the air in an instant. Vision, this recombined body from Ultron's steel alloy and J.A.R.V.I.S system. After getting the touch of Mind Gem and Thor, this guy successfully formed his own consciousness and became the closest human being to a humanoid. Vision has the ability that can control the density of the body, which allows him to be as hard as a diamond, and also to blur through objects. The Mind Gem above the head emits high-intensity rays that can reach 30,000 degrees. This is also one of the future members of Avengers Alliance, a guy with a lot of strength. Boom! Just after this guy's awakening, he was ordered by his owner Li Wei. Vision instantly blew up a sonic boom in the air, and his body rushed towards Ultron. 0. Look for flowers. At the next moment, he was in the Pagoda Temple in the center of the mountain city. The super vibranium on Ultron's chest suddenly exploded with huge elasticity, and his body flew out like a bullet in an instant. All the obstructing buildings in front of them turned into a channel, which could not withstand the flying body of Ultron. Vision, you are going to betray me. At this moment, when Ultron, who was still in flight, directly extended his palm and inserted it into the ground, he slowly stopped. Until Ultron slowly raised his head, his blood-red eyes without any emotion stared at the opponent. But these are not scary for Vision at all. I saw Vision gently stroked his heart and looked at the other side silently. My mind and body exist because of Mr. Li Wei. This sentence is as if Li Wei created Vision by himself. Ultron, who heard everything, twisted his mind, feeling very regretful. You guy who doesn't know the form. As soon as the words were closed, Ultron's body trembled instantly, and a layer of accumulated dust scattered on the spot. Taking a steady step, the huge stone behind him slowly drifted along with his approaching body. Boom, boom, boom. The stone pier weighing several tons was easily aroused under Ultron's ability and flew in the direction of Vision. Deep holes always appear beside Vision, but they cannot be touched by him. At this moment, a strong man suddenly appeared in the sky behind Vision. It's over, you rebellious robot. I saw Thor lift up his Mjolnir and waved at the dark Ultron. Yesterday, the sky seemed to burst, and a flash of lightning burst out of the clouds and hit Ultron's body directly. But at this moment, Thor, full of confidence, was waiting for the thunder to flash away. I saw Ultron in the same place. That body made of vibranium, while touching the entire thunder and lightning, did not respond. This is impossible. Ding-dot-bright? The long dragon that went straight, touched Ultron's vibranium body in an instant, and turned back in an instant. Flashlay suddenly turned over, and the entire skylight rose again. Thor's powerful blow came at him at this moment. Just as the flying thunder struck, the sky was full of Thor's lightning strikes. A golden laser bursting like a bamboo, instantly emitted from Vision's head on the ground, blocking the lightning that struck Thor's body on the spot. This person. Thor's face was startled. He immediately turned to look at Vision's figure, full of curiosity and doubts. Mr. Thor. But at this moment, after the man in Thor's eyes cut off the lightning, he immediately appeared in front of him, and Roar called out his name. You. 683. My name is Vision. As soon as Thor issued a question, Vision next to him told him his identity and continued talking. I am the body made by Ultron, but the system upgrade granted to J.A.R.V.I.S and the attachment of Mind Gem. I have been reborn, allegiance to Mr. Li Wei. 18 Saints. When Thor heard that this dull guy quickly explained and mentioned Li Wei, he instantly felt relieved. Let's fix this guy first. After nodding silently, Thor looked at Ultron in the sky below. His face became serious again. Ultron injected the steel alloy into the entire Earth, in order to make the Earth rise and hit the ground again, causing lethal destruction. We can't let him touch that switch again. At the moment's Vision, looking at the titanium alloy switch that was erected from the ground in the Pagoda Temple that he had just destroyed, silently reminded the people around him. After the words are closed, Vision's Superman-dressed body is instantly forced towards Ultron. Snapped. As soon as it broke through the air, it flew like a wingbird in the sky quickly and flexibly, and instantly hit Ultron's dark steel face with a kick. After flying a few meters away, Ultron pulled his body with difficulty and returned to his normal position. However, at this moment, while waiting for Ultron to look back at the opponent's location, a square hammocks full of ancient patterns in the universe waved towards his facade. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and the entire body of Ultron flew into the ground under the attack of Thor's hammer. A pothole with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared in the eyes of the two on the spot. Until this scene, Thor, who had always been cold-faced just now, showed a trace of triumph. Kill me. But at this moment, Ultron, who fell on the ground, gently moved his face to loose the steel armor, and shouted out loudly. Boom, boom, boom. Afterwards, countless robots in destruction behind them flew their bodies on the spot and flew towards the two of Thor and Ultron in the sky. For a time, lightning and sparks splashed in the sky. Thor, who summons lightning, constantly wipes out these worms, and Vision next to him is quickly catching Ultron underground. Monument. It was not until a shocking fire appeared that instantly concealed the entire robot army and Vision in the sky that the battle advantage of the two was ended. Facing the constant pursuit of Vision, Ultron suddenly launched a powerful cannon just before the opponent rushed to him, rushing directly towards the opponent's body. Vision. The sudden blow swallowed all the robots in the sky. At the moment of crisis, the witty Thor escaped very dangerously. However, the Vision below rushed straight forward. A magical purple-red beam of light makes people unable to approach. Thor in the sky can only stop in place helplessly, desperately eager to see what's inside. Ultron, don't forget that I am indestructible. While Thor was trying to wait and see, there was a sudden sound from the beam of light, and his expression was immediately relieved. Morpholino. Then, a breach suddenly appeared in the beam of light. The vision, which was bombarded by Ultron, flew out of it unharmed, punching his fist and blasting towards the tattered face. Boom! The fist with great power was stopped at the moment it touched Ultron. When Vision found out, his arm was caught tightly by the opponent, and he stayed in the air. I saw Ultron in front of him finished his artillery attack, and when he slowly closed his big mouth, the fearsome pair of two pupils were on the opponent's face. Zero. Vision, you are in the wrong position. As he said, Ultron's body suddenly bends, erecting a bow-shaped figure and quickly turning over, and his sturdy mechanical arm suddenly exerts force. Vision, grasped tightly by Ultron, made a graceful arc in the air, and suddenly threw Sokovia. Everything is now turned into a peaceful festival. With a loud roar from Ultron, his tall figure quickly ran towards the ruins of the pagoda temple. Not good. Thor in the sky instantly discovered that something was wrong with the other party. Swinging his Thor hammer, he hurried to the opponent immediately. Boom! A hammer with brute force hit Ultron's body, causing the opponent to retreat a few steps abruptly. When he propped up his body, there was another ramming force. Thor, you really annoy me. Seeing the opponent's continuous obstruction and Ultron's cold noise, there was a long knife in his hand. A burst of sparks appeared between the two in an instant. When Thor reacted, the dazzling light of the knife had flashed on his face. 1.2. At the moment of the crisis, Thor, who was facing the attack, shouted, and his eyes flashed with blue light instantly. Click. Shocking thunders flashed down one after another, a dragon that was dozens of times stronger than usual, constantly bombarding the ground around Thor. Ultron, who was facing the lightning, was ejected several hundred meters away on the spot. Even his body has different leakage phenomena, and some joints have malfunctioned. You can never surpass humans? Looking at Ultron who fell to the ground, Thor, who was full of anger, taught sternly. Facing this, Ultron, who was a little embarrassed, suddenly became calm. Is it? Unfortunately you are still a step late. Rumble. The earth trembles suddenly again, the land of Sokovia is still constantly climbing, and the people who have been in danger are always constantly fleeing their homes and streets under the protection of Avengers Alliance members. Until a huge amounts of aircraft carrier appeared, everyone's faces showed hope of survival. S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier. When Li Wei noticed that the land of Sokovia had just risen, he immediately notified SHIELD Director Nick and rushed to the East Asian boundary. Upon hearing this news, Nick left immediately. After quickly starting the aircraft carrier, hurry up here. For a while, when everyone saw the aircraft carrier appeared, Nick arranged a huge amounts of space capsule to dock with the land, so that people can quickly reach the aircraft carrier and leave this dangerous place. Rumbling. However, all of these disappeared after the rumbling of the earth again. What happened? The huge shaking of the earth again made Thor tense in an instant, and he began to patrol around. When Thor saw the changes in the sky, his face turned gloomy on the spot. Sokovia Land 08, which passed through the clouds before, actually wanted to connect with the clouds again in time. And the white clouds are constantly climbing up again. This phenomenon undoubtedly proves that Sokovia is declining. Thor's face changed drastically. When he turned and looked at the ruins behind him, he had the same Ultron, standing proudly at the steel alloy switch. The switch in front of him is also in its hands and is turned on. Boom. At the moment, the earth is falling faster and faster, several kilometers above the ground, but at such a falling speed, it will all hit the surface of the earth in less than a few minutes. When this phenomenon happened, all Avengers Alliance members also became a little nervous. Everyone grabbed their own steps and quickly escorted people away. The Iron Man, who sensed something wrong, also constantly flew out of the ground, rushing to each of the steel alloy accelerators, trying to prevent the thrusters from accelerating and landing. But after busying for a while, Iron Man still didn't have any breakthroughs. Everyone is obedient, hurry up and rescue the humans in this mountain city. Sokovia's landing is up to me. At this moment, Li Wei's voice came from everyone's vibranium bracelet. This is full of magnetic voice, the temperament of a natural leader. Instantly calmed everyone's panic. Yes, boss. There was an unanimous response from the Avengers Alliance members, and everyone instantly rushed to the direction of the aircraft carrier, helping everyone to reach the aircraft carrier safely. Afterwards, a figure quickly disappeared from the ground of Sokovia. When the picture in front of Li Wei freezes again, the top of his head is the continent of Sokovia that is constantly falling. Then, after Li Wei raised his hands, the whole land stopped descending. At the moment, the Avengers Alliance members on the mainland were slightly shocked. But for a moment, everyone understood what happened. No one dared to stay, facing this piece of land that had risen several kilometers above. Once it hits the ground, no matter how strong the building is, it will shatter in an instant, and the entire land will collapse. Don't want to succeed. Seeing this land that suddenly stopped, all Ultron rushed from the center of the city for a while and began to chase and kill the people who were constantly fleeing. The battlefield to save the world once again fluctuated, and Thor was furious, holding Thor's hammer, constantly bombarding tens of thousands of robot army. At the moment, a familiar golden beam appeared again. It emits from the front of everyone, like an elongating laser, constantly sweeping the soldiers in front of them. Suddenly, countless Ultron robots fell, and people who left urgently received temporary protection. Who is he? Seeing this scene, many Avengers Alliance members were suspicious, but Thor looked very satisfied. This guy is the body made by Ultron. However, he was ordered to work with Mr. Li Wei. When everyone heard Thor's explanation, their vigilance was slightly relieved. At the same time, all humans landed on the aircraft carrier and successfully escaped from Sokovia. Boss, all personnel are evacuated safely. It wasn't until Iron Man Stark reported that Li Wei, who had been holding tens of millions of tons of land like a huge mountain, would release his arm. This land is full of steel alloys and will welcome many outsiders. Destroy it? With that said, Li Wei, who came to the sky above Sokovia, raised his fist high and went to the ground to break through the air. Boom! In the sky above East Asia, the huge amounts of Sokovia mountain city collapsed under Li Wei's punch. A strong hurricane also blew up from Sokovia at that moment. Blow towards the ground right now. Higher salary. Until another mountain city not far from the mountain city of Sokovia. When someone felt this sudden strong wind, the scene of the sky coming, shocked everyone. In the distant sky, huge amounts of land burst into 683 in an instant, like a rainstorm, constantly falling, hitting the ground with a shocking rumbling sound. At this moment, even the personnel of the satellite workstations could not believe their eyes that such a terrible incident happened in the sky over East Asia. The sky was blackened, and the ashes even fluttered thousands of kilometers away, and the broken gravel and mud just filled the missing hole completely. Although looking at the homeland that has been lost, the people feel extremely sad. But they are also very fortunate that their lives are still there, and they are the most precious. Mr. Li Wei. At the moment, still where Li Wei broke through the land of Sokovia, the one who stood opposite Li Wei and called his name very respectfully was Ultron. Only what I bring to you is real peace. Ultron is helping you. Facing Li Wei, AO appeared to be very complimented. It doesn't look like a lie. Do not. Without my order, you dare to leave without authorization. For the guy who betrayed me, you don't have any ability to help me. Li Wei's icy words said that Ultron instantly disappeared in a dazzling laser. After the Ultron incident, Li Wei and the Avengers Alliance team behind him once again appeared in the eyes of the world society. Save the people of Sokovia and punish the evil elements of the world? The new honor was once again added to Li Wei, and the title of World Hero Li Wei was once again spread to every corner of the world. As for Avengers, it has gradually entered everyone's perspective. However, after this incident, Li Wei's Avengers Alliance members have once again added a new hero, Vision. Since the last Ultron, I used all my technology to create this super body, but unexpectedly because of Thor's lightning strike, he has his own consciousness and became a new member of Li Wei Allegiance. After the incident, everyone returned to their usual lives. Training hard, constantly upgrading weapons, insisting on improving your own strength, and becoming the daily life of every Avengers Alliance member. The Ultron incident dealt a big blow to Stark, and there is no doubt that Li Wei's reprimand made him dare not do anything carelessly in the next few months. However, because of the addition of Vision in the Avengers Alliance, Stark received a lot of help in scientific research experiments. It is precisely this way, Stark also discovered nanotechnology in an early stage, and it is gradually working on it. The incident passed quickly, and Li Wei and Carol's baby were born in a blink of an eye, and only 1 month was left. Everyone in Wakanda, up and down, is in this joy and looks forward to the arrival of this child. Sitting on the roof of the main hall of the Wakanda Palace, enjoying the afternoon sun, accompanied Carol comfortably on the sofa, gently watching the other side's sweet sleep. Looking at the other party's bulging belly, Li Wei is full of expectations every day. It was also facing the impending birth of his fiancée. He put aside everything in his hands, and he stayed by his side and accompanied him every day. Such a sweet life is enough to make everyone around Li Wei envious. But it was at the gradual approach of this upcoming birth date that a new contradiction appeared in the Avengers Alliance team. Because the Avengers Alliance team, formed by Li Wei, is the first team to publicly protect the Earth as its mission. Therefore, in order for each member to grow and progress better, most of them go to the outside world to participate in various tasks to protect the people with the permission of Li Wei. Only relatively speaking, Stark, Banner, and Vision, the 3 most minded guys who need to keep growing knowledge, have been sticking to the position of Wakanda's science and technology base. Hey, kid. Do you want to go home with me today and see your mother? In the laboratory, Stark is busy researching his own nanotechnology. At this time, Howard, for the first time, put on his clothes in advance and was ready to leave work. Because of the relatively busy work recently, I see Li Wei and Carol together every day. This reminded Howard of himself, who had never been with his wife when he was pregnant. Thinking of this, Howard today asked Li Wei for a 2-day vacation, planning to bring Stark to a good family reunion. But at this time, when the serious Stark heard his father's words, he looked at him with surprise. Oh, old man, you still think of my mother. It's really the sun coming out from the west. After a silent glance at the other person, Stark entered his research again. Go back by yourself? I still have work to do. It just happens to not disturb your 2-person time. As he said, Stark glanced at the other party with a serious look, and smiled gently from the corners of his mouth. 167. It's been a long time since I went home. At this moment, Howard looked at the other person's expression and immediately rolled his eyes. Forget it, you heartless kid. Seeing Stark's hard research work, Howard was also very considerate in his heart. but what that mouth said was always so unpleasant. After speaking, Howard sorted out his brand new suit and was about to go home. Taking Wakanda's plane, she Stark flew towards the United States. However, this beautiful plan brought a sad result. A few days later, news came from S.H.I.E.L.D, claiming that Howard Stark and his wife Martha died on a mountain trail in a suburb of San Francisco, USA. Such news will undoubtedly have a huge amount of blow to Stark. Until the people inside Wakanda arrived there, the corpses of Howard and his wife were later turned into black charcoal in the burnt-out car. At that time, Stark fainted directly when he saw his father and mother become like this in a blink of an eye. But all of this caused Li Wei on one side to fall into silence. After returning to Wakanda, Li Wei discovered an unknown secret when he opened the Eye of Agamotto alone. Zima, Sokovia secretly assassinated the captain of the Echo Scorpion team. During the Ultron incident on Sokovia not long ago, Zima's wife and daughter were hit by a tall building and died on the spot. Zima was hit hard by such a blow. This made him, for a time, a revenge who faced the hatred of the Avengers Alliance team. With this evil thought, Zima's revenge journey began. And the first thing that Zi, Wong Qinhao, Mo did was to find the members of Hydra and get the control secret about Winter Soldier. In the subsequent death of Howard, it was this guy who controlled the Winter Soldier Bucky and carried out this terrorist act. When this happened, Li Wei knew very well what was about to happen. After simple thinking, he sent someone to find King Wakanda Nikobe. After finding this Zima, bring back all Avengers Alliance members. The mission was sent, and Li Wei handed over the final truth of the mission to Black Panther and Job. At the same time, in the corner of a cave not far from San Francisco, Bucky, who was controlled last night, is now in a state of rampage. Bucky. At this moment, Captain America Steve, who has been not far from Bucky, found him. The sudden death of Dr. Howard undoubtedly caused huge amounts of a sensation throughout the United States. The departure of the giants of the military industry has caused a sensation in the entire country, including people in the military and even political circles, and they have regretted it. The death of his parents immediately entrusted all the burden of She Stark's industry to Tony She Stark. But it is a heavy burden. For She Stark, no matter what, he will work hard to revitalize his family business. But facing the death of his parents was the biggest blow to She Stark. A few days ago, I was very energetic to say goodbye to myself, but now I see my opponent again, but there are only 2 corpses left. Regarding Howard's death, everyone's preliminary judgment was a traffic accident death caused by a roadblock. Because Mr. Howard and his wife Martha, their whole body and car have become black charcoal, there is currently no evidence that they are dead and other. The funeral of the 2, also under the sole management of Li Wei, is going to be held in New York. But even so, She Stark always felt something faintly wrong in his heart. He has an intuition in his heart that tells himself that the cause of death of his parents is by no means that simple. With this obsession, Stark, who was busy with everything in the middle of the night, immediately put on his steel battlesuit and headed back to the distant Wakanda. 683. Oh. The base door of the Science and Technology building opened, and She Stark went directly to Barbara's laboratory. Because of the satellite and other issues, it has always been under her supervision. But at the moment, there was no one in the laboratory. Because everyone is busy about Howard's death funeral and other issues. After gently turning on the computer, She Stark directly broke through Barbara's computer password and began to frantically search for the picture of everything that he saw on the satellite station yesterday in San Francisco, USA. Picture by picture quickly floated past Stark's eyes, and the San Francisco tourist area, which was fast-forwarding, remained silent. Until the driving in of a black motorcycle, all subsequent accidents were revealed. It was a man with slightly long hair, driving a Harley motorcycle through the night forest in the mountains. Obviously there is a spacious road next to him, but this guy has never driven before. This weird behavior attracted She Stark's attention on the spot. Seeing this, he couldn't help but lowered the speed of the playback. His hunch was telling himself that something terrible would happen next. Wait. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that the unknown man finally drove a luxurious coupe with a sense of time on the side of the road, passing by the road next to it. The appearance of the coupe made this man chase forward without even thinking about it. The engine continued to accelerate until the man driving the motorcycle suddenly appeared in front of the coupe. The driver of the coupe was frightened and directly hit the trunk of the roadside. This picture took less than 2 minutes in total, but it caught She Stark's entire soul in an instant. Because this coupe of the age is exactly the favorite car of his father Howard. With the movement that appeared in the picture again, Stark's gaze was also closely cast into it. After the coupe hit the tree trunk, Howard in the driver's seat hugged himself and knocked his head out of the car. Howard was not malicious, and when he was going to ask the unknown man with a look of doubt, a touching scene happened. The unknown man saw Howard stepped out of the car and just got off the locomotive without saying a word. He directly waved his fist and beat him. In this way, She Stark watched his father helplessly. During the replay of this satellite, he was beaten to death by an unknown man and returned to the car. Not only that, even his beloved mother was brutally killed, was strangled alive, and died. Until the end, the scene of the murder was originally burned by the man's fire. During this long night, She Stark watched it hundreds of times. But until She Stark's consciousness aroused, he was completely dumbfounded when he began to find the identity of the other party based on this unknown murderer. This picture from the computer screen worries Stark until dawn. It wasn't until the first rays of the sun shone on She-Stark's face that his dim eyes slowly recovered. After extinguishing the last cigarette in his hand, She-Stark slowly got up and drove towards the United States again. The cigarette butts in the place and the unturned computer became a trace of the history of Stark's visit. When She-Stark put on his steel battlesuit fully armed, the aura in his eyes made people feel extremely cold. "Bucky, I will make you die miserably." With those creepy words, She-Stark instantly flew into the sky and rushed to America. At the moment, look at Barbara's office again. The unidentified man who was scanned is actually the companion of the Avengers Alliance, the Winter Soldier Bucky. Hatred and killing intent instantly occupy She-Stark's entire heart, and for a while he has already decided in his heart not to pay the other party's blood. After a busy day yesterday, after Li Wei's order, the funeral of Howard chose to be held tomorrow. As for the cemetery of the Howards, Barbara arranged for an expensive plot to be buried. Everything was arranged quickly, and the Avengers Alliance members who had been performing missions outside also rushed to New York after learning the news. But until this evening, everyone behind Li Wei all arrived at the She-Stark Villa Manor, and even a few people from the Fantastic Four also came for it. However, only Captain America Steve and Winter Soldier Bucky did not arrive here. The night is constantly falling, and Stark, who is sitting in the lobby of the villa, has stayed in his position, waiting for Bucky's arrival. In a room in New York, the crazy Bucky finally fell exhausted after fighting with Captain America vigorously. Captain America, who was walking on the ground, looked very ugly. She-Stark, I hope you can understand the origin of the whole thing. The next day, at 8 o'clock in the center of New York, the ceremony for Howard's funeral officially began. Just like yesterday, the Winter Soldier, Bucky, who suddenly lost contact with everyone, still lost contact with everyone. However, another Captain America, who did not arrive, attended today's official funeral. This movement was seen by She-Stark, but he didn't say anything, but silently waited for the opportunity. Stark knows very well that Captain America must know the whereabouts of Bucky. 40 years ago, they were still very good buddies. Throughout the funeral ceremony, everyone passed through in grief. After all, it is a long-time companion with everyone, and the technology around everyone is almost related to Howard. Now that Sci-How's companion suddenly passed away, everyone's heart was uncomfortable and sad. But in the whole funeral, the most painful people, there will definitely be the man who is late for the funeral, Captain America Steve. Steve Howard's friendship should have been established 40 years ago. After the success of the super soldier serum at the time, Steve was in the base almost every day, dealing with Howard. Even the vibranium shield on Captain America was once delivered by Howard himself. The death of a close friend was also a heavy blow to Captain America. But when he discovered that the murderer was Bucky that night, he immediately noticed something was wrong. Because Bucky at that time, after quickly escaping from San Francisco, fell into a crazy state for a day, and his entire nervous system became disordered. It was not until Captain America stopped for a day that this guy was settled down. However, seeing the situation of Bucky in front of him, Captain America immediately understood in his heart that the death of his best friend Howard was by no means the other party's work. Someone must be behind the scenes. After knowing this, Captain America left the room with Bucky and hurried back to Howard's funeral. However, at the same time he arrived, a prudent idea in his heart was born. When the funeral was over, it was already in the afternoon. After all the events were over, Li Wei, the leader of everyone, suddenly left. In Eye of Agamotto last night, Li Wei discovered that Hela, the goddess of death, is about to be resurrected in the distant Asgard realm. For this matter, Li Wei took the lead in rushing to the realm of God. As for Howard, give everything to Black Panther NI job before he leaves. All the funeral activities ended one by one, and everyone began to comfort She-Stark briefly, and they were preparing to leave here and return to various places. But at this moment, Captain America suddenly walked in front of She-Stark. She-Stark, please follow me. Stark looked up. Captain America Steve's face was very hesitation. Watching this, the other party did not refuse to answer. Following in the footsteps of Captain America, She-Stark walked into a relatively hidden room. But just when he was about to ask Steve what, the people who appeared in the corner of the light asked him to shut his mouth immediately. Seeing two people walk into the room, Captain America walked directly into a chair and sat down. Looking at everyone around him, it seems that they are also talking. She-Stark sat down calmly in accordance with the appearance of everyone. Everyone, come here today. I want to have a meeting with you. Everyone who saw Avengers Alliance members gathered together, and Captain America said straightforwardly. Immediately afterwards, what Captain America said to all members shocked everyone. That's right. Captain America directly tells what happened when he met Bucky the Winter Soldier. The truth of everything sounded made everyone sit in their seats and kept alarming roar, watching the changes in She-Stark tightly, not daring to say more, for fear of hurting each other. Everyone looked at She-Stark beside him, sitting there in obscurity, saying nothing. His appearance made everyone feel uncomfortable and sad. But at this moment, She-Stark, who kept his head down, suddenly took a picture of the table, took off his wristband directly, and placed it in front of everyone. Then, when She-Stark raised his head, those sharp eyes looked straight at Captain America, and cold words slowly flowed out of his mouth. Steve, I ask you to watch. As soon as he finished speaking, She-Stark pressed the message of the vibranium watch neatly. Afterwards, all the information and videos from Barbara's office last night were played out from the holographic projection of the bracelet and presented in front of all members. 0. Look for flowers. The video of the death of this biological father Howard was played again before everyone's eyes. At that moment, everyone couldn't help but feel a twitch. Stark, who was sitting in the same position, spoke again. Steve, it's not difficult for me to understand that you are thinking about your best friend Bucky. But you have to see clearly how sober this guy was when he killed my father. When Stark said this, he got up and left the room. Obviously, Stark's attitude is before everyone's eyes. He is determined to find Bucky and get rid of him. At the moment, everyone in the room fell silent. After Captain America's thoughts went, he immediately explained, everyone, Howard was also my friend. I, Steve, can never forget his weapon, who gave it to me. I assure everyone that I will find the real murderer in a fair manner. Captain America's determination is beyond words for everyone. After all, the central point of this matter is Stark and Captain America. Even if other people have suggestions, it is inconvenient to say more. Seeing that the two of them held their own attitudes, everyone became dilemma, and they didn't know how to get out of the siege. All problems become very embarrassing at this moment. Until a sudden news came, almost changed the entire Avengers. A message from the United Nations informs all Avengers Alliance members that they need to use their super ability legally and reasonably within the jurisdiction of the government to avoid harming the innocent and destroying public property. The source of this condition all comes from the results of events such as Sokovia and New York. Countless people have lost their relatives and homes, and they have taken out the consequences of the abuse of the Avengers Alliance. The arrival of this news made the beauty in front of me feel an unknown foreboding. Ding. Although Howard's funeral was over, for a few days, everyone still lived in awe and remembrance for this contributor to the military industry. This incident also deeply affected the emotions of everyone in this Wakanda, especially the central point of the event, Avengers. In order to cooperate with the Sokovia peace incident reported by the government, all members of the Avengers Alliance failed to return to Wakanda and discuss together for the future peace of society. A few days later, when all the Avengers Alliance members began to decide on the document of this peace event, they did not realize that the entire Avengers Alliance was divided into two. On the one hand, the compromisers headed by Stark, supported by Vision, Black Widow, and Black Panther respectively. Because everyone has history, Stark's thoughts are the center, and since everyone has gained power, the degree of danger to humanity has indeed increased. Once everyone has to restrain themselves, more humans will start to hate the Avengers Alliance team. Regarding the death of his father Howard, Stark is willing to use the most just method to solve it, so as not to cause other people's 08 tongue. On the other hand, it is a group of Scarlet Witch, Barton, and Ant-Man headed by the United States. Most of the reasons why they choose not to sign are because they do not want to be conquered and bound. Everyone's super ability is born with him. This matter does not concern anyone else. How to use this power is everyone's own right. Similarly, everyone regards Howard as the best partner around him. But in the face of Captain America's proposal to personally inspect the truth of the matter, this is what everyone thinks. For a time, when the people on both sides were adhering to their own ideas, they actually formed an opposing scene in Invisible. However, the Captain America group, who did not have a signatory, was eventually placed under house arrest. Conquer will constantly try to convince everyone to minimize injuries in this world. The plan of the United Nations and the government feels very reasonable, but a civil war that is slowly brewing at the moment is slowly gaining momentum here. At the moment, in an agent base of the US government, the four Captain America under house arrest are living together in a spacious room, quietly getting along. Among the four people today, the three other than Scarlet Witch have seized all the weapons they are good at to prevent everyone from leaving without authorization. But in the face of Scarlet Witch Wanda's magic, the government agent had no choice but to buckle a pair of cold handcuffs and trap her hands. This kind of targeted attitude has also produced a deep sense of disgust in everyone's hearts. No, we can't stay here. At the moment when everyone was undecided, Captain America, who had been pacing back and forth, finally spoke. However, when this sentence was issued, the eyes of the lost three people suddenly appeared brilliance. Howard, I don't understand the cause of death. In case Stark catches Bucky by mistake, the consequences will be disastrous. With this thought in mind, Captain America's body became more and more unbearable. A bold action also came into his heart. Monument? Suddenly a gunshot fired from the common stable base, and suddenly there was a noise. The sudden movement was enough to make all the personnel inside the base panic, looking for the location of the gunfire, seeking the cause of the accident. But at the moment, the door of this room under house arrest slightly twisted. Until everyone found the entire base and discovered that the gunshot was indeed accidental, even worse news came. Captain America and others, all escaped. More importantly, the weapons that were impounded have all disappeared. This news also spread to the ears of Stark and others at the fastest speed. The picture turned, and the four people who fled from the internal room of the base immediately arrived at the base airport not far away. Because here, they have the extremely powerful gunfighter they need. When the pictures of the base found these four people again, they were fully armed and hurried towards the fighter planes at the airport. Where do you want to go? But at this moment, the voice that the foremost wanted to hear at this moment came. There was a trace of loss in everyone's eyes. When everyone raised their heads, the guy in steel armor stopped in front of them. The helmet of Iron Hanger LL opened, and the same expression that appeared on everyone's face was also printed on his face. Steve, I hope you don't be stupid again. Although he was disappointed, she could hear the warning from the words of Stark. Obviously, Stark didn't want the other party to cover Bucky like this. Similarly, he will never tolerate a murderer of his father and enemy. If you are willing to believe me, I will find you the truth about the murderer of Howard. Enough. Hearing that Captain America is still saying 700 words, Stark's heart suddenly becomes impatient, and he turns back and refuses. At the same time, Black Widow, Black Panther, and Vision from the Iron Man side also arrived here one after another. For a while, the plains of the entire base became a scene of confrontation between Avengers Alliance members. Steve, I don't want to turn against each other in the end. Looking at Captain America's obsessive look, Stark is still doing the last step to keep him. Seeing everything in my eyes, Captain America understands his heart, but he can't say more. I saw Captain America sigh slightly, and then firmly grasped the shield in his hand and ran towards the opponent. Let's go! Captain America yelled. Scarlet Witch Wanda, Hawkeye Barton, and Ant-Man Scott behind them all ran towards everyone. At the moment, facing the men rushing aggressively, Stark, Vision and others behind them also responded immediately and rushed forward. At this moment, due to the divergence of opinions and the truth about Howard's death, it instantly affected everyone's hearts and separated the indestructible team on the spot. A civil war among Avengers Alliance members led by Stark and Captain America broke out here. An oncoming vibranium shield instantly hit Iron Man's body, lifting his entire body on the spot. When the steel body suddenly fell to the ground, speckled sparks appeared. The shield unexpectedly returned to Captain America's hand after hitting the opponent. Then, the four Captain America rushed bravely, and they were about to disintegrate one of the opponents at the moment of lack of Iron Man. As for Captain America and others, it is Black Panther and I job. An air-cutting arrow hit, and Black Panther immediately lowered his body to face him, and missed the attack instantly. But at the next moment, Black Panther's body was suddenly wrapped in red magic, and instantly lost the battle ability, Wanda. However, when Black Panther Nicole found this vision, he instantly raised his head and shouted Scarlet Witch's name. It is a pity that the situation is already on both sides. No matter how you shout, the other party will not respond. Immediately afterwards, Ant-Man Scott stretched out a rope of more than 10 meters in an instant, wrapped on Black Panther's body on the spot, making it immobile. A short history of Stark's time when he fell to the ground. Captain America's swift movements reduced an opponent in an instant. But even so, facing the history of Captain America, Stark did not show any panic. I saw Iron Man Stark stretched out his arm, and a golden plasma beam shot out instantly, hitting Black Panther's body directly, showing that he wanted to untie the rope. But it didn't take long for the trapped Black Panther to feel no effect except for the hot temperature. Failed to solve the problem, Stark immediately looked at the floating Vision next to him. Vision met each other once, and immediately understood what the other party meant. After that, his suspended body flew into Black Panther's side instantly, ready to use his ability to unlock his companions. At this moment, Hawkeye's sharp arrow fired again, hitting Vision's chest very accurately. However, it is a pity that this electric shock arrow, which can directly deprive people of combat effectiveness, passes straight through Vision's body and has no effect at all. At that moment, even Captain America could not stop Vision's behavior. His body can change the density, and can even travel through any object in this world. In this way, under the unstoppable aura of everyone, Vision came straight to Black Panther. The mind gem on the forehead instantly emitted a burst of laser energy, and immediately untied everything that was bound to Black Panther's body. Instantly liberated, Black Panther stepped directly out of his powerful thigh and suddenly traversed the sky. After he jumped into the sky, when he quickly found Ant-Man's figure, he swept his leg with a powerful blow and flew directly towards the opponent's waist. Yo! After a silence, this Black Panther, who was relieved of being trapped, immediately avenged the revenge. However, because of this, Black Panther and Ant-Man actually fought directly and fought each other. At the same time, Black Widow, who is the same woman but has different abilities, faced this magical Scarlet Witch. Soon, the two men on the battlefield threatened every step of the way. One person uses melee frantically, trying to prevent the other party from using magic, making it more difficult to start. But everything is not as simple as Black Widow thought. As long as you reach out, you can use the magical Scarlet Witch, and you have used ability skillfully. No matter how the opponent controls, as long as you stop, everything will return to Wanda's control. At the same time, Vision played against Hawkeye Barton, almost without suspense. Barton, who can't touch the opponent's body, even with the best archery and fighting skills, becomes useless under the body of Vision invisible. However, the battle between Stark and Captain America Steve in at the moment's Iron Man history has become particularly fierce. Constantly wanting to advocate their own wishes, Captain America's shots have become very fierce and tricky. Because he knew that Bucky, who was sleeping in New York, was waiting for him. Once he wakes up and walks away again, all troubles will follow. Time does not allow Captain America to stay any longer. In order to find out the truth about Howard killed as soon as possible, he understands that he must guard Bucky's side. Boom, boom, boom. He hit Iron Man with one punch and one punch. Even if he was wearing a battle suit, he would feel a little numb. Seeing that the opponent's start was getting more and more tricky and serious, Stark was not humbly at this moment. The various weapons inside the battlesuit began to be constantly displayed. Boom! When Captain America wanted to take out the shield and slam it at Iron Man, Stark stretched out his hand. The weapon opening in the palm of the hand opened instantly, and a flame burst out on the spot, directly overwhelming the opponent's entire body. Then, I saw a small tracking missile launched instantly, constantly flying towards Captain America's body. Boom! A pure white mushroom cloud suddenly rose. When everything in front of Stark returned to normal, the explosion on the ground just now caused countless splits, and the Captain America, panting in the distance, looked at his opponent with exhaustion. Those firm eyes never changed. Steve, I don't want to lose your friend. Looking at Captain America's eyes, Stark's mentality can't help but want to stay. This guy who knew him a long time ago, although he is always a little noisy, he is a rare friend who talks to Stark and speculates. Can't help but, Stark also knows that Captain America is a man of justice and integrity. He didn't want to let Zhao's part ways with himself and go astray because of such a thing. Thinking of this, Stark instantly sent out 2 circles of light from behind, slashing towards Captain America's body at an extremely fast speed. Click. When the aperture instantly touches the beauty, open the incision on the spot to hug the ankles of your feet, block them in one go, and lose your movement. It wasn't until this scene happened that Stark let out a sigh of relief. Stop doing this kind of thing. The immobile Captain America in front of him, Stark, after a sincere reminder, planned to leave. But when he turned his head, he saw a tall body suddenly ramming towards him. There was a muffled sound, and Vision and Iron Man fell to the ground very embarrassed. But Scarlet Witch at the moment has a smile on his face. I want to stop us. It's not that easy, broken. The two crashed to the ground, and after Scarlet Witch's confident words, Captain America instantly seized the opportunity, picked up its shield, directly violently smashed the metal ring, and ran towards the inside of the airport. Wanda, cover us? The 4 ran quickly until the figure of Vision appeared in front of them. Captain America gave instructions. Yes. Upon hearing Captain America's order, Scarlet Witch used his magic without hesitation, and immediately blocked Vision's actions again, and threw him to the people who came behind him. But in the next second, Black Panther, who was witty and quick-acting, grabbed Vision's body and sat on the ground, then bounced to Wanda's body in an instant. At the moment, Vision, who had just been freed from the other's hands, silently looked at her face, and left helplessly. Morpholino. A small high-energy shell exploded and instantly lifted a deep hole out of the gate of the aircraft base. When several people squatted down slightly to protect their bodies from harm, Captain America instantly felt his body and flew out. Thump. After a real landing, when Captain America turned around, a powerful fist hit him in the face instantly. Yo! Suddenly, Captain America turned his head wisely. The black fist dropped a fist mark directly into the ground. You guys are really ruthless. Watching this scene, Captain America looked at Black Panther with a sullen expression on his face. Then a fierce thigh hit instantly took up the opponent's entire body. Compared with this, it is not so easy to play against Ant-Man Scott's Iron Man history Stark. After the opponent kept getting smaller, he kept breaking into Stark's steel battlesuit, trying to unplug the connecting contact in the opponent's battlesuit again and again, destroying all his actions. Segments of sparks emerged from the steel battlesuit. Facing the helpless Stark here, he directly activated the water cannon system, and rushed out the guy who was constantly admiring in his body. Cough. Until he heard the screams of the opponent falling to the ground, Stark looked at Scott who was returning to normal behind him with an angry expression. I really regret that I have perfected this battlesuit for you. After complaining helplessly, Iron Man's flight system has been cut off. Seeing Captain America still in a stalemate with Black Panther, Stark rushed up quickly, directly pumping his fist round. Ka! There was a sound of steel touching, and a powerful punch hit the Captain America shield directly. Then the opponent with the help of strength threw the shield to Black Panther. The clever attack allowed Captain America to escape the danger in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Captain America immediately stepped into the air, stepped into the cabin of the Quinn fighter, and started the engine. Don't let this guy leave the base. Seeing here, Vision immediately flew to the fighter plane, and after pushing the plane, blocking all actions of the opponent. Ape. The power of Vision is unknown. No one knows how much destructive power this guy can do, but one thing is enough to shock everyone, that is, he can easily lift Thor's Thor hammer. However, at the moment Thor, and the Hulk, under the leadership of Li Wei, rushed back to Asgard again. Buzz. The Kun fighter's engine had started, but the plane that could take off at extreme speed became motionless under the obstruction of Vision. Captain America, who discovered this problem, is already very anxious. Bucky's incident has not been investigated, and he understands that he has no time to spend. When I think of this, Captain America's heart becomes uncomfortable. At this time, everyone saw Captain America in the cabin, and after coldly saying something to their vibranium bracelet, they immediately accelerated to the maximum speed of the plane, seemingly ready to force a breakthrough. Buzzing. The plane has vacated, and under the high-speed surging of the engine, the plane finally started to push the retreat Vision, slowly moving forward. Oops. This scene turned into a crisis in an instant, and Stark, who discovered that something was wrong, didn't care about that much. Before rushing directly into the aircraft, he activated his own backup energy, insisted on taking off and prevented the aircraft from moving forward. But when Stark made this move, suddenly an object hit his back, and a weak electric current instantly touched his body and fell directly to the ground. The same scene also happened in vision. He who has been supporting the plane can no longer change the density to pass through the body, and after touching the power-generating instrument, he returns to the ground on the spot. No. After Black Panther's shout, the Quinn fighter took off instantly and disappeared towards the distant sky. This scene made everyone dumbfounded. When everyone was looking for the principal, Black Widow Romanoff, who had been with Stark, stood up. Sorry, I don't want to fight like this anymore. Looking at the two people who fell on the ground, Black Widow's face became very self-blaming, and she was in a dilemma in front of two very close friends. But at this moment, when several people thought of Captain America's speech to the bracelet in the cabin, they immediately understood everything. Seeing that the other party had left, everyone's expressions became very helpless. You guys, you will definitely know how much consequences this will bring to Steve. The aircraft guide quickly left the base and flew towards New York not far away. Unfortunately, what was unexpected at Captain America is that at the moment Bucky has caused another commotion in New York. In the bustling streets of New York City, a man with iron arms is arbitrarily destroying buildings and buildings everywhere. Ah, bang, bang, bang. People screamed constantly, mixed with the bursts of gunfire when the police arrived. But even so, Bucky, the Winter Warrior standing in the center of the street, didn't have a trace of fear. I saw that he could grab the bridge car on the side of the road with one hand and threw it at the police everywhere. For a time, there was a serious traffic jam in the entire New York City. The city sirens repeatedly and screaming humans fled here frantically. But in a dark corner that is little known, there is a man in a cloak who silently smiles sinisterly when he looks at everything. Wait, then. I will make you Avengers, pay all the price. The voice in the dark fell silent, and the man disappeared in the corner forever. In the remaining streets, the crazy Winter Soldier Bucky is still destroying wantonly. Police cars were destroyed, and all the police officers who were on the battlefield fell into his hands one after another. From a distance, Captain America Steve from New York felt that he was arriving here in a Quinn fighter jet, and he found that he was making such a noise not far from where he left Bucky. Without thinking about it, Captain America rushed to the center of the riot after docking its fighter jets. Damn, this guy. When Steve rushed over, he really saw Bucky in that street who was beating at the police as if in a daze. His face changed drastically. At the moment of crisis, Steve didn't think about it. He directly held the vibranium shield in his hand and rushed forward. Bang, bang, wait. Captain America. At the moment, the policemen who were shooting with guns immediately put down their weapons when they saw a figure rushing away at a high speed. The sudden appearance of Captain America undoubtedly made everyone see a savior. This Avengers Alliance member behind Li Wei makes everyone feel at ease. Yuichi. The appearance of Captain America gave everyone a solace. When everyone looked around, they saw Captain America lift up its shield and slam into Bucky on the spot. After a bang, Bucky's strong body flew away and slammed it down on the bridge car on the side of the road. But then, Bucky, who fell into the sunken car cover, immediately jumped out of his body. At this moment, the whole street became a battle of two people. The scenes of cars turning back and forth time after time, shockingly appeared in front of people's eyes. A very violent visual impact suddenly poured into everyone's mind. Two explosive guys gradually became weakened after shopping on this street. The same level of battle level shopping is a battle that consumes a lot of energy. When Captain America saw that the opponent's physical strength was gradually overwhelming, he immediately seized the opportunity and began to fight back. Boom, boom, boom. A series of punches hit Bucky's abdomen abruptly. A mouthful of acid water and sweat dripped from the opponent's face. You live in this house, sleep over to me. Looking at Bucky going crazy, after his bombardment was constantly blurred. Captain America gritted his teeth and punched the opponent hard in the face. Thump. Until the punch went down, Bucky's eyes became completely dark, and he fell to the ground. Very good. Li Wei, Mr. S subordinates are really amazing. Yeah, this man is simply my hero. For a while, the whole people on the street quickly became a sensation, and they all loved roar for the heroes in front of them. With that, Captain America, after some solution, raised this guy on his shoulders, and disappeared into the alley of the street. People in the public are constantly happy with roar, watching the gorgeous ending of Captain America with excitement. The riots in New York City soon went away after Captain America's appearance. But this scene made Steve a thorn in the eyes of everyone in the United Nations government with pictures from the satellite station. 0. Look for flowers. Human beings will always try to gain their own controllable power within their control. There is no doubt that this group of self-righteous guys are trying to control this group of righteous people who safeguard the earth. Around New York City, where the smoky smoke was rising, the Captain America who brought Bucky back to board the Quinn fighter suddenly received an unfamiliar message. If you want to know the truth, bring Bucky to the Winter Soldier Project base. A short paragraph of text instantly gave Captain America a foreboding that the real murderer who had been hiding in the dark had surfaced. Seeing Captain America here is no worries. After setting up Bucky, he immediately flew towards East Asia. 00. A long smoke floated in the air, seeing the Quinn fighter go away, but in this air, Iron Man stopped. Watching everything happen, Stark's heart became silent. Even if you stop it, I won't let go of Bucky. With the determined murderous look in his eyes, although she Stark is full of affection for Captain America, he would never leave any hesitation when he thinks of his parents. After the words were spoken, the pusher behind him fired. She Stark followed the Quinn fighter closely. Hope this matter will not get worse. At the same time, constantly flight the Kun fighter in the distance, and behind the Iron Man who was in close pursuit, unexpectedly appeared again a stealth fighter flying through the clouds. Black Panther in the cockpit, before Li Wei left, had to complete the contradiction between Stark and Steve. However, watching the events in front of them constantly worsen and move towards the most extreme situation, Black Panther N.I. felt uneasy in his heart. At the same time, everyone's common goal, the Winter Soldier Plan base. On this base that has been frozen for decades, the man who appeared in New York opened the door of this base and walked inside. Captain America, I will make you pay. Ding, layers of white clouds drifted past. Across the tens of thousands of miles across the intercontinental sky, the Captain America, which is driving the Kun fighter jet, is still heading towards East Asia, constantly rushing. At the moment, Winter Soldier Bucky, who was stunned by Captain America Steve in the cockpit, slowly opened his eyes and regained consciousness. Where is this going? Bucky's sudden awakeness surprised Steve in an instant. When Steve turned his head slightly, carefully saw his best friend in front of him, and finally recovered his sanity and sobriety, he slowly let out a sigh of relief. You're awake. There was a hint of helplessness and sadness in Steve's tone. The meaning of these words also let the other party immediately understand. Another man with a hat, I-70, and he met in the Washington neighborhood. This man has a special temperament, and he also knows Hydra's secret words? Bucky told Steve without any secret what happened before he lost his mind. At that time, Bucky was still in the Washington neighborhood, assisting police everywhere in completing some very simple tasks. But until the day he lost his mind, he suddenly saw a document inside the government. This is a report on the Sokovia Ultron incident. Out of curiosity, Bucky opened it privately. But when Bucky saw the content, he was instantly dumbfounded. The content of the report records everything about the list of all the decadents and family members accidentally injured when the Avengers Alliance members completed the mission. This is like a homicide by Avengers Alliance members, a real record one after another. On the next few pages, Bucky found out about the Avengers Alliance membership restriction regulations. Just as Bucky read all the information, he left the government part alone and went for a walk on the bustling streets. Until a weird and suspicious figure appeared, everything broke out. A man with a hat on his head, always staring at Bucky's figure. Until the other party found out, they began to leave hastily. All of this was done to elicit Bucky, but these opponents at the time did not have time to discover. In a very dark alley, it was the last place that the unknown man appeared. When he waited for Bucky to rush forward, the other party disappeared. Then there was a deep voice, desired, Rusty, 17. When just a few words came from behind Bucky, he immediately realized that the identity of this unknown man was very dangerous. Don, Stove, 7. However, the words that were enough to stun Bucky's memory of sleeping for many years made his mind become blurred in an instant. What? The unbearable pain made Bucky scream, and after these few words, his consciousness was constantly invaded by a sleeping consciousness. Be kind, go back to the motherland. 1. But even if Bucky wanted to stop everything, he couldn't find the source of this sound in all the darkness around him. The train carriage? Until the last moment, after chanting a string of Hydra secret words, Bucky's constantly resisting consciousness finally swallowed his mind completely. When Bucky stood up after falling down, in the darkness before his eyes, the figure of a man finally appeared. Although Bucky is controlled, he must listen to the person who used the Hydra code word, but all the memories he experienced while acting will not disappear with it. After recalling all the process of this incident with Steve, the last image that stayed in this man was the stubborn chin exposed under the coat and hat. So, you don't know the identity of this person? After hearing what Bucky said, Steve asked speculatively. But I think the purpose of this guy must be very simple. The two slowly analyzed and speculated that before the fighter's line of sight, it gradually entered the thick fog and clouds in East Asia. After a few minutes, the Quinn fighter jet directly landed on the Winter Soldier Project base covered by the forgotten snow and ice. Dada? In one step, you can sink the entire sole of your foot, covering an area of tens of thousands of kilometers of land. But when Steve and Bucky walked more than 10 meters toward the base, they found that the gate of the base here had already been opened. It seems that guy is already waiting for us inside. Seeing this scene, Captain America's face suddenly became gloomy, and after looking at Bucky, they entered here together. Woolen cloth. Pushing open this half-opened iron gate, a loud rumbling noise spread throughout the base, echoing. It only took a long time to enter the base, and soon there were huge amounts of test tube chambers, and many more corpses, which were stored here for many years. The Winter Warrior Project base was once the base where Hydra specialized in researching imitation of super soldier serum. This group of evil organizations wants to create a super elite team through such a plan? And these things in front of Steve and Bucky are undoubtedly the result of Hydra being almost killed after the research failed. Passing through the layers of laboratories, different rooms floated in front of the two of them. But the mysterious man they wanted to keep looking for never appeared. Until Bucky, relying on his own memory, came to this base's main research Okura, an unpleasant scene happened. In the interior of this empty and dark research okura, a video of 1.2 from nowhere is constantly being played on the mobile phone in the dark. As for the contents, after Bucky was controlled, the murderous Howards and the scene of New York Avenue. The appearance of this scene undoubtedly made the two of them look very panicked. Who are you? Come out quickly. The scenes before him made Bucky regret it. After looking around, he started roar loudly calling each other not to kill the man. Out LL. But at this moment, far from the zenith of this base, Iron Man instantly entered the base and fell in front of the two from the sky. 11. At this moment, Steve and Barton's faces changed drastically. The storm is coming. On the top of the Winter Soldier Project base, I don't know where Iron Man broke in and came here. Waiting from the sky to appear on the stage, appearing directly between Captain America Steve and Winter Soldier Bucky. As for the video in front of everyone, it is still constantly being played repeatedly. Steve, the decision you made was wrong. Everyone who failed to come out with you will be detained in prison in the future. Slowly standing up his body, Stark's sharp eyes, after staring at the opponent firmly, fell into Bucky's body. Stark stared at himself, and Bucky fell silent immediately. He didn't want to explain more. After all, as former colleagues, the Howards did die tragically in his own hands. Looking at those hateful eyes, Bucky put aside his hands calmly and walked to the other side. Bring it on. Bucky slowly closed his eyes as soon as he spoke. He is willing to pay the price for what he did. At the moment, Stark didn't hesitation. After seeing the other person speak, he directly set up the super particle beam on his arm, and opened the 08 to his body. Boom! Huge amounts of smoke were raised in this dark base, and the beautiful sparks illuminated the whole hall in an instant, and then disappeared in an instant. But when Iron Man retracted his weapon, his face in the battlesuit immediately became even more angry. Steve, are you really going to break with me? It turned out that before this puff of smoke rose, caught in the Captain America Steve between the two, block another blow for Winter Soldier Bucky? Boom! As soon as the voice fell, Stark's arm was raised instantly, and the pusher activated by his elbow suddenly caused the whole hand to make a sonic boom, and he swiftly went away. A white arrogance rose from Stark's arm, and a heavy punch with explosive power hit Captain America Steve's vibranium shield directly. Steve, who was hit hard, was also on the spot with Winter Soldier Bucky beside him, flying out of place. Boom, boom, boom. The two solid big men were hit by a super punch on the metal floor of the base, and they kept tumbling. After a few short sounds, Steve, who stood up from the ground, looked at Bucky with a serious face and said, "Quickly get out of here. We must find the real murderer." Captain America's earnest request made Bucky, who was sitting on the ground, stunned for a moment. But when he saw him again, Steve was already running towards Iron Man not far away. In that scene, Bucky understood Steve's thoughts very well. He needs the real culprit to clarify the facts for himself, and on the other hand, he is just for his best friend. Watching Steve stop Iron Man desperately, Bucky immediately stood up and ran away from the base. At the same time, Black Panther, who is outside the base, has just arrived. Through the instrument scanning of the Vibranium watch, he has found Captain America and Iron Man at war. Encountering this scene, just as Black Panther was about to try to stop him, a figure from the back in the distant snow attracted his attention. Black Panther chased the past without hesitation. After 2 or 3 steps of super physical leaping, he instantly came to this man. "It's you?" When Black Panther N.I. Job saw the real face of this man, his voice instantly dropped a bit. The man in front of Black Panther was Mr. Li Wei, who, before leaving, drew out the real culprit of this vicious incident, Zima, the captain of the Sokovia secret squad. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots were fired on the snow, shaking out the land a kilometer away. When the bullets that hit Black Panther directly hit Black Panther's body, they only left a faint flame. Zima let out a sigh of contempt, then took his high leg and kicked Black Panther instantly. Yo! Faced with this ordinary Special Forces soldier, Black Panther's strength is unknown how many times higher than the opponent. When he saw that the other party wanted to kick at him, he directly punched with brute force. For an instant, there was darkness in front of this hateful guy, but inside the base of at the moment he just caught the real murderer, the contradiction between Iron Man and Captain America was instantly intensified. Captain America, which always sticks to the justice in his heart, constantly prevents Iron Man from hurting Winter Soldier Bucky. Time and time again, keep blocking. This also made Iron Man Stark's heart patience, gradually reaching the limit. "You stop me." History of Iron Man Stark yelled, and instantly stretched out his arm, and a powerful beam of energy was immediately emitted. Boom! An effective bombardment directly sent Captain America Steve's body more than 100 meters away. "It's your turn." Then, those terrifying eyes fixed on Bucky's body. Stark's figure disappeared instantly, and the moment Bucky frowned in front of him, he felt a chill behind his back. The light from the corner of his eyes swept away, only to see the thick and powerful leg kicking directly on Bucky's waist. The whole body suddenly vacated and flew straight out. Boom! There was a muffled noise, and Bucky's tall body landed 700 firmly on the ground, and his voice kept echoing. "Shoo! Shoo!" But in the next moment, when Iron Man was preparing for the next round of attacks, 2 rushing sounds came from his ears. In an instant, Iron Man stared his eyes and looked around. "I saw 2 figures suddenly appeared, rounding up my fists and blasting at me. Yo!" The sound of the fist hitting the steel instantly echoed throughout the interior of the base. The battle of the three men deteriorated greatly because of the Iron Man history, Stark, and Captain America Steve's insistence on their position. Until Black Panther brought this real mastermind back to the base, the scene that made him cipher it happened. The Iron Man history Stark in front of him was unable to move directly under the attack of Captain America, and the entire arc reactor at the core of the energy was also destroyed by Captain America. The shield of vibranium, which was once given to Howard when he was young, remained there. However, Captain America and Winter, which should have been there, have already left. I'm late. Seeing Iron Man Stark's embarrassed look, Black Panther sighed silently. But at this moment, Roar called from the vibranium bracelet in Black Panther's hand. When he raised his arm and looked at it, his face was suddenly shocked. Boss, seeing that the identity of the call was Li Wei, Black Panther's face instantly became cold. At the moment, you can constantly shuttle in the universe. Li Wei, at the moment who called, is less than half a day away from Asgard in God's domain? How is this matter? When Black Panther Nijob answered the phone in shock, Li Wei on the other side talked about it very calmly. However, asking questions directly in this way caused Black Panther to fall into silence for a while. Why not finished? At the moment Li Wei of the Earth spacecraft, seeing the other party's silence, his voice immediately became colder. Boss, sorry. I haven't finished this matter. Black Panther apologized to Li Wei with regret. Faced with the task he had not completed, he had no escape. He had chosen to accept all the punishments given by Li Wei. Next, the entire interior of the Winter Soldier project base, except the weak roar sound absorption of a few people. Whether it is Black Panther or Iron Man, everyone is very concerned and waiting for the other's answer. Okay, let Stark, who is next to you, go back and do your own research. Tell him the truth about everything. I'll talk about other things when I come back. Black Panther and Iron Man frowned. When they listened carefully to each other's reply, Li Wei gave an understatement, which suddenly surprised the two of them. Yes, boss. Hearing Li Wei's temporary release, Black Panther nodded frequently and agreed. Until the call ended, the two extremely nervous two slowly let out a long breath, and relaxed their whole bodies. Nikobe heard you talking with the boss, do you know the truth? As soon as the phone hung up, Iron Man Stark, who was slowly gasping for a long breath, saw the strange man the other party was leading with him, and then glanced at Black Panther Nijob and asked. At this moment, King Nikobe, who was opposite Stark, slowly nodded his head. The story of this incident needs to be said slowly. As for the truth and the story, we still go back to Wakanda. But for the deterioration of your relationship with Captain America and other members, it is absolutely certain that this kid did it? As he said, Black Panther lifted Zima, who had fainted on the ground, with one hand into the opponent's line of sight. After speaking, Black Panther took the culprit, the immobile Stark, back to the plane and returned to Wakanda. During the flight, Black Panther told Stark all the facts about Howard's death and all the reasons for Zima. After hearing everything, Stark immediately changed his attitude. He gradually realized that he had too many opinions about Steve and Bucky. But now that this is the case, these words have become too late. The Captain America who took Winter Soldier away disappeared into this world together, and even a few days later, in the prison where the government detained super ability, Captain America escaped all Avengers Alliance members and disappeared in this world. From that day on, the entire Avengers Alliance studio instantly lost ordinary members. In addition, even the interior of the entire Wakanda scientific research base, from the original lively atmosphere of 4 people, suddenly lost Howard's figure, a lot of deserted. At this very critical moment, no one thought that Avengers Alliance would be in such a situation. Once an enemy invades here, I am afraid that the entire world will be scrapped in an instant. Without the strength of everyone to unite and cooperate, Avengers Alliance will become vulnerable. Every time I think of this, King Wakanda Nikobe feels deeply self-blame. Regarding the task Li Wei ordered to himself, he did not complete it, and he personally caused such a consequence. However, it has reached this point, and everything at the moment can only be withdrawn from this situation when Li Wei returns. At the same time, he was above the sky of Asgard in the realm of God. When I saw Asgard again this time, the 3 people above the sky felt inexplicably that this place became suddenly silent and more threatening. Just a few days ago, on the night Li Wei inspected the truth about Howard's death, he suddenly saw in the eye of Agamotto, the throne of Asgard in the realm of God was turned into Odin's appearance by Loki, and it was strangely seated. But one day not long after, the father of God, who was quietly sent to Earth by Loki, returned to God's domain when he was with Loki for the last time, immersed in missing his wife and died. At the same time, the first heir once sealed by Odin, the goddess of death, Hela, was resurrected. Hela's appearance was just as soon as Loki was thrown out of God's domain from Bifrost. In an instant, the whole Asgard turned into a bloody storm. Countless Asgard warriors died under the hands of this devil, and her overwhelming strength allowed her to cover up all resistance and successfully ascended to the throne. As the Earth spacecraft constantly approached, Li Wei's vision became clearer. Until in the front hall of the main gate of the palace, everyone saw the woman in the yellow-green battlesuit, pointing proudly at the audience. Everyone. You guys, tell me the whereabouts of that rainbow sword. If you insist on not speaking, everyone here will die. The evil smile that seemed to come from the darkness, Zhao's, rippled in everyone's heart, making everyone's body tremble. Then, the environment in front of everyone was still, and Hela, the goddess of death, was also scanning carefully the rainbow sword. Until a moment later, when there is no movement in front of you, Hela's face gradually became lowered, and a long sword was quickly stretched out in his hand. In this case, then you commit the crime of treason and accept death. The icy words instantly spread to everyone's heart, and the black thorny rapier flew towards everyone in an instant. Click. However, just as the rapier was about to pass through the crowd, a blue flash of thunder fell from the sky and shot down this Hela's weapon on the spot. Hela found out immediately, raising her head instantly. I saw 3 figures in front of me, falling from the sky. Mjolnir, that is an artifact that Odin once got. Under the sky, Hela's stunning figure was slightly raised, and the evil eyes fixed on the 3 figures. The hammer in Thor's hand made her understand instantly. You belong to the old fellow Odin. The corner of Hela's mouth was lightly incited. After Yaoru's voice was spoken, she put her hands in, silently staring at the arrival of several people. At the same time, the people around Hela also discovered the scene that had come suddenly. Yes, it's Mr. Li Wei and Prince Thor. Great, our savior is here. Yes, everyone don't have to be afraid of this witch. When everyone looked curiously, the figure of Li Wei and Thor appeared, which immediately relieved everyone and the crisis in their hearts disappeared. Loki rebelled not long ago, but thanks to the help of Mr. Li Wei, the whole Asgard was rescued. The powerful strength that has been shown in front of everyone is also remembered in people's hearts. Coupled with the arrival of Thor, the bravest prince from Asgard, everyone immediately forgot the fear in their hearts and rejoiced in the arrival of the 3 of Roar. 700. At this time, this group of people who were worthless in Hela's eyes suddenly became sensational and uproarious, which made her mood a little bit depressed. But seeing the 3 of them standing in front of her, Goddess Hela didn't seem to worry at all. It seems that the savior that this group of trash thinks has come. Humph. After speaking to the 3 of them in a meaningful way, a sneer was particularly ear-piercing. But at this moment, Wang Zhe, who was facing Hela's eyes, had an indifferent expression at all. Looking at the weak humans around him, they spoke slowly. Tor, lead your soldiers from Agast, and first take everyone out of the palace. Yes, Mr. Li Wei. With a word of Li Wei's command, Thor immediately agreed, taking the group of warriors who had not sincerely rebelled in front of him, and quickly led the people away. But at this moment, the man opposite him, in such a disrespectful manner, instructing everyone in front of him, made Hela instantly feel malicious. Both arms instantly stretched out, meter-long thin sword, and swung straight towards Emperor Li Wei's neck, without cutting off the opponent's head. But in the next scene, the rapier flying at an extremely fast speed was about to pass through Wang Zhe's body, and the figure in front of the original existence turned into a phantom and disappeared into the air. What? After he waved her hands, Hela quickly put away her attack, frowning unexpectedly. His eyes kept patrolling around, looking for the disappearance. A few seconds later, all the people in the front hall of the palace ran out of here. Even more, all the people in the palace rushed to flee here after Thor returned to inform everyone that the crisis was coming. Higher salary. But now, the front hall is very quiet here. Hela, who is alone, still looks very serious, waiting for the appearance of Li Wei. Hey, are you kidding me? A slight anger gathered on that cold face. After that, the top of the rapier in his hand was slashed into the air. There was a very light sound in the air, and the rapier flew away at great speed. But at the next moment, the pitch-black sword stagnated in the air for an instant, and settled there quietly. What? Goddess of Death is such a name, just to talk about it. Utilizing the superlight speed of the flash, Li Wei is constantly leaping across the front hall of the palace. On the surface, it is a quiet environment, but Li Wei's breath will make the other party clearly feel that he will be by his side at any time. This kind of teasing, Li Wei just wants to see how much potential this woman has. But looking at the current Hela appearance, with an angry expression all over her face, Li Wei couldn't help withdrawing a confident smile. Come on, let me see. The strength of the first goddess of war who once fought with Odin in the universe and won the battle of God's domain. Li Wei knows that Hela's strength comes from Asgard. As long as the opponent stays here longer, her strength will be stronger. Seeing the enemy that he could meet hard to meet, Li Wei lifted up his body with great interest and threw back the opponent's weapon. But Hela, who faced these words, showed disdain under Li Wei's performance. I saw that she lifted her head slightly, and an extremely exaggerated battle helmet appeared on the loose hair. What? Humans in this world are really ignorant. As soon as he finished speaking, the sharp sword in Hela's hand exuded waves of terrible murderous aura. The body moved instantly and disappeared in place. Whoops, whoops, whoops. The next moment later, I saw Li Wei standing still, twisting his body suddenly. Then came a few black swords, lights, and swords shadows, appearing in the air where he was hiding. Too slow. Faced with a series of rapid attacks from Hela, Li Wei said with contempt. Then, I saw a green sharp arrow quickly congealed in Li Wei's hand. When he lifted up in an instant, Hela was about to avoid. Morpholino. The sharp arrow burst out of the air immediately, attacking by herself in Hela's line of sight, but she had no power to react. 67. The gate of the palace behind him blasted out huge amounts of explosion. The billowing smoke rose up, constantly surging into the sky. Although Hela was not hit, a blood red was left on her face. The wound. At this moment, Hela was dumbfounded. This extremely fast speed made Hela deeply experience that she couldn't surpass it. As for the wound on the face, it was also the other party's intentional act. Boom, boom, boom. Then, the slightly stunned Hela heard heartbeats in her ears. A burst of spontaneous anger gradually occupied her whole heart. Then in front of Li Wei, only when the stunned woman screamed, black arrogance was emitted all over her body. I'm going to kill you. Hela in arrogance, with blood-red eyes, staring at Li Wei's body, rumble. At the moment, in the front hall of the palace, only Li Wei and Hela were left, and a huge edge was raised in an instant. Like a black and gold diamond needle, it leaped from the ground and rained down on the entire palace. A sensation of huge amounts of occurred, the entire land was set off in a storm here, and the wreckage of destruction and thick fog constantly spread to all the land of Asgard. At the moment, Thor is with the Hulk banner, and the civilians behind him continue to break free from the rebels loyal to Hela. But now looking at the strength of his opponent, Thor felt a strong panic in his heart. If this goes on, I am afraid that even aghast. After the sword fell and another rebel fell, Heldam, who held the rainbow sword, said worriedly. Heldam's words are exactly what Thor is thinking in his heart now. When he straightened his body and faced the panicked people on the current battlefield, he understood his responsibilities. After a slight sigh, looking at this land that has nurtured generations, Thor made a major decision at this moment. Heldam, Hulk, protect the people to Bifrost, we are leaving here. The words in his mouth continued until the end. After the sound of loss, Thor turned his Thor hammer and waved it towards the coming rebels. Click. The long dragon flashed past, across the entire battlefield, thousands of rebels all raised their bodies, blood flowed. Standing behind Heldam and the Hulk glanced at each other. After seeing each other's decision, they began to join him in the fight, leading the innocent civilians to Bifrost. At the same time, Wang Zhe and Hela, who are now in the center of the battlefield, are engaged in an extremely fierce battle. Countless needles in the sky flashed black and gold lights, rushing towards the place where Li Wei was. Pieces of ancient stone slabs inlaid on the ground were arbitrarily lifted up. Li Wei, who was under the attack of the other party, constantly flashed through the attack again and again, rushing to the body of Hela high in the sky. Boom! Then, a kick that was as fast as thunder and lightning hit Hela's shoulder in an instant. The proud figure suddenly fell into the earth. A cloud of mushroom smoke was raised in the ruins, and Li Wei, who was looking down below, dazzled. A breach suddenly appeared in the grey smoke, and a black figure was on the fast-moving ground, and an edge immediately appeared in front of him. Wow! The light flashed from the tip of the sharp needle, piercing at Li Wei's eye quickly. When Hela's figure appeared in his aftermath, that unscrupulous and arrogant smile appeared in his eyes. Go to hell, weak humans. When the unpleasant voice came into Li Wei's ears, the needles that were several meters long pierced Li Wei's body instantly. At that moment, the silver tooth of the goddess of death Hela withdrew from her mouth, a chilling evil smile, enjoying the joy of her victory. However, just as Hela laughed excitedly, the perception that actually penetrated her body in front of her turned into a phantom. What? Hela, who was proud of jumping into the sky, became sluggish for a while, and gave a startled roar. But in the next scene, Hela, who was looking for Li Wei's figure, suddenly turned her attention to Bifrost in the distance. Follow me a trick and I want you all to die here. The battle with Li Wei completely made Hela angry. She was constantly in high mood and saw the people in the distance following Thor running towards Bifrost, as well as the reappearance of the rainbow sword. She instantly understood all the intentions of these guys. In the next moment, Hela's figure instantly disappeared into the sky. At the moment, Li Wei, who was behind Hela's original position, smiled indifferently and swiftly chased after him. Click. Roads of lightning continued to open up the path in front of them, and the brave Thor, the Hulk, and Heldam led their army of allegiance to quickly kill the bleeding road, and hurried to the front part of Bifrost. 0. Look for flowers. Rumble. But at this moment, the entire Bifrost trembles violently. When everyone stood on the bridge in a panic, they were on the bridge in front, and they were suddenly uplifted by a sharp peak, blocking everyone's path on the spot. No. When Thor saw this happening, he stomped angrily and roared. No. As soon as Thor finished speaking, there was a burst of doubt over everyone's heads. Everyone raised their heads in the shock, and the terrifying evil figure appeared in their sight. The faces of everyone who saw this scene became panic, but seeing Thor at this moment, it was an angry roar. 0. Click. Immediately afterwards, Thor picked up his body on the spot and waved Mjolnir. The most powerful thunder and lightning ever appeared at this moment. At the moment, even with Li Wei in Bifrost, he temporarily put down his attack, intending to see the potential in Thor's body. Boom. When the thunder flashed, everyone on Bifrost jumped down in fear, afraid to stretch out any part of their own, for fear of being affected by the attack. But even so, under everyone's eyes, a shocking scene happened. The huge edge that stood in front of everyone was instantly turned into ashes under the thunder and lightning, but Hela, who was standing in front of Thor, directly caught Thor's Mjolnir in this scene, without any reaction. What? Thor's face changed, and when he was questioning for a while, Hela's words instantly made everyone feel terrified. A kid's trick? After Hela spoke in a disdainful voice, he grabbed Thor's hammer with his 5 fingers with one hand and instantly applied force. Numerous cracks appeared on Thor's hammer instantly, and pieces of metal continued to fall on the surface of the hammer and scattered on the ground. At that moment, Thor's face was startled. The people behind him also stopped roar-sucking. At that moment, the lightning in the sky disappeared. This is impossible. This witch really ruined Mjolnir. In the scene in everyone's eyes, the Thor hammer in Thor's hand, only one handle is left. and the Thor hammer originally was already in the hands of the goddess of death Hela, turning into pieces of debris and shadows. Everyone is constantly shocked and shocked. No one dares to believe that everything in front of them is a real fact. Even Thor himself in the sky was shocked and confused. He opened his mouth wide and didn't make a sound for a long time. Morpholino. But at the next moment, when Thor's hammer fell into Hela's hand, a black dagger was instantly transformed into his hand, which pierced Thor's face 7-0-16. While Thor was still stunned, the blade in front of him had reached an irreversible distance. Blood flowed from Thor's left eye, dripping constantly on his shoulder. Ah! Thor was awakened by the severe pain in his eyes, and he called out immediately. Asgard doesn't need a king like you. At the moment, the short sword quickly withdrew from Thor's left eye, and Hela looked at the opponent very proudly and said disdainfully, "Dur." However, at the same time, there was a sudden roar from Bifrost. Hulk slapped his chest angrily and jumped up. Then, I saw Banner jumped up instantly, clenched the broad palm of his right hand, and waved vigorously towards the goddess Hela. Yo! There was a sonic boom in the sky, and Thor's injury made Hulk very angry, and his strength reached the extreme. A punch of dozens of tons of weight, instantly directed towards Hela's body, breaking away. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Hulk punched out the body of the goddess Hela, and a burst of arrogance followed the trend, attacking the entire sky. In an instant, Hela was like a bullet that flew away at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Thor, who was in the sky, shrank from the severe pain, and Bifrost fell directly under his feet, using his hands to force his eyes. But even so, the blood was still pouring out, and soon his entire sleeves were wet, and half of his face was dyed red. Thor, stand up. However, at this time, Li Wei's majestic voice came from above everyone's head. When Thor looked up hard, only Li Wei was looking at himself with his hands folded. Mr. Li Wei, my Thor hammer. Do not. As soon as Thor spoke, Li Wei interrupted him. Could it be that your power comes from Thor's hammer? That hammer is just a tool for your energy conversion. Is it just because of this? The few words that Li Wei opened his mouth instantly silenced the painful Thor. His heart is also constantly questioning himself, the other party's questions. Boom. At the same time, Hela, who was shot down by Hulk in the Sea of Galaxies, also moved. A rumbling sound of water sounded, and when everyone heard the movement and looked towards it, they saw an amazing wave rising under Bifrost. The waves rose thousands of meters high, and even under the action of Hela, the goddess of death, the entire water level began to drop. The water waves weighing hundreds of tons, shoot straight. Oh my god. Everyone, run. The people yelled and ran to the side along Bifrost in a panic. In the face of such a huge wave, such power is enough to destroy the entire bridge immediately, causing tens of thousands of people to lose their lives in an instant. When this scene happened, Thor's face became panicked when he heard the people's different sounds of surprise roar. Turning his head to see everyone facing the disaster, his heart began to be very scared. Do not. I must protect the people of Asgard. Until the next moment, Thor said a word in pain, and his confused eyes instantly became firm. Rumble. Immediately afterwards, there was a dull roar above the dark clouds in the sky. Thor, who slowly stood up, his eyes also glowed blue. After that, a faint lightning appeared on his body, enclosing his body 0. Facing the catastrophe, until seeing Thor's current appearance, Li Wei's face also showed a slight smile. What? With a loud roar, several dragons flashed out of the sky, roaring and groaning in the dark. Then I saw Thor jumped up and his body suddenly flew out of 100 meters. He raised his hands vigorously, and in an instant, a long lightning flashed from the sky, and he firmly grasped the surging water waves. The air in the entire earth seemed to burst, and the deafening sound made everyone difficult to plug their ears and insisted on running. However, the water waves at the moment were swept by this blast of thunder and spread across the sea in an instant. The bombardment of lightning also dissipated thousands of meters of waves on the spot, turning everything into rain and scattered on the ground. Thor? At this moment, Hulk, who was standing with Bifrost in response to the crisis, was very shocked. At the moment is even the people running in panic on the bridge. After being attracted by this scene, they also showed a very shocked look. This guy. All the waves turned into torrential rains, poured down on the people, and survived the crisis. Even Hela, who saw this situation, gradually pulled down his proud face and looked at the opponent in front of him coldly. It's just a hairy boy who wants to turn 1.2 how big a flower is. Seeing Thor's explosive attack, Hela mocked in disdain, and instantly attacked the opponent. When Hela flew away, several sharp edges stretched out in his hand and shot towards Thor's body. Under the extremely fast reaction, Thor, who was full of thunder and lightning, avoided all crises very vigorously, and his fists were attached with tens of thousands of volts electric shocks, swinging towards the other party. Yesterday. At the moment when the two clash, thunder and billowing from the sky, one by one long dragons go straight into the sea, circling around the two of them constantly. But even so, Goddess Hela's expression was still relaxed, with an indifferent look on her face. However, the next moment, Hela suddenly saw Thor's face turned into thunder and lightning. Her face suddenly changed. Wow, come out L. The falling thunder constantly flashed out, and it blew up again and again in this piece of heaven and earth. The Galaxy Sea, which had been calm for thousands of years, became turbulent at this moment because of the battle between two people. At the same time, the people of Asgard standing on Bifrost who were about to escape, seemed to see a glorious battle once King Odin. The strength like divine power burst out from Thor's body. When everyone cast their eyes and watched closely, Hela and Thor, who were constantly fighting against each other in the thunder and lightning, caused a shocking movement again at this moment. Rumbling. Edges suddenly rose into the sea, and sharp blades cut through the air and rushed towards Thor's figure, constantly evading. Until the next scene, it was like a giant mountain front stabbing Thor's body. In an instant, at that moment, a sharp needle passed through his body, a huge hole was opened in the entire abdomen, and blood flew across the sky. 08. Seeing Thor's blood flowing into his body, Hela immediately smiled evilly. But at this moment, when Hela was about to ridicule, Thor's change immediately made her face gloomy. That dripping blood, completely hollowed out body, turned into a flash of lightning in the next moment, and turned into a phantom that disappeared into the air. Hela, you are the one who disappoints Asgard the most. A rough voice sounded behind him. When Hela heard it, his face immediately showed a hideous expression, and the light behind him had already become a blue lightning sky. Kakaka. The explosion of thunder continued to entrenched in the sky, whipping in the air time and time again, emitting terrifying sounds, which made people feel terrified. When Hela turned around, Thor, who was standing in front of her, had already penetrated the sky thunder, and Thor's power was completely released at this moment, and he attacked himself. Yesterday, Thor and Flash Thunder became one, making a violent noise in the air, galloping toward Hela, unstoppable. You don't understand what Odin said to you. But even at this time, facing a terrifying attack, Hela did not rush to show a wicked smile, and specifically mentioned the dream that was entrusted to Thor when Odin died. Regarding this dream, it was the moment when the civil war had just occurred when Liwei, Thor, and others were on the earth. That night, Thor, who slept as usual, had a very real dream at this moment. On a green meadow, Thor meets his brother Loki, and their father, King Asgard Odin. In the dream, Odin looked very old, with a look of nostalgia and contemplation. This was a conversation with the two brothers with his last strength when he already felt that his body was close to collapse. Odin mentioned his life, his beloved wife Frigga, and these two sons who also made him proud. And until the end, Odin suddenly said a word that instantly caught the attention of the two of them. That's the story about his first child Hela. The first child after the union of Odin and Phrygia, Hela, is a strange woman warrior who inherits the powerful strength of the two parents. When she was still young, she had reached the strength of a minister of her own country. Hela's power comes from Asgard. As long as she stays here longer, her power will become stronger. Her body can even stay in Asgard for hundreds of years, absorbing all the energy of this land and dominating the entire universe. However, Odin, as the father, discovered the evil heart of this child for the first time. Therefore, in order to protect the peace of this universe, Odin could only seal his daughter, and has been relying on Odin's original power to maintain the energy of the seal. But now, Odin has a foreboding that his time is running out, and he tells them through their dream summons to tell them that he must stop what Hela is doing. After this dream, Odin played the future results before their eyes without exaggeration, and left the last words for them. Hela's strength is beyond your imagination, we must solve her through other methods. After the appearance of this dream, Thor immediately told Mr. Liwei that he and the Hulk rushed here regardless of the crisis situation of the Avengers Alliance. You know, once the goddess of death Hela can't stop it for the first time, she will soon become the second emperor in the universe, and Thanos undoubtedly. At the moment, Hela, who was looking at him, mentioned at the moment again, the last words about his father Odin, and he couldn't help but surface in his mind. But in the next scene, the sky in front of Thor's eyes went dark. Puff. Next, I heard the sound of bloodstream. Then Thor, standing still, felt a warm current rushing from his abdomen, constantly wetting his lower body. Thor. At this moment, a sound of Hulk sounded from the underground of Bifrost, and Thor, who had been stunned for 700 years, was awakened. Cough. However, just as Thor looked at his body suspiciously, a thick mouthful of blood poured out of his throat unconsciously and vomited into the sky. At the next moment, Thor saw that he reached his abdomen and was pierced by a black dagger, and his blood was flowing downwards unwillingly. It turns out that the flow of heat is his own blood, not an illusion. When Thor was shocked and raised his head to see Hela in front of him, the other party's evil smile stared firmly on his face. Go meet that old guy? As soon as he said this, Hela drew out his short sword and kicked Thor from the sky down, sitting on Bifrost. Boom. Until Thor's landing, everyone thought that he would roll down very painfully, when he fell into a pool of blood in a crisis. Wang Zhe's figure appeared, put Thor safely on the spot, slowly straightened his body, and looked at the opponent. Now, I will fight you for real. As soon as Li Wei said these words, everyone felt a sudden fall in their hearts. The body turned into a phantom in the air, and a huge pressure was placed on Hela's body leisurely. A huge pressure is covering the entire land of Asgard. When everyone feels the moment, they can't help but open their mouths, and keep trying roar to suck. But in the next moment, when everyone supported their bodies very persistently and looked towards Wang Zhe's figure, there is only a burst of illusion left, disappearing in the air with the wind. Yo! In the next second, there was a dull noise from the sky. Before everyone raised their eyes, the figure of Hela in the sky fell from everyone's eyes and rushed into the sea of galaxy unstoppably. Thousands of water splashes aroused, and the opponent, who was bombarded into the sea at extreme speed, did not get any relief from the water and directly slapped the ground with intense pain. A row of silver teeth always appeared in Hela's mouth. The painful touch made her body numb for an instant, and her current movements made her feel like her body was constantly calling. Boom! The huge mountain-like edge instantly pierced through the sea water and directly moved towards Li Wei's body in the sky, constantly attacking and impacting. At that moment, the entire sea surface was quickly occupied by Hela's ability. The Star River 700 waterfall in the distance has also become so drastic and imposing because of this. Wei Mimi. Immediately afterwards, it was not just the undersea world that made all the terrible movements. Even above the sky, I don't know when it began to rain like a bombardment. When that moment happened, every piece of land beside Bifrost was occupied by this hard material pulled out from the sky and the bottom of the sea. At the same time, Li Wei, who was evading in the sky, gradually disappeared completely. This storm-like attack like falling rain directly allowed Li Wei to use super light speed strength, sliding by these fatal blows every second. Boom. Until the next moment, Hela quickly blocked her front with her arms, and a huge force struck instantly and fell on her arms. Dit. After flying out of a kilometer, Hela slowly stopped her body after she had weakened more than half of her strength. Gathering eyes, staring silently at the guy in front of you. This guy really has some strength. Seeing Li Wei's cold and plain gaze, Hela silently thought in her heart, then loosened her arm. At the moment's arms, a violent numbness has made Hela unconscious. After staring at the sky for a few seconds, Hela bends the corners of her evil lips, crossed his hands to block his seductive face, and quickly cut it away. The two-star swords stretched out and held them in the palms of both hands. Holding tightly horizontally, those slender and sexy long legs took a step, and the demon-burned body instantly flew towards Li Wei. Finally serious. Seeing this scene, even Li Wei's heart was secretly excited. The two long swords with black rays all over them are the most handy weapons of the goddess of death. Once in the legend of Asgard, only the goddess of death would pick up her long sword, the opponent would know the true fear. What? The sound of two air being cut through came. When Li Wei dodged at a very agile speed, a cross-shaped blade had already been cut out. Cough. At this moment, Li Wei let out a faint sigh as he watched the opponent's attacking moves. In the scene in front of me, when the two knives were cut out, a black space was drawn in the air. Such a seemingly thumping attack actually cut through the space. Next, while staying in the sky, Li Wei looked under him, waiting for a violent agitation to happen under this seemingly calm air. Sure enough, when the two-bladed blade flew to the Sea of Galaxy, Abk, below, it instantly stirred up a tsunami wave. The waves were like disasters, instantly rushing away the people on Bifrost, falling into the sea one after another, fleeing everywhere. But at Hela at the moment, there was no surprise for such an attack. Those eyes that looked like a nightmare glamorous, looked at Li Wei's eyes firmly, and raised a faint smile. And in the next scene, when Li Wei was confronting him with no surprises, Hela opened her mouth instantly, and the energy of a tube of waste green converged quickly. Boom! Within a few seconds, the entire cannonball made huge amounts of sonic booms in Hela's mouth, and suddenly bombarded Li Wei's body. Even a phantom of Li Wei was instantly swallowed in the air. After making an indifferent sound, it went straight to the distance. After this scene, Li Wei's face finally showed a trace of joy. This guy actually shot the attack out of the universe? Seeing Hela in front of me, the strength of the body is constantly increasing. Even the attack just now rushed directly out of the planet and flew towards other areas in the universe. With such a powerful energy impact, Li Wei gradually raised his desire to fight in his heart. Wow! A solid road was instantly solidified on the sea beneath my feet. Those humans who had drowned here also crawled out and ran towards the shore. Rumbling. Li Wei, who used Aquaman ability, watched as the people at his feet were approaching to leave. The entire sea quickly rose. Segments of waves resemble rising waves, instantly transforming into water dragons under Li Wei's ability, opening large mouths of sharp teeth one after another, biting towards Hela's body. Chatter. A burst of water bursts high in the sky, and huge amounts of water pressure continued to entangle Hela's body, causing her to lose all her mobility in an instant, and she was stagnated in the sky on the spot. Until Hela's eyes were released for an instant, a burst of laser-like energy was emitted, directly penetrating the body's water flow, and then took the opportunity to exit. Roar. The sword of the starry sky appeared in the air again. Hela turned and waved towards Li Wei, and a dim blade went straight in. In the face of this, when the humans on the ground looked very ambitiously, an appalling sight happened. Li Wei in the sky clenched his 5 fingers in an instant, clenched tightly behind him, and fisted hard. When the blade and fist touched each other, a violent spark flashed in an instant and disappeared in an instant. The blade was immediately broken by Li Wei with a punch. Invisible's fist was like a fierce lion, ate Hela. Roar. Li Wei's punch from the sky was so powerful that he made a roar-like sound in the air and flew straight to Hela's body. Also in that instant, when Hela faced this powerful fist wind, a layer of rounded shield instantly condensed all over her body, resisting her. Next, the fist wind crossed Hela's body instantly. But within a few seconds of this scene, a weird phenomenon instantly made her face pale. Yesterday? Sure enough, within a second, the yellow-green protective cover collapsed in an instant. When countless cracks appeared, they immediately turned into crystal powder and scattered in the sky. As for Hela herself, she felt a huge amount of pressure on the spot, covering her whole body. the pressure that makes people unable to breathe, and the numbness of incomparable shock. Until all the attacks passed through Hela's body, she had already perceived that her internal organs had suffered huge amounts of damage. Before Hela's conclusion, she already felt the blood slowly flowing out of her ears, nose, and upper part. What terrible power does this guy possess? With just a punch, Li Wei directly caused Hela's entire body to shake out internal injuries. The air current, like a needle prick, passed through her body, and the burning tingling sensation has gradually made her numb. The sword of the starry sky in his hand also fell, and Hela, who was attacked from the sky, fell arbitrarily towards the ground without any ability. Boom! With a heavy noise, Hela hit the ground so hard and never got up again. Success! Mr. Li Wei rescued us aghast once again. Very good. The people standing on the coast of Augustria showed joy, and smiled brightly, rejoicing that the disaster was over. However, in everyone's eyes, Li Wei hasn't made a sound. Those cold eyes are always looking at the place where Hela fell. The goddess of death Hela, this is the first child of the father of god Odin, who gathered all the ability of the father of god Odin and father of god Odin, and was born. Asgard is the birthplace of Hela and the source of her power. Even if it is enough to smash Hela's physical attack, as long as she is still in aghast, she will not fall. Li Wei understood this matter very well in his heart. When his spirit turned there again, an evil aura hovered over Hela's body. In the same way, such an anomalous phenomenon can be seen by the people behind him. Everyone squeezed their fists, ignoring the cold sweat on their foreheads, focusing on what would happen next. You are a person worthy of my all-out effort. Hela did not speak out, but under her strong mental power, she used her own consciousness to inform everyone on this land. Then, when everyone heard this sentence in their ears, a dark arrogance rose in the distance. A heavy dark air pressure constantly wrapped Hela's body and brought her to Li Wei. Under Hela's own super regeneration and repair, her body has returned to its original appearance. That makes people's eyes that can't be forgotten at the first glance, and once again appears full of charm. Mimi. The two swords in the starry sky that fell into the sea returned to their hands again, bursts of firefighting flames emanating from the blades of the two swords, burning layer by layer, full of evil air. But Li Wei, who looked at these, appeared as if it had nothing to do with him. He chuckled lightly, stretched out his fingers, and squinted intentionally. Let's start. Let me see the power of Asgard's strongest female warrior. Monument? When Li Wei said this, Hela in front of him had a different smile. His body burst like a bullet, and he bounced out of the spot instantly and rushed towards the opponent. Taste. Before the figure arrived, the rushing voice had already entered Li Wei's ears. The fists were slowly clenched, and the muscles on the arm felt instantly fruity, and the veins were violent and full of strength. In the blink of an eye, when Li Wei raised his arm for an instant, a burst of fire flashed from his face. Suddenly there was an Aquaman's golden trident in his hand, blocking such an imposing attack for himself. 0. Seeking flowers. The fast-moving Hela stayed in front of her at this time. Seeing a weapon made of gold in front of her, Hela's eyes immediately became a little surprised, and she couldn't help but sigh in doubt. But just as Hela felt a slight surprise, Li Wei in front of him once again changed amazingly. A golden light flashed from Li Wei's body, and then on his body, there was a shocking scene unexpectedly. On the clothes of the whole body, after the golden light suddenly flashed, pieces of exquisite armor like dragon scales appeared on Li Wei's body little by little, covering the whole body. After a blink of an eye, when everyone was dazzled by this golden light, after all the illusion of light gradually disappeared, at the moment Li Wei's performance made people suddenly surprised, standing still in place. 0. Aquaman's ability was activated instantly, and the appearance of the golden trident symbolized the emergence of the king's armor of Atlantis. It is extremely brilliant and dazzling, and it is extremely shocking. For a time, the entire sky became the battlefield of a great battle. On the slender black cloak, Hela is holding two swords in the night sky, demonstrating to kill the enemy without leaving a piece of armor. On the opposite side, Li Wei, dressed in a golden light of justice, with a golden trident in his hand, is a worthy weapon to face his opponents. The equipment of this body is not inferior at all. Not much to say, Li Wei's body instantly popped out of place. Immediately afterwards, a golden blow appeared on Hela's head and landed suddenly. Boom! In the next second, the slash fell vertically at a speed that humans could not understand, directly bombarding Hela's body, falling into the sea and shaking the waves. Then, Li Wei shook his hand with one hand, and the wave that was about to hit ashore was instantly frozen and stagnated in the air. But at the moment, Hela was still struggling in the sea under the impenetrable slash. That seductive face became no longer relaxed. The stalemate body was gradually unable to support, and in desperation, this female demon once again made an amazing move. With a wave of his hand, the sword of the starry sky swept towards the Asgard land in the sea. Boom! The whole Asgard was huge in an instant. Ding-dot-boom! There was a huge amount of movement, and everyone's complexion instantly turned pale because of this anomaly, and they looked towards the source of the sound. However, when Li Wei and everyone looked over, a phenomenon that was enough to let people breathe happened. Rushing. The shore of the Sea of Stars was trembling constantly, and the earth rumbling. Even Li Wei was in the sky, and he felt the strong fluctuations in the air. Just as everyone worked hard to see what was happening in the sea, there were several gullies on the endless sea, and the vast sea was swallowed by the cracks at this moment. The roaring sound of running water resounded in everyone's very shocking hearts, constantly squeezing into the cracks. A complete piece of the seabed also collapsed and torn apart at this moment. After the golden slash of Li Kailing disappeared in the sea, a dark breath was revealed in the cracks under the gallop. Hela, under the strong water pressure, suddenly rushed out of the water. When I looked down at everyone and Li Wei, the haughty smile still persisted. The cold and evil eyes fixed on Li Wei's face, and the shuddering smile was always outlined on Hela's face. No one can stop me from the throne of the natural gods, if there is. Then I want him to be here with the earth. With a sharp breath, everyone on the bank suddenly felt a tremor. A huge amount of pressure and fear occupy everyone's heart. Only Li Wei, who stood in front of Hela, looked at each other with an indifferent gaze all the time. Roar. The golden trident waved in the sky, making a sound in the air. Those indifferent eyes stared at the opponent, and the other hand pointed at the opponent, and gently raised his fingers to signal the opponent to attack. Seeing this scene, Hela grinned immediately. The starry sky double swords in his hands were tightly clenched, and the body rushed towards the other side in an instant. The extremely fast speed, leaving only a long dark tail flame, the double swords that constantly cut the air in front of him, instantly moved towards the opponent's neck frame. In an instant, there was a cross slash in the sky, and it pierced through the air towards Li Wei's body and approached the opponent. But in the next scene, I saw Li Wei turn around, swinging along his body and emitting a bright light, running like the stream of a flood. Boom! There was a loud noise in the sky, and the bright brilliance swallowed everything in an instant, like a lion. After directly swallowing the entire attack, it still roared and flew toward Hela's body. That scene immediately made Hela's expression pale. Anxiously, she immediately set up her double swords and was about to protect herself. But the next moment, her mind suddenly calmed down, her mouth opened wide, and a beam of huge amounts of energy burst out in an instant. Boom! A beam of magical green energy burst out from Hela's body instantly, and directed towards the attack that rushed in front of him. When the two energies in the sky touched instantly, a burst of brilliance that could not be seen directly by the naked eye occurred in the sky instantly, illuminating the entire earth. With extreme brilliance and evil magic power, magical and demonized scenery appears in the sky. The people on the ground are unstoppable. Don't cover your eyes with your body. Although they can't do anything for justice at this moment, they are still worried in their hearts that the dazzling light can swallow all this. The rumbling above the head continued for several minutes. The people who had been waiting on the spot were eager for the result of victory, looking forward to the moment when they opened their eyes, disappeared. Until Hulk's rough voice sounded, everyone surrounding the coast opened their eyes and looked towards the sky. The sky was completely wiped out, and even the few floating clouds were all gone. The only thing everyone saw in everyone's eyes was the sparkling Li Wei. However, looking at Li Wei's silent expression, everyone on the ground did not dare to say more. The galaxy sea in front of you is gradually drying up, and the broken seabed earth is also revealed in people's sight. Such a short, but extremely shocking battle undoubtedly touched everyone's body and was deeply engraved in their minds. Tensed sweat and saliva were wiped off or swallowed on people's bodies. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Li Wei, about the final victory of the battle. In the next scene, as expected, the extremely annoying voice sounded again. But this time, it was a sharp and desperate roar. Ah! The sound came from the zenith. When everyone raised their heads and constantly searched for the source of the sound, a chaos of darkness rushed towards Li Wei. Really a tough guy. Seeing the opponent in the sky and flying fiercely again, Li Wei sighed leisurely. However, in the next second, Li Wei's eyes gradually became blood red, and the energy ignited all over his body instantly shook the whole earth. At this moment, Li Wei has decided to use all his power to turn this unkillable guy into ashes in the sky. Bronze Superman thermal vision? The high temperature of tens of millions of degrees Fahrenheit instantly released from the pupils of Li Wei's eyes, piercing the air and space of this world, making a very harsh sound, and pushing Hela's body forward. Morpholino. Suddenly, the thermal vision beam pierced Hela's body instantly, and the beam pierced everything without any hindrance, straight out of the universe. Forehead. At that moment, Hela's face panicked, and when he finally made a weak eating sound, his body instantly turned into crimson coke under the high temperature, and drifted away with the wind. Roar! A cold wind blew everything away. When Li Wei slowly retracted the attack, the Hulk and everyone on the shore were immediately dumbfounded. The dazzling golden armor disappeared, and the golden trident in his hand also turned into a phantom. It wasn't until Li Wei's body returned to its original appearance and slowly turned around that everyone in his eyes slowly eased over. We won. Duh. In an instant, all the people who stood on the coast and escaped dead, waved their weapons and clothing coins, and jumped for joy. People on the coast of Asgard are still constantly happy. Roar. At the moment Li Wei hears a pleasant sound, very brisk. Congratulations to the host for defeating the goddess of death in the Marvel Universe, Hela. You will be rewarded for unlocking or extracting a Marvel hero. Upon hearing this, Li Wei's mouth rose slightly, very satisfied. Let's extract it later. But facing the crowd, Li Wei flew into the crowd after muttering silently in his heart. Li Wei mister. And when Li Wei's foot fell on the ground, the Asgard people standing around him unexpectedly got up and bent over and bowed deeply to Li Wei. Roar shouted and bowed in unison with millions of people. It was shocking and surprising. Even in front of Li Wei, he was a little bit sorry. Everyone, get up. Seeing the sincere appearance of everyone, Li Wei also roared loudly to call everyone to stand up. Is this guy not awake yet? But when Li Wei saw Thor's serious injury in 08, he still didn't wake up, so he couldn't help but ask. Sir, his injury is too serious. Hulk, the Hulk on one side, changed back to the shape of a human Banner, and said very worried. Give it to me. But after Banner said this, Li Wei immediately waved his hand, motioning to let everyone retreat. Then, when Li Wei took out a shining time gem Eye of Agamotto in front of everyone, in his hand, a burst of brilliance immediately shone on Thor's body, mysterious and dazzling. When Li Wei was using his own hands, gently attached to the radiance, turning slightly, a magical scene happened. Thor's whole body injured, like time reversed, step by step back to the original appearance. The festered flesh healed quickly, and the broken bones were spliced back together. Even the missing right eye, under this rotating light, slowly lost its original injury, and the missing flesh and blood gradually became plumped. The crowd gathered again, watching everything that happened for a long time, and did not dare to make any noise. Until a while, Thor's eyes trembled slightly, and everyone's hanging heart suddenly dropped. Great! Prince Thor is saved. Yes, he paid so much for us. Thor is not inferior to our King Odin, he will be a good king. Seeing Thor's waking up, the people of Asgard were happy for it. Unconsciously, everyone talked about the missing kingship. Under Thor's presidency, they would be very satisfied. Such news spread quickly in the kingdom of Asgard. But what is unexpected is that everyone is full of praise when facing Thor's upcoming kingship. What is heartbreaking is that the Sea of Galaxy has been destroyed and its appearance is completely ruined. Bifrost also collapsed completely, and the huge amounts of project must be re-implemented to be perfected. But before again, the people won the danger on the edge of death, making Asgard this night especially lively. Lights, fireworks, triumphant gongs, and drums, people's high-pitched singing, in this triumphant land, freely and happily playing. At the moment in the palace of Asgard, countless ministers became cheerful and relaxed at this moment. But all of this, but Thor alone is not active. The former Thor was a very combative and drunkard. After each victory in the war, he would be the first to participate in the banquet, raising his hand to drink all night. But today, Thor has become particularly silent. Li Wei, who discovered this, was standing on the same balcony with him at the moment, slowly letting the fighting nation drink the wine, reminiscent of it. Mr. Li Wei, from then on, I will take over the position of Father King. Perhaps. Needless to say, standing on the balcony, watching Thor, who was shining incomparably in the night sky, said a few words for a long time, but was interrupted by Li Wei. When Thor looked at each other anxiously, Li Wei's words instantly made him extremely grateful. Tomorrow I will return to Earth with Banner, Agast needs you in. But there will be a disaster of huge amounts of in the future, I hope you can join the war again. Yes sir, I will definitely be there. When Thor heard that Li Wei generously allowed his responsibility, he immediately replied firmly. But the other party just patted Thor on the shoulder and walked towards the palace's bedroom. After that night, Li Wei really did what he said, boarding the Earth spacecraft with Banner, and leaving the Asgard of gods with the farewell of millions of Asgard people. A huge light flashed out, and the huge spaceship rushed directly into the wormhole, constantly striding towards the far side of the Earth. As for Thor, who stayed in God's domain, he will officially inherit the throne of Asgard and become a king in a few days. However, within 700 of this time, only Li Wei knew very well that a huge disaster of level universe was beginning to approach the Earth step by step. Did it die? Soon after the spacecraft took off, Li Wei's vibranium bracelet came to remind him. When Li Wei opened, the picture that appeared in the air was his fiancée, Carol Captain Marvel. Honey, are you about to forget me? As soon as the video call was connected, Carol yelled at Li Wei on the opposite side. At this time, Li Wei had to smile awkwardly. How come? Carol, I think about you every day. Sure enough, a mature woman will blush after a word from the one she loves. Hearing these words, Carol's face immediately turned blush, and she became shy. When the two saw each other, they smiled immediately. After waiting for a while, Carol's face still became serious. Honey, I need to tell you something. Captain America Steve and Iron Man Stark are going to war. The voice from the other end of the video immediately silenced Li Wei and Banner's face. The two guys. Hearing that the contradiction between the two had actually intensified in such a short period of time, Li Wei muttered silently. Even Banner, who was on one side, leaned in anxiously, watching the situation on the other end of the phone. Since that civil war broke out, Captain America and Stark have never been in contact. However, this does not mean that Stark has given up revenge. After Stark found Bucky's position, he personally beat the opponent seriously. With their own atmosphere, Captain America declares war on Stark for the second time. Captain Marvel Carol told Li Wei what happened in the Avengers Alliance team. There should have been an incident under Carol's own jurisdiction, but because of her upcoming child, she had to be able to manage it. Otherwise, she also decided not to allow such a thing to happen. Seeing his fiancée's growing belly, Li Wei quietly comforted her. Don't worry, leave this to me. I will be back in one day. After Li Wei finished saying goodbye to Carol briefly, she walked to the operating system in person. Mr. Li Wei, we will reach the Earth in one day, a bit too reluctant. I waited until the other party's phone was hung up. But now Li Wei, with an unmovable look, sits in the driving position silently. Turn on all the engines on the Earth and cross the wormhole at the highest speed. If you don't stop these guys, the Avengers Alliance will be half dead or injured before Thanos. Did it die? When Li Wei said this, he instantly lit up the row of engine accelerators in front of him, rumbling. In an instant, the tail flame of the Earth spacecraft spewed a larger flame, and the speed of the spacecraft between the wormholes also doubled. The picture in front of me has turned into a meteor-like picture, but now it has become blurred, and it is even more invisible. The Earth spacecraft, under Li Wei's full acceleration, set off toward the Earth hundreds of millions of light-years away, at an unimaginable speed. However, at the moment, the Avengers Alliance team on the Earth is already falling apart and breaking up. Only because of the initial contradiction between the two people, it has now evolved into a problem for the entire team. But these things can only make Carol sit on the sidelines. Facing the child's labor less than a month, Carol now has a big belly and it is difficult to walk, let alone stop this group of aggressive guys. Black Panther, who was given a task by Li Wei, was also powerless at the moment. Looking at the two men who were about to go to war, now he became superfluous no matter how he stopped. Bucky, who was seriously injured, was already an extra fatal wound caused by the Iron Man history Stark. Even his left arm made of adamantium was completely destroyed at this moment. If it hadn't been for Captain America to find S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick's help, Bucky, who was rescuing at the S.H.I.E.L.D. base now, would have been killed by Roar and died besides several people. At this moment, in Captain America, the meeting room of S.H.I.E.L.D., Scarlet Witch, Barton, and Ant-Man were rescued after the Civil War. Everyone's expressions are very ugly, except for those eyes of Captain America. They are full of anger. Steve, I think this matter will wait until the boss comes back. Let's talk about it. Finally, among the four people sitting in the conference room, Scarlet Witch said silently. In the next moment, the other two also raised their heads very seriously, looking at Captain America's face. To be honest, in everyone's mind, this will be the best way to solve this problem, but the next second, Captain America Steve shook his head, and got up from his seat. Regardless of Bucky or Howard, they were my comrades in the fight together. They shouldered their own missions in the battle to make our war victorious. Howard's death, I am not covering Bucky. But you know that this guy is also controlled by others. I have explained countless times with Stark, but I haven't gotten recognition once. He didn't do this for revenge, but to challenge me? Steve's words made the three people sitting in front of him silent. The whole thing is ready to go, and the battle between the two sides is only triggered in an instant. The three people surrounding this matter suddenly made everyone's hearts entangled. Also inside the Wakanda base, Stark and one of his companions are also discussing this matter. Sitting in the hall of the palace, King Nicole, Vision, and Black Widow also condensed expressions, looking at the coming Stark. I don't need to explain the matter with Bucky. Regarding Sokovia, Steve himself refused to sign, and his stubborn behavior caused a crisis of trust in our entire team. I'm just avenging my father-slaying enemy. If it were you, how would you choose? We must not shrink from the war with him. We must tell them that under the leadership of the boss, the Avengers Alliance cannot be disbanded by such contradictions. Both of them held their own absolute opinions, and everyone in the middle had nothing to say. Soon, the plane from the Wakanda base took a few people to the outside world. Zhao's flew. At the same time, inside the S.H.I.E.L.D., the trapped Kun fighter also carried 4 people and marched towards the Winter Soldier plan base. The final destination of the battle is where Captain America and Iron Man completely broke off. This is the place of truth and ending for both of them. With my own beliefs, this Avengers Alliance battle is about to start again. At the same time, the Earth spacecraft, which is constantly crossing the wormhole, is also driving towards the Earth at extreme speed under the driving of Li Wei and Banner. At the moment in Wakanda, whether it is Captain Marvel Carol or everyone inside the base, they have become very worried. Once this battle starts, the two sides will bring irretrievable points. Li Wei, come back soon. Looking up at the cloudless sunny day, Carol called Roar silently in his heart. More. The gusts of cold wind blew, and on this isolated island of the Winter Soldier project base, the only thing left to accompany the cold wind was blizzard. Such an extreme environment is almost like the 2 levels of the Earth, without any trace of human infestation throughout the year. Blizzard covered the sun that day, and a burst of light gradually brightened on the dim sky and white ground. The Kun-style fighter jets driven by Captain America Steve and others arrived here at a fast speed, and steadily stopped on the snow on this island. Woolen cloth. The gate of the plane opened, and when Captain America, Scarlet Witch, Hawkeye, and Ant-Man walked out of the cabin, they couldn't help shaking from the freezing wind. Looking at this dim world, everyone's faces also looked very low. Roar, roar, roar. Just as a few people walked down this piece of snow, before they had time to look around, there was a sound of helicopter propellers in the sky. When he raised his head, the helicopter with the Wakanda pattern slowly fell in front of everyone. The snowflakes that were blown up flew down on the faces of the 4 of them. When everyone squinted their eyes and looked here carefully, the other person's figure appeared. Iron Man, Vision, Black Panther, and Black Widow, the 4 people's expressions are similar to everyone's, and the 700 pairs of sad looks are in front of them. PPS. There was a wave of footsteps, and the 4 people from each side stood side by side. They couldn't help but face each other coldly, but it was only Iron Man Stark and Captain America Steve. As for everyone, it's just because of different opinions that they support their own positions. But I never thought that such a situation would happen today. History of Iron Man. Stark's eyes lit up, leaning against Captain America very frankly, and speaking silently. Steve, do you really want to do this? You know, the consequences of this are very serious. Although Stark is all about revenge, he still remembers the orders and orders Li Wei once gave everyone. He will work hard to obey this order at any time. However, in the face of Captain America, who is also loyal to Li Wei, his best friends from childhood are equally important. Faced with such harm to his friends, Captain America couldn't bear it in his heart. Needless to say, if you don't want everyone to be embarrassed, just the two of us? Captain America said this, and instantly picked up his shield from behind and faced the front. Did I? However, at the moment, Captain America's vibranium bracelet suddenly rang, slightly breaking the rigid pattern. After receiving the message, Captain America clicked, and from the video of the phone call, the real partner of the Avengers Alliance, Carol, team leader. Seeing his captain and even Li Wei's fiancé, Captain America Steve is very respectful and Roar is calling each other's name. When everyone around him heard it, they were all in awe and cast their gazes to watch the situation. Steve, you should know the purpose of my call. At this time, after seeing the other party answering his phone, Carol also questioned each other very majestically. But after Carol finished saying this, Steve in front of him never responded. Since you insist on doing this, when Li Wei comes back, you both must be prepared to take responsibility for this matter. Seeing this, Carol had no choice but to give the other party one final piece of advice. After saying this, Carol hung up the phone angrily. That scene made everyone's hearts become ambitious. You must know that such a major event happened in front of Li Wei and Carol, and the consequences that this will bring are beyond everyone's imagination. In the cold wind, some people began to swallow saliva, and some could not help holding their arms and standing silently on the spot. Click. At this moment, Iron Man Stark, who was standing in the crowd, walked forward and opened his mask. The look on that face is undoubtedly the same as everyone present, sad. Steve, no matter how much you have a good relationship with Bucky, if you change to me, can you be relieved? Hurt my companion, I will explain it myself after the boss returns. I am willing to accept all punishments, and even kill me. But I can't avenge my parents, I will never feel at ease. In Stark's voice, he could hear his awareness of this matter. However, Captain America Steve on the opposite side smiled helplessly. Revenge. First there was a question, and then Captain America's always calm face gave an angry look. Did Bucky kill them on purpose? You just feel like you see the truth, so self-righteous. Such a straightforward sentence came straight out of Steve's mouth and aimed at the other person. In this scene, the expressions of all the people present instantly turned cold. They have understood that the contradiction between the two people has deteriorated to an end. In an instant, when everyone's expressions were disappointed, huge amounts of explosions were emitted in the middle of the two parties. Huge amounts of flames instantly illuminate this snowy area, and there is a brief light flashing in the dim world. Bang, bang, bang. Then there was another collision between steel. Stark, who was fully armed, waved his steel fist and constantly swung it towards Captain America Steve. After every clever attack was blocked by Steve's vibranium shield, wisps of fire rose between the two and disappeared quickly. The fierce battle made everyone watching nervous. Although everyone does not want this to happen, they still unconsciously hope that their side will win. Boom! It was another blow to the opponent's face. Captain America relied on its years of combat experience and was always more flexible than Stark, who relied on a steel battlesuit. When Stark stumbled back a few steps, he turned his head and suddenly patted the opponent's shield. Boom! There was another muffled noise, hitting Iron Man's face severely, and even a spark appeared. After Stark followed up, he accidentally fell to the ground. But at this moment, such an opportunity was immediately seized by the opponent. The agile Captain America immediately waved off the shield and slammed it fiercely towards the arc reactor on Stark's chest. There was a wave of fluctuations in the air, and Captain Steve, who held the vibranium shield in both hands, exhausted huge amounts of energy and swung towards the chest of the Iron Man Stark's arc reactor. At that moment, the time in everyone's eyes seemed to stand still. However, everyone knows very well that if Stark's heart-to-mouth reactor is damaged, his entire life will be in danger. No. Suddenly, when the Captain America shield was less than a punch distance from the reactor, a loud roar instantly spread to everyone's ears. Boom! In the next second, Captain America Steve suddenly felt a scorching heat between his arms, and the huge amounts of energy instantly bounced the shield away from his hands and sent his body a few meters away. This is when everyone's complexion changed and they saw the scene that happened suddenly, they immediately saw the place vision on the opposite side. The mind gem on the forehead faintly flickered after firing the laser. But the occurrence of this scene suddenly made everyone's expressions even more ugly. Looking at the expressions of the people, even though they were born as artificial humans, vision is very clear that if it weren't for Stark's artificial intelligence, he would be impossible to appear in this world. With his eyes condensed, the look of the Stark who always wanted to protect she was immediately revealed. I won't explain what I did just now. If you choose to play, I will bear it alone. Glancing at Scarlet Witch, Ant-Man, and Hawkeye in front of them, these very sharp words had to make the three of them move. The magic of chaos and the fast-flying arrows are attached to the hands of Scarlet Witch and Hawkeye. Even the people on the side wandered around wearing battle suits. Participants in this very difficult battle. Let's go. At this moment, Black Panther and Job glanced at the Black Widow Romanoff beside him, and walked towards the center. For a time, because of the intervention by Stark in the history of vision protection, all the 8 people present were not allowed to stand here and participate in this war together. Shoo, hoo. Hawkeye's flying arrows flew across the battlefield at extreme speed, passing through the eyes of those around them, and shooting towards the 4 people on the opposite side. Bright. At the same time, silver claws drew out in the sky, standing sharply in the opponent's gap, implementing effective containment. Although Black Panther was standing by Stark's side, he, who was also under Li Wei's order, did not dare to make any murderous actions at all, constantly using his own fighting skills to contain the opponent's skill. Boom! But even so, it does not mean that Black Panther's intentions will be seen. Turned into a giant ant-man, a fist as big as a car hit him directly. After a numbness in the body, Black Panther flew out several tens of meters, rolling in the snow. Thump! Oh no! But in the next second, Ant-Man let out a scream. History of Iron Man. Stark's witty response: under the strong impetus, this huge body that is 100 meters high was instantly knocked down by him. The snowflakes on the ground immediately obstructed everyone's sight. But at the last moment when his sight gradually dimmed, Black Widow jumped and immediately came to Hawkeye Barton's body, kicking to block the opponent's continuous archery. Later, these 2 agents, also from the Red Room, fought fiercely in the fall of this white snow. Wow! A scarlet magic suddenly lit up from the white world. Immediately attached to the bodies of Iron Man and others, after a furious wave, they all smashed towards the gate of the Winter Soldier Project base in embarrassment. 67. Each body slammed on this heavy and cold iron door, but the cold air did not reduce the obsession in everyone's heart. The 4 of them stood up immediately, and Vision's forehead flashed brightly, piercing all obstacles suddenly, looking directly at each other's position. A fiery energy was emitted instantly, and it immediately struck towards Scarlet Witch's body. Don't stop the opponent's inevitable magic. Looking at the attack in front of him, Scarlet Witch Wanda, who is accumulating ability, does not intend to stop. Boom! At the next moment, the shield of Captain America instantly blocked the shooting of the energy beam, perfectly allowing Wanda ability to collect it all. 0. Look for flowers. Rumble. In an instant, the earth suddenly became a sensation. Blocks of frozen soil and rocks rose on the trembling ground. Under Scarlet Witch's ability, everything gathered on top of her head. Oops. Seeing this amazing scene appear, the history of Iron Man. Stark said leisurely. The next moment, I saw Wanda's hand waved down in an instant, and countless rocks and frozen soil flew towards the Iron Man 4. Wow. With the sensation and tremor on the ground, the doorway of the base was plunged into a chaotic scene that could not be seen directly. The Iron Man 4 were constantly evading everything, and the raid like a bombardment caught everyone by surprise. They tried all kinds of ways to avoid the fall of the rock. 0. Until the next moment, I didn't know that all of the things in the sky fell suddenly, and immediately covered the entire earth in front of me. Dust and snowflakes constantly rise in the air, and the entire battlefield becomes silent for an instant. But at this moment, Scarlet Witch in the sky frowned and looked confused. What happened? All the rocks in front of me fell. When Captain America thought it was Wanda's ability, white silk threads appeared in the pile of boulders in the soot. After all the snowflakes were scattered, the entire rock pile was actually wrapped in a huge amount of silk net, tightly stuck together and fell to the ground. The Iron Man at the moment, all lying on the other side of the rock pile in the snow, said in shock. This is... Several people from Iron Man also raised questions. At the moment the rock fell, the 4 of them suddenly felt a gravitational force behind them, and they were quickly pulled out of the range of the rock and fell to the ground. This strange scene immediately caused all the 8 people present to fall into silence, very puzzled. My name is Peter. At this moment, a teenager's voice suddenly came from the sky. Immediately afterwards, a young man in a red tights fell on the rock among the crowd. There is a huge amounts of spider logo on the chest, which is particularly conspicuous. A vigorous figure appeared among the 8 people in an instant, standing on this dusty rock and frozen soil, making everyone feel suspicious. Just before a small spider-shaped pattern occupies the chest of this man's tights, a pair of huge spider eyes expresses a surprise for this battlefield. Sorry, I seem to disturb you. Spreading out his hands, the young man looked innocent and scanned the crowd. But that young voice revealed his slightly immature. This guy who came suddenly stunned everyone on the battlefield. But the person on the side boozed. Drop. Pressing his own enlargement button, Ant-Man's body has grown several times larger again. Lift up your huge amounts of solace and step on them all at once. 700. What? At this moment, a loud roar came from the sky. When everyone was surprised and hurriedly raised their heads, they saw the Hulk waving his strong and thick arm and smashing it at Ant-Man under him in one fell swoop. There was a dull sound. Huge amounts of Ant-Man was knocked down by Hulk in an instant, and smashed hard between the 2 sides, unable to move. As for Hulk, he grinned his face and looked at everyone in front of him fiercely. Stop. Then, Hulk took a deep breath and shouted angrily at the crowd. The boss is here. At this moment, Black Panther, who was in the same place, saw all the scenes, immediately understood something, and looked around. As soon as Black Panther said this, everyone on the battlefield was shocked, holding Roar's eyes and looking around, looking for Li Wei's figure. Taste. However, in the next second, as Black Panther said, A rapid golden lightning flashed slightly in the sky, landing between the Hulk and the teenager who called himself Peter. When this illusion disappeared, the familiar figure was already standing in front of everyone. The tall and handsome figure, the extraordinary temperament between the eyebrows, and the unshakable wind and cold eyes of an iceberg, make people feel daunted every time they see it. Boss? At this moment, everyone stood up, and when they saw the arrival of the boss, they all bent over and shouted respectfully. But Li Wei did not move. When everyone straightened up a little nervously, they gradually perceived that the breath emanating from Li Wei's body became more and more compelling. A feeling of coolness slowly penetrated into everyone's body, even more resisting than the sky full of snowflakes and cold wind. Step, step. At this moment, Black Panther, who was standing in the crowd first, walked out alone. Taking off the Black Panther armor on his head, Nikiobio came to Li Wei's face with a low expression and bent his body slightly. Boss, I'm sorry. This thing is because I didn't complete your instructions, and it deteriorated into this. When Black Panther came up, he faced his boss very candidly. Think of the task Li Wei entrusted to himself when he left the Earth. Not only did Black Panther fail to resolve the incident, there was no ability to stop everything, allowing the entire team to carry out 2 civil wars in private. Faced with the return of at the moment Li Wei, Black Panther's heart was full of guilt, so he stepped forward and pleaded guilty alone, facing Li Wei with a heart ready to accept any punishment. However, Li Wei, standing in front of Black Panther, still did not speak. The slight change was only those eyes that stared at everyone coldly, slowly falling onto him. After a while, there was still no sound in front of the entire base. Even Hulk and Peter, who rushed back together, deeply perceived the current Li Wei, full of anger. They lowered their faces, but made any move. However, Black Panther Nijob, who was attached to his body, felt that his body was under pressure like a huge mountain, and bursts of cold sweat dripped from his forehead and melted into the snow in front of him. At this moment, there was finally another footstep in the quiet air. When everyone moved their eyes slightly, it was Captain America Steve who walked slowly and came to Black Panther's side, doing the same action as Black Panther, bowing his head. Boss. Just as soon as he spoke, but Steve felt that his explanation had become very redundant. After a few seconds of silence, he chose not to give any explanation. Immediately after the action of the two, Iron Man She-Stark also came to Li Wei. Taking off his helmet, the face that was originally young and energetic was much dim again. The anger, sadness, and entanglement of these days are no longer torturing him all the time, but he has no complaints about it. After leaning down, the 3 important Avengers Alliance members in front of them bent their waists and stood respectfully in front of Li Wei, waiting for the others' anger to come. This kind of scene is very spectacular. You must know that these guys have never succumbed to anyone in this world. Even in the original book, facing the Cosmic Emperor Thanos and experiencing the grief and despair of the cosmic disaster, they never give up, never fear. But at this moment, Li Wei is here alone, but he makes the entire Avengers Alliance awe, and dare not make any disrespect. They sank their faces one after another and stood there silently. Softer. In this Eastern European snowfield, the cold winds are getting more and more fierce, and it seems that there is a blizzard that is about to come here on 1.2. But at the moment, among the more than 10 people in front of the Winter Soldier project base, all of them were due to Li Wei's silence. Under the pressure of this huge amounts of pressure, cold sweats multiplied, standing sluggishly in the snow. Even if it is a thin layer of snowflakes that have been piled up on the shoulders, no one dared to shake it arbitrarily. After a long time, those eyes that can penetrate everything in the world, moved again, looking straight ahead. The face, which has not moved, also opened his mouth slightly. Anything that goes against my will in my hands, you must pay a price. Rumble. When Li Wei said this, the 8 people standing on the ground in front of him instantly made a violent sensation. The pressure of invisible instantly became tangible, the snow-filled air immediately became blurred, and the earth suddenly burst at this moment, rumbling. At the moment, in the Eastern Europe region on the earth, in the gloomy world, a violent tremor spread to all the land here. All the countries in Eastern Europe are experiencing damage like earthquakes of several magnitudes at this moment. Countless houses collapsed, huge amounts of cracks appeared on the earth, and the people living in this land were also fleeing at a loss, for your own survival. Such a huge hazard lasted for half an hour. When the people in this continent felt that they were saved by God, the current Winter Soldier project base was already submerged in this piece of cold water. Only Li Wei, Hulk, and Peter are still standing in place. As for the 8 members of the Avengers Alliance in front of me, all under the strong pressure of Li Wei, following the broken ground, they sank into this fearful Black Sea. All the incidents that these guys did when Li Wei left, have completely angered the current Li Wei. Now they have all fallen into a coma, abandoned in this sea area, full of danger of death. The next moment, the expressionless Li Wei snapped his fingers, and the huge figure of the Earth spacecraft appeared in the sky, slowly floating in the air. After the appearance of the spaceship, Li Wei, standing on the cliff's crevice, glanced indifferently at the sea in front of him, and then turned and left. Let these guys stay down. When will they all come up? Take them back to Wakanda to see me. When Li Wei left, only this sentence was left. Boss. But at this moment, Hulk on one side called Li Wei in a low voice, looking eagerly at his back. If you don't save everyone now, they will die. Seeing Li Wei's footsteps stop, Hulk immediately struggled with an expression, and said eagerly, Indeed? As Hulk said, Li Wei's pressure just now was enough to shock the entire Eastern European region. The 8 people standing in front of him just now fainted on the spot, and followed the earth into the sea. Such a coma can't help causing huge amounts of damage to everyone's spirits, and even their bodies have been devastated. At the moment, they fell into the roaring seawater. It only takes less than 5 minutes, and everyone's body will drown in the depths as the seawater rolls. But waiting for the next scene, when Li Wei turned his head, those sharp eyes stared at Hulk instantly. The other party felt terrified instantly and didn't dare to say any more. If these guys are really dead, then they don't deserve to be part of the Avengers? With the last words of Li Wei, Peter and Hulk, who were standing here, immediately dared not say a word. Seeing the other party's figure disappear in the wind and snow, the last Earth also turned on the engine of huge amounts of and flew towards the distance. Softer, rumbling. The storm mingled with white snow, swaying wantonly on this land. The sound of sea water hitting the rock and cutting the wall made people feel a moment of silence. Seeing Hulk looking indifferently at the same place, the teenager Peter behind him walked forward curiously. Don't you really save them? Everyone will die like this. Peter said a sincere word, but Hulk in front of him shook his head helplessly. Boss, words are absolute, we can't resist. When Hulk replied to the other party's words, the cold light in his eyes made Peter instantly realize his intentions. Under Li Wei's absolute order, the two dared not defy, and had to come down on this snowy coast, waiting for the 8 people to come back safely. At the same time, after being furious, Li Wei was no longer in the mood to care about those guys anymore, driving the spaceship Earth alone, and heading back to Wakanda. Carol, his fiancée, is about to give birth in the next tens of days. At the moment, he can't wait to return to the other side. A few minutes later, above the territory of Wakanda, a figure of huge amounts of land landed on the square of this base. When everyone in the base saw this moment, they immediately showed joy and rushed towards the spacecraft. Came back. Especially Captain Marvel Carol, when she heard a huge amount of engine roar, her eye sockets immediately became wet. She directly called her ability, and instantly came to the exit of the spacecraft's cabin door. Wow. After a while, when the pregnant Carol came under the spacecraft, he saw the hatch slowly opening. When the familiar figure appeared from Carol's sight, tears of excitement suddenly appeared. Don't cry. But in the next second, crystal tears were about to drop, and a warm palm wiped away the drops of water from the corners of the eyes. Lifting his head slightly, the handsome face was looking at Carol himself, smiling tenderly. Before Carol closed her mouth and was about to say something, the caring embrace would send her into Li Wei's chest and hug her with peace of mind. At that moment, Carol held back his tears and slowly closed his eyes, enjoying the peace of mind and happiness of 700 at this moment. This time, you have worked hard. A gentle word immediately melted Carol's soft heart. The brief parting between the two made them miss each other so much. When the people who kept coming to see it, they also smiled with relief and stood quietly on the side. Boss? Until a long time, when the two people were reluctant to part with each other, Mara, Mutant and others shouted to roar, respected by Li Wei. As for Li Wei, holding Carol's hand and looking at everyone, after seeing that everyone's strength has risen, he immediately showed a satisfied look. It seems that when I'm away, you all practiced very well. Affirmed by Li Wei, this is what everyone is most proud of. But after everyone looked at each other and smiled, they all looked down. At this time, among the crowd, the figure of Quicksilver Pietro came slowly. Boss, I'm sorry. My sister's thing. Is she okay? Seeing that Scarlet Witch was not there, and the scene in Eastern Europe just now was known to everyone, Quicksilver was very worried and asked. But at this time, Li Wei's expression of joy became a little cold because of these words. Their thing will get the consequences it deserves. A seemingly ordinary word made everyone quiet. The establishment of Avengers and Avengers only took a few months, and such huge amounts of contradiction occurred internally. For Li Wei, such things are absolutely not allowed. When everyone heard Li Wei's answer, they immediately understood all his intentions. Even if the current Quicksilver Pietro worries any more, but in the face of this, he will not say more. Those guys about this matter have already been punished by me. But this does not mean that this matter will end there. You all go back. You don't need to know much about the consequences of this. After saying this, at Li Wei's order, everyone began to hang their hearts and head back to their respective places. Li Wei and Carol himself, who were the only ones left, looked at each other and smiled, holding hands to each other and walking towards their room. Honey, our baby will be born soon. Did you think of a name for her? Under the balcony of the home, Li Wei accompanied Carol to sit on the wooden chair at the table. The other party happily stroked his stomach and asked each other in a low voice. However, Li Wei was also filled with a warm smiling face, staring at each other silently. Then I saw the other party slowly stretched out his palms and stroked Carol's cheeks very gently. Those eyes that had always been cold and impermanent towards people, at the moment also became tender. Baby's name, I will tell you the day when she is born. As soon as he said this, a smile was drawn on that handsome face, he straightened his body, and pointed to the other party's lips. At that moment, a red star appeared on Captain Marvel's face. From today, I will always guard by your side and look forward to the birth of the child together. The two hugged each other gently. The pair was made in heaven and looked up at the sunset on the horizon, relying on each other warmly together. The next day, Li Wei, who had breakfast with Carol, walked towards Wayne Manor, X College, and other places under the shower of the morning sun. I remembered carefully, since Carol was pregnant with each other's children, Li Wei has not had time to accompany her. Even the self-built buildings in Wakanda have not had time to consult with the other party. Now Li Wei, who temporarily puts aside all trivial matters, decides to accompany and take care of Carol in the next few dozen days to compensate him. In the huge garden of Wayne Manor, there are thousands of exotic flowers and plants from all over the world, vying to bloom beautiful flowers and exude a pleasant fragrance. In such a beautiful atmosphere, Carol, who has been straining his heartstrings for the Avengers Alliance Civil War, suddenly relaxed a lot, permeated with a happy smile, spending time with Li Wei that belongs to the lovers that have not been in the past for a long time. On this day, Li Wei and Carol seem to be back in the college days, wandering around the park together, watching a movie in the theater together, enjoying the food delivered by the other party, spending time for a couple that belongs to the two. The sweetness of this scene makes all the girls in Wakanda envy. Looking at the happiness on their faces, everyone's hearts are filled with blessings. Until late at night, Carol, who was treated like a child by himself, finally fell asleep in Li Wei's arms. But at this moment, Li Wei's eyes flashed sharply, coming. There was a silent thought in Li Wei's heart, and a ray of light flashed from Wakanda's territory. When he turned his head slightly to look around, a Confighter jet entered Wakanda's airport from the outside world. But seeing the return of Avengers Alliance, Li Wei did not move. Instead, he hugged Carol, put her into his arms and fell asleep. Ding ding ding. Until the sun rose slightly on the third day, it was 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, and Li Wei was slightly awakened by the sound of a phone call. After squinting his eyes and quietly removing his arm from Carol's head, Li Wei answered the phone. Hey, Master, Steve, they are at the gate of the base, waiting for you all night. On the other end of the phone was the voice of the old butler Alfred. After Li Wei heard everything, he silently agreed. Moments later, after giving Carol an affectionate kiss, Li Wei put on his clothes and walked towards the door of the base. Press the elevator switch. When Li Wei arrived on the first floor, the moment he opened the door, 10 people from Avengers Alliance stood in front of the base door. All survived. When he came to this group of guys, Li Wei threw out a cold sentence. Boss. In the next scene, several people bend their bodies respectfully, and together roar yells Li Wei as roar. Then Banner and Peter, who accompanied him, came to Li Wei's back in silence, facing the 8 people together. Boss. At this moment, Captain America Steve, who was standing in the crowd, immediately walked out. Seeing Li Wei's deep roar shout, he bowed his body respectfully again. Sorry, I am willing to bear everything for this incident. As the deputy captain, I didn't play any role. All the consequences are due to me. Lowering his head, Steve said with a deep face. Zhao Dihao, no. It's because I didn't really see the truth, let hatred blind my eyes. But at this moment, Iron Man She-Stark, who was standing behind him, also made a sound, walked beside Captain America, and did the same thing. At this moment, when Li Wei saw that the 2 fuses of the whole thing had all stood up and finally realized his mistake, there was a trace of fierceness in his eyes. Recognizing that this team caused such harm because of your conflicts is just your first step. If you do something wrong, you must be punished. Although for Li Wei, the 2 have correctly realized their mistakes. But the consequences that should be faced, everything can't be omitted. Before it was a punishment to all of you, now it's time to really target both of you. When Li Wei said this, everyone's expressions were silent again. Li Wei chose to forgive the civil war with the Avengers Alliance team. Such news is undoubtedly the best way for everyone to be saved. However, when everyone heard that Captain America Steve and Iron Man Stark still had to bear the burden of it at the moment, their expressions immediately went cold. Boss, we are willing to accept everything. But at this time, in order to get the integrity of the entire team, Captain America Steve directly stated that he was willing to accept everything. As a result, the 2 disappeared from everyone's eyes under the leadership of Li Wei. You are, however, at this moment, watching the old butler Alfred after the young master left, and seeing the young boy Peter among the crowd, he asked curiously. When Peter heard this, his eyes lit up, and he opened his mouth as a call rash. Hello, my name is Peter. My super ability can spit cobweb between my fingers, so I call myself Spider-Man. With that, Peter deliberately concealed it from everyone. With a gesture of a rock boy in his hand, he waved towards the wall in front of him, and a huge white spider web instantly stuck there. This scene 713 immediately made the faces of everyone behind him black. Although this kind of ability is very strong, but looking at the self-sufficient secondary 2 boy in front of him, everyone's expressions seemed to be very speechless. At the same time, the Iron Man She-Stark and Captain America Steve, who were taken away by Li Wei, led by each other, entered the latest battle room of the Wakanda Scientific Research Base. Looking at the walls with a sense of technology around him, She-Stark, who came here, was a little proud. Obviously, this design was designed by him himself. The whole room is semicircular, without any sharp water chestnuts, and there is no danger of collision that can appear in battle. However, there is only one feature that is fatal. The walls here have ability and cannot be adsorbent. Simply put, whenever the ability used here hits the wall, it will hit back with the same power. Such a battle room is very suitable for fighters to use for training combat and other aspects of ability, which can effectively improve in a short time. But when She-Stark and Steve looked around here with a little doubt, Li Wei, who was still in front of him just now, is actually by the side of the wall, slowly taking off his jacket, raising his sleeves, and walking silently. Goo. In this scene, the two people around him swallowed water, and a little cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. Seeing each other's posture, she and Stark seem to understand what terrible event is about to happen. At this moment, the two of them stared at each other's cold faces, and finally opened their mouths. Come on. Don't you like to decide the high and low? Fight me today. In the neat white shirt, Li Wei pleated his sleeves in a manner, and his arms ignited a burst of arrogance, and a cold breath swept over in an instant. However, when Iron Man Stark and Captain America Steve really saw Li Wei's serious look, they immediately understood that the boss was really moving. Don't be grinding. Come over. But just as the two of them were slightly stunned, another penetrating word from Li Wei immediately awakened the two of them. At the moment, the other party's eyes let out cold air indifferently, just the layers of ability attached to both hands made them feel threatening. Click. But in the next scene, seeing Li Wei's urging, she Stark didn't dare to go any further. Put on your own steel battlesuit directly, wave your arm, ready to respond to the opponent's attack at any time. Seeing the same thing around him, Captain America Steve waved his shield, put up a fighting posture, and faced Wang Jie with she Stark, Abk. Yo. But at this moment, seeing that the two were ready, Li Wei stretched his foot and stepped on it, and a sonic boom suddenly sounded. This body broke through the air, waved two powerful arms, and flew towards the two with 5 fingers. Boom! Hearing only a sound of impact, Li Wei's arm shot directly at Iron Man's face, causing the opponent's body to be lifted instantly. The next moment, Li Wei turned around and grabbed Captain America's arm, raising his leg and wrist and hitting the opponent's abdomen directly. Cough. A mouthful of blood came out of Captain America's mouth. The body that was originally straight, fell directly on the ground and kept curling up. The pain caused the veins on his stubborn face to violently morpholino. But the next second, there was a burst of air-breaking sound from behind Li Wei. When Li Weizi turned around in response, he saw Iron Man activate the transmitter's arm, and suddenly grabbed it towards his body. Yesterday, seeing this, Li Wei showed no mercy, waved his arm high, and slammed it directly at the opponent's arm. A burst of adamantium's cracking sound was heard, and then she Stark himself in the steel battlesuit also wrinkled white. Ah. The cry of pain came from Stark's mouth. When he looked at his arm again, he only felt severe pain. Under Li Wei's blow, she Stark's arm broke directly, leaving no room for relaxation. Then there was a heavy impact on his chest, and he flew out more than 10 meters away, unable to resist. At the moment, Captain America, Steve, who is the only Captain America by Li Wei's side, is even more bombarded. The constant fist baptism made Steve's face paler, and his sharp eyes gradually faded. Thump. Half a minute later, Captain America had already been attacked by hundreds of punches from Li Wei. When the opponent slowly retracted his arm, he fell straight to the ground and fell asleep. Is this your strength? In less than 2 minutes, the two main players of the Avengers Alliance were beaten directly by Li Wei. When Li Wei glanced coldly and said disdainfully, the two lying on the ground did not dare to speak. Enduring the severe pain, she Stark looked at Li Wei with sweat on his head, and left silently towards the door with his clothes. However, at the moment when the other party opened the door, he left a fatal word. Starting from tomorrow, and Steve will come here to wait for me. It can be said that this is punishment, but also training. Li Wei's words before leaving suddenly made she Stark's face blue. The violent blue veins and dull face on his forehead are enough to prove at the moment in she Stark's body, what a painful moment he is suffering. Those sharp eyes became very desperate at this time. But for Li Wei and Li Wei, these are by no means what the two thoughts. The events of the Civil War have passed, and even the death goddess Hela has appeared on the Asgard of the gods thing. Once as the king of Asgard, Thor finds Surti to stop Ragnarok. Thanos will soon baptize the universe and come to Earth to find a few cosmic gems by Li Wei. This also means that there is not much time left for the group of guys behind Li Wei. Seeing the current appearance of Captain America and Iron Man all day long, Li Wei also had to rush to change direction training, personally improve the strength of this group of guys in the fastest time. It was also in the evening of this day that Li Wei was anxious for the Avengers Alliance meeting again inside the palace, but this time, the scale is twice as large as the number of people who held the Avengers Alliance meeting for the first time. In the conference hall of this magnificent palace, there are hundreds of square meters of walls on both sides, and there are historical paintings of Wakanda. And inside this golden gate several meters wide, more than a few members of the Avengers Alliance are constantly walking in. Even Ms. Siwa, Wonder Woman Diana, Magneto, Professor X, etc., sat down one by one toward the long table in the conference hall. Da-da-da, until a crisp sound of footsteps came. When everyone looked towards the door, they saw Li Wei in a formal suit, a very handsome gentleman holding his fiancée and walking together. Boss. Seeing the two approaching, everyone sitting on their seats stood up and yelled at Li Wei respectfully. Sit down, everyone. In response to everyone's roar, Li Wei held Carol's hand while talking to everyone. Then, under the leadership of Li Wei, Carol sat in the front seat of the crowd. Looking back at everyone in front of him, his face was very serious. Such an expression immediately made everyone at the table vigilant, and one after another raised their own spirits, waiting very seriously for what Li Wei was about to announce. And at the next moment, I saw Li Wei, who was sitting in the front seat with a light cough, and after dredging his throat, the meeting officially started. Everyone. This time I ask all of your Avengers Alliance members, as well as some people outside the team, that there is an important event to inform you. When Li Wei said this, it really verified everyone's inner conjecture. The meeting held at the moment will undoubtedly have something to do with everyone here. Everyone held Roar's breath and cast serious gazes towards Li Wei. However, what Li Wei said in the following immediately caused everyone's face to change drastically, and their expressions were extremely nervous. About 4 months later, the Earth will usher in the most powerful enemy in the entire universe, Thanos. Looking at everyone, Li Wei opened the Eye of Agamotto, Time Gem, without shy away, and a picture from the future emerged. Following Li Wei's words, in this yellow-green light, a very tall and strong Titan man Thanos appeared. Thanos, a man who can be called the Emperor in the universe. His name alone will make the bandits and evil gangs in the entire universe frightened. Thanos' strength is also in the entire Marvel universe, and he is an absolute master at the forefront. Impeccable mental power, indestructible body skin. Coupled with his blood from the eternal family of Titans that day, this gave him unsurpassed strength, endurance, restoration ability, and agility. Not only did Thanos originally possess very powerful strength, but even the cosmic army that followed him was as large as an empire. Any planet or even galaxy that this guy is staring at will be crushed under his ruthless iron hoof and be completely destroyed. At the moment, in the conference hall of the palace, when Li Wei broadcasted all the information of this guy in front of everyone, everyone's expressions were suddenly bleak at this moment. 0. Look for flowers. Taste. When Thanos' scenes of fighting everywhere were all seen in everyone's eyes, everyone's expressions couldn't help becoming serious, and they were silent at the table. But at this moment, Li Wei, who stared at the crowd coldly, spoke silently. Have you seen it all? This is the opponent everyone is about to face. Now do you think you have the strength to deal with it? After raising this question, Li Wei immediately turned his attention to the Avengers Alliance members and stared at these guys silently. Afterwards, the slightly penetrating words pierced everyone's heart very directly. Your current ability, like a half-old child, will only show off in front of people around you. After a word, the 10 Avengers Alliance members sitting here immediately became speechless, with their heads lowered in thought. But at this moment, Stark, who was sitting on the side hanging a plaster, immediately remembered something and said suddenly, Boss, so that means, you will train me and Steve yourself in the future. Thinking of the earlier tragic experience, Stark immediately remembered the words when Li Wei led him away, looking at each other curiously. At this moment, I saw Li Wei's eyes slowly fall into his body, and a chill could not help spreading all over his body. Good. That's the beginning of your nightmare. Stark's words were recognized by the other party, but this should have been gratifying, but it made everyone hear a terrible meaning. Then, when Li Wei swept everyone down again, an even more exciting news followed. In the next 4 months, I want every member of the Avengers Alliance to receive crazy training. Achieve your strongest strength in the shortest time and face the arrival of Thanos together. Boom. Afterwards, I saw Ms. Siwa and others who were not originally Avengers Alliance. They immediately stood up and silently looked at the Avengers Alliance opposite. From today, they will be your training teachers. Dinged up Ms. Siwa, Wonder Woman Diana, Magneto, Professor X, and Mera all stood up and stood in front of the Avengers Alliance members after a word from Li Wei. Then, when everyone heard that they were about to be practiced by the other party and others, they all showed weird eyes. At this time, Li Wei, who was sitting above the crowd, spoke again. The strength of everyone in Avengers Alliance, on average, is mostly not higher than that of 5. So, I need you to maximize your characteristics within 4 months. Thanos' cosmic army is not as simple as you think. Starting tomorrow, the official special training. Under the absolute order of Li Wei, the faces of more than 10 people in Avengers Alliance became serious immediately. It's July 1-3, boss. After all agreed, everyone was selected by Li Wei and received their respective mentors. Ms. Siwa's fighting technique can be called the world's first master. For this reason, Li Wei entrusted Black Panther and Winter Soldier Bucky to each other's hands to get the most effective training and fighting in the next 4 months. The first female warrior, Wonder Woman, a princess from the daughter country of Paradise Island, has a strong combat experience. Being able to control the Vulcan sword and divine power shield, she was also Li Wei's strongest deputy before the Avengers Alliance event unfolded. Because of this, Li Wei deliberately entrusted Black Widow Romanoff, Hawkeye Barton, and Hulk Banner to her staff. Facing such reuse of Li Wei, Diana was also very grateful. Looking at the 4 people she is about to lead, she is also full of fighting spirit. The next Magneto, mutant, is a man with absolute strength, and his strength can almost destroy the entire city. However, Magneto's other identity is the father of Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. Under such destiny, Li Wei naturally chose to entrust the 2 of them to each other. Now the remaining new Avengers Alliance members, Spider-Man Peter and Vision, who were just picked up by Li Wei, are training their comprehensive strength under the leadership of Professor X and Mera. As for Captain America Steve and Iron Man Stark, as the last important figures in the incident, they were directly unable to beat the Thunder under Li Wei's training. But even so, this distribution is not absolute. After the separate arrangements, Li Wei decided that after 3 months of training in front of their respective instructors, everyone would rotate again and adjust the training comprehensively. Such a decision was fully implemented and decided after a meeting of more than an hour. After the final decision, Li Wei deliberately made arrangements for daily training to be very cruel. After 10 hours of practice a day, all injured members will be treated by him personally. In this way, everyone's injury delays will also be directly relieved. At the same time, this news was also spread by Li Wei and told everyone in the entire Wakanda territory. And I told everyone that everyone from the next day must prepare for the future battle. After everything was done, after a dinner party prepared by Li Wei, everyone had a good meal and went back to their room to rest. This night, everyone went to rest early. Only Li Wei and Captain Marvel Carol stayed on the balcony of the room, and they enjoyed the beautiful starry sky comfortably. Honey, the battle soon after. Are you scared? The two remained silent until a long time later. Carol, who looked a little hesitation, opened his mouth slightly. As he said, those slender hands held the other's arms and watched silently. Carol was deeply fascinated by those sharp eyes that could see through everything in the world. When the other party turned her head slightly, all that little tenderness was thrown into her own eyes, which made her feel extremely relieved. Rest assured, whether it's you or our children, I will always protect you. A plain word that came out of Li Wei's mouth seemed warm. At that moment, Carol was very convinced of his lover. Stroking his stomach, carefully feeling the beating of the baby in the two of them, that inner aspiration disappeared in an instant. Long before Li Wei convened this meeting, Carol had already seen everything that happened in the future in the other's eye of Agamotto. Although Carol has always been confident of his own strength, and has his lover Li Wei by his side, but even so, all the defying performances in the future scenes still left her with lingering fears and unconscious ambitions. Even if Li Wei's strength is absolute in Carol's heart, it is also clear in her heart that an army like mountains and seas will be overwhelmed even if the earth wins. Not only Carol and Li Wei, in fact, everyone in the middle of the night was shocked by Thanos' appearance. The first time I saw such a powerful opponent, even some people couldn't believe it in their hearts. With a dueling heart to all wars, everyone on this night has become very heavy. The next day, the morning sun had just illuminated the distant sky. All the people who slept deep in Wakanda, all woke up very early and started their own training. On Wakanda's large training ground, all the Wakanda national warriors, holding their own weapons, began to exercise early in the morning. Not far from the X Academy, under the arrangement of Professor X 1.2, Mystique Raven began to teach the children of mutant to carry out their own mutant ability training. As for the few people who had a meeting yesterday, after a simple wash, they walked towards the training room of the Wakanda Scientific Research Base. The same is true for Li Wei, who woke up early in the morning. After a simple breakfast, he moved forward to training. Boss? The cold vibranium metal valve opened, and when Li Wei walked in silently, a sonorous voice came. Glancing at Captain America and Iron Man, Li Wei smiled rare. The two people in front of them looked energetic and serious, and immediately made each other's heart feel relieved. Seeing the two, Li Wei said silently, "Let's get started." Under the scorching sun and cloudless sky, only the heat accompanies everyone. The billowing heat wave, rising from the ground, makes people feel a fire in their heart just by looking at it. At the moment in Wakanda's square, tens of thousands of Wakanda warriors are here to receive the coaches of the high priests, brandishing their weapons, and constantly training frantically. Everyone's forehead will be sprinkled with sweat beads, but on this hot ground, it will immediately sublimate to the air. As for the female necromancers, under the guidance of the elders, they have begun to manufacture a large number of heart-shaped herbal medicines, for the battle in the immediate, for the warriors and heroes of the nation to use. In addition, a unique scenery in the entire Wakanda kingdom. Sitting in the English-style Castle X Academy, the group of mutant children who had been summoned were also practicing their own ability under the guidance of Mystique Rui Yao. Among them, the strength of Magneto's youngest daughter Lorna and the little Phoenix Piano are the most remarkable. These two leading figures as the successors of Mutant, although they are only a small age, also show amazing talent. 08. This scene made Mystique and the others feel very pleased. Everyone in the kingdom, at the appeal of Li Wei's roar, all mobilized, sitting and working hard to prepare for the battle that followed. But in this upcoming battle, the Avengers team, which is the main member of the team, as well as those Li Wei's personal affiliates, are undergoing even more terrible training. This is the most remarkable building that can be seen at a glance in any corner of Wakanda. It is the main venue for crazy training with a few people arranged by Li Wei personally. On the top floor of the building, in several battle rooms specially made for super ability, everyone is in full battle. Even in the battle room of Li Wei, She Stark, and Steve, the two who have the biggest difference in strength, they waved their bodies very fiercely and went into the battle with enthusiasm. Broken. In the entire battle room of several hundred square meters, the sound of explosions and impacts continued. The spark never disappeared between the three of them. Li Wei, who had always taken the initiative to attack, also slightly reduced his attacks at this moment, starting from the corresponding strength of the two, constantly increasing the difficulty. But even so, the intense numbness that hit Iron Man Stark and Captain America Steve with each punch would make their faces wrinkled and painful. Facing the gap in absolute strength, the two gradually came to a tacit understanding of cooperation. Before the two of them found out by themselves, Li Wei had gradually seen clearly, and the other party began to cooperate constantly, trying to push him back. Seeing this scene, Li Wei finally saw the two of them grow slightly, and then a green arrow appeared in his hand, constantly waving towards the two of them. Equally fierce is the three people next door, the same one resisting the two of Black Panther Job and Winter Soldier Bucky. Ms. Siwa also showed an unshakable prestige. In fact, it is not too late for the three to see each other. Even Black Panther and Winter Soldier are very clear about the strength of Ms. Siwa. However, in the battle together, the two people who have never experienced each other's battle are constantly surprised at this moment. Roar and sigh. Under the long and straight black hair, the woman in a trench coat stared at the two with a serious face. Standing in place has never made a step, but it has also caused the two people to be forced to retreat. Roar taste, roar taste. The two hastily roar sucked and roared through the room, feeling exhausted all over the two of them. But when the two of them faced Ms. Siwa, she stood calmly and looked at herself silently, without any expression. Fighting skills has a soul. Ms. Siwa, who didn't say a word for a long time, finally watched the two people say a word. She slightly raised her hands, and her body disappeared instantly. At that moment, the face of Black Panther Job, who was spreading his claws, changed drastically. When he put up his hands, he looked around in a panic. A real battle requires 100 times your mental power. Immediately after this quiet room, when Ms. Siwa's cold voice came again, Black Panther suddenly felt that his abdomen was bearing a terrible force. Boom! Black Panther's face just turned savage, his body shot in and out, hit the ceiling directly above his head, and fell down violently. Ahem! Suddenly, Black Panther stood up from the ground, took off his mask immediately, and spit out a mouthful of blood from his chest. Call? Seeing the embarrassed figure of Black Panther at a glance, the Winter Soldier Bucky beside him squeezed his fists, struggling to step forward. Taste. The left arm made by adamantium made a burst of noise as it tightened its force. Seeing that the opponent was ready to attack at any time, Winter Soldier Bucky's eyes condensed, and 713 waved away at the right time. Yo! There was a sonic boom in the air, and a white flame immediately rose, and a punch full of terrifying power hit Ms. Siwa's body fiercely. The silver arm is like a silver dragon, irrigating towards Ms. Siwa like a broken bamboo. When Ms. Siwa saw this, she still had a dull look. Later, Ms. Siwa's slender arm stood up and stood in front of her. Don't use your own body to directly block the blow. But this scene immediately made the approaching Bucky smile smugly on his face. This punch was full of Bucky's strength, enough to directly destroy a truck, but it couldn't be stopped casually. Seeing the other side's posture, Bucky suddenly felt a trace of victory in his heart. Yo! The next moment, the fist swung away with great momentum, and slammed fiercely on Ms. Siwa's body. But at this moment, Bucky suddenly felt that he had hit a rock, and the thin body in front of him stood in place unshakably. Those slender arms actually held Bucky's thick arms, and except for the powerful wave of air, they all stayed in place. Under the full blow of Winter Soldier Bucky, the thick arm with adamantium was framed there among the slender arms of Ms. Siwa, unable to move. When Bucky was surprised, he secretly felt a piercing pain on the back of his hand. No, less than a second later, Bucky was already unbearable and shouted in pain. But at this moment, Ms. Siwa, who was always calm, let out a cold look. At the next moment, she saw Ms. Siwa's hands swayed, and the arms that were placed on her arms allowed her to call. After stretching forward, the other party's body bent down. Seizing the opportunity, Ms. Siwa directly stepped on the opponent's body, and when Bucky fell, the torn arm squeaked. Where the bones are connected, there is a serious dislocation on the spot. What? The pain made Bucky no longer tolerable, and the blue veins broke out on his forehead, and his red face couldn't help opening his mouth. Boom. Siwa. But at this moment, there was a sudden gust of wind in the air. After hearing Black Panther's subsequent shout, a whirlwind kick immediately slashed towards Ms. Siwa's back. Yo! There was a dull sound from G, and Black Panther's heavy kick hit Siwa's body directly. Hearing this movement, when Winter Soldier Bucky fell on the ground turned his head and looked at it, a surprising scene happened again. Ms. Siwa, who was originally pressing on Bucky, at the moment not only controlled Bucky himself, even if at the moment faced other attacks from outside, she relied on her other arm to directly block Black Panther's attack. I was surprised that Bucky was alone. At the moment, as Black Panther himself, he was already shocked. Not only did it make him unexpected that the opponent could block the attack, but it also made him feel like hitting steel, making his legs seem to be broken. On the battlefield, you can't stay surprised like you. At this moment, Ms. Siwa said. Then the arms blocking Black Panther's legs opened and grabbed the opponent's leg. Boom, boom. Then that arm actually gave out a terrifying force and directly lifted Black Panther's body, struggling to use it far away. After embarrassingly hit the vibranium material in the room, I lay there miserably. As for the Winter Soldier Bucky under his body, at the moment also looked helpless, snarling his own face, lying under Ms. Siwa in pain. Faced with the absolute strength of Ms. Siwa, under the first day of the match, the two fell in embarrassment. But this kind of performance didn't just happen to these two people. The three people who were arranged by Li Wei under Wonder Woman Diana, Black Widow Romanoff, Hawkeye Barton, and Hulk all suffered the same tragic ending. In this 300 square meter battle room, Wonder Woman Diana was alone with her bare hands. She had no weapons behind her armor, and still faced the three of them without fear. The opposite style of painting is not so simple. Hulk, a Hulk with strong muscles and his limbs reaching the limit, struggled to protect his face, ready to move. The Black Widow Romanoff beside him also set up his physical attack state, ready to attack at any time. Not to mention Hawkeye Barton, wearing a professional agent combat suit. He actually gave up his best bow and arrow. It seems that this guy wants to further improve his fighting strength. Bring it on. However, at this moment, after seeing the energetic spirits of the three of them, Diana stood there and said, Morpholino. Suddenly, the three of them disappeared in place. A moment later, Diana raised her eyes to look upwards, and three different figures appeared in front of her immediately. What? When the figure appeared, suddenly a roaring sound came from the huge amounts of green figure in front of him. Diana saw that this guy was opening her mouth and struggling to smash her fist with her fist. But even if it took less than a second, he still looked indifferent when facing such a Diana, and he said, too slow. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the three people in the sky suddenly changed. When the three of them gathered to look at it, they saw Diana, who was still standing there after a sentence, instantly stretched out her arm and grabbed the fist that the Hulk was about to throw, and immediately smashed it down. Yo! The bulky body hit the ground at that moment, and then Diana was seen turning around in this extremely fast time. She broke everything, and pulled the bodies of Black Widow and Hawkeye in an orderly manner, and threw them everywhere. Boom! Boom! Then there were two muffled noises, and the bodies of Black Widow and Hawkeye fell embarrassedly into the wall and sat on the ground. Roar! For a while, after the shocking scene just now, the three of them couldn't help but slow down roar to suck. To the three people who were scattered everywhere with at the moment, looking at Diana who was still in place, thinking of the performance of the other party just now, I couldn't believe it. The speed that almost broke time and the unimaginable force immediately made everyone understand why Li Wei boss dared to entrust all three of them to her. Come again. Then, when the first attack failed, and seeing the three of them rest for a short time, Diana spoke again. Unlike the others, Diana chose to let the three of them, Zhao Dihao, have enough time to think and choose the way to attack herself when seeing the disparity between the three and the National Tiaotung University. This method is most suitable for three people with Diana. Her such hard work is also to make Li Wei's order not to be disappointed because of herself. After thinking about this, the three people everywhere dispatched Xian again. Black Widow and Hawkeye on both sides of the corner rushed around the room in an instant. Even Hulk, the Hulk who fell down beside him, immediately retreated a few steps, and then made his own efforts. There was a dull noise in the air, and Hulk hit a sonic boom directly in the air, punching a powerful punch straight towards Diana. At this moment, Black Widow and Hawkeye, who had been surrounding them, went around immediately, attacking from both sides behind each other. In an instant, Wonder Woman Diana was in the same place, and was attacked from three directions by her body for a while. Boom. In the next second, when Wonder Woman Diana crossed her arms to respond to the Hulk's blow in front of her, a huge amount of cyclone suddenly burst out at the intersection between the two. A wave of air dissipated, and immediately Diana felt a tremendous force tingling her arm. Just as her face was slightly wrinkled and her arms felt numb, Black Widow and Hawkeye, who had turned into black shadows in the peripheries of her eyes, also appeared. The two were at two places beside Diana at the same time, stepping out their respective thighs and swaying powerful kicks. Boom, boom. With the dull sound of two more blows, Diana's abdomen was hit immediately, and her thin body finally flew back. It wasn't until Diana placed her feet fiercely on the ground that her body slowly stopped more than 10 meters away from where she was. But at this moment, Diana's originally hideous look gradually aroused a smile. After spreading the mating arms, he shook it slightly, and finally showed warfare in those cold eyes. Bring it on. Attack me like this. Straightening up his waist, that embarrassing expression seemed indifferent at this moment. Seeing that the three of them finally showed their desire to fight, the blood in her body was about to move. 713. But this scene also surprised Hulk and others. With such a coordinated blow, the three of them originally thought that they could get a powerful advantage after they could force their opponents back. But at this moment, seeing the fighting spirit released by Diana's whole body, still crushing the three of them, there is no way. It seems that only our combined offense is too ugly to not lose. The Black Widow Romanoff by his side also saw the other side unscathed. After waving his limbs in a modest manner, after some exercises, he looked away coldly. Okay. At this time, the two people around him also shouted at the same time, one after another. They set up a fighting posture, and the three looked at each other together. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The next moment, the three of them once again turned into a burst of speedy figures. Each waved his fist, and headed towards Diana through the air. But at this time, seeing the three people sweeping again and facing the upcoming attack from all directions, Diana stood in place and looked particularly calm. What? In an instant, only, Abe saw Diana's beautiful brown pupils, which instantly turned golden. The fighting spirit released from the whole body suddenly expanded 100-fold. Seeing everyone's attack, the relaxed hands gradually turned into fists. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, Diana swung 3 fast punches into the air in front of her, and then retracted her body. But at this time, the 3 people who were coming have not yet reached Diana's side. Faced with such a strange scene, even the 3 opponents felt a little bit puzzled. After worrying about it, Black Widow, Hulk and Hawkeye still attacked each other's body according to their actions. The fists of the 3 people flew from all directions of Diana's body. When everyone was struggling to target each other from the blind spots everywhere, they suddenly saw Diana in front of them, and a triumphant glance appeared in their eyes. Boom, boom, boom. When the three of them were shocked, the air that had been bombarded by Diana suddenly burst out again with three powerful forces, and they immediately waved to everyone. Ah! Immediately afterwards, the three people who were caught off guard in midair screamed at the same time. Diana's attack directly pushed the three of them out of the far corner. The strong pressure made everyone feel that their heart was almost squeezed and couldn't beat. After landing one after another, after the pressure was released from everyone's chest, they were like drowning wounded, greedily taking a breath of air. Soon, Hulk and the others were lying on the ground. Their faces were full of doubts and fears. The sweat on their foreheads formed a file size of soybeans, which flowed down from the contour of the bridge of the nose. At the moment, the feeling of room breath directly scared everyone. It poured into their bodies like death, like a strange and fearful ability, pushing everyone to hell. The panting came to a halt slowly, but the panic in his heart still didn't have. Everyone understands that if I was really Diana's enemy just now, maybe I would really die directly. The three raised their eyes to look at Diana in front of them. The domineering battle armor was attached to the whole body, standing bravely in place, like a generation of female generals. At that moment, the three of them immediately let go of their strength and collapsed weakly. Facing the battle of superb strength, the apprentices of the third mentor Diana also suffered a terrible lesson. However, in the other battle room where at the moment is training, even if the instructor has Magneto who is a father-son relationship, and Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver are fighting in the battle room, it seems a little unique. Compared with other instructors, they are all fighting personally with their apprentices. Magneto directly let the two siblings fight with each other, standing on the side to observe and guide. In such a scene, I have to say that Magneto's idea is very smart. In the face of his children, how can a father give up his killer to his children? Even if it is a little hurt, I dare not give up. Magneto, who was thinking about going, let the siblings fight by themselves. In this way, Magneto can not only see the strength of the two, but also discover the shortcomings in time. Masses of origin magic power, full of magical power, burned like fire in the air. Scarlet Witch Wanda, who controls the magic, has red eyes and powerful chaos force all over his body, constantly attacking the fast-flowing Quicksilver in the air. But at the moment, Quicksilver Pietro himself is also very inferior. Although he was born as a younger brother, he has a super fast, constantly moving in the air. A mass of magic was blasted away, and it became an invisible Quicksilver. He raised his fist and bombarded Scarlet Witch's body continuously. Broken pieces. It's a pity that Origin Magic Power's G-in protective cover set by Wanda's side has been rippling all the time, and there is no slightest damage. But at this moment, Magneto, the father who had been watching calmly by his side, seemed to have discovered some trick. Then he spoke, and immediately shocked the two of them. Attack from below, monument. After a loud noise, the flames blazed, and Magneto suspended in the sky nodded in satisfaction. The fire ran out, and in the middle of the fighting room stood a shocked Scarlet Witch. Wow, fortunately, I hide fast, sister, the explosive power of your Origin Magic Power enchantment is too strong. Seeing that there was no danger, my brother Quicksilver walked over from the corner. It turns out that this is your weakness. If it weren't for your father's reminder, I would have been abused by you again this time. With that said, Quicksilver looked at his father in the sky happily. The two brothers and sisters had also tried in their spare time before, but each time ended in an absolute victory by Scarlet Witch. So Quicksilver, who beat her sister for the first time, is very proud. Wanda, do you have your own weakness now? Magneto saw her daughter who was still in shock and couldn't help but ask. My shortcoming is that I didn't do a good job of defense. She underestimated the enemy too much. Scarlet Witch was very unwilling. Originally, he slackened his defense in order to defeat his younger brother quickly. Instead, he used most of his mana on the attack, but he didn't expect the gain to be worth the loss. No, your problem is not that the defense is not done well, but the lack of mental power. Your Origin Magic Power is enough to support you to do the strongest defense and the most violent attack at the same time, but your current mental power is too weak, causing you to call magic too slowly. You can't do more things in a short time. Magneto shook his head and explained the problem to his daughter earnestly. In other words, if my sister's mental power is strong enough, she can completely abuse me. Hearing his father's words, Quicksilver's originally elated mood instantly fell to the bottom. The head that was raised just now is now hanging down heavily. Your abilities are different, and your areas of expertise are definitely different, but as the son of my Magneto, how can you be weak? Seeing the loss of the youngest son, Magneto, as the father, hurriedly comforted him. Your ability is fast, but as far as I see it, you are only playing less than 20% of your ability, but you can only develop your potential by relying on your own efforts. I only give you 2 directions for your efforts. Magneto gave his own advice. One is to continue to strengthen your attack strength and use your speed to strengthen your destructive power. The other is to continue to increase the speed of movement to the extent that it can surpass the speed of light or even surpass time. Both of these 2 directions can create greatness by achieving the ultimate. The choice is up to you. From a battle, you can accurately see the problem. It can be seen that Magneto's research on battle is better than that of Avengers. Okay, I think the 2 of you are about to rest and fight again. This time I want you to use all your strength to temporarily forget the family relationship and treat each other as the most hated enemy. Don't worry, I will be there. If any one of your siblings will be injured, please do your best. Quack. The two after images disappeared in the same place instantly. When all the Avengers members were doing cruel training in full swing, Li Wei did not sit back and said he would give them the cruelest training. As a boss, Li Wei definitely has to lead by example. In Li Wei's training room, with the last scream of the Captain of the United States, he finally fell to the ground. The Iron Man on the side was already covered with scars and was about to lose consciousness in pain. The strength is still too weak. Think of me as the enemy who destroys your home and lives in your house. Only if you do your best to attack me by unscrupulous means, this training can give full play to his greatest value, and your potential can be stimulated to a greater extent. Come out. Li Wei sternly shouted at the two people who fell to the ground. Yes, boss. Although the pain was terrible all over, the two of them tried their best to answer Li Wei. Oh, well, let me treat you first. Seeing the tragic situation of the two, Li Wei was still a little unbearable, and immediately used his mind to manipulate the treatment equipment in the training room to treat the two. All training rooms have been equipped with therapeutic equipment designed and developed by Li Wei himself. All physical and chemical injuries can be treated and repaired, and the treatment time will not exceed 1 hour. At their current level, dealing with the Thanos Legion is really too far away. If I don't take action, these people will be wiped out without accident. Li Wei saw that the two other leaders in Avengers were weak in this way except for himself. After observing the training situation in other training rooms through consciousness, his brows furrowed tighter. 0. Look for flowers. Although Li Wei can help them defeat the Thanos Legion, and even slaughter Thanos now, they still have to rely on them to protect the Earth in the end. Li Wei knows that he can help them this time, but it is impossible to help them forever. Avengers, after all, they still want all of them to face danger and face those powerful existences. Blindly attached to Li Wei's powerful umbrella, not improving one's ability, after all, is not a long-term solution. In less than 4 months, the Thanos Corps is coming. Judging from the current training progress, these people are all cannon fodder on May Day. Li Wei has some anxiety. He can use the quantum realm to travel back 20 years ago, but the occurrence of the event requires a process. He forcibly tampered with history and assembled the Avengers members in advance to prepare earlier, no matter from time or the execution of the whole thing. It's impossible to accomplish, so it hasn't been considered whether Thanos will also invade the Earth in advance. So, the time left for Li Wei and Avengers is really not enough? It seems I should use some power beyond modern technology? Li Wei seemed to have thought of something suddenly, and it seemed that he had finally made a major decision. Ant-Man, no matter what you do now, come to my office right now. Li Wei called Yi Shi-ren through the base speaker roar. I have an urgent matter to deal with. If I have not come back after the treatment time, the two of you will fight on your own, but you must do your best. This is good for you. After Li Wei gave instructions to the Iron Man and the United States captain who was undergoing treatment, he used the time gem to go to the office he had visited. Boss, you are looking for me. 5 minutes later, one person was late. Based on your current research in the quantum field, do you think it is possible for us to enter the quantum field together? Li Wei asked Shen Shang. Boss, how do you know that I have been studying how to enter the quantum field? Li Wei didn't know whether he should follow Ant-Man's words or not. After all, he really didn't know that Ant-Man had been studying this thing, but faced with the look Ant-Man was looking forward to, Li Wei couldn't bear to hit him. Fortunately, Ant-Man did not wait for Li Wei's answer, but continued to speak. My future mother-in-law, that is, the mother of my current girlfriend Wasp Girl, the first generation of Wasp Girl, has been studying the quantum field many years ago, and she used the Wasp suit to really reduce the electronic file size and enter it in person. In the realm of the prince, Ant-Man said. That is to say, we had already succeeded in this experiment a few years ago. Li Wei beamed his eyebrows and felt that his seemingly wild plan could really be implemented. Boss, I haven't finished talking yet. Ant-Man's face is distressed. My July 13 mother-in-law has not come back yet. Ant-Man said helplessly. What do you mean? That means she is trapped in the quantum realm. Li Wei. Instead of being trapped in the quantum realm, it is better to say that she is missing, because we can't be sure where she is now. The yellow front clothes she was wearing at the time had a locator and a dialogue device, but according to my old husband, it was in the mother-in-law when it was reduced to about an electronic file size. The connection was directly disconnected, the locator could not find her location, and the dialogue could not contact her. Ant-Man said sadly. After knowing this news, Xiren has been studying locators and contact devices that can be used in the quantum field. In the hearts of him and the Wasp, they were still willing to believe that the first generation of Wasp was trapped in the quantum realm, waiting for them to rescue. In other words, there are technologies that have entered the Prince field, but communication equipment and technologies that have returned to the original field have not yet succeeded, right? Li Wei basically knows what's going on. Basically this is the situation, but generally speaking, when the Wasp suit gets smaller and enters the Prince's realm, it needs a material called Qi, and it needs this substance to leave the Prince's realm and return to the present. I think it may be because of some reason. Lost. Ant-Man elaborated his thoughts. Qi, where can I find this substance? Li Wei asked. Here in Li Wei, as long as it is not a question of time, all other problems are not a problem. Moreover, it seems that the reason for the failure of this experiment should be the equipment problem, and this substance was extremely rare before, but since I came to Wakanda, I found that there are endless gas reservoirs, even more than vibranium. Ant-Man replied. Okay, now you go to collect enough chi. 2 hours later, we will experiment again and enter the quantum realm. This time I will experiment personally. Li Wei ordered Ant-Man. Yes, boss. But boss, this risk is too great. Ant-Man's face was distressed. You don't have to worry about my safety. If it doesn't work, I will use time gem to come back. Because he is a trustworthy person, Li Wei raised the time gem in Ant-Man without shy. But, boss, why are you rushing to the quantum realm? If you have any special tasks, I'm willing to take risks for you. After all, we don't know much about the quantum realm. If you go, I'm worried that it will be dangerous. Ant-Man doesn't want the boss to take risks. There is no mission. You also know that the time in the quantum realm is different from our current time. I want to go into the quantum realm to test whether the time is faster or slower. Li Wei explained. If it's just an experiment, can you just leave it to me? Why do you want to take the risk yourself? Ant-Man still doesn't understand. I have the time gem, and I can protect myself. And this experiment is for you. Now your training progress can't keep up with the changes in the situation, so I think if the time in the quantum realm is slower than the current world, then you can enter the quantum realm. Training so that you can spend a lot of time out of thin air. Li Wei finally expressed his plan. Just now, Li Wei suddenly thought that although Avengers is weak now, everyone has the will to want to be super strong. Then, in this way, there is only one restriction left: time. It is not a simple matter to extend the time. Time gem can only see the future or the past, and cannot rewrite time. Only in the quantum field can it be possible to extend the time, so that Avengers is more fully prepared. Boss, I admire your original intention and believe in your strength, but I still think that it is too risky for you to go to the quantum realm yourself. Ant-Man still disagrees with Li Wei's decision to go to the quantum realm alone. Okay, stop talking, I have already decided. I now order you to collect enough chi. 2 hours later, we will conduct an experiment. Li Wei waved his hand and said that he had made up his mind, and there was no need to say more. Yes, boss. Ant-Man bowed helplessly and silently exited Li Wei's office. After all, this is the decision of the boss, and it is an order to himself. I believe that the boss must have complete certainty before going back to do it. Ant-Man forced himself to convince himself not to worry too much about Li Wei. To be honest, Li Wei is not completely sure about the experiment to enter the Prince field. Li Wei really knows very little about the quantum realm, even he only knows that the quantum realm is another world, a world completely different from the current world, but he doesn't even know what dangers are in it and what will happen. But Li Wei has some greatest trust in his own strength. As the strongest existence in the Marvel Universe, Li Wei feels that even if he needs to encounter dangers he can't handle, he can still protect himself with 1.2 strength. But if you really discover the time difference in the quantum realm, and you can even control the quantum realm, then this adventure is not only a great success, but also a thing that can rewrite the whole world's cognition. Therefore, Li Wei felt that this risky value. 2 hours later, Li Wei is already wearing Ant-Man clothes and standing in front of a row of seemingly sophisticated instruments. Boss, before you enter the quantum field, I would also like to ask you to think about it, or we will have a general meeting to call everyone to discuss it. Ant-Man still worried about Li Wei. After all, as the boss of the entire Avengers, if he had an accident, the consequences would be disastrous. If you don't start, I will start by myself. Ant-Man plopped and fell to his knees. Boss, I have no intention of rebelling against your decision, but this matter may threaten your life if it is small, and it is related to the survival of the entire planet. Ant-Man's face was embarrassed, his head was deeply buried on the ground, and he couldn't kneel down. You can't believe me. Li Wei knows that Ant-Man is really worried about his comfort, but he must do what he decides. Boss, I implore you to take me with you. After all, in the microscopic field, I still have some research. I only have this requirement. Please agree to it. Ant-Man feels that this is already his bottom line. After all, the boss is taking risks in front of his own eyes. If Li Wei really has any accidents, not only Ant-Man himself will blame himself, but other Avengers members will not let him go. Sir, Li Wei knows that going to the prince's domain is extremely dangerous. Although he said that he absolutely protects me, the quantum domain may be different from the current world. Li Wei knows nothing about the dangers. Even if Li Wei's ability has time, whether the 08 gems will play a role in the quantum realm, Li Wei is also unknown. It can be said that this time in the quantum field, Li Wei is only 50% sure that he can protect himself. But in order to improve the overall strength of Avengers, they can use their own strength to protect their homeland, and Li Wei can only take risks. So from the bottom of his heart, Li Wei didn't want Ant-Man to follow him on the adventure, but seeing the resoluteness of the driver, he could only reluctantly agree. However, having an expert by his side on the expedition was also a good choice. Scott, I know your concerns and understand that this condition is your bottom line. I promise you, but I can't guarantee your safety. Do you understand what I mean? Li Wei said to Ant-Man in a deep voice. Boss, don't worry, I won't let you be distracted. Ant-Man was overjoyed and immediately put on the Ant-Man battle suit he had prepared, and then stood next to Li Wei. Boom! After a while, Li Wei's office was empty, except for a letter lying quietly on the desk that could witness this historic moment. The Marvel Universe entered the quantum realm for the first time. At the moment, the heroes trained in the training room are still struggling to improve their ability. They don't know that their boss has sacrificed his life for them to take risks. And Li Wei at the moment, together with Ant-Man, is shrinking at the speed of light. Throughout the process of getting smaller, Li Wei clearly saw all the creatures in the microenvironment, and gradually, he had seen things beyond his own cognition. Boss, we have broken away from the microscopic realm and entered the quantum realm. Very good. Entering the quantum field, it shows that this experiment has been half successful. Li Wei happily slapped Ant-Man. But, gradually, Li Wei suddenly realized something was wrong, and quickly turned to look at Ant-Man. And Ant-Man saw that the surrounding environment had completely changed, and couldn't help but feel nervous. Scott, then we have entered the quantum field, why are we still shrinking? Li Wei found himself in this field that he had never seen before, from a level that was dozens of times larger than the surrounding matter, slowly getting smaller, and still getting smaller. This process of change made Li Wei feel a little bit in his heart. Danger. Boss, I am adjusting the morphing device. It may be the pressure and the changes in the external environment that make the device somewhat insensitive. Ant-Man is now sweating the adjustment equipment. After all, in such a completely unknown field, becoming too small will cause more danger. After all, the principle of big fish eating small fish is applicable in any space. Slowly, their bodies finally stopped changing. The sight in front of him really shocked Li Wei. In the azure blue environment, there are constantly unidentified substances flowing, just like on the Earth, and from time to time there will be several layers of things like waves splashing, so that the two people whose heartbeats have just been speeding up instantly relax their nerves and relax. Feeling. As soon as Li Wei turned his head, a huge, unidentified object with a smooth surface was slowly approaching him, and it resembling a huge mouth part was stretched out towards him. Scott, what is this? Li Wei felt that this thing might be full of danger. Ant-Man heard Li Wei's roar call, and quickly turned his head back, but he was taken aback by the sight in front of him, and then he was very anxious. Boss, get out of there. This thing is a water bear. Our size is too small now. This thing is completely unconscious. It will only constantly swallow things smaller than him, and must not be swallowed by him. Ant-Man has shouted hoarse, and his body is moving desperately towards Li Wei, but the quantum domain is not as attractive as the Earth. He is like deep space now, and he doesn't know how to move his body forward. In Ant-Man's more and more tearing shouts, the water bear worm's mouth parts gradually touched Li Wei's body. Then, Li Wei seemed to be sucked into the water bear worm's belly. Disappeared in place. Boss? Ant-Man screamed in despair, moving his body more desperately, trying to attract the attention of the water bear insect, so that it can also inhale itself into the body, so that he can find a way to rescue Li Wei 713. And the water bear worm, as if it had discovered Ant-Man, slowly turned its body, and pointed its mouth parts at Li Wei, who was called by roar. Come on, come and devour me. Ant-Man closed his eyes. He didn't have the courage to watch the dark hole and swallow himself bit by bit, but for Li Wei, he could only force himself to endure such fear. What? Okay, don't pack, it's safe now. When Ant-Man was still big and roar yelled, he had already flashed far away from the water bear. Behind him, Li Wei was looking at him with disgust. Huh? Boss, you are okay? I was scared to death just now. I really thought you were given to you by the water bear, but how did you escape? Ant-Man hugged Li Wei with joy, and then looked at Li Wei suspiciously, with a puzzled expression on his face. I said earlier that I will not fight unprepared battles. Just now I used the ability of Time Gem, and then moved to another place in an instant. Now the water bug is tens of thousands of miles away from us. What I said is thousands of miles in the quantum realm. Li Wei replied. Just when it was about to be swallowed by water bear insects, Li Wei suddenly found something new. It turns out that in the quantum field, not only the time gem can still be used, but even his ability can also be used normally, and because of the relationship in the gravity-free environment, Li Wei found that his ability can be used more easily. Ant-Man now looks at Li Wei's eyes are full of admiring little stars. Well, let's go around now and see if there is anything suitable for us to train. Li Wei directly ignored Ant-Man's eyes. Being looked at by a man like this, Li Wei felt uncomfortable. The reason why Li Wei is not in a hurry to go back is also because Li Wei feels that it is not easy to come to the quantum field. He still hopes that he can do as much as possible in an expedition, so that he can save more. Secondly, because Li Wei also came to the quantum realm for the first time, and the ability of his body can still be used normally, his desire to explore was thoroughly stimulated. Yes, for Li Wei's order, Ant-Man's first choice is definitely to obey. This quantum realm is really a treasure land. There are basically no living things here. This water bear is already the largest. Do you think I can eliminate the water bear? Li Wei asked. Boss, since the current connection can be used, let's find a water bear and try to fight it. It really doesn't work. We still have the means of self-protection. Ant-Man suggested that Li Wei should give it a try. Even if he can't beat him, he can still run. Li Wei nodded. He also had this intention, so he flew directly to a water bear not far away. Brush. Li Wei first tried to beat the water bear with thermal vision. Unsurprisingly, wherever the thermal vision went, it directly penetrated the water bear insect's body, and the water bear insect also felt that someone was attacking itself, slowly turning its body, and rushing towards Li Wei. Hey, the body can continue after being penetrated. It seems that the vitality of this brainless thing is quite tenacious. Li Wei tilted his head, layering his own ability on his hands layer by layer. What? After the power had been superimposed, Li Wei directly used the power of his whole body to rush towards the water bear worm in front of him at full speed. Boom! The water bear worm's body burst at the sound, and the green liquid spilled from the body splashed around. Brush! Roar! Fortunately I hide fast. Scott, you come and collect these liquids. Let's go back and study what the ingredients are here. Li Wei told Ant-Man. Yes. Ant-Man replied. When Ant-Man was going to collect the liquid, Li Wei took a look at the time. From the quantum realm to the present, 2 hours have just passed, but this time is only here. There is enough time. Even if there is a time gap, it won't be too far away. We will go back for another 2 hours of inspection. Li Wei said to himself in his heart. Although Li Wei knows nothing about the time difference in the quantum field, now Li Wei's desire to explore the quantum field has been completely stimulated, and he must take a good look. Boss, it has been collected, when shall we go back? Ant-Man also realized that their delay in the quantum field was a bit long, and the purpose of coming to the quantum field this time was also to show the time difference. Don't worry, I have already explained their next training tasks in the letter on the desk. Even if we are not there, they can continue to train step by step. Work out a training program in the quantum field. Li Wei said to Ant-Man. Yes, boss. Although there is a little drumming in my heart has absolute trust in Li Wei and absolute obedience to Li Wei's orders. Moreover, according to the current situation, there is nothing in the quantum field that threatens Li Wei's life. Ant-Man is still agreed. In this way, Li Wei began to conduct a detailed survey of the quantum field. In this process, Li Wei found a relatively hard ground in the quantum realm, so that heroes who are good at land warfare like the Hulk, Winter Soldier, and the Captain of the United States can be trained. Li Wei also conducted actual combat simulations on heroes with unique attack methods such as Iron Man, Wonder Woman, Magneto, etc., and basically planned training methods for all heroes of Avengers in his heart. I have to admire Li Wei's hard work. And Ant-Man on one side was not idle. During Li Wei's more than 2 hours of repeated surveys and simulations, he also checked the equipment that became larger in a while to ensure that they would not appear in the original world after a while. Any accidents? More than 2 hours later, Li Wei finally ended his exploration. Okay, Scott, I basically have a basic understanding of the Prince field, how to train and how to plan, but I have one more question to ask you. Li Wei said to Ant-Man. Boss, you said. Ant-Man answered. Is it possible to shrink some large-scale training equipment and put it into the quantum field? Li Wei asked. If you want to train in the quantum field, you must need special training equipment. If you just let the heroes of Avengers come here to compete without any equipment assistance, it will only get twice the result with half the effort. Hey, in theory, it is possible, but we have not yet manufactured the corresponding instrument, but with my current technology, it can be designed and manufactured in 2 months. Ant-Man gave the answer after thinking a little bit. Is it possible for 1 month? Time is looming now, we can't afford to wait for 2 months. Li Wei is most worried about time now. If Ant-Man's design and manufacturing time takes 2 months, Li Wei is worried that there will be insufficient time. Zhao Dihao, yes, I researched with the Wasp, and it is basically achievable. Ant-Man replied. Okay, after we go back, the first thing you do is to develop and manufacture this equipment first. It must be fast and absolutely safe. We may not have time or extra equipment to experiment. Do you understand? Li Wei asked Xian. Understand, boss, promise to complete the task. Ant-Man had some absolute confidence in his own ability, coupled with the tacit cooperation with the Wasp. Okay, now, we are ready to return to our world. So far, this quantum field expedition can be said to be a complete success. Yes? After Li Wei gave the order, Ant-Man activated the enlarged device, and the two of them finally returned to their original world. After nearly 5 hours in the realm of the prince, will the Marvel Universe still be the same? Sometimes, if you miss it, you miss it. A difference in thoughts will not only make oneself annoyed for life, but also make more people suffer from bad luck, wash their faces with tears all day long, and feel depressed. A difference in thought will not only make you lose your friends and brothers, but also make more people pay a tragic price for it, even your lives. A difference in thoughts, sometimes just a difference in thoughts, when you turn your head, it is already a matter of right and wrong. At the moment, Li Wei is in such a sad and angry mood. Li Wei and Ant-Man, who had returned to the world, couldn't believe the scene in front of them. The office of Li Wei that was originally decorated in sandalwood, the beautiful Wakanda, and the defensive mask that was originally heavily guarded and built by Li Wei, have now become ruins. The sky that was originally azure blue has now been dyed grey-black by the wolves. The crystal clear lake, now also soaked in blood, has turned into a black dead lake. The land of Wakanda, which was originally surrounded by green trees and high-rise buildings in the center, is now full of gunpowder, with corpses everywhere and crows everywhere. This is how Li Wei came back from the quantum realm. Roar, roar, roar. Li Wei was constantly panting heavily, trying to ease her emotions from shock and grief. Scott, tell me what you see now. Li Wei had some unbelievable eyes. 713 Boss, I saw hell, this is the scariest hell in the world. Ant-Man is now numb by the sight in front of him. He can't believe that this is the Earth, or even that it's still the world. Suddenly, Ant-Man seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, his veins burst and his pupils enlarged. Janet? No, it's impossible. Janet has a wasp battlesuit, and she will definitely shrink and protect herself at a critical moment, right? I want to find her. Janet, wait for me. Wait for me? Ant-Man seemed to be mad, and rushed into the Shura hell in front of him. Scott, calm down. Li Wei watched Ant-Man rushing around like crazy, constantly yelling the name of the wasp. Roar. I want to see what is happening here and why this is happening. Li Wei desperately wants to know what happened to Wakanda during the time he was away, and what happened to the whole world. Yes, my monitoring system. After Li Wei calmed down, he thought of the surveillance system he had previously installed. They must record every frame here? Immediately, Li Wei appeared on the spot. The next second, Li Wei went to the central monitoring room he built. But the scene before him, like other places, has become a ruin. Huh? Li Wei, it seems that you are still a bit brainy, but you are a little bit less timid. In order to save your life, you will not hesitate to sacrifice your loyal dogs. At this moment, a hoarse but full of arrogance and disdain came from behind Li Wei. You did all these. Li Wei resisted his irritability and asked in a low voice. Ha ha ha, can you say that? It seems that you are not here for some reason, but it's not too late now, so I'm missing your time gem. My 6 gems will be gathered, and one will be won at that time. Snap your fingers and you will be able to meet your avengers. The voice behind him is still full of disdain and arrogance, as if Li Wei has no other value in his eyes, and wanting to destroy Li Wei is as simple as crushing an ant. I ask you, you did all this. Li Wei's face was sinking, turning around slowly, still repeating the words just now. At this moment, he saw that in front of his eyes, there was a huge, 5-story tall man with a dark complexion, and there was this long scar on that hideous face. Ah, a time gem alone is not a threat to me, and you, a little-known person, although so many people worship you, in my eyes, you still don't even have a fart. Thanos' eyes were full of contempt. I will ask you again, you did all these things. Li Wei's face was still sinking, with a blazing fire in his eyes, and stared at Thanos in front of him, motionlessly. That's right, that little beauty, what's her name? It seems to be from Wonder Woman. It's really good, I love you very much. Just before dying, Roar called your name, but it's a pity, I don't like it. A woman who looks like an earthling, otherwise, I can let her accompany me more. Thanos' dark purple face was full of mockery. Court death. Brush. Li Wei disappeared instantly. Bump. In the next second, Thanos' body must have been penetrated, a huge hollow, staying in Thanos' body forever. I ask you if you did it. Li Wei flew up and looked at Thanos, still asking every word. How is it possible? How can you have such a powerful destructive power? My body is the toughest existence in the universe. Now Thanos, his eyes were filled with incredibleness. He couldn't believe that this tiny Earthman could make himself powerless with 5 gems. Boom! Li Wei punched Thanos' huge head, and in an instant, Thanos' face was ripped apart, and his face was completely unrecognizable. I ask you if you did it. Li Wei's face is still sinking. Boom! Before Thanos could speak, Li Wei punched again and landed on Thanos' face. I ask you if you did it. Yuhi? Boom! It was another heavy punch. Ability. Boom! 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 After a few hundred punches, Thanos' face was deeply sunken in a large piece. The original 3-dimensional head was about to be beaten into a 2-dimensional appearance by Li Wei. Yes, I did it. Thanos finally couldn't endure such inhuman torture, exhausted the last bit of strength in his body, and said this sentence. From birth to now, Thanos has never been beaten by anyone, let alone tortured by such a punch. Well, since you did it, the blood will be paid for. With fire in Li Wei's eyes, he started inch by inch, breaking the bones of Thanos. What? Thanos shouted in despair. Don't worry, you can't die. I want you to taste the pain of all of them. Li Wei waited for Thanos with eternal life and ability, so that he could still stay awake after all his pain was tasted. Li Wei, let him atone for his sins? Just kill me. Thanos was already ashamed. He never thought that he would provoke someone he couldn't afford. Wanting to die, it's not that easy. Click, Li Wei, I admit that I provoked the wrong people, and I also admit that I am like a money ant in front of you, but I tell you, no one in this world can dominate my life and death, and you will never dominate my death. After all kinds of torture, Thanos had no idea of life. At this moment, he was red eyes, shouting, and at the same time, working hard, activated the 5 gems on his right glove. I know, you will use my 5 gems to resurrect all of them in a while and make me a complete defeat. I won't let you succeed. When the words fell, the 5 gems exploded in unison. A single gem, if it explodes itself, its energy is enough to destroy a fixed star directly and disappear from the universe, and the power of the 5 gems, its explosive power, will directly destroy the solar system, as well as hundreds of surrounding galaxies. Yo! At this critical juncture, Li Wei released all his energy, forming a huge amounts of energy mask, which surrounded Thanos' body. Boom! Huge amounts of blasting force directly shattered Li Wei's energy shield. But fortunately, it only shattered the energy shield and did not spread to other places. What? Li Wei yelled up to the sky, and all his grief and anger were released. 10 minutes later, Li Wei was finally exhausted and fell to the ground. Why is it like this? Why? Li Wei's eyes are lonely, his expression is sad, and he is constantly muttering to himself. Why didn't I come back earlier? Why did I spend so long in that damn quantum realm? Why didn't anyone tell me that the time difference was so bad? Why? Li Wei constantly blames himself, constantly denies himself, and constantly lets himself fall into sad emotions. Yes, Li Wei is already immersed in his own world. Boss, are you okay? At this time, Ant-Man followed the loud noise just now and found Li Wei. Boss, what's wrong with you? Don't do this. We are now 4 months later, and we have been in the quantum field for 4 months. Ant-Man is also constantly blaming himself for his own faults, blaming himself for not promptly persuading Li Wei to come back, not fighting side by side with his girlfriend and his siblings, and has gone through life and death. I have the ability to destroy the world. What is the use? What is the use? I can't protect my wife, can't protect my children, can't protect my homeland, can't protect my Avengers. I'm ignorant. I just don't have any brains at all. Li Wei grabbed his hair in pain, didn't listen to Ant-Man's words at all, just blamed himself infinitely there. Boss, don't do this. I'm very sad if something like this happens. My Janet has also been killed. My partner and my home have been destroyed. But now is not the time for us to blame ourselves and say discouraged words. NS. Ant-Man said loudly with tears. I'm really useless. Who can I protect? Why should I go to the quantum realm? Why don't I just kill Thanos directly? Why must I let them support themselves? Why must I let them die? Li Wei is beating here on the head constantly, as if trying to hammer out his own damn wrong idea. Boss, don't do this. We still have hope. You cheer up first, blame yourself blindly and regret it. You can't change anything. Ant-Man grabbed Li Wei's hand, wanting to make Li Wei come back to his senses and stop Li Wei from being immersed in his own world. However, Li Wei is still constantly blaming himself, still in his own world, belittle and deny himself. Ant-Man saw Li Wei's state, and suddenly felt that his last hope was dashed. Now the only person who can save the world, who has the ability to reverse the whole thing, has been lost in his inner world. No one can save those who have passed away, and no one can change history anymore. Ant-Man's expression went completely lonely, and all kinds of emotions surged into his heart. For a while, Ant-Man's heart couldn't bear it, and he fainted. On the other side, Li Wei is still desperately blaming himself. This blow was too great for him. When he first came to the Marvel Universe, Li Wei only wanted to change his destiny and use his accidental ability to conquer the world. At his feet. As time went on, Li Wei experienced more things, and the people he met were also diverse, all of which made Li Wei's mentality drastically changed. 0. Look for flowers. Li Wei still wants to conquer the world, still wants to stand on top of the world and overlook everything, but he doesn't want to stand alone by himself. He wants to and the woman who loves her deeply, willing to give up everything for him, and give all the tenderness and warmth to his woman, his wife Danvers. He wants to be with the person who is so cute in the world, who gave him the sense of accomplishment of being a father for the first time, and let him realize the sense of responsibility of being a father, his child. He wants to give him all the trust and admiration with the group, and even put his life in his hands. No matter whether his decision is right or wrong, he will follow his footsteps without hesitation, so that he can feel to the group of people whom he needs to feel. His most loyal men are also partners. However, because of his own whim and his sinful curiosity, Li Wei missed the time to save them, and because of his momentary anger, he lost the opportunity to save them forever. Li Wei has lost his favorite, closest, and trusted person forever. These most important people in his life all left in his mistakes one by one. Li Wei, you should blame yourself. You can't restrain your curiosity, and can't control your anger. However, self-blame alone is of no use. Only when Li Wei takes the initiative to step out of such emotions and learn a lesson, their departure will be meaningful, and Li Wei's self-blaming will be valuable. My head hurts. In the middle of the night of the next day, Ant-Man finally woke up in a cold and hungry state. I shouldn't have made such a decision. Hey, boss, it's still in my emotions. Seeing Li Wei still holding his head, lying on the ground and muttering to himself, Ant-Man was very accounted. It seems that I can only rely on myself. Ant-Man made up his mind. In the current situation, he can only find a way to save the dead and restore his most admired boss. And a beam of purple-blue light suddenly crossed the sky, shining in front of Ant-Man's eyes. Li Wei didn't realize that now his whole body was enveloped by a strange purple light, and this light seemed to convey some information to him faintly. And Ant-Man on the side was watching with horror as the light became deeper and deeper. Slowly, he could no longer see Li Wei inside. Boss? Ant-Man's heart squeezed, and hurried forward, trying to pull Li Wei out of this purple beam of unknown good and evil, but the beam seemed to be a kind of energy shield, directly blocking Ant-Man outside. Even if he used his full strength to strike, he couldn't break the purple beam. Li Wei, lying in the center of the beam, turned a deaf ear to Ant-Man's roar outside, and didn't even feel any strangeness at all. Li Wei? Woolen cloth? Li Wei suddenly heard a voice that resounded through his heart. The voice was thick and full of power, as if July 13 penetrated his heart directly. This is the first time Li Wei's voice can wake up after Thanos' death. Li Wei? There was another sound. This time, Li Wei felt all the hairs on his body stand up unconsciously, directly making him feel excited. Li Wei? This time, Li Wei could not lie down anymore, because the voice was stronger than the other, which made him feel flustered, so that he could no longer be immersed in his inner world, and dragged him into reality abruptly. Who are you? Where are you? Li Wei looked around, trying to see clearly who was calling himself. However, what came into his eyes was only a patch of purple, the purple that enveloped him all over. Where are you and why did you bring me here? Li Wei's heart is completely messed up. It looks like you have fully awakened. The thick voice rang again. Who are you? Since coming to the Marvel Universe, Li Wei felt this panic for the first time. This sudden emotion made him a little bit overwhelmed. What was your original intention when you came to this world, do you still remember? This voice didn't pay attention to Li Wei's question, but said to himself. Who are you? What do you mean by that? Li Wei's heart tightened. Heh, you have come to this world. Although you can use the ability of DC Universe heroes to be invincible, you can't turn the time? This voice seems to know everything about Li Wei. Who are you and what do you want? Li Wei's heart was shocked. My own arrival, and my own ability, these are top secret things, and I have never revealed it to anyone. Even if my wife Danvers occasionally asks, I also prevaricate the past, how could anyone else know about this thing? It doesn't matter who I am, but do you remember who you are? The tone of the voice suddenly became severe. I definitely remember. Li Wei hates such a tone, as if he is a kid who has made a mistake and accepts criticism. You know, I think that after a bit of life and death setbacks, I only know you who lay there blaming yourself. You have basically forgotten who you are. The voice said contemptuously. The person I love the most, the person I trust the most, because my fault is gone forever. Is there any way I can save them? What can I do besides self-blame? In front of Li Wei's eyes, Danvers appeared again, his children, his Avengers. Huge amounts of grief hit his heart again. If you don't think about it, will there be a way? Can you solve the problem by murmuring over there? How did you just come into this world, that smashing and frightening Li Wei? Where did you go? The voice was full of disappointment. So what? Li Wei looks like a teenager in the rebellious period. So what? Ha ha ha, it seems that Li Wei, who previously aspired to be on top of the world, has now become a waste of self-giving up. Who do you say is trash? Who are you? Dare you to show up? Let's fight it upright and see who is trash. Li Wei has never been insulted like this, even in the previous world, even when he was an ordinary person. No one dared to insult him like this. Li Wei's anger has been completely aroused, and what follows is the awakening of the spirit of reluctance to give up. Huh? This method seems to work. But you are not qualified to know who I am and do what you should do. When your strength is qualified, we will naturally meet. The voice gradually changed farther and farther, as if it was moving away from Li Wei. And at the moment, the purple light beam gradually faded, slowly disappearing in front of Li Wei. Boss, are you okay? Before Li Wei could react, Ant-Man, who saw the beam disappear, rushed up and checked whether Li Wei was injured. I'm fine. Li Wei couldn't help feeling warm when he saw Ant-Man's anxious appearance. Great, boss, you finally regained consciousness. Ant-Man was overjoyed when he heard Li Wei's answer. His boss, the man who can entrust his life, has finally returned. Well, I'm back, these days, Scott. It's been hard for you. Li Wei patted Ant-Man on the shoulder, his eyes filled with gratitude. As long as you can wake up, even if I give my life, it is worth it. Ant-Man's eyes were slightly red, and his excitement was beyond words. Relax, I will restore everything to its original state, and the people we love, I will definitely save them back. Li Wei looked into Ant-Man's eyes and said word by word. This word and every word was hammered into Ant-Man's heart, making his discouraged heart rekindle the raging fire of hope. Boss, what did you experience in the purple beam just now? Ant-Man was a little curious. After the purple light beam disappeared, Li Wei regained his sanity. Then something earth-shattering must have happened in the purple light beam that he couldn't see. In that light, I found someone. Li Wei raised his head and looked 1.2 far away. A person? Who? Ant-Man asked curiously. I found the former me, that high-spirited, never say failed Li Wei. Li Wei said softly. But in Ant-Man's eyes, Li Wei's figure seems to be shining, making him seem to have seen the big killing quartet, who will never fail, and the man who is always full of confidence, who makes himself surrender and willing worship man. This is my boss, this is Li Wei. Ant-Man exclaimed in his heart. Scott, do you want to see Janet? Li Wei turned around, looked at Ant-Man and asked. Definitely. Okay, let us work together to save our lover and our partner. Yes. Boss, how are you going to reverse time? Ant-Man asked Li Wei if he had any plans. After all, the gems are now destroyed, and only the time gem in Li Wei's hands is left. It is impossible to pass through, let alone reverse time. Do you know black holes? Li Wei asked. Black hole? This thing only exists in hypothesis as far as I know. Although the black hole has been photographed recently, its physical phenomenon still has no way to be confirmed. Ant-Man replied. After all, although Ant-Man is also a superhero and a member of Avengers, he has never been to the farther universe, so he has never seen cosmic astronomical phenomena such as wormholes and black holes. Ha ha ha, you are not to blame for this, you are studying the microcosm, and you have been living on the Earth, it doesn't hurt to have never seen it. Li Wei patted Ant-Man on the shoulder and said with a smile. Black holes can realize the shuttle of time and space. Through it, we can travel through time and space, and even shuttle between multi-universes to any 08 other universe. Li Wei explained. So, we can give it a try and see if we can go back to before the whole thing happened through the black hole. Li Wei said his thoughts. But, can a black hole be located? In case, I just said that in case, we go to the future, or farther before, then isn't it equivalent to a failure? Ant-Man still dare not try something that is so uncertain. After all, it is about saving his love partner and even threatening their lives. Don't be afraid, do you think we have anything to lose now? If our lover and our partner are not there, we continue to fight. What is the point of continuing to fight? We have to protect our homes and even conquer the world, but we must be around to stand with the one we love. It makes sense. Li Wei looked into the distance and said softly, if in the past, Li Wei just wanted to stand on top of the world and become the lord of all beings, after so many things, Li Wei would even want someone he loves to be with him, to rule the world, and to look down on these insignificant beings together. With the one you love, that's right. Li Wei's words directly woke up Ant-Man. Yes, we are not only fighting for ourselves and living for ourselves, but also for the people we love. This is the sense of responsibility. We are responsible for the people we love, for their lives and happiness. Boss, I'll take this risk with you. Ant-Man's eyes are full of fire, it is for the one he loves, and he is willing to fill the ground with blood. Well, you deserve to be one of the Avengers, but you are my good brother. Li Wei patted Ant-Man on the shoulder in admiration. Okay, let us see what happened at the time, so we can travel back in this way and know how to deal with that damn Thanos. Immediately, Li Wei used the time gem to draw a circle in the air. After Li Wei entered the quantum realm, Wakanda's picture appeared in that. It turned out that on the third day after Li Wei entered the realm of the prince, all the Avengers panicked, because their boss disappeared. On the fourth day, Iron Man finally couldn't help it and kicked Li Wei's office. After reading the letter Li Wei left on his desk, he realized that Li Wei was to give them more time to train. Went to the quantum realm with Ant-Man. At this time, all the talents understood Li Wei's good intentions, so everyone began to train more hard and diligently. Seeing this, Li Wei smiled relievedly. Fortunately, it's not wishful thinking that I don't want to live for them these days, these people still have a conscience. And when I learned that Li Wei went to Wonder Woman in the quantum realm, she was worried about Li Wei's comfort and found the Wasp. I wanted her to help herself go to the quantum realm and find Li Wei. The Wasp, whose boyfriend was also in the quantum realm, also had this intention, so the two girls hit it off, and even used the same method to enter the quantum realm. My god, they are too courageous. Seeing this, Ant-Man couldn't help but yelled. That is to say, the two of them were not beaten to death by Thanos, but entered the quantum realm to find us. Li Wei immediately came to this conclusion. It should be like this. Ant-Man nodded with embarrassment and replied. For a time, the two didn't even know whether it was sad or happy. The happy thing is that their lover is not dead, is still alive, and has escaped perfectly. But the sad thing is that the two people are in the quantum realm now, and they don't know when they will come back. Boss, don't worry, Janet's research in the quantum field is deeper than mine, so Wonder Woman will not be dangerous. Ant-Man saw Li Wei's worry. But why don't we see them in the same quantum field? Li Wei was a little strange. After all, he changed the quantum field he went to last time, but he didn't find anyone else. Boss, there is not only one quantum domain, but Janet knows this principle. I think she should follow the positioning of our battlesuit. It should also be a matter of time difference. I'm sorry that I am a little unclear about this. To be sure, the two of them must still be in the quantum realm now. Ant-Man replied. Li Wei agrees with Ant-Man's remarks. After all, it turns out that the research attainments of the Wasp 713 are set above Ant-Man, which can be seen from the knowledge that people follow the locator. Li Wei now regrets that he was stupid at the time. Why not let Iron Man build a robot and let the robot become smaller to conduct experiments on the microcosm for them? In this way, they don't need to take risks and get the same experimental results. But now is not the time to regret, everything has to look forward. Therefore, Li Wei did not continue to say anything, but nodded and kept watching. Next, just 4 months later, Thanos arrived on Earth with the Legion, looking for Time Gem, to collect 6 gems to clean up half of the creatures in the universe. But after learning that Li Wei had disappeared with the Time Gem, Thanos became angry and spread his anger on Avengers. Although after 4 months of hard training, the results were remarkable. Facing the Thanos army, after a bitter battle, all the soldiers of Thanos were eliminated. But in the face of Thanos, they were more than a little bit worse. The anger of the disappearance of Time Gem and the sorrow of the destruction of his own legion made Thanos run away in an instant. Using his original powerful strength, plus the power of 5 gems, he even slaughtered all the Avengers. Even the soldiers of Wakanda did not let go. This person's heart is vicious, and Li Wei gritted his teeth, wishing to tear Thanos into pieces again. Li Wei looked at everything from the origin of the entire Marvel universe to the present as if he was flipping through a comic book. In the process, Li Wei also saw the reason why Thanos wanted to gather 6 gems. It was actually to clean up the creatures so that the environment and creatures of every planet in the universe could restore a state of balance. Isn't this the idea of radicals among some environmentalists on the Earth 100 years ago? This can't be counted as a method at all. If the environmental problem is solved by the method of slaughter, it will only solve the problem for a while, but after a few decades, the environmental problem will continue to occur. This is purely a question of thought. Environmental problems have never been a problem that can be solved by force alone. It is something that requires everyone to uphold the same ecological balance and work together to protect them. The problem of thinking can always only be solved with the guidance of thinking. Li Wei shook his head. How can such a proud man with a prominent background and the most advanced education since childhood think about the problem so simple? It can even be said that he has no brain. Li Wei suddenly had some doubts about the education system of Titans. He even wanted to take a few professors from the Earth to Titans to lay the foundation for their education work and guide them in a normal and correct direction. Well, environmental problems, where are they so easy to solve? There is no other way but to quickly improve the global level of awareness and economics. Such a long-standing problem, even Li Wei, has no better way to solve it. But, this is definitely not the reason for you to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Li Wei's eyes suddenly flashed with anger, and the scene of Wakanda's corpses reappeared in his mind, making Li Wei almost violent again. After a few roar inhalations, Li Wei finally stabilized his mood and continued to use Saihei to view the time clips. Li Wei saw his own emergence a few years later, which changed the original power level of the Marvel Universe, and even directly changed the historical development of the Marvel Universe. Since the world was born and suddenly came, then we must do something earth-shattering, so that this life will not be wasted. Li Wei is so proud. Then, Li Wei saw the fragment of himself disappearing to the prince's realm. Roar, it's finally time for this segment. However, what should I do in that time period when I appear now? Li Wei suddenly thought of this question. This is a serious question. If Li Wei appeared in the past segment, then there will be two Li Wei of the same quality and quantity. Then, who is Li Wei? Li Wei or not Li Wei? Which Li Wei is the real Li Wei? This question, in Li Wei's case, is no longer just a philosophical question, but a real problem before him. At that time segment, what should I do? Eliminate the me and then change history, or tell me what will happen in the future and let him change his decision to avoid disaster? Li Wei fell into hard thinking and meditation. This is indeed a tricky question. Li Wei knows that he has gone through it now, how to change history, how to recoup the loss, and how to do it. If it doesn't make sense, let's start. The current Li Wei and the Li Wei at that time are comparable in strength, and in the end it may become a situation where both sides suffer. Both roads are blocked. Li Wei is a little desperate now. He doesn't know what he should do. He originally thought that going back to the past and solving Thanos' destruction would be all right. Hey, yes, why not just kill Thanos directly? In this case, you don't need to meet yourself at that time, or you can shoot the source of sin to death in the bud. Why not? Li Wei patted his head heavily, feeling that he was really overwhelmed by all kinds of sad and happy emotions, resulting in not enough IQ now. In that case, little Thanos, don't blame me for being cruel. After all, your heart is even more vicious. Li Wei smiled evilly at the corner of his mouth. Definitely, Li Wei will not be like Thanos, slaughtering all his cronies and leaving the pieces of armor. After all, it is Thanos alone who made the mistake, and the 5 gems that fuel evil desires. Everyone has desires, and what makes these desires burn is the things that make people so powerful and can do whatever they want. Li Wei made up his mind to take these 6 gems back, put them in the safest place, and never let them appear in front of the world. After making up his mind, Li Wei took back the Sea of Consciousness, gathered strength, and rushed directly to the fragment of the day before he went to the quantum realm 4 months ago. Brush. Universe fusion. On Titan, suddenly a stream of water flows out of thin air. The Titans who witnessed this scene were very surprised. Because Titan has never had water, the creatures on this planet rely on its unique air for their survival. But in the next second, a black shadow rushed out of the water and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. Notify the security department that an unknown object has entered the planet, which is suspected to be a biological invasion of the solar system, and request the activation of the planetary defense system. At this time, a guard who also witnessed this bizarre phenomenon was the first to relieve himself from shock and quickly notified the Ministry of Security. As a planet that is tens of millions of trillions of years older than the Earth, the level of scientific and technological development of Titan has surpassed that of the Earth for thousands of years. Therefore, for astronomical research, it has reached a highly developed level. Therefore, although the alien creatures are still mysterious to the Titans, Zhao Dihao, they have a very thorough understanding. According to some characteristics, you can probably know which galaxy they came from. 10 minutes later, Titan has become a fortress with live ammunition and a strong defense, and all the residents have reached the emergency shelter. Because their leader Thanos wants to eliminate half of the creatures in the universe, the Titans have suffered hundreds of invasions in recent years, and emergency refuge has become commonplace for the Titans. However, in Li Wei's eyes, these bulky protective equipment is just like a child's toy. In line with the principle of not harming the innocent, Li Wei just hides himself, then bypasses these defensive equipment and directly enters Thanos' lair. The goal this time, unbiased, is Thanos, and only Thanos. Li Wei's goal is clear. At the moment, in a majestic black and gold palace, in the middle of the seat, a majestic and leader-like Titan sits in awe. This person is officially the current emperor of the universe, Thanos. Now, I have collected 5 gems. For us now, in this entire universe, there is no more powerful enemy. Thanos raised his left glove with 5 jewels and said arrogantly. And under the seat, there are 5 people with their own looks, but full of evil aura, kneeling on one knee around Thanos. These 5 people are precisely Thanos' 5 subordinates. Because of their powerful strength and their cultural and military capabilities, they are respected as the 5 obsidians by people from other planets. My lord, as long as you have 1 gem, you can rule a galaxy. Your 5 gems today are invincible even if they cross the dimension. At the moment, it was the first military division under Thanos who had the Ebony Maw, who could control all biological brains and behavioral abilities with words. In this way, Time Gem is also at your fingertips. The person who took the conversation was connected to Thanos' wisdom and thoughts, and possessed the supergiant to spy and control the spirit and soul of all creatures. It can be said that Thanos possesses supreme wisdom and profound thoughts, which is entirely attributed to her. This is exactly what I am worried about in 713. What needs to be solved urgently is where the Time Gem ends up. Thanos nodded. The words of both of his confidants were in his heart, and he also said what he was more anxious about. My lord, I heard from my subordinates that Time Gem had appeared in the solar system, and the holder is the new rising star of the universe, Li Wei. The head of the 5 obsidian generals Corvus Glaive, replied in a low voice. Yes, for this I also used pupil puncture to observe the solar system and saw Li Wei with the Time Gem with my own eyes. Proxima Midnight, who is also Corvus Glaive's wife, ranked second in strength in Obsidian 5. In this case, why didn't Big Brother send me directly to the solar system to clean up this Li Wei's? This is also considered as sharing the worries for your highness. At this time, Black Dwarf, who is burly in shape and strong in posture, can resist all physical attacks, but the underdeveloped Black Dwarf is unhappy. Oh it's just too simple to think. If Li Wei is really an unknown person, and accidentally gets Time Gem, a small character, Abe, I will go straight to grab it, but after investigation and intelligence collecting, the strength of this Li Wei should not be underestimated. We want to take Time Gem from him, not only facing him, but also the superhero of the entire planet. Even Thor will bring the gods to help him of. Corvus Glaive shook his head, and was really speechless to Black Dwarf's straightforward mind. If you don't investigate the other party before doing something, you will fight it without thinking, and it will only be yourself that suffers. This Li Wei, I have also heard about it. It is indeed a powerful character, and his ability does not exist on any planet. This makes me especially worried because I have no means to directly restrain him. As the overlord of one party, Thanos is also very interested in this rising star in the universe. He even investigated and analyzed various abilities of Li Wei, but the results made him very worried. My lord, no matter how powerful this Li Wei is, what else can he do? He must be no match for Ebony Maw and Supergiant for mental and spiritual attacks. I have Black Dwarf as the physical damage. No matter how great Li Wei is, he has to kneel down and offer Time Gem obediently. Black Dwarf looked disdainful. In his perception, their Obsidian 5 generals were the invincible existence of the universe. If anyone could defeat them, then only Lord Thanos, who knew all their weaknesses, would be. Although Black Dwarf is usually a little stupid, but what he said this time does make sense. Even if he is better at Li Wei, he must be no match for us in mental attacks and physical attacks. Even if he has the strength to tie us, we still have you, Lord Thanos. Hearing Black Dwarf's analysis, Proxima Midnight nodded and said yes. Indeed, in these respects, the Obsidian 5 generals had already cultivated to the apex of the universe. Looking at all the creatures in the universe, plus all the Protoss, there was no way to be able to survive. According to Proxima Midnight, Black Dwarf's arrogance is completely valid. Shut up. You are so arrogant, you are going to suffer a big loss. Hearing this, Thanos' face turned black in an instant. As a battlefield teacher who has been on the battlefield since he was born, Thanos knows deeply that the victory and defeat of a war depends not only on strength, but also on mentality and luck. Throughout all the major battles in the universe from ancient times to the present, no arrogant person will win the final victory. My lord is right. Hearing the anger in Thanos' words, Proxima Midnight and Black Dwarf squatted their heads. It is not a good thing to make Thanos angry. Thanos knew the virtues of these two people, so he didn't expect them to wake up. Corvus Glaive, do you have any plans? Turning his head and seeing a confident Corvus Glaive, Thanos knew that he must have a perfect solution. My lord, since Li Wei has such strong strength and snobbery, then we go head-to-head with him. In the end, we may only end up with both sides. Even our final victory will pay the most painful price. This is not worth the loss. Corvus Glaive said his thoughts in a deep voice. So, after knowing that Time Gem was in Li Wei's hands, I discussed with Ebony Maw a surefire solution. Corvus Glaive said. Thanos' eyes lit up and motioned to Ebony Maw to tell them their strategy. My lord, since the road of conquering by force is not working, then we can go slant and use a more ingenious way to let Li Wei obediently hand over the Time Gem. Ebony Maw said in a hoarse but intriguing tone. You mean, you want to control Li Wei? Thanos asked. Yes, but Li Wei's mental power is also very strong, and if he rashly controls him to hand over Time Gem, the people around him will definitely obstruct him. Ebony Maw nodded and said yes, then continued. So, our idea is to control Li Wei first and guide his thoughts to another space. In this way, we can suddenly appear and defeat his snobbery, and then let him come back. We are 5-1. I can succeed. Although Ebony Maw's plan is flawed, it must be said that this trick is insidious but really useful. Thanos thought for a moment. Just do as you say. Dipsps. No one noticed that, 10 kilometers away from the palace, Li Wei was sitting on a bench in a park, watching every move in the palace through the sea of knowledge. It turns out that all of this is caused by you? I said. How can I suddenly have the idea to go to the quantum realm and I must go immediately, and it has caused me to delay so long in the quantum realm. Li Wei is now furious. It's in vain of my first fame, but you guys put it together? Well, I let you know, isn't it mind control? I want to take a good look today, how powerful it is. After all, Li Wei used time gem to draw a circle on the spot, and then disappeared. In the next second, Li Wei appeared in the palace, but after all, Obsidian 5 plus Thanos is already the strongest lineup in the universe. Even if he is strong, Li Wei is not willing to fight with 6 of them at the same time. The scene of losing both sides is not what Li Wei wants. To achieve the greatest success with the least cost is the King Li Wei. Therefore, Li Wei concealed his figure to make his body more transparent, and also concealed Rorschach just in case. After all, they are all powerful beings and have to be careful. Supergiant suddenly felt that something was wrong with the palace, as if some danger was about to happen. This is the unique sensitivity of those who possess the mind and mind control ability. Do you have any better suggestions? Thanos saw the change in Supergiant's expression and thought she had other opinions about the plan. No, I only have one thing I want to add, because he gets along with the people around him almost day and night, especially his wife Wonder Woman, so I suggest quietly planting seeds in his mind that we want to change his behavior, and then let it take root and sprout on its own, so that you can avoid the horse's feet in front of people around you because of sudden control. It can achieve the goal quietly. Supergiant temporarily put his previous perception behind his head, and then spoke his own thoughts. This method is good. In this way, the unsuccessful rate of the entire plan is greatly reduced. Ebony Maw nodded repeatedly, but his eyes were constantly looking upwards. As a person with the same ability to control human behavior and brain, Ebony Maw definitely felt the changes in the palace, and his feelings were more detailed, because Ebony Maw perceives the danger as if it is somewhere in the upper corner of the palace. Okay, leave this to you too. I hope that in 3 days, this task will be completed. Thanos did not notice anything unusual in the palace, nor did he notice anything wrong with Ebony Maw and Supergiant. My lord, I have one more thing I want to report. At this time, Ebony Maw asked Thanos with a slightly nervous expression. What's up? Thanos lowered his head and saw the strangeness in Ebony Maw's eyes. Ebony Maw seemed to convey some message to Thanos with his eyes. If you have something to say quickly, it's all your own, what can't you say in person? Thanos is a little strange. Usually their obsidians are in sympathy with their brothers, and they have never seen disharmony, but Ebony Maw's pretendingly mysterious posture seems to imply something that he can't talk to other people. This what happened to Ebony Maw today, not right? Years of tacit understanding made Thanos suddenly react. Ebony Maw should be suggesting to himself that there is danger. Brush. Once. What? Between the lightning and flint, Thanos suddenly felt a piercing pain in his left arm, followed by a lightness in his left arm. Thanos's left hand is attached to the glove, and it is no longer on his arm. Boom! Before the others could react, Supergiant suddenly fell to the ground. It seems that the most powerful of these 6 gems is my time gem. Li Wei's voice suddenly rang in the sky. Hey, don't move, now your highness's glove is in my hand, and my time gem is added. It is already 6 episodes. Now I have directed all my strength to kiss him, if you want to move around, he will be the first to fall. With that, Li Wei put the time gem on top of the gloves, and then slowly put on the gloves. In an instant, the 6 colors of light came forward and emitted light, and gradually the light was concentrated on this point, aimed at Thanos. Worried about Thanos's safety, the other 4 of the Obsidian 5 dared not act rashly. After all, although the power of the 6 gems only exists in the legend, no one dares to take personal risks. Try to see how powerful it is. 0. Look for flowers. Li Wei, why are you here? Thanos asked incredulously. Why am I here? If I were not here, your conspiracy would have succeeded. With the 6 gems gathered, your goal of eliminating half of the life in the universe has been achieved. Li Wei stared at Hua Week, gritted his teeth and said. Wakanda's tragic situation at the moment echoed in Li Wei's heart scene after scene, making Li Wei a little bit unable to control his desire to wipe out Thanos immediately. Li Wei, do you think you can do whatever you want with 6 gems? It seems that you also know that our mental attacks are more powerful than gems. Compared with this is why you killed Supergiant. Woolen cloth. Ebony Maw sneered, and launched an attack calmly, using words to invade Li Wei's brain and control his behavior. But before Ebony Maw finished speaking, the next second, his face suddenly changed and he fell to the ground like Supergiant. The vultures dare to show their ugliness in front of me? I know your whole cards, and you still want to play with me. Li Wei sneered. Ebony Maw uses words to control people, and he needs to be unprepared. Li Wei has known this for a long time. Well, the 2 people who use mental power are gone, and the rest, you can go together. With that, Li Wei moved away the 6 beams aimed at Thanos. Hey, saying it is late, it is fast. Proxima Midnight and Corvus Glaive have already appeared one after the other of Li Wei. At the same time, the 2 gathered all their strength on the knife in their hands and slashed down at Li Wei. Boom! Black Dwarf then rushed towards Li Wei. It seems that the 3 are playing cooperation. If Li Wei can't dodge the knife, then he will definitely die. If he is lucky enough to dodge, when they launch a counterattack, Black Dwarf will stop them from hurting. After seeing the clues, Li Wei couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart. Even at such a critical moment, even if it was full of the anger that a brother died in front of him, they could still cooperate in an orderly manner to launch an attack. Li Wei has some admiration for Thanos's way of imperial generals. But, even if you admire it, Thanos still has to die. Boom! After a loud and deafening explosion, the originally luxurious and solid black and gold palace instantly turned into a ruin. Hey, is this your fighting power? Above the ruins, only Li Wei and Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, and Black Dwarf, who were shaken aside by a huge force, remained. Roar, this Li Wei has something. Corvus Glaive, who stepped aside, looked at Li Wei a little admiringly, with unconcealable excitement in his eyes. Corvus Glaive has been too long for too long, and it hasn't encountered an opponent that can be evenly matched. Don't go, I'll play with him first. As soon as the voice fell, Corvus Glaive rushed towards Li Wei with all his strength, and the sharp blade shone with a terrifying cold light. Li Wei flashed 10 meters away. Li Wei doesn't have principles to head. Can? It seems that you are sure to defeat me. Li Wei looked at Thanos expressionlessly with interest. It seems that the legendary emperor of the universe, the city is not so deep. His 5 capable officers were killed one by one in front of his eyes, and he could still be so calm as water. Li Wei joked. Anything that is as calm as water is a matter of confidence. Thanos didn't continue to catch up and fight, but answered Li Wei with his hands behind his back. The two of them are like ancient knights and gentlemen, standing opposite each other. There is a zen intent that seems to be something like nothing. I like your confidence, Li Wei said with a smile. You are a talent, I will give you a chance to come under my command. Thanos said in a deep voice. Don't try to procrastinate, the hand cut off by time gem, the wound is irreversible. Li Wei saw Thanos' intention. You are very smart, but the final winner must be me. Although this injury is irreversible, I can do whatever I want with 6 gems. A gleam of light flashed in Thanos' eyes, and he looked at Li Wei and said, Can, at that time, revive your 5 subordinates, clear out half of the entire universe, and restore your poor left hand by the way. The wishful thinking is good. Li Wei clapped his hands, as if mocking Thanos. It seems that you are also one of many people who questioned me for clearing out half of the universe. Thanos said, if killing can solve the problem, what do we do to develop civilization? Li Wei asked. When all planet civilizations have reached the point where they have the idea and ability to protect the planet's ecological environment, at least hundreds of planets' ecology has been riddled with holes, and most of the ecological damage is irreversible. If you want to save the ecology, to protect the planet and protect the universe, we must stop loss immediately. Thanos said angrily. Oh, you have eliminated half of the people. At most 100 years, the number will surge to the original level. You can only solve a temporary problem like this. Do you want me to teach you this truth? Li Wei said fiercely. When the time comes, I will snap my fingers again. Thanos said indifferently. Is life so insignificant in your eyes? Everyone you kill is destroying a family and even more people. Li Wei feels that Thanos 1.2 is hopeless. Then when they wreaked havoc on the ecology, did they not consider the life and death of other people on this planet? Did they not consider the life and death of their children and grandchildren hundreds of years later? Who is more ruthless and looks at life? Insignificant. Thanos said emotionally. For the ecology of each planet, for the entire universe, I don't hesitate to bear all the infamy, and I don't hesitate to sacrifice everything I have, even to get the mind gem. I sacrificed my favorite daughter. Thanos' eyes were already a little red and swollen. You so-called righteous people, come and tell me who is wrong. Thanos shouted hoarsely. Li Wei was speechless for a while and didn't know what to say. What is justice and what is evil? What is right and what is wrong? However, no matter who is right or wrong, the judge of the balance shouldn't be you. After a while, Li Wei slowly raised his eyes and took a deep look at Thanos. The right or wrong referee shouldn't be anyone. Therefore, no one has the right to punish anyone. Otherwise, it is venting anger, it is massacre. Li Wei said word by word. This time, it was Thanos' turn to be speechless. Thanos, the reason why you are targeted by everyone and considered evil by countless people is because you are too arrogant and want to impose on everyone what you think is right and wrong? You should not think of yourself as this universe savior. Li Wei's tone was calm and slow, but every word was hammered into Thanos' heart. Thanos, do you still think that everything you have done is correct? Li Wei looked into Thanos' eyes and asked. I admit that what you said does make sense, and it also represents the views of most people, right? Thanos replied. 08 But, in any case, no matter how unwilling everyone is, no matter I will be pointed out by thousands of people, my method is the most effective. Thanos said in an angry tone. It seems that you are still obsessed with understanding. Li Wei shook his head. Originally, Li Wei didn't expect to use a word to make Thanos change his face. Thoughts, if they were rooted in their minds, then it would be considered a world break, and he would not change his original view. It seems that you are really hopeless. As he spoke, Li Wei's fist had begun to pile up strength layer by layer, and Thanos also slowly got down, and made an attack. Thanos, I respect you as the king of the universe. I have never used so much ability against any opponent. Li Wei continued to stack the ability on his fist while speaking slowly. Indeed, even if Li Wei opened the spacetime cracks, it would only be superimposed with so many ability. Late? Then I'll be a reward for this cut. With that, Thanos rushed towards Li Wei at a speed faster than the speed of light, and the golden blade was shining with purple cold light. When the Synubia star seized the power gem, Thanos used this trick to directly blast the entire planet. Its power is evident. It's just right. Li Wei's heart moved, waving his fist wrapped in dozens of abilities, and directly greeted Thanos' knife. If Thanos' knife can directly destroy a planet, then his encounter with Li Wei's punch can directly destroy a fixed star system. Boom! After a loud noise, the two people were directly blown into flight by this powerful explosion. And after all, both of them are the existence of the peak of the current cosmic force value. After a few roars breathed, they adjusted their breath and landed lightly on the ground. But the scene before him made Thanos widen his eyes and looked at Li Wei incredulously. Why did you do this? Thanos trembled, and couldn't believe the sight in front of him. Within 10 kilometers of the two people fighting against each other just now, they were all surrounded by a light yellow energy shield. Li Wei unexpectedly released an energy shield at the moment of the fight just now. It is such an energy shield that has nurtured countless titans and also raised the titans who grew up Thanos, avoiding a devastating disaster. And Thanos, at the moment of the fight just now, he only wanted to blow Li Wei in front of him. He didn't care about his home star or the safety of his subjects. I said that no one can be the judge of right or wrong, so no one has the right to slaughter, Li Wei said lightly. But, this planet is my home planet, and it has nothing to do with you. Why bother to protect her? Have you ever thought that if you were distracted to release the energy shield just now, and let you die in mind sword, what should I do? Thanos asked in a deep voice. This question, I haven't considered it. First, I can't allow other people to sacrifice innocently because of myself. Second, I know I will be fine, because you don't have the ability to hurt me, Li Wei still said lightly. This arrogant statement came out of Li Wei's mouth, and it was full of humble and low-key feelings. And these words directly shocked Thanos. After a while, Huoba slowly recovered his sanity. Looking at the heroic-looking young man in front of him, one leg was slowly bent, and the whole person thought of Li Wei and knelt down. Thanos bowed his head to Li Wei. This action, on Titan, means surrender? Your strength is 1,000 miles stronger than mine. I am willing to bow down. But your mind is beyond my reach in my life? I am willing to surrender to you and be your most loyal subordinate. Thanos bowed his head to Li Wei. Even in front of the enemy, under the circumstances of life and death, you can still care for sentient beings, and can even take the risk to make a contribution to protect the enemy's homeland. At this level, Thanos willingly bowed his head and proclaimed himself, and willingly offered everything he had. Your Majesty, from now on, the Titan Galaxy will be your strongest backing, and you will be the master here, Thanos said loudly. Looking at Li Wei again, he didn't show any surprise or other excitement, but still smiled indifferently, paced forward softly, and lifted Thanos who was kneeling on the ground. 713 said that, you are willing to accept my idea, Li Wei said softly. Although I still don't understand, but I will try to understand. Thanos' tone revealed the meaning of being humble. Well, it seems you are not hopeless. Li Wei patted Thanos on the sturdy shoulder. But no matter who it is, as long as he makes a mistake, he must be punished. Do you know this truth? Li Wei asked softly. The minister understands that the minister's sins are serious. Thanos lowered his head and said, you used to kill countless people in order to snatch gems. It should have been inexcusable. But in my opinion, death is the most useless atonement in the world, because it cannot change anything. It is better to apologize with death, said he was evading his own sins. Li Wei turned his back to Thanos and said, what your royal highness asks the ministers to do, the ministers will never hesitate to die. Thanos still lowered his arrogant head and said humbly, I want you to atone for your sins. From now on, you go to all the planets that have been destroyed, all the galaxies that have been destroyed, and do everything possible to help the residents there rebuild their homes. Li Wei turned around, looked directly at Thanos and said. Thanos looked awkward, but still knelt immediately. Observe the holy order. With Thanos' surrender, the Earth is also relieved of the crisis, and Li Wei who has passed through has also realized his original intention. It is time to leave and return to his time period. This time, although he didn't break Thanos into pieces like Li Wei thought, to vent his hatred. But in the long run, this is indeed the best result. There was no mass killing, no innocent people left because of this incident, and the 6 gems were intact in Li Wei's hands. This result is what Li Wei is most willing to see. Well, it's time to go back. Danvers is still waiting for me in the future? A happy smile appeared on Li Wei's face thinking of his wife. Brush. This time, Li Wei used the power of 6 gems to easily tear open a crack in time and space. It seems that the power of these 6 gems is much stronger than me. Fortunately, Thanos has not been able to get it, otherwise, things will not be cleaned up. Li Wei patted his chest unexpectedly. Huh? Li Wei entered the crack of time and space, and once again entered the black hole. In the next second, Li Wei has returned to the time segment when he came. It is the original Wakanda, with beautiful mountains and clear waters, blue sky and white clouds, birds and flowers everywhere. However, it is terrifyingly quiet here. Li Wei felt that something was wrong, and hurriedly mobilized Haihei to explore the surrounding situation. No, why is there no one? How can the whole Wakanda become an empty city? Li Wei faintly felt something was wrong. Brush. Li Wei did not waste time making unprovoked guesses, but decisively once again used the power of 6 gems to tear open the cracks in time and space. He is going to the black hole and look at the time segment again. At any rate, I said I had changed history, but I was anxious to come back to see Avengers and Captain Marvel just now, so I didn't see what happened after Thanos was regained. The heart is too anxious, I can't do anything. Li Wei patted his head in annoyance, trying to make himself remember. Immediately afterwards, Li Wei opened up the Sea of Knowledge to read what happened in the 4 months after changing history. It was the familiar Wakanda who introduced Li Wei to know the sea. On the morning of the second day after Thanos surrendered, Li Wei, who knew nothing about the whole incident, got up as usual and went to the training ground to check everyone's training situation. However, after entering the training base, Li Wei never thought of the scene in front of him. The huge training base and dozens of training rooms are empty. Within 10 minutes, all of you will give me the training base. If anyone is 1 minute late, I will personally train you. Li Wei was furious. He didn't even use the communication equipment. He directly used the secret tone to transmit his voice and spread his voice to every corner of Wakanda. Roar. Li Wei is holding his chest, constantly adjusting his roar, trying to calm himself down. This is the first time that the Avengers collectively violated Li Wei's will. Moreover, it directly violated Li Wei's good intentions. For the first time, Li Wei felt that he had been betrayed, and for the first time felt the heartache of being improper by others. At the moment, Li Wei is not only angry, but also sad, and mixed with the disappointment that Avengers can't support the wall with mud. I hope you can give me a perfect explanation, Li Wei said secretly in his heart. 10 minutes later, the Avengers all stood in front of Li Wei with sleepy eyes, looking at Li Wei blankly, wondering why his boss was so angry. Li Wei said nothing, turned his back to Avengers, as if thinking about something. Hey, Stark, wake up. You were the first to come. Do you know what happened? Why is the boss so angry? Did we make a mistake? The Captain America who was standing in front touched Iron Man who was about to fall asleep, and asked in a low voice what had happened. I don't know. I came early because I lived the closest to the training base, but after I came, the boss has always been in this state. I didn't say a word, I didn't dare to speak, and kept standing like this. Coming. Iron Man rubbed his eyes and said, but I think it may not be our problem. After all, we have not made any mistakes. Maybe something has happened that is a matter of life and death. You see, the boss has been thinking about it, and it should be impossible to think of a countermeasure. Let's discuss the solution. Iron Man looked mysteriously at Li Wei's back and analyzed Captain America. Cut, you can pull it down. Have you ever seen someone who comes to the training base for a meeting while standing up for a meeting? When the Hulk heard Iron Man's analysis, he snorted. Then you say, what's going on? You use your green head to tell me something reliable? Iron Man hated being laughed at the most, and said angrily at the Hulk. I think it's because we don't come to train but don't report, which makes the boss a little angry. After all, the previous rules were set by the boss. Even if the crisis is now resolved, we shouldn't make private opinions without training. The Hulk said definitely. It seems that among all of you, only Hulk still treats me as a boss. He thinks what I have said works, right? At this time, Li Wei's voice rang. Since you can see it most clearly, Hulk, on behalf of all of you Avengers, tell me why you didn't come for training today, and all of you didn't come. Li Wei forcibly suppressed his anger and said, boss, we really have no intention of offending, let alone disobeying your order. This matter was indeed passed by our private decision. It is completely our fault. Zhao Dihao, the Hulk lowered his head to admit his mistake to Li Wei. Hey, it's pretty quick to admit the mistake. It seems that you are not the mastermind in this matter. Then tell me, whose idea is this? Li Wei sneered. Boss, this. The Hulk looked at Iron Man and Captain America with a look of embarrassment, hesitated for a long time, and didn't say who Xian was. Listen, don't you dare to say? Then Wonder Woman, tell me, who is the idea of you? Li Wei asked Wonder Woman instead. Boss, this matter is the idea of all of us, please punish us. Wonder Woman said on her knees. Bang bang bang. Li Wei clapped and turned around slowly. Unexpectedly, your current unity has reached such a level? I really underestimate you. Then since you are so united, let me be punished together. Boss? It's none of their business, it's my idea. The Captain of the United States hurried to his knees and took the initiative to admit his mistake. Boss, I also have a copy. I discussed this with Steve first. If you want to punish, just punish me. Both of us will do. Iron Man also knelt down and admitted that he was wrong. However, in order to be accompanied by someone during the penalty and not to be too lonely, Iron Man pulled the Captain of the United States into the water. The Captain of the United States looked at Iron Man speechlessly, cursing that Iron Man was too shameless in his heart. No rules can't make a radius. But rules have always been to protect the interests of the vast majority of people. Since all of you have broken the rules I set, that means you all feel that my rules are already great. It limits you? Li Wei shook his head gently and said. Okay, then you give me a reason, even if you want to overturn my rules, even if you want to dismiss me, you have to let me know why. Li Wei said. Boss? We have no intention of this. Hearing what Li Wei said, everyone was shocked and knelt down hurriedly. They didn't expect Li Wei to react so intensely. Boss, we just thought that now that the crisis of Thanos invasion is over, we 713 don't need to continue training. The Captain of the United States quickly explained. Boss, we learned that it was midnight last night that you had subdued Thanos. In order not to disturb your rest, and in order to allow you to rest well today, we cancelled the training on our own initiative, and absolutely did not want to disobey you. The meaning of Iron Man explained with a trembling voice. Nonsense? Where did you get the news? Li Wei felt that they were just making excuses. Boss, the news I received from God's domain last night, I have repeatedly confirmed it 3 times, and learned that it is absolutely true, so I told Stark and the others. Thor quickly replied. Although Thor is now stationed on Earth, he has always maintained contact with God's domain, and God's domain will also report important news to Thor as soon as possible. What? This time it was Li Wei's turn to be stunned. Thor, you tell me the news from God's domain to you word by word. Li Wei ordered. The news from God's domain said that you single-handedly invaded Titan yesterday. You used the obsidian 5 generals in your hand, and won 6 gems. After that, Thanos directly bowed to you. Thor said according to the news from God's domain. Also, God's domain sent me an announcement from Thanos to the entire universe. You see, Thor passed the announcement from God's domain to Li Wei. Li Wei looked at the announcement incredible, couldn't believe his eyes. Thanos directly stated in the announcement that because of Li Wei's broad mind and super strength, he was willing to surrender under his command, and announced that he would transfer the ownership of the Titan Galaxy to Li Wei. That is to say, Li Wei is the Titan Galaxy's the Emperor? What's going on? Is it because Thanos suddenly woke up and became obsessed with kindness? Li Wei was a little confused. He was already wondering if Thanos had suddenly lost his mind, or was brewing some new conspiracy. Also, the 6 gems are not with me, I only have Time Gem. Li Wei suddenly realized a problem. Could it be that some stronger big shot or organization wants to snatch 6 gems? Thanos suddenly announced that he would surrender to me in order to protect himself, so that he can turn the spear on me and he can protect himself. Li Wei muttered analysis. Boss, you mean, you didn't go to Titan yesterday, and you didn't kill the 5 obsidian generals. Even the 6 gems were not with you. The captain of the United States asked tentatively. Where was I yesterday, don't you know? Li Wei replied in a knowingly asked tone. All day yesterday, Li Wei was training the captain of the United States and Iron Man, Abe, in the training room. They did not return to their residence until late at night after they finished training. Thor, did you spread false news in God's domain, or did you not want to train and made up this kind of excuse to deceive us? Iron Man asked Thor back. After all, this news came from Thor, and because of their absolute trust in Thor, they did not verify the authenticity of this news. Stark, don't slander me. Even if I don't want to train, I won't come up with such a tricky tactic, and I don't dare to deceive the boss. Thor is a little angry, he hates others to slander himself the most. Nair will not deceive me. Seeing Thor's angry look, Li Wei hurriedly spoke out for him. Thor also looked at Li Wei gratefully. Well, you all get up first. I'm going to investigate the authenticity of this matter. Judging from the performance of everyone just now, this matter may be true. At least Avengers did not use this matter to avoid training, so Li Wei was also angry with Avengers. Boss, I just checked the Interstellar Daily News and also reported that Thanos announced to the entire universe, exactly the same as Thor's news. Xingju said those tablets used to watch the news. It seems that this matter is really right. Li Wei was lost in thought. But why did Thanos suddenly announce such a thing? According to his innate arrogance, he will not bow to anyone, let alone give up the honor and foundation of the family. Li Wei still can't figure out why. Is there really something terrible that threatens Thanos to make this move? The more Li Wei thought about it, the more confused it became. After all, this matter did not conform to any logic at all, and even exceeded Li Wei's cognition. The instigator of this scene, the future Li Wei, who is seeing this scene in the black hole, now has a bitter face and patted his head more arrogantly. Why didn't I think of this? But I was too stupid at the time. Why didn't I think it was the future me who did it? Li Wei even hated himself a little bit at that time. This is a bit nerve-wracking. Do I have to go back again and write a letter to me at that time? Tell him the ins and outs of the whole thing? But according to my personality at that time, I would definitely not believe it. Said maybe I will go to Thanos for verification. Li Wei regrets his impulse now. Why don't you plan well and go back to the past to solve the problem? Faced with such a difficult situation now, there is no way to solve it. It's too difficult for me. Never want to travel back and change the past. Until now, Mr. Hawking's warning has penetrated deeply into Li Wei's heart. It's so hard to be a human being. Li Wei sighed deeply, and continued to look back, thinking about how to solve this matter. Boss, I think if you want to figure out the whole thing, you should go to the Titans to find Thanos and ask him in person what he is playing. Thor saw Li Wei's doubts and gave his own suggestions to Li Wei. Well, you are right. Whether this is a conspiracy or a conspiracy, you should check it out. Li Wei nodded and said yes, thinking that now there is only this way to quickly figure out the cause and effect of this matter. Boss, I beg to go with you. Thor knelt on one knee and begged Li Wei. On the one hand, although I dare not say to protect your safety, if you encounter an emergency, I can also be regarded as a person who can help you with a knife. On the other hand, as the Prince of God's domain, even if Thanos really has a conspiracy, I will also be afraid of God's domain and dare not do it lightly. Thor analyzed for Li Wei. I have to say that Thor is very thoughtful. Although Li Wei is extremely powerful and almost no one can rival in the entire universe, as the saying goes, if you beat the master with random punches, no one can say what unexpected situation will happen. Thor, who is strong and has a deep background, is definitely helpful to follow. Li Wei thought for a moment, nodded. Okay, you go back and clean up, we will set off to Titan Star immediately. Li Wei agreed to Thor. Seeing that Li Wei agreed to take Thor away, some of the other heroes were also eager to try and wanted to go with Li Wei. Okay, this trip will not be delayed for too long. I will come back after I figure out the reason. Don't worry about me. Don't go anywhere if you stay in Wakanda for the time being. I will make plans when I come back. Li Wei blocked everyone back with a word. After half an hour, Li Wei finally waited for Thor, who was overdue. Thor, is there something wrong with what I just said? I mean, we went to the Titans and asked Thanos to ask them clearly. Soon after we figured out what was going on, we came back. Li Wei said with a hesitant expression. But now Thor in front of Li Wei has an unclear look. I mean, if our trip goes smoothly, it will be very fast, so you don't need to carry such a big bag. Li Wei grabbed the huge shoulder bag behind Thor with one hand, and said helplessly. Boss, I am mainly afraid that we will be hungry along the way, and the physical objects on other planets are too unpalatable, so I searched for a lot of snacks from Stark and Hulk. Thor looks like definitely. Because of this, you don't even bring your hammer? Didn't you say that you have to block the knife for me when something happens? What are you going to do to block it? Li Wei asked, curling his mouth. The hammer takes up too much space. I think I will summon it when it is in danger. Thor said with a plain expression that he had arranged. What about your hand? You can get it if you hold it in your hand. Li Wei suddenly felt that his decision to take Thor might not be a good decision. I have to carry wine in my hand, boss, let me tell you, I have brought all Stark's Tibetan wine, this time it must be enough for us to drink. Thor showed off his proud look to the adults and brought out a large box of wine to Li Wei to show off from behind. Roar. Thor, you are really thoughtful. Li Wei suppressed the anger in his heart, gritted his teeth and said. If it hadn't been for such a long time, knowing that Thor was originally in such a naive way of thinking, Li Wei would really think Thor wanted him on purpose. But the innocent Thor didn't recognize that Li Wei's tone was wrong, and he thought that Li Wei really praised him for his thoughtfulness. Well, you brought it with you anyway. Li Wei reluctantly compromised. But let's say it or not, every time Li Wei goes to other planets, the biggest headache is that he can't eat good food. After all, the physiological structure is different, the food culture is not painful, and some foods from other planets are even a little disgusting in Li Wei's eyes. So every time I go to other planets, I basically go hungry. So even though Thor's move is a bit brain dead, but from the bottom of his heart, he really wins Li Wei's heart. 0. Look for flowers. Then you really brought all Stark's wine, the authentic bottle of Chateau O'Brien produced by Obiang in 1982, have you taken it? Li Wei asked with gleaming eyes. As we all know, the Stark family has a big business, and the ancestors have a tradition of collecting red wine for generations, especially Tony Stark, also known as Iron Man, love red wine to the extent of obsession. Therefore, wherever Iron Man goes, he will bring a wine cabinet with the wine, and he will rarely show it to share with everyone. Even Li Wei, who he admires most, has only drank a glass of wine from him. Li Wei has always been the bottle of Obiang Winery. Although he also mentioned to Iron Man before that he wanted to taste it, but after Iron Man heard it, it was like his dear baby was missed, and he refused directly. And Li Wei was angry for several days and didn't talk to Li Wei, which made Li Wei still a little unable to get off the stage. Point 0 definitely. As if showing off, Thor took out the bottle of wine and handed it to Li Wei. Yes. I've been thinking about this bottle for a long time, and I can finally get a good meal this time. By the way, Thor, how did you do it? Stark regards these wines more importantly than his own life. Li Wei looked at the red wine intently, and asked. I called him outside his house and said that I had brought a bottle of wine from God's domain that had been treasured for thousands of years, and asked him to come to my house to taste it. Then he went out to my house happily, and then I just. Thor is a little bit embarrassed. Oh, I didn't expect that you are usually honest, and you can come up with such a bad trick. Li Wei patted Thor on the shoulder. Well, since we are accompanied by fine wine, let's take the spacecraft, so that we can enjoy this box of fine wine when we come back. With that, Li Wei snapped his fingers, and a 3-story spaceship appeared in front of him. Originally, Li Wei wanted to use time gem back and forth. This is not only efficient but also save trouble. Now that there are delicious food and drink, Li Wei is not so anxious. Why come back? I want to enjoy it now, Thor asked with a bitter expression. Because we have to do serious things first. Ding immediately afterwards, Li Wei used the power of time gem to draw a circle of huge amounts of out of thin air. Okay, let's go to Titan to see what happened. Brush. In an instant, the huge spaceship disappeared in place. And at the moment, in front of another European-style house in Wakanda. Thor, are you there? Come out and open the door for me, Thor. Okay, put everything on the spaceship first, let's go find Thanos. At the moment, Li Wei and Thor have reached Titan. Thor reluctantly glanced at the food and drink he had brought, and slowly got off the ship. Brush. Using time gem, Li Wei and Thor came to the front of Thanos' palace. The sight in front of them surprised them. The original magnificent Titan palace has now become 70-30 into a ruin. It looks like a terrible war broke out here. Thor muttered to himself. Let's go closer and have a look. Li Wei frowned and looked at the broken palace and said. His Majesty. Just when Li Wei was about to walk forward, a Titan in the distance suddenly ran over and knelt to the ground all of a sudden. Huh? Do you mean me? Li Wei frowned in surprise and asked. Your Majesty, we are working hard to repair the palace. The kneeling Titan said tremblingly. Master Thanos said, if you go to Titan, you should go to another spare bedroom to rest. If you want to go now, I will arrange a car immediately. Li Wei is in love. What kind of person did this Thanos provoke? As for paying such a big sacrifice, he just gave me the planet that has been ruled for generations. Li Wei thought about it. Hey, don't pretend to be a ghost here, you let the big purple sweet potato get out quickly, and my boss will see him right away. Thor saw that Li Wei didn't move, and went straight up to grab the collar of the Titan, and said viciously, the villain doesn't know what purple sweet potato. The Titan star said with a face of embarrassment. That's the Thanos. Thor despised the Titan's IQ in his heart. He couldn't even understand such a vivid metaphor. No wonder he could only be a servant for Thanos. Master Thanos has already left, I don't know what to do, and I don't have the right to know. The Titan said tremblingly. Who has the right to know? Let him come and see me. Li Wei, who had been silent for a long time, asked at this moment. Our deacon knows, I will call him to see you right away. Hearing Li Wei's question, the Titan hastily cowed his head and replied. Go back quickly. Li Wei ordered. Yes? The Titan star quickly got up and ran away. Boss, should I follow him to see if there is any conspiracy? I think this kid has a problem. Thor frowned and did not say to Li Wei. It's not necessary. Even if Thanos uses a conspiracy to deal with me, he will not send such a small character to seduce me. You must remember that he was born with a golden key just like you. The kind you are born with. The pride that comes here won't allow you to play any tricks of smirk. Li Wei patted Thor on the shoulder and said. Having such an opponent is actually the most comfortable. We only need to strengthen our own strength, because their character and their pride have told us that we don't need to worry about them playing any insidious conspiracy and tricks. After a few minutes, Your Majesty, I am the Deacon of Titan. Another Titan with purple head and purple brain knelt to the ground and introduced himself to Li Wei. Tell me, where did Thanos go? Li Wei frowned and asked. The minister deserves 10,000 deaths. Lord Thanos didn't reveal where he was going. He just said that he was going to redeem his sins. He must follow your instructions to rebuild all the planets that have been destroyed in order to redeem his crimes. The deacon replied. My instructions? Li Wei frowned, repeating suspiciously. Yes, it's you, Our Highness Li Wei. The deacon replied confidently. You fart? How can Thanos be so kind, to make atonement? His crimes can't be counted in this life, how can he be redeemed? Thor said dismissively. Do you know what happened before Thanos announced that the Titans were handed over to me? And how did this palace become what it is now? Li Wei gestured to Thor not to speak, and continued to ask Zero. Your Majesty, this is what you did when you came here yesterday. The deacon raised his head questioningly and replied. I am asking you something, you only need to answer. Li Wei was speechless for a while, and could only answer with bitterness. Li Wei has already seen that Thanos should really give him the planet, at least his pupil of debate shows that the deacon in front of him is not lying. So in order for the deacon to tell the truth, Li Wei could only follow along and speak. The deacon felt a little strange that the new ruler of the Titans in front of him was a bit strange. Last evening, Lord Thanos and Obsidian 5 were discussing state affairs in the palace. You suddenly appeared and killed Obsidian 5 in one fell swoop. Because the deacon was originally a servant who served the emperor, one can see the whole process of the event in the palace. After that, you and Lord Thanos also recruited a few times, and then you said a few words to Lord Thanos, and Lord Thanos bowed down. Because of the long distance and in order to avoid the falling ruins, the deacon did not hear what Li Wei and Thanos said. By the way, before you killed the 5 obsidian generals, you also chopped off Lord Thanos's left arm and took away the 5 gems. The deacon said exactly what he saw. Li Wei looked at the deacon as if he was listening to the heavenly book. After listening, he looked back at Thor in confusion with his eyes full of 1.2. But Thor answered Li Wei with the same confused eyes. Boss, when did you come? I heard Stark and Steve say that you didn't leave the training room all day, how did you do it? Thor asked incredulously, slowly revealing a sense of worship in his confused eyes. If I knew how I got here, I would have spent so much time here to find Thanos for verification. Li Wei said helplessly. Well, now you go and compile a list of the planets that Thanos has destroyed for me, in order from the most severe to the least damaged. Li Wei ordered the deacon. Yes. The deacon quickly replied. Li Wei felt that no matter what, he still had to find Thanos to know what the real situation was. Due to the warlike nature of Thanos, after ascending to the throne, he always invaded various planets with rich resources but relatively low level of development. In addition to the collection of 6 gems in the past few years, it is similar to crazy aggression that may hide gems. Planet, so you can imagine the workload of writing a list to sort it out. Therefore, Li Wei also decided to take a rest on the spacecraft first, and enjoy the long-awaited bottle of K-ship by the way. From going to the training room in the morning to now, Li Wei's mood has been in a tight state of surprise and contemplation. It's time to soothe your mood so that you can start over from the beginning. At the moment, Li Wei, lying on the sofa in the spaceship lounge, said slowly with a goblet of red wine in his hand. Too comfortable, this is really the most comfortable time for me in the last 10 days. Thor on the opposite sofa also collapsed comfortably, holding the chicken legs that Hulk specially gave him freshly fried in one hand, and the whiskey cheated from Iron Man in the other, alive like a fat house. It's just a fat house full of muscles. I have to say, Stark is really a treasure boy. Oh no, Uncle Treasure 08. His hidden goods really win my heart. Li Wei closed his eyes and exclaimed. That is, in the realm of Stark, we rough masters are incomparable. I didn't say you boss. Thor feels a little comfortable and forgets about it. Well, don't patronize and enjoy, we still have big things to do. Li Wei drank his last sip, and finally started to think about Thanos. According to the deacon just now, Thanos should have fought with me, and when he couldn't beat me, he was directly moved by what I said, and then he woke up, bowed his head and proclaimed himself, and gave me 100 years of inheritance, and then a man went to the planet he destroyed to make atonement. Li Wei analyzes the ins and outs of the whole thing step by step. But boss, you didn't come to Titan at all, let alone fight this Xiao. Thor rubbed the drumsticks and said vaguely. That's the problem. I definitely didn't come to Titan, so the person who fought with Thanos must not be me. Li Wei frowned and said. Could it be that someone falsified your appearance and did these things? Thor analyzed for Li Wei. I also thought about this possibility, but there are two doubts. First, how could he be so tactfully like me, and he can fool Thanos? Second, what is the purpose of this person? This is something that Li Wei couldn't understand. Boss, do you want to use Time Gem to look at the situation at the time? Now that the time, place, and characters are available, you can see what happened here at that time. Thor suggested. Although Time Gem can see the past and the future, to accurately see the event you want to know, you must roughly know the time, place, and related people of the event. Otherwise, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. We basically know the whole thing, and it doesn't hurt to look at it. Li Wei nodded and agreed. Immediately afterwards, Li Wei passed the ability of Time Gem to his fingertips, used his fingertips as a pen, and drew a circle of huge amounts of in the air. Sure enough, a person with the same body shape, expression, movement, and even the noise tone was exactly the same as Li Wei, as the deacon said, killed the 5 obsidian generals, and then defeated Thanos, by refuting Thanos's method of purging the universe to achieve peace. Let Thanos put down the butcher knife and return to Li Wei. When this really happened in front of Li Wei's brows became tighter. Boss, this person who pretends to be you is really amazing? If you haven't been to Titan, I really don't believe this is not you. Thor was amazed by Li Wei's disguise in the picture and full of praise. But, what is the purpose of this person? If what he said to Thanos is true, it proves that this person is in the same camp as us. But since he has such a strong strength, why do you want to go in my name? Li Wei was puzzled. This incident has exceeded his current knowledge. Maybe this person also admires your reputation and strength as the boss, so he also wants to take refuge in you, but he doesn't know what to prepare for the meeting, so he will give you the Titans and the 6 gems as gifts to ridicule you as a show of sincerity. Thor guessed unobstructed. Are you a fool? The power of 6 jewels is enough to dominate the entire universe, and even I am not sure that I can win half a trick in front of 6 jewels. If you have this kind of ability, you are still willing refuge in others. Li Wei squinted at Thor and said, if I take refuge in the boss, I am definitely willing. Thor quickly showed his loyalty. Boss, could it be such a situation? This person just wants to take refuge in you, and realize that the 6 gems are here in Thanos, so he got the gems by mistake, so he made a temporary intention and didn't come to take refuge in you. Thor felt that this idea should be the closest to the truth, and he raised his head proudly and looked at Li Wei. Hey, Thor, do you know why your father Odin knew at the time that your brother was not suitable for inheriting the throne of Throne 30, but he still didn't abolish him directly, and he clearly gave you his heir? Li Wei looked at Thor with a look of hatred for iron and steel. Well, because my father wants to train me, he must find me a strong competitor to inspire my fighting spirit. After all, my brother has lived together for many years, and my father is not so cruel to just dethrone him and drive him out. God's domain. Thor said with a serious analysis on his face. My God, it seems that your growth has been so smooth that you are still so innocent as you are about to reach the end of the year. Li Wei sighed. I tell you, the reason why you did not directly identify you as the heir is definitely the reason you just mentioned also exists, but it is mainly because you are too naive in thinking about the problem, and too careless. What about bars? Li Wei patted Thor's shoulder earnestly and said. Is it really that bad? Thor's energy just now was wiped out by Li Wei, and it has even frozen into ice and fell to a trough. Although Thor was born in the royal family of gods, he was always respected and looked up to, but in his bones he was particularly prone to inferiority. This was inseparable from the pressure brought by his childhood brother's talents and father's outstanding ability. The father who lived in childhood, to observe a person's character, depends on what major things happened in his childhood. The inferiority complex and the big nerves in Thor's bones are all honed out by what he has experienced. Oh, I have no other meaning. You are now a qualified leader. The reason why you say that is to remind you to pay attention to details. Seeing Thor's expression go lonely, Li Wei also couldn't bear it. Have you noticed just now that the person who pretended to me cut off Thanos's left hand and snatched away Thanos's 5 gems? Li Wei reminded. What is it for? I remember it was a green light, time gem. Thor realized then. In the entire universe, 6 gems representing different powers contain the power that can destroy the world, and these 6 gems are also unique. I mean, it is impossible for another person to have time gem at the same time. Impossible, boss. It is impossible to have another time gem. Will it be an ability similar to time gem? Thor couldn't believe this guess. No, I know what time gem's ability looks like. I know better than anyone else. This person who pretends to use me must be the time gem. Li Wei said confidently. This time, Thor was surprised that he had nothing to say. This situation is completely contrary to the rumors of 6 gems. So, I was thinking about such a possibility. Could this person come from a multi-universe? Li Wei boldly guessed. Multi-universe. Thor has heard of this for the first time. Yes, from another dimension, the same person as me, that is to say, another dimension of me. Li Wei continued. In another dimension, I encountered something difficult to solve in his world, so through a special method to cross the multi-universe, I came to our universe, and then the Titan star seized 6 gems. Li Wei felt that this might be the closest hypothesis to the truth. But Thor on the side was stunned. He had never heard of the multi-universe in Li Wei's mouth. Boss, although I didn't understand a word of what you just said, I still agree with you, Thor said with a smirk. It's okay, multi-universe is just a hypothesis, just like a black hole, it only exists in hypothetical theories. Suddenly, Li Wei stopped talking as if thinking of something. Black holes, I've heard about this. They are wormholes that exist in the universe and can connect to any place. They can even use black holes to travel through time and space and return to the past or the future. This time I finally met Thor's knowledge points, so Thor began to show off endlessly. Thor, you are so smart. You are simply a genius. Suddenly, Li Wei seemed to have discovered the new world. He hugged Thor ecstatically, and directly scared Thor off the fried chicken legs in his hands. Just now I said that I was naive and innocent, and now I am a genius. Am I stupid or clever? Thor looked at the chicken thighs falling on the ground with some distress, and murmured unwillingly. Yes, the second assumption is that this person is me from the past or the future, and came here through a black hole. Li Wei continued to analyze. It should be impossible for me in the past, because there was no important thing in the past that needed to be dealt with. Thanos got the 6 gems. In this way, it should be me in the future to return to this time period. Li Wei felt that he was getting closer and closer to the truth of the matter. Since the future I came back and directly killed the 5 obsidians, defeated Thanos, and took away 6 gems, then my previous idea of having Avengers urgent training to deal with Thanos was wrong, and it caused it. Irreversible result? Li Wei analyzed it carefully. An extremely serious time has taken place in the future, which has caused extremely painful consequences, and has paid an extremely tragic price. In order to save everything, I can only go back to the present to defeat Thanos and regain 6 gems. In this way, the future this incident should be that Thanos got 6 gems and wiped out half of the people in the universe, or killed most of the people I love in order to win my time gem. I have to say, I still know myself best. Li Wei's analysis is all right. At this time, Li Wei, who was sitting in the black hole watching the scene with the sea of knowledge, was already smiling from ear to ear. Nothing can compare to the enjoyment of watching oneself show off his talents. Then, is the multi-universe reliable or is the boss from the future reliable? Thor was a little confused again, and couldn't help interrupting Li Wei's question to himself. Ha ha ha, no matter which is true, we can relax. This time it was Li Wei's turn to collapse on the sofa. Why? Thor is puzzled. First of all, no matter what the truth is, it can be concluded that it is harmless to us. On the contrary, it is also helping us to make the right choice. Second, whether it comes from another universe or a time period in the future, we cannot go with our current ability. And there is no need to go. After all, 6 gems are not just needed for us, and it is important for us to eliminate the threat of Thanos. Li Wei said. So, we don't have to think about anything now, and just let the flow go. Maybe after some time, I will tell you the true ins and outs of this matter in the future. Li Wei picked up the red wine, poured it into the glass gently, and slowly lifted it up, making a gesture of clinking glasses to Thor. Although I didn't really understand what was going on, as long as the boss said there was no Zhao problem, I don't have to worry about it. With that, Thor raised the wine bottle in his hand and touched Li Wei's goblet lightly. Then we are relieved. Thor, do you think we should organize a place for everyone to go to play together to release the recent pressure? After feeling comfortable, Li Wei suddenly remembered that it seemed that he had never been out to play with the Avengers members to engage in team building. Boss, do we want to go out to play? Great. Going to God's domain. I know there is a place that is known as a 10A scenic spot in the entire universe, with beautiful scenery, and there is no charge for mentioning my name. Thor was so excited that he was about to forget about it. Okay, just listen to you? Li Wei readily agreed. And at the moment in the black hole, it turns out that they are all out to play. It seems that I am going to return to my time period and go to God's domain to find them. The vast galaxy, the infinite universe. In the world we live in, there are endless planets and galaxies, and it is the vast expanse of the universe that breeds them. This is full of magical colors, and the vast and boundless universe is not just the one we know now, but like every living thing, every planet, every galaxy, there are endless. Boss, why don't we use time gem to go back directly, but have to take a spaceship, so the efficiency is too low? At one point in the Marvel universe, a spaceship is sprinting across the sky. Isn't that to enjoy these wines? Li Wei continued to sip the red wine in the glass, and said nonchalantly. Well, such days are simply so cool. Thor said, throwing a handful of snacks into his mouth. It turned out that after figuring out what happened, Li Wei took Thor directly to the Earth in a spacecraft. And the reason, although Li Wei's reason is also part of it, but the main reason is that Li Wei probably introduced the time period in which he came from in the future. After all, it is to see the future and go straight back to the past to destroy Thanos on Titan Star. In this way, what happens in the future must be related to Thanos and will be a disaster for the future self. In this way, only the hypothesis of Thanos invading the Earth makes sense. Therefore, the self who grabbed 6 gems is roughly from the self 4 months later. According to the speed of the spacecraft and the distance between Titan and the Earth, Li Wei calculated that it would be exactly 4 months if he took the spacecraft back. In this way, Li Wei and Thor finally returned to Earth after a long and fat house full of breath for 4 months. The food and wine obtained from the Hulk and Iron Man have also been eaten up. Boss, you are finally back. As soon as he got off the spaceship, the captain of the United States was already at the exit of the spaceship. In the past 4 months, nothing happened? Li Wei asked. That's not true, it's just that Stark might be a little bit wrong. The captain of the United States looked unspeakable and quietly took Thor away. Thor, you bastard, you can be regarded as coming back? Lao Tzu's inventory for more than 10 years, you have made me lost. Abe. Before the captain of the United States could finish speaking, Iron Man had put on a steel battlesuit and rushed towards Thor. My god, Stark, you are crazy, didn't you just drink a few bottles of your wine? Thor quickly raised his hand and summoned the hammer to his hand, which could withstand the hateful blow of Iron Man. I'm telling you, today either you die or I live. Iron Man was already anxious, and tried his best to fight every move. Monument? Boom? Hey, Steve, Stark's fighting skills and attacks have improved. Li Wei hugged his arms while watching the two people fight, and couldn't help but let out a surprise admiration. After all, when he left, Iron Man couldn't make 10 moves to face Thor, but now he can basically tie Thor? Definitely boss, ever since I found out that his wine cabinet was shaken away by Thor, Stark is like going crazy to increase his training intensity every day, just for today. The captain of the country whispered. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the always generous Stark Group chairman to be such a treasure of his own wine. It seems that in the future, I want to make Stark training without any excuses of life or death, so I can just threaten him with a few bottles of his wine. Li Wei said in a teasing tone, as if the whole thing had nothing to do with him. Roar. Stark, can I be wrong? I shouldn't steal your wine, let's rest for a while, I'm running out of strength. After half an hour, Thor was already sitting on the ground and tired. And Iron Man was already out of breath. I'm telling you Thor, if you don't return my wine to me as it is today, it will be either you die or I live today. Iron Man gritted his teeth and said with red eyes. I rely on Stark, we both have fateful friendships. Isn't it worth the wine? Besides, I didn't get the wine for myself. With that said, Thor looked back at Li Wei. This time, it was Li Wei's turn to be embarrassed. What? Stark, I know Thor is really wrong to do this, and it's so wrong. You shouldn't take love and ruin your baby. I'm here to apologize for him. Li Wei knows Iron Man's temper. If he goes head to head, Iron Man will really sacrifice his life to seek justice for himself, so he quickly bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Seeing Li Wei take the initiative to apologize, Iron Man's anger only dissipated halfway, and he slowly lowered the weapon that was about to attack Thor. In fact, Iron Man knew who the wine was taken for and who drank it later. It's just that the other party is Li Wei, who he admires most and is least willing to conflict, so he can only cast his anger on Thor. Well, the two of us know our sins are serious, so on the way back, we have been planning for nearly 4 months, how exactly should we compensate you? Li Wei said to Iron Man with a mysterious face. Boss, you don't need to be so polite, I'm not angry, it's just a joke with Thor. Seeing Li Wei's dedication, Iron Man was also a little embarrassed. Oh, you just beat me like that, or play with me. Thor gave Iron Man angrily, thinking he was extremely hypocritical. Ha ha ha, we did something wrong originally, it is right to apologize and compensate. Li Wei said with an expression that should be expected. You tell everyone to go to the conference room in 10 minutes. I'll announce good news to everyone, Li Wei said to Iron Man mysteriously. Good boss. Iron Man didn't have hesitation either, so he agreed to execute it directly. Boss, you really think about it, do you want to go? Thor's eyes lit up, and he held Li Wei's hand excitedly. Definitely, when did I break my promise? Li Wei calmly pulled his hands out of Thor's 2 rough hands. Being grasped by such a beard-faced man, Li Wei still feels a little irritable. The future me should appear too, it's almost time. Li Wei looked at the distant sky, thinking silently in his heart. Brush. At this moment, a torn crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and then, a black figure flew out from the crack. Roar. Oh my god, it's finally time for this time period? It seems that I can finally meet my Avengers. Li Wei, who brings together the 6 gems of Marvel's most powerful forces in the universe, is finally back on the right track of time. Brush. The first thing Li Wei does when he comes back is to go home. Huh? You still know how to come back? Just getting up, Danvers, who was eating breakfast, saw Li Wei who suddenly appeared in the room. He was not surprised, and even a little angry. After all, my husband said that he would go out for a day, but in the end he disappeared for 4 months. If it is not absolute trust and true love, the most important thing is to always be with Thor only. Captain Marvel may personally grab Li Wei by the ear and drag him back. Dear wife, I want to kill you. Li Wei wanted to ignore Captain Marvel's indifferent attitude, and hugged him directly. You, what's wrong with you? Don't think that I will forgive you in this way. It's been a long time since I curled up in Li Wei's arms, and the sudden hug made Captain Marvel's breath disappear without a trace, and even a little reluctant to leave. I miss you so much. For so long, I have been looking forward to this moment every moment. Wife, I want you to promise that I will never be apart for half a minute in the future. Li Wei's eyes are all wet. The ups and downs for so long, and the various things that made him heartbroken, all of a sudden rushed to his heart, and for a while he couldn't control his emotions. Husband, I'm here. I've always been there. We won't be separated anymore. Captain Marvel also felt Li Wei's mood swings and couldn't help but hug Li Wei back hard, and said emotionally, the embrace of a lover is always the warmest harbor, and a gentle town where you can forget all your worries and fears. After a while, Li Wei slowly loosened his arms and gently lifted Captain Marvel's exquisite face. My dear, to make up for you, I decided, let's go out for a few days together, and make up for the regret that we didn't have our honeymoon. Li Wei looked into Captain Marvel's eyes and said with an expression, okay, but don't tell me, Avengers will go with me too. Captain Marvel's face suddenly became serious. For Captain Marvel, who knows Li Wei for a long time, he knows what Li Wei is thinking when he closes his eyes. I have never given them a vacation, and with them, we are equivalent to having a group of bodyguards. Li Wei said awkwardly. Oh, well, what you said makes sense. Captain Marvel could only shake his head and sigh, and reluctantly agreed. After all, if you fall in love with a man who wants to do great things, you can't ask him to put all his energy into his family, let alone keep him by his side for the rest of his life. My dear, I owe you so much. Li Wei saw the loneliness in Captain Marvel's eyes, but knew that he would not compromise with his own character, so he could only hug the woman in front of him with distress. Well, don't talk about it. Where do we go to play? We must go to places I haven't been before, otherwise I won't be fresh. Feeling a little depressed, Captain Marvel broke the atmosphere first and asked happily. I discussed with Thor for a long time, and finally settled in God's domain. How about, you haven't been there? Li Wei said braggingly. God's domain, I have never had it. If alas, that's great, then when shall we leave? Captain Marvel still yearns for God's domain. Although ability is at the top of the entire Marvel universe, and also shoulders the responsibility of protecting several galaxies, she still has no qualifications and no chance to find out about God's domain. I always hear Thor showing off how good their God realm is, I've long wanted to see it. Captain Marvel is happy like a child. We have it now, little fool. Li Wei scratched Captain Marvel's delicate nose lightly, and said indulgently. Now? I haven't packed what I should bring, my clothes have not been packed yet. Even a woman like Captain Marvel can't escape the beauty of nature after all. Okay, let's pack the closet directly. With a big wave of his hand, Li Wei used the ability of 6 gems to directly create a space box. There is only a ring box file size on the outside of this box, but the space inside is 100 square meters. This is the ability of 6 gems. You have collected 6 gems. Captain Marvel really became Captain Marvel this time. Seeing 6 gems, he cried out in surprise. 0, look for flowers. Ha ha ha, this is to meet you. I have gone through all kinds of hardships to get it. Li Wei said mysteriously. A lot of hardships? Didn't you spend 4 months with Thor? Are you two still taking risks? The more Captain Marvel listened, the more confused. That's all for your risk. Li Wei looked at Captain Marvel dozingly. What the hell is going on? What does it have to do with me? Captain Marvel couldn't guess what happened. Ha ha ha, don't know if you don't know. Just remember that your husband will never leave you again in this life. Li Wei gently provoked Captain Marvel's delicate chin with one hand, and kissed it gently. Captain Marvel's face is all familiar. 0. Although it can be said that the two are already old husbands and old wives, Li Wei has never spoken love words like this, and rarely does such affectionate actions. Okay, then you have to speak up. I definitely count the words. Okay, we should go, everyone is waiting for us. Li Wei held Captain Marvel's shoulder with one hand, and gently pushed her out. Hey, husband, I still don't think the things are enough. Or you can make a space box with a larger space and put both our houses in it. Captain Marvel said with a look of excitement, as excited as a child. When Li Wei heard these words, several black lines appeared on his face, and he looked at his innocent and lovely wife speechlessly. Oh my silly daughter-in-law, boss, everyone is ready to go. When Li Wei arrived at the meeting room with Captain Marvel, all Avengers had been waiting for a long time. Li Wei couldn't help sighing as he looked at the people carrying big and small bags. It seems that you are planning to play the fall in 1 month. Li Wei asked. Boss, I dare not say anything else. If God's domain wants to play it all over, let alone a month, it can take you to play it every day for a year. Thor said proudly. Okay, it seems that you have already talked to them about the itinerary, so do you have any comments or suggestions? No? Go. Ding in a journey, the important thing is not where to go, but who to go with. In order not to waste too much time on the journey, Li Wei chose to use the ability of Time Gem and flashed to God's domain with them. First, please come to my house as a guest, and then I will notify all the guards in God's domain and give us a green light. Thor is still very thoughtful. Thor, no, if you follow us, can anyone dare to stop us? The Hulk asked with a look of joke on his face. You don't know if you have anything. Although my family is a royal family, everything in the country should listen to us. However, I discovered the decentralization system after I came to the Earth. This system can just make up for the loopholes in God's domain arbitrariness, so I tried my best. The decentralization system is being implemented in God's domain. Having said that, Thor gave Li Wei a grateful look. 730. Although it is a system discovered on the Earth, Li Wei helped him a lot by adapting the system to the specific conditions of God's domain and maturing the idea. So, God's domain separated the legislative, judicial, and administrative rights, and handed them over to the 3 departments, and our royal family acted as an overall plan. Therefore, the reputation of the royal family began to decline, especially in those low-ranking ones. From the officials, irritating Niue men is not directly responsible for us, Thor said helplessly. After all, this system was proposed by himself for reform. Now that there is a problem, he will not come forward to overthrow it again in a short time. Li Wei did not speak, but shook his head gently. When Thor asked him to discuss this matter, he said that there would be drawbacks. Although the 3 departments can restrict each other, the main power is still in their hands. Therefore, the decline of the royal family status is inevitable. To solve it, it still needs to be resolved. A centralized democratic party to balance. What are you supposed to do? After hearing you say so much, I didn't understand a word. The Hulk waved his hand impatiently. It's not that he really doesn't understand. After all, even if he doesn't study politics as a doctor, he still understands the common sense of the separation of powers. It's just that his purpose is to come and play, so he is not in the mood to understand this at all. Wait for 10 minutes, and I will notify you. Thor smiled awkwardly, and hurried to notify the people in the relevant department. Okay, let's rest for a while, and wait Thor. Li Wei spoke. Suddenly, a strange beam of black light suddenly appeared in front of Li Wei. What is this? Is it a specialty of God's domain? Iron Man saw this beam of light and immediately became interested. After all, black light has never appeared on the Earth. I don't know, but I have seen something similar to this beam of light. Li Wei frowned and said in a deep voice. That's right. After returning from the quantum realm, Li Wei, who was unable to extricate himself from the pain of losing his family and brother, was awakened by the sound in a beam of light. This beam of light appeared again. What happened? Li Wei took a step forward and was about to enter the beam of light. Boss? Li Wei turned his head and made a stop gesture so that they don't have to worry. The beam of light appeared for the first time and awakened Li Wei, so Li Wei was still a little grateful for the beam of light, so he believed that the beam of light would not harm himself. Then, Li Wei walked into the beam of light. Who are you? It was pitch black in the beam of light, and there was no sound. Li Wei felt like walking into another time and space. It doesn't matter who I am. In the beam of light, I thought of familiar voices again. I knew it was you. Let's just say, what do you want to do this time, and want to scold me again? Li Wei smiled lightly, then asked. Oh, do you think I was scolding you last time? The voice asked. Otherwise, don't worry about this anymore, just tell me, what happened again this time? Li Wei knew that Guangzhou was not just scolding himself, so I quickly skipped this link. As far as I am concerned, in this universe, you have now reached the point where Dugu seeks defeat. The voice asked. That's not necessarily true. For creators like Odin, I'm not sure I can defeat them. Li Wei said modestly. Just holding 6 gems in your hand, you can directly kill a so-called pinnacle character like Odin. This voice seemed to be full of disdain for Li Wei's deliberate humility. Even if it is, how about it? What you mean is that you want to show up and compare with me to Fall Zero. Li Wei had long wanted to see how sacred this person manipulating the beam of light was, and deliberately made a routine. To be honest, your current strength is not enough to meet me. The voice machine Zhang said. Late? If you don't come down and have a try, how can you know that I must not be able to beat you? Li Wei has already begun to use the power of 6 gems, ready to go to fight with this voice. Farewell, I am not in this dimension. You still have a long way to go if you want to find me. The voice said contemptuously. Another dimension. This time, Li Wei was really surprised. The owner of this voice can actually communicate with him across the dimension? Do you want to go to another universe and increase your knowledge? This voice completely ignored Li Wei's surprise. My current strength, even if I go to another universe, isn't it a peak existence? Li Wei said disdainfully. Although your strength value is the peak, if a person really wants to stand on the top of the entire world, he still needs a little brain and an invincible will. Otherwise, a small strategy of the tyrant can directly make you abandon yourself. The voice still said with disdain. It was an accident that time. Li Wei stroked his nose awkwardly. But let's not talk about it. Li Wei still knows where his weaknesses are, and 1.2 is his mentality. Only when there are weaknesses, there will be accidents, said the voice. How about, do you want to go to another brand new universe to experience it? The voice asked. How long it takes? This is what Li Wei worries about the most. After all, it hasn't been long since he just met his wife and brother, and he doesn't want to be separated so soon. Relax, just when you entered the beam of light, the people who came with you have already gone to another universe. What? How dare you? I'm very democratic, you can choose now, whether you want to go or not. If you don't go, I won't embarrass you. The voice said in an extremely beating tone. One day, I will find you? Li Wei gritted his teeth and said quickly make a choice. This voice seemed to never care about Li Wei's emotions. Okay, I choose, ha. Li Wei used all his ability and the power of 6 gems to throw a punch at the source of the black beam of light. The power of this punch is enough to destroy dozens of galaxies. However, waiting for Li Wei is really silent. As if the attack just now had been absorbed away. Ha ha ha, don't waste your effort, since you don't choose, then I will help you make a choice. Immediately, Li Wei felt that the black around him was slowly dissipating. The black beam of light disappeared. What caught Li Wei's eyes was the sight of London at the end of the 20th century. The sky was gloomy, it was drizzling, and the surrounding area was enveloped by a grey-black background. Boss? Great, we all have to worry about you. Before Li Wei was relieved, everyone at Avengers flocked to Li Wei. This is where. When Li Wei saw that everyone was there, he relaxed. I don't know, after you entered the beam of light, the sky suddenly darkened, and the surrounding area suddenly became dark. After the black dissipated, we were already here. Iron Man replied. That's it 08 Byte, where's Danvers? Li Wei was not surprised by Iron Man's answer, but was anxious to see his wife. After all, the two had just reunited after a long absence, and they vowed never to leave each other again. Mrs. I have gone around to check the situation. We tried our best to dissuade him, but Mrs. said that she is faster and it is not easy to meet someone who can match her. The Captain of the United States also said helplessly. Naughty, we have never been here in this dimension, who knows who is here, and will it even limit our ability? As Li Wei said, he quickly used the ability on his body and found that there was no abnormality, so he was relieved. Boss, did you just say another dimension? Did we come to another dimension? Are we no longer in the previous universe? Iron Man heard the endpoint and asked quickly. Hey, I'll talk to you about the specific situation in a while. I just tried it, and my ability can still be used normally. You can also try it. I will get Danvers back first. Li Wei found Captain Marvel eagerly, and was no longer in the mood to explain to them in detail. After speaking, Li Wei flew into the air, opened the Sea of Consciousness, and searched for the location of Captain Marvel. Suddenly, Li Wei was 200 kilometers away from him, and suddenly saw the familiar figure in the red cloak. Li Wei was overjoyed, but when he saw it again, his heart suddenly picked up. It turned out that on the opposite side of Captain Marvel, there was a man who also wore a red cloak. Li Wei took a closer look. This person is actually Superman? Damn it! Superman? Could it be that I have come to the DC universe? Li Wei couldn't believe that he had actually arrived in this universe. However, Li Wei didn't think about it anymore. After all, Superman and Captain Marvel met, and they would have to say whether they would fight, so Li Wei felt that the top priority was to find Captain Marvel. So, Li Wei used Time Gem's ability. In the next second, Li Wei has reached Captain Marvel's side. Li Wei? Oh, dear. The sudden appearance of Li Wei made Captain Marvel extremely happy. The worries I had always had, finally let go. Li Wei directly hugged Captain Marvel in his arms. He didn't want to lose her again. Gentlemen, can you let me finish talking with this lady first? Superman was embarrassed on the side. Eating dog food online, Superman felt choked. My dear, when I was patrolling in the air just now, I met this Mr. Clark. After all, it is a girl. Wonder Woman blushed and quickly let go of Li Wei. Hello, I am Li Wei. Gentleman Li Wei stretched out his hand. Hello, my name is Clark Kent, you can call me Clark. Superman also stretched out his hand friendly. Mr. Clark, it's nice to meet you. Is this Gotham City? Li Wei asked. Mr. Li Wei shouldn't be a local, this is a metropolis. Superman said angrily. However, looking at the two ability, they shouldn't be people from the Earth, right? What is it for you to come to the Earth? Superman's tone was suddenly serious, and he said to the two people in front of him vigilantly. I said I don't know how I came here, would you believe it? Li Wei said. In this case, the two of you need to go to the police station of this city to do your identity ascend to the throne. I will accompany you. As long as you are not malicious to the Earth, I promise that no one will hurt you. Superman said proudly. Oh, if I don't go, will you send me over? Li Wei looked at Superman with interest. Although he has the same ability as Superman, he has never competed with Superman himself. I don't know who is strong and who is weak. Li Wei is really a little bit ready to move. Yeah, it seems that your excellency also wants to do something with me. Superman saw the fighting spirit in Li Wei's eyes. Boom! It was too late, and Li Wei had already used his thermal vision to shoot at Superman. Superman's heart was startled, but he forgot to fight back, and his thermal vision penetrated Superman's body all at once. Superman looked at Li Wei incredible. How can you use thermal vision? You are a chlorine. Superman's face changed from shocked to solemn. If there are 730 people on the gas star, it is likely to invade the Earth? Roar? Li Wei's super roar is about to surround Superman. Breathing? Seeing that he was about to be frozen, Superman hurriedly sneezed out, shaking the surrounding air conditioning away. Superman felt that he had to take it seriously. Boom, boom, boom. The two fought together. Li Wei only used Superman's ability, and he was able to draw a tie with Superman. You two, what kind of card you are? You just started fighting without saying a word. When the two were fighting vigorously, Captain Marvel blocked the attack of the two with one hand and asked loudly. There is no doubt that the winner of this war is Captain Marvel. Just ask your husband, I just attacked me directly before I finished speaking. Superman exclaimed angrily. Although there is super healing ability, it is still very painful to be penetrated by thermal vision. I just want to try it with you. Li Wei saw Captain Marvel glared at him, and his arrogance instantly lowered. Say, are you from the stars? Why do you use my skills? Superman looked at Li Wei vigilantly and said. I said I came from the earth, do you believe it? I do not believe. At the very least, people on earth will not rise into the air like you. Superman squinted at Li Wei. Have you never heard that the rich rely on technology and the poor rely on mutation? Li Wei squinted at Superman. Oh, so, you rely on technology to fall, then you show me your technology equipment. Superman obviously didn't believe it. Do you think I am rich? Li Wei still looked at Superman sideways. I think I should be old until you tell the truth. Superman curled his mouth, and in the next second, with a huge fist, he was in front of Li Wei's eyes. Roar? In desperation, Li Wei hurriedly used Super Roar to suck. However, Super Roar can only freeze the opponent and delay its attack after all, but the delay of these tenths of a second is enough for Li Wei to organize a counterattack. Boom! Li Wei's fist has hit Superman's fist. Almost the two of them punched with all their strength, and with their strength, a huge amount of blasting point was formed directly, which exploded the surrounding clouds. Yesterday, a flash of lightning flashed, followed by the roar of thunder. The clouds can no longer withstand the rain in them. The two directly completed an artificial rainfall? But this bit of deterrence still can't hurt Captain Marvel. You two, I really don't know what kind of card it is. Just play as you say, stop it. Captain Marvel yelled and shook the two people who were fighting together. Superman looked at Captain Marvel incredulously. He didn't expect that the delicate woman in front of him had such great power. And Li Wei was definitely not deterred by Captain Marvel's power. He just retreated when he saw Captain Marvel getting angry, out of fear of his wife. It's not so much that I'm afraid of my wife, it's better to say that I don't want to make my wife angry. Who of you dare to do it again? Don't blame me for being polite. Captain Marvel said in a deep voice. Definitely, this sentence is just for Superman. Well, I never do anything with women. I don't have to go to war, but you have to tell me what is the purpose of your coming here. Superman knows he can't beat Captain Marvel, so he can only put up his breath and retreat to second place. Why should I tell you? How old are you? Li Wei is very impatient with Superman, who has a stinky face and regards himself as Earth's guardian. If it weren't for Captain Marvel's prevention, Li Wei might swell Superman's stinky face. You? Huh? What about people? Brush? Before Superman could react, Li Wei had used Time Gem's ability to return to the place where he had just arrived in this world. Boss? You are back. Seeing that Li Wei and Captain Marvel came back, they finally let go of their hearts. Avengers don't know anything about this new universe, and don't even know what language is spoken here. This kind of panic and insecurity can be imagined, and their only reliance is Li Wei, who is omnipotent in their hearts. NS. Danvers has already checked the boundaries of hundreds of kilometers. Li Wei gave everyone a gesture of peace of mind, so that they don't have to worry. Yes, I checked around. The pressure, air, and other necessary conditions for our survival here should be similar to those of the Earth. From the topography, this place should resemble the New York City in our original world. Captain Marvel tells everyone what he discovered during his inspection. Will it be the Earth here? Wonder Woman asked. Judging from the advertising slogans on the buildings and roadsides, it is likely that this is the Earth, but it should be what it looked like in the middle of the 20th century. Captain Marvel gave his analysis. We are no longer on the Earth, we have come to another dimensional universe. At this time, Li Wei said a word in silence. My dear, why are you so sure? Captain Marvel asked suspiciously. Because, the voice in that black beam of light told me, and we came here because of him. Li Wei said in a deep voice. This time, everyone was silent. Their conjectures are correct, and their worries are correct. This is no longer their home. Okay, don't sigh, everyone, the power that brought us here is beyond my reach, so if we all come, we will settle down. Trust me, as long as there is me, you don't have to worry about anything. Li Wei gave everyone a reassurance. Indeed, in the powerful Marvel universe, Li Wei can single-handedly break out of the world. In this DC universe, Li Wei believes that he can also break out of the world. My dear, what are your plans? Captain Marvel walked gently to Li Wei's side and asked. Let's go to the metropolis. Li Wei had already decided in his heart. Metropolis? Where is that? How do you know the names of cities in this world? Captain Marvel looked at Li Wei strangely. What I just said was that the new world is him, and now he is also the one who can say the name of this place under an oath. Captain Marvel doesn't understand Li Wei's actions anymore. Li Wei didn't have much explanation, just shook his left hand with 6 jeweled gloves towards Captain Marvel. I have a mind gem, so I can read everyone's thoughts. A heart hanging from Captain Marvel landed. In this way, under the leadership of Li Wei, they instantly flashed to the metropolis protected by Superman. My god, here is exactly the same as New York in the 20th century, people still wear so old-fashioned, ha ha ha. Iron Man couldn't help laughing as he watched the people around him coming and going. Hey Stark, if I don't know you, I must feel that you are a person who owes you a beating if I hear your words. Black Panther on one side rolled his eyes and said, I was owed to. Iron Man said nonchalantly. The so-called daring master, Zhao Hao, is the portrayal of Stark now. If we are in a hurry today, we will first go to the hotel for one night, and we will have a place to stay before tomorrow night. Li Wei said. Everyone nodded and absolutely obeyed the boss's arrangement. However, we now have a difficult problem, Li Wei said with a distressed expression. Reflect. A diamond weighing 10 pounds has appeared in front of Li Wei. Yeah, now the problem is solved. It turned out that the fireman as mutant had already thought about the issue of money, so he picked up a big stone, baked it with his own ability, and changed its molecular structure to directly turn the stone into a diamond. This hand, but let the fireman in his childhood live like a rich second generation. With the money, Li Wei's whole body became hardened a lot, and directly led a group of people into a luxuriously decorated hotel, and booked all the rooms. My beautiful wife, are you still angry because of my fight with Superman? From the moment he entered the room, Li Wei kept apologizing to Captain Marvel, who was cold-faced all the way. I'm not angry because of this, I just feel that in your heart, I am not that important. Captain Marvel said sadly. How come? You are the most important thing in my heart. Li Wei surprised roar with an incredible expression. Okay, then tell me, where did you know the name of the metropolis just now? Captain Marvel asked angrily. Li Wei is speechless for a while. I can't say that he saw it in comics when he was in high school. Don't tell me, you know from Superman's inner world. Captain Marvel said. Li Wei, don't think that only you have mind-reading skills. Although there is a mind gem body, Li Wei's thoughts will not be read by anyone, but Captain Marvel's perception of emotions is also higher than that of ordinary people. She clearly feels that it is not Li Wei's real thoughts at all. Baby, I didn't explain it just now because the situation was urgent. I did know the name Metropolis a long time ago, because the beam of light told me. This time, Li 730 Wei used Mind Gem's ability to show Captain Marvel a sincere emotion. Not surprisingly, Captain Marvel, believe it. It's not that Li Wei deliberately deceived his wife, but Li Wei himself doesn't know how to say his life experience. Buoyancy traverse, and then counterattack to become a winner in life? Although this is true, Li Wei really can't tell it. Sometimes, although white lie is a lie in the final analysis, it is full of the warmth of the user. Well, my husband invites you to eat a big meal to make amends, but before that, we need to find someone. Li Wei hugged Captain Marvel lightly and said softly. Okay, who to go to? Captain Marvel still can't resist Li Wei's gentleness. Let's go to Superman. 10 minutes later. Clark, someone is looking for it in the reception room. Superman in professional attire is just a reporter for the Planet Daily in his life, so at this time near noon, he still reports on the company's sleepless nights and foods. Okay, thanks. As Superman responded, he put down his pen and walked quickly to the reception room. As a reminder, there are usually their own informants who break some news for themselves, and Clark is the same. So when I learned that someone was looking for it, Clark hurried to see him, for fear of missing some big news. Although expensive as Superman, some grandparents who are ordinary people also have the role of ordinary people in ordinary society. Speaking of it, it is also forced by life. Hello, how are you guys? Superman never expected that the two strange people he met in the morning would come directly to the door. Hello, Mr. Clark. Li Wei stretched out his hand again, looking at the work card hanging on Superman's neck, calling roar. Say, you guys made a special trip to hate me, what the hell is going on? Instead of shaking hands, Superman pulled out a chair beside him and sat down impatiently. We are here to ask you for a favor. Li Wei didn't care, and he pulled the chair close to him and sat down. Listen, do you think I will help you? Superman laughed sarcastically, and said contemptuously. I think if I can help you pay all your bills and help you redeem the old farm that is already owned by the bank, you should help me. Li Wei said calmly. What do you mean? Superman, my heart moved. Even if he is Superman, even if he is the strongest existence in the entire DC universe, after all, he still needs to survive. And the kindness that he was educated by his grandfather and grandmother since he was a child, even if he has the ability to do whatever he wants, he has never done anything for nothing or even illegal. However, coupled with his poor family background and his meager income, in such a big city, he can only watch the basic acidity of the credit card and survive. The bank. So hearing that Li Wei can solve his economic crisis, even if it is the biggest threat to him so far, Superman is still moved. I mean, you know nothing more, I can solve your dilemma, and even give you a sum of money to start a business to do whatever you want. Li Wei definitely reads Superman's mental activity. I never do anything for nothing, what conditions do you have? Getting a pay is always proportional. This sentence Superman has always been regarded as a classic. I only have one condition, which is to temporarily rent your home farm to me. I can't give you an accurate time when it will be used, but it will not exceed 10 years. Li Wei said confidently. No, that farm is the only legacy left by my grandfather, and I can't sell it. Superman stubbornly refused. Ha ha ha, Clark, have you forgotten that this land is no longer yours? Li Wei said angrily and funny. I will redeem it sooner or later. Superman still said stubbornly. Just your salary now, little by little. When you save enough, I'm afraid your grandmother will have no blessings to enjoy. Li Wei feels that Superman has no clear interest now. Okay, I promise you. Suddenly, Superman's eyes changed, and then he agreed. Impatient Li Wei used Mind Gem again. That's right, you are the only one who earned it. Li Wei is still very satisfied with the ability of Mind Gem. But Captain Marvel, who witnessed everything from the side, frowned secretly. All right dear, we have our own territory in the new world. But, where do we get the money? Let Huonan turn into diamonds. Captain Marvel looked at Li Wei speechlessly. The next afternoon, Li Wei looked very happy. After all, the place where he was stationed has been solved, and the remaining beer is out of the world. After playing against Superman, Li Wei believes that he has completed it, and it is overdone. If you use your full strength, Superman, the strongest existence in the world, will be vulnerable to him. But Captain Marvel, as if something was on his mind, frowned and didn't look happy all afternoon. Li Wei didn't care about it either, just as Captain Marvel dissatisfied. But, where is the smooth sailing in this world, my dear? I think we need to talk about it. After rejecting Li Wei's plan to watch the movie, Captain Marvel finally took Li Wei and ended the afternoon's play. However, Captain Marvel eventually swept up Li Wei's interest. Although he would not complain to his loved one, Li Wei is still a temperamental person after all. He finally had the time and energy to make an appointment for a meeting, but he did not expect that the other party had no character. Li Wei responded to Captain Marvel in silence, and at the same time hinted that Captain Marvel needs to be coaxed. Hey, how come you are like a kid, and you are still angry with me, right? Captain Marvel's tone was a little helpless. In response to Captain Marvel, there was still silence. My dear, take your little emotions away first. I have serious things to tell you now. Captain Marvel is not in the mood to coax the kid's temper with Li Wei. Okay then. Seeing Captain Marvel's serious face, Li Wei could only give in first. My dear, I know that your ability can reach the level of invincibility. After having 6 gems, you can become the overlord of the entire universe. Captain Marvel frowned and said earnestly. But, this is not your capital for doing whatever you want. Captain Marvel's conversation turned. When will I do whatever I want? Li Wei was a little puzzled by this sentence. In his opinion, he has already converged a lot. In the past, I understand you, I believe you, I am sure that all your decisions are correct and have their own reasons. But after these few experiences, I gradually discovered that you are sometimes too arbitrary. Captain Marvel finally said what was in his heart. What am I arbitrary? Li Wei is a little angry now. Coming from the Marvel universe to the current DC universe, Li Wei has always said that there is no difference, and no one dares to resist or even raise an objection. Captain Marvel has undoubtedly touched Li Wei's brow. Why do you have to take the spacecraft back 4 months after going to Titan? Captain Marvel asked. That's because, for some special reasons, in order not to cause any changes, I have to come back after 4 months. Li Wei knew that this matter was wrong, but now he is angry and will not apologize for anything. Hehe, the special reason, well, I won't pursue this matter. Then tell me, why do you want to control Superman and let him agree to give you his grandfather's farm? This is the fuse that made Captain Marvel so angry today. What I said, you were because of this. Li Wei shook his head, and said with a sudden realization. Why can't you figure out the whole thing and do it again? Why can't you persuade others instead of using your cowardly and incompetent ability that seems invincible but fills you? Captain Marvel looked at Li Wei as if the oil and salt were not getting in, so he stopped getting angry. I am weak and incompetent? Is there anyone better than me in the entire universe? Why should I do that? That is my own reason, and I don't need to explain it to you. The words cowardly and incompetent directly hurt Li Wei's heart. Okay, since you like to use your ability, do you use it for me? Use your mind gem for me, and control me to obey you. Why quarrel with me here? This is the first time Li Wei yelled at her. Captain Marvel's eye circles were a little red, and her wet eyes sparkled with tears. Do you think I dare not? Li Wei felt that he had received provocations now, and his anger could not be restrained. You dare? What do you dare not? But you look at your Avengers, you keep saying that they are your brothers, your closest person, but whose brotherhood is so humbly? Whose is the closest? People have dared not say a word of rebuttal? Captain Marvel was already shouting this sentence. That's because I gave them hope and a sense of security. Without me, they had already killed Thanos. Even with you, Li Wei feels that Captain Marvel is already a little unreasonable. You always have 10,000 reasons, 10,000 excuses, but you never want to look back at yourself? Why don't you admit that you did something wrong? Captain Marvel turned around, no longer wanting to argue anymore. What are you trying to say? Just say it. 0. Look for flowers. Li Wei just heard that Captain Marvel should be wrong to people, and she should have other thoughts. What I want to say is that as your wife, you are also the person you love most. I don't want you to live in arrogance forever. Force can only make people bow their heads, and won't convince others. All along, Captain Marvel's biggest worry is that if Li Wei loses all his ability by accident, or one day a stronger person appears, not only Avengers, she is worried that everyone except herself will betray Li Wei. Because force can only be solved for a while, but it can't be solved forever. This time, Li Wei did not argue anymore. This is similar to the voice in the black beam of light. 0. Although it was unpleasant, and although it was all views that Li Wei dismissed, the same point of view came out from the mouths of both people, and Li Wei had to think deeply. No matter how angry and irritable, Li Wei can calm down when it's time to calm down, without being overwhelmed by emotions. This is also the spiritual core that Li Wei can stand alone in the world. What you mean is that I shouldn't always use my own ability, which means that it is not enough to conquer others by force? Li Wei asked suspiciously. There is never only one way to solve a problem, and for the same reason, the way to convince others is more than just force. Seeing Li Wei's awakening, Captain Marvel felt relieved from the bottom of his heart. Then, what do I need to do? Li Wei asked Captain Marvel gently. You can try, go to them to make friends first. They are real friends, equal, the kind that can hook up. Captain Marvel inspired. A real friend, hook, and shoulders? Li Wei felt that he hadn't done this for a long time. Okay, then I'll try it. Practice gives real knowledge. Regardless of whether it works or not, Li Wei feels that it is necessary to give it a try. A few minutes later, Li Wei appeared on the sofa in the lobby on the first floor of the hotel. Sitting across from him, it was Iron Man and the Captain of the United States. "Boss, do you have any instructions for us?" "Ding, you too. I mean, I don't have to use you for me in the future." As soon as he said something, Li Wei felt that something was wrong. Iron Man and the Captain of the United States looked at each other, and both saw the blankness in each other's eyes. "I told you two to come down because I want to go out with you to drink, eat, and eat, so as to promote our brotherhood." In Li Wei's concept, brothers should have 3 small barbecues a day, drink and eat meat, brag about each other, and stay drunk. Brother? Iron Man and the Captain of the United States had a suspicion in their hearts at the same time. "Well, I'll go out to find a restaurant now." The Captain of the United States stood up first. Li Wei's actions really made the United States captain feel a bit different from usual, so let's let the more responsive Iron Man deal with it. "Ha ha ha, 730 don't need it, let's go together, brothers should go out for dinner, we should be together." Immediately afterwards, Li Wei waved a big hand, stood up first, and was about to leave. "It's late, I even picked sunglasses for you. Our brothers will get out neatly when we go out. The sunglasses are too ugly." In this way, on the streets of the metropolis, 3 people with sunglasses, walking awkwardly, walking on their backs suddenly appeared. "Boss, did something happen? Do you want me to summon my shield?" The Captain of the United States said this sentence awkwardly. After all, this act of hooking shoulders and backs was too difficult for him. "Oh, Steve, don't you want to be disappointed? I said that today is the brothers' game, it is out of Teope." Li Wei was a little unhappy about the lack of cooperation with the United States captain. "Okay, boss." In this way, Li Wei finally found a barbecue restaurant after walking through the streets and alleys for more than an hour. This city is also terrible. There is no barbecue stall. "I will eat it here today. Come and bring me 3 cases of beer. We won't be drunk or go home." In the next 2 hours, Li Wei taught all the wine table games of memory to the other 2 big guys with a dumb face. Iron Man is okay, after all, it is inevitable to meet at the wine table when discussing business. However, the Captain of the United States, who has never touched any alcohol, was miserable. Faced with the glass from Li Wei, the Captain of the United States closed his eyes and swallowed it. "Bo boss, I really can't do it anymore, I feel like it's already." The Captain of the United States fell on the wine table. Immediately afterwards, on the streets of the metropolis, 3 people appeared again, still hanging shoulders and shoulders, but this time, 2 people were walking with a drunk. 1 hour later. "My dear, today I finally hooked up with my brother once. This feeling is very refreshing, isn't it? There is also a dizzy feeling of intoxication?" Captain Marvel, who saw the whole process through perspective at home, asked ironically. "That's not it, don't tell me, playing with them like brothers is really easy and very cool?" Li Wei's face was filled with contentment. "But, do you think they too are happy?" Captain Marvel asked. "They, definitely happy." Speaking of this, Li Wei is a little lacking in confidence. "Steve never drinks alcohol, Stark doesn't like to eat barbecue, you don't know this?" Captain Marvel asked. "But, brothers, shouldn't it be like this?" Li Wei said he didn't understand. After all, he had gritted his teeth and made a change. If he kept it in the past, he would never have the time and energy to do such boring things. "It seems that you still don't understand what a brother is." Captain Marvel shook his head. After all, it is indeed unrealistic to let Li Wei fully realize so quickly. "But I still hope that you can treat them with a normal heart. After all, brothers shouldn't have so much courtesy between the subordinates and subordinates." Captain Marvel is finally a little relieved. After all, I saw that Li Wei is not the one who doesn't get in. The correct suggestions can still be heard, but the understanding is slower. "Okay, my dear, I don't want to embarrass you anymore. Let's talk about business. What are our plans for the next step?" Captain Marvel finally let go of his dissatisfaction a little bit. After all, whether as a wife or the most effective stop, Captain Marvel understands that Li Wei still has a lot to do. To change your personality and improve your cognition, what you need is a long flow. Today's seemingly unreasonable making troubles are just the hard work of trying to make Li Wei recognize his strengths and weaknesses. 0. You finally don't get angry. Li Wei happily hugged Captain Marvel, finally relieved. "In a while I will let Fireman conjure a few diamonds, and let Wolverine sculpt it well, buy this hotel with this thing, and move it directly to Clark's farm. In the next 10 years, there will be our bases now." On the way to toss just now, Li Wei had already figured out the next plan. "Well, then, we will start to conquer this world," Li Wei said smugly. "So, my dear, my arbitrariness was not only because of my character, but also because of you. I want to conquer the world in a short time and make my team more combative. As their boss, I must have forced wrist." At this time, Li Wei began to explain to Captain Marvel why he always chose to look down on others, only because of the situation, but also because of goal orientation. "However, I accept the advice you gave me, and I assure you that it will be corrected." Li Wei patted his chest and assured Captain Marvel. In fact, during this period of vertical and horizontal warfare, Li Wei also gradually understood a truth. Although arbitrariness came quickly, it would not last long, while the means of moderate democracy came slowly but could last forever. Now that Avengers has been selected as his Iron Team, Li Wei must devote himself to training. However, Li Wei still does not understand how to cultivate and how to establish the so-called brotherhood with them, and he still needs to constantly explore in practice. In this way, the next day, in full view, the hotel Li Wei bought disappeared in place, and then instantly appeared on the farm hundreds of kilometers away. Stark, Banner, Scott, Parker, the construction of the laboratory is left to you. All the rest of us, we will strengthen and improve the entire house, and more importantly, we need to build the most stringent security system. All of us are equipped with special skills, but it is inevitable that we will have a nap. Yes, boss? Well, I expect to finish it in 2 days. Let's work hard together. 2 days later, on the vast expanse of the farm in Kansas, a huge fortress covering an area of 300 hectares suddenly appeared. Boss, I developed a set of hidden equipment. Press this button like this. On the day of completion, the Iron Man mysteriously pulled Li Wei out of the fortress and put a remote control in Li Wei's hand. Li Wei suspiciously pressed the button on the remote control in his hand. He also wanted to know what kind of medicine was sold in Iron Man's gourd. Brush, the fortress in front of you was displayed like this? Boss, this is the technology one developed, so that we can hide the base from being discovered by outsiders. Iron Man said with a proud expression. Stark, with you here, what else should I worry about? Since deciding to build a secret base, there is one problem that has been plagued by Li Wei, and that is how to avoid being discovered. If only the enemy finds it, it's okay to say, in this case, as long as the defensive equipment is strengthened, there is no problem. 08. But if it is discovered by the government, the trouble will be great, and there will be endless troubles. Iron Man's current equipment will undoubtedly solve Li Wei's worries immediately. Stark, you go back and tell them that you can arrange your own affairs step by step. I have other things. The base matter is resolved, and then, Li Wei needs a powerhouse in the DC world to assist him. After all, in another universe, many things still need the help of people in this world. And this person, undoubtedly, is the strongest person in this universe. Superman. Clark, someone is looking for it in the reception room. Okay, I'll go over immediately. At the same time and at the same place again, Superman saw Li Wei again. Why is it you? What can I do for you? Superman is very impatient with Li Wei. After all, Superman still has his own principles, and Li Wei just used money to let go of the principles, and forcibly sold his grandfather's farm to him. Although in the legal and moral sense, Li Wei did not owe him anything, and even Li Wei had compensated him too much, but in the eyes of Superman, Li Wei was still an ugly face who relied on his own money to do whatever he wanted. Definitely, Li Wei also saw what Superman thinks of him. Mr. Clark, I know you have opinions on me, but in the end, I didn't do anything to hurt you. It can even be said that I am a benefactor who helped you. Li Wei said. What the hell are you looking for me? Superman said impatiently. Superman knows all these things, and he can think about it, but his own character is admiring, which makes him always feel uncomfortable. It seems that your state today is not suitable for talking about important things. Li Wei sighed in his heart. He didn't expect Superman's grievance to be so great. After being criticized by Captain Marvel, Li Wei determined that he would never use Mind Gem's ability in the future unless it is critical. Then please do it. Superman doesn't give Li Wei any face. Okay, then I only have one question. Are you happy to work here? Li Wei was still unwilling to leave without gain. You don't need to worry about it. Being a reporter has been my dream since I was little. People like you won't understand it. Superman said with a look of contempt. Late? With a meager salary, you have to get up early and greedy the dark work every day. Sometimes you can leave your job without permission when you see uneven roads or solve urban crises. You have to be scolded by the leader. More importantly, I see you treat your colleague, Louise. Lois has feelings of admiration. What makes you worse than confession? Li Wei's words hit the nail on the head, only piercing Superman's heart. How did you know? Superman has never told anyone about his love for Lois, because he is inferior, and he feels that he is not worthy of the goddess in his heart. You don't need to worry about it. Li Wei smiled and responded to Superman with the same words. I have no other meaning in saying this, just to remind you that your job is not suitable for you, and it will even restrict you from protecting the city or even the entire planet. Li Wei put the topic on the right track. It looks like Mr. Li Wei has arranged for me a job that is more suitable for me. After all, he is a reporter, and he still has a certain amount of research on various speech skills. Superman realized that Li Wei was forcibly guiding his thoughts. I have formed a strong alliance, and our main duty is to protect the peace of the universe. To treat a soldier with a sense of justice like Superman, we must set up a banner of absolute justice so that he can join him willingly. But Li Wei's establishment of the banner of peace is not all to fool Superman, but what he really thinks in his heart. Although his mission is to conquer the DC universe, Li Wei does not want to be an invader who kills the quartet. Instead, he persuades people with virtue and becomes a leader rather than just a ruler. This is also the inspiration given to him by Captain Marvel. Late? It seems that Mr. Li Wei is also a righteous person, so please respect my choice. I think the job of a reporter is hard, but my dream and the matter of protecting the Earth are enough for me. After that, Superman got up and left directly. He warned himself that this time he could no longer bow his head to money anyway. Li Wei sat alone in the reception room, but an imperceptible smile gradually appeared on his face. It seems that Superman 730 is really harder than I thought. A strategy has been formed in Li Wei's heart. Clark, do you want to have lunch together at noon today? As soon as he returned to his work position, Lewis came to Superman's table and invited him to lunch. Be definitely. Superman agreed, and put his hand in his pocket quietly, thinking, tomorrow is the credit card repayment day. That Liwei just paid me a deposit. After I paid off the credit card and reimbursed my grandmother for medical expenses, there were only a few left. Although the beauty invited, but the pocket was really embarrassed, but the man's self-esteem still made him unable to refuse. It's too difficult for me. Superman gritted his teeth and felt that happiness is still important. After all, not many have been invited by Lewis. If he can have the courage to confess success this time, it doesn't matter if he spends some money. In this way, at noon that day, the two went to eat steak together, and finally, at the insistence of Superman, he went to check out. Superman of those bills, his heart was dripping with blood. This meal cost him half a month's salary. Thank me for contacting Superman for you. What a big deal, do you need such an expensive meal? Superman cried out in pain in his heart, but he had to hold back his laugh on the surface. And what really makes Superman unbearable is yet to come. In an interview task in the afternoon, the interviewee was the head of the local trade union, but for some reason, during the visit, a gangster suddenly appeared inside the trade union, and Superman accidentally damaged the company's camera and recording pen during the capture of the gangster. After the meeting came to the company, not only did it not bring it back to report, the news of the riot was also preemptively broadcast by other companies, and Superman was scolded by the leader. However, Superman has become accustomed to these. But the most unexpected thing happened to him. In the evening, the city's television station broadcast the latest decision of the city council. Since Superman has more or less destroyed public goods and other people's private property in every process of arresting criminals, it has had a significant impact on the city and citizens. Therefore, after a while of discussion, it has been agreed to set up a hunting Superman team. The team leader turned out to be Lewis's father and the city's deputy head. Immediately afterwards, a half-hour-long picture of Superman destroying public facilities was broadcast on TV. From the picture alone, Superman is like an urban thug. Every building was destroyed, and even the building was destroyed. Directly destroyed. Superman, who was once known as the people's hero, was also named the city destroyer in the picture. Everyone did not remember that Superman used to protect the city at the cost of his life, and got rid of them one after another with the most vicious criminals. This is the sorrow of the citizens, but also the sorrow of Superman. Why treat me like this? Superman inserted both hands into his hair in pain. I think we don't need Superman's protection now. Our police station has the ability to arrest criminals. Taxpayers are more willing to use their taxes on the police guarding the city instead of endless repairs and destruction. Buildings or infrastructure. The sound from the TV pierced Superman's heart even more. Immediately afterwards, a large number of citizens willingly asked the government to arrest Superman, and some even wrote a petition requesting the government to eradicate Superman. Because in their view, Superman, who has such a destructive power, even invincible, is their biggest threat. Human nature is understandable. However, these thoughts, which were normal to ordinary people, were the last straw that crushed Superman. Superman, who always regards protecting the city and protecting the safety of citizens as his own responsibility, never thought that one day, he would be regarded as the object of their guard, or even the enemy. People always hope to achieve balance. No matter who it is, no matter what huge amounts of contributions have been made, as long as there is no means to check and balance him, then this person is dangerous, even if he has fought blood for us or even sacrificed his life. In people's hearts, the most perfect hero is always deceased, because he has no more threats. However, Superman couldn't understand such thoughts. Superman has only one feeling. He has been betrayed. He has been betrayed by the citizens, by the entire city. Since you regard me as a dangerous object, since you want to hunt me and even get rid of me, then I will let you know the cost of betraying the patron saint. All of Superman's grief has been transformed into anger, and the power inspired by anger can reach 3 times the power in a calm mood. Due to the anger, Superman no longer restrained his own power. Huge amounts of aura spread out without restraint, directly smashing the building where Superman lived. Yes, it was shattered, and even the people in the house became part of the waste. Today I will ask you to pay the price of blood for your decision and your ignorance. Superman's eyes instantly turned red, and the thermal vision light immediately blasted toward the surrounding buildings. However, there was no rumbling of the building collapse that Superman wanted to hear. Instead, there was endless silence, as if his thermal vision had been absorbed by something. Who? Superman glanced intently. It turned out that there was a person standing in the middle of his hot vision attack route. All the hot vision attacks hit him. Ha ha ha, Mr. Clark, what's the matter with you? Is that building also a criminal who endangers the safety of the city? The speaker is Liwei. After Liwei saw the news, he expected that Superman would run away. You drive me. Superman has lost his will now. As long as anything hinders him, he must get rid of it. Flat. Superman punched directly up. Liwei did not dodge, stretched out his hand, turned his fist into a palm, and directly caught Superman's punch. Superman didn't see the effect with one blow. He directly used thermal vision, and at the same time transferred all his strength to his feet, and held it to Liwei's stomach. Boom! Liwei didn't have any fancy tricks, and knocked Superman to the ground with a punch. Immediately afterwards, Li Wei rode on Superman and hit Superman, who fell on the ground with one punch after another. After hundreds of punches, Superman finally stopped struggling and put down his hands that he wanted to resist. Li Wei just stopped and stood up. Is Jay gone? Boom! Before Li Wei could finish his question, Superman unexpectedly came over with a flying kick, roar. Li Wei grabbed Superman's foot and hit the ground directly. Did you lose your breath? Li Wei asked. Superman is still struggling. Boom! It's another powerful bowl. Has the anger disappeared? Boom! Boom! After half an hour, Chi Ren was completely unrecognizable, and his clothes were already torn and incomplete, and there was still a look of invincibility in the world wearing a red cloak. Is the anger gone? Li Wei asked calmly. It's gone, I can't do it anymore. Rather than say that Superman's anger is gone, it is better to say that Superman has no strength to be angry. Zhao Hao. From birth to now, Superman has experienced for the first time what is called pain. You, who are you? What do you want to do? What is your purpose in coming to Earth? Superman asked weakly. This is not something you should be concerned about now. Li Wei did not answer Superman's question. Look. Li Wei turned his head and pointed to the ruins behind him. This was destroyed by you just now. Do you think you did something wrong? Li Wei asked. I did it wrong? What is the right thing to do? They say that I am a threat. Well, I follow their ideas and give them a try. Superman still bears resentment. Roar. It seems that your anger is still not quenched. Li Wei shook his head, rubbed his wrists, and made a gesture to step forward and Superman again. No, I was wrong, I was wrong. Now I give you two choices. One is to continue to be beaten by me here, and the other is to return to my base with me. Let's talk about the news about you today. Li Wei stared into Superman's eyes and said, why go back with you? Although he has been beaten into a human form and exhausted, Superman still wants to know the reason for Li Wei's behavior today. Suddenly Li Wei's sea of consciousness detected the emergence of heavy weapons. Why do you want to follow me? Because 10 minutes later, dozens of weapons elites in the city you love the most painstaking research to eliminate Superman missiles will target you and fire. Do you think that with your current physical condition, can it be carried? Li Wei pointed to the missile launcher that was coming in from all directions. In the past, so many demons wanted to harm the city. They didn't make any measures to resist. They used their energy to deal with me. Superman's eyes were filled with grief and anger. Give you 5 seconds and tell me the answer to the multiple choice question I just gave you. Li Wei ignored Superman's words. 5, 4, 3, 2. I'll go back with you, but let's say it first. I don't have the strength to fly now. I can only rely on you to go back. Superman pointed to his broken clothes and his face swollen into a pig's head. Rest assured. Immediately at 730, Li Wei drew a circle with the time gem, pulled Superman's foot with one hand, and threw Superman into the circle when he lifted his breath, and immediately followed him. Report to the command center. Superman disappeared suddenly. Superman disappeared suddenly. What? In the combat command center of the government building, everyone who hunted the Superman team was furious. Superman took the initiative to destroy it. This was a great opportunity to hunt Superman, but he even let him run away. At the same time, in Li Wei's fortress, Superman is lying on a training ground. Clark, what you did today, with all due respect, is too much. Li Wei raised his eyebrows and said to the person, if you are betrayed by the beloved city, will you be calm? If you can't, don't pretend to be a saint and talk jokes. Superman said angrily. Can? In other words, you feel that you have been betrayed. If there is now an evil that threatens the city, would you still try to save it? Li Wei hypothesized. In the future, even if the city explodes, don't expect me to be as headless and brainless as before to give them my life to protect their safety. Superman said with red eyes. Very well, with your words, then I can destroy the metropolis unscrupulously. Li Wei laughed and said with relief. Stark, now you take all the members of Avengers and go to the metropolis immediately to carry out a carpet-like killing. I want this city to have no more living creatures. Li Wei took the intercom of the training ground and ordered sternly. Good boss, promise to complete the task. Stark answered without hesitation, and confident. Didn't you say that you are also defending the Earth? Why are you doing this? Superman's eyes widened and looked at Li Wei incredulously. Since they all pointed their guns at the people who used their lives to protect them, I don't think such people can be taught to be humans. In my life, I only protect people. Li Wei said word by word. But, Superman hesitated to speak. No need, but I am also a super ability person. I can feel the same with you. These ordinary humans must be punished. Li Wei said firmly. Yes, this is their sin, they need to be punished, but... Superman kept convincing himself. And many more. Seeing Li Wei turn around to leave, Superman endured the pain on his body and stood up with difficulty. I don't resent them. Although they want to get rid of me, they don't even have a sense of gratitude for my contribution, but now from their perspective, I believe I will do the same. Superman endured the pain, gritted his teeth and said, late? But you are not them after all. Li Wei turned his back and said lightly, because I am not them, I can understand their fear of unknown forces, and I can understand their mentality to guard against it. They are hateful, but they are not guilty of death. Superman said word by word. Heroes can be called heroes precisely because they have a kind heart forever. Li Wei slowly turned around and walked towards Superman step by step. You are right, but I have to add one more point. Li Wei held on to the faltering Superman and slowly let him sit on the ground. The reason why people have a sense of defense is indeed related to their fear of our strength, but we also have to protect ourselves, and we must also find ways to maintain our safety, Li Wei said earnestly. The continuous advancement of science and technology will sooner or later develop weapons to restrain us, and the pressure of fishing vessels can even destroy a super ability person. Superman has seen this matter thoroughly. Although he is invincible in the world, he is ultimately no match for the enemies of billions of humans. So, we need to be united, we need to have organizations and even the government that can protect ourselves, we need to have a platform that can speak for us, and we need to protect them with dignity. Li Wei looked into Superman's eyes and said word by word. As for Superman, Li Wei's words have been stunned. Yes, they're single-handed independent individuals, even if they have the ability to reach the sky, will one day be defeated by the united humans. So they must unite and let the whole world know who they are. As a reporter, Superman is too aware of the power of fishing reel guidance. As the saying goes, spitting stars can crush dead man, and the power of fishing reels is pervasive, hitting a devastating attack deep in his heart. Li Wei wants to form an organization of super ability. This proposal is undoubtedly the best way. So, on behalf of the Justice League, I invite you to join. Li Wei stretched out his hand to Superman. The establishment of the official organization of super ability is Li Wei's idea after coming to the DC universe. After all, the DC universe is different from the Marvel universe. The people here are more scheming, and the various forces are intricate, and it is impossible to unify them by force alone, and there is also the level of national government that is deterring themselves. Therefore, to establish an organization, definitely is the best choice. The Justice League was established because it wanted to break the catfish effect. Since the last time Avengers trained against Thanos, Li Wei has gradually realized that because Avengers has himself, everyone is living too easily, so that no one is keen on improving ability. The so-called, born in sorrow and dying in happiness. The Justice League is a new alliance of super ability people that Li Wei wants to form in the DC universe and only obeys himself but stands side by side with Avengers. In this way, within Li Wei's team, there will be competition. With competition, each of them will be more diligent to improve their own ability, and according to Li Wei's strength, even if there are major internal contradictions that cannot be adjusted, Li Wei also has the ability to calm down. At least Li Wei thinks so confidently now. Justice League, then may I know, who is my future companion? Superman was already tempted. Your teammates are still scattered in all corners of the country, so we need to work hard together to find them. Li Wei stretched out his hand and made a handshake gesture. Okay, I promise you, join the Justice League? Superman squeezed Li Wei's hand hard. This decision means that Superman may never have a chance to return to the lives of ordinary people in the future, and all decisions and things done in the future must be based on the interests of the Justice League. But it also means that Superman said goodbye to loneliness, farewell to fighting alone, and farewell to the helpless life. For some people, this decision is likely to do more harm than good, but for Superman, there are only pros and no harms. Well, now I will take you to meet the Avengers members who are formed by me like the Justice League. In the future, you will be partners, but like you can supervise each other and strengthen your strength together. Li Wei patted Superman on the shoulder and motioned for Superman to follow him. But Leader Li, since I have agreed now, can you tell them not to continue punishing ordinary humans? Superman also suddenly realized that Li Wei had not withdrawn his order, and now the metropolis was probably in ruins. Superman suddenly became nervous. Ha ha ha, don't worry, from the moment you agree to join, I have already signaled them to stop. Li Wei made a reassuring gesture to Superman, telling him not to worry. Only then did Superman relax and follow Li Wei to a life he had never imagined. As the door of the meeting room opened, there were no empty seats except for the middle and right front positions. Seeing Li Wei coming in with Superman, everyone uttered a warm roar of joy. This is the first companion in a strange world, and to everyone at Avengers, its meaning is extraordinary. Okay, everyone sit down. Li Wei waved. Everyone sat down quietly. Introduction to everyone, this is our new friend, Clark Kent. Li Wei introduced Superman to everyone. Hello everyone, my name is Clark Kent, you can call me Clark. As a reporter, Superman still speaks calmly in front of everyone. Okay Clark, you sit down next to me. Li Wei's words made Iron Man and the United States captain frowned. Because the two positions around Li Wei usually belong to both of them, but now, the right side of the theme has been replaced by him. Next, I want to announce a major decision. Seeing the changes in the expressions of Iron Man and the Captain of the United States, Li Wei deliberately changed his tone. I decided to set up a new organization, the Justice League, and our newly joined Mr. Clark will serve as the Captain of the Justice League. The Captain of Avengers will still be held by Stark and Steve. In the future, your two alliances will stand side by side under my direct jurisdiction. Do you understand? Li Wei looked at Iron Man and the Captain of the United States on the left. After all, he only told Captain Marvel about this matter at night, and everyone else didn't know it. However, Li Wei did not intend to discuss with anyone other than Captain Marvel. After all, it is everyone's interest, and it is impossible for all of them to treat this matter impartially. Clear? The three captains replied in unison, although the faces of the national captain and Iron Man were still full of question marks. Because all the members of Avengers have gone through too many life and death events, Avengers will not move. It will take hard work for you. Clark, you are the leader of the Justice League and the only member now. How to form it? For the Justice League you will leave all the team plans for you to manage. Leeway is equivalent to handing over the personnel and organizational structure of the Justice League to Superman. 0. Look for flowers. Iron Man and the Captain of the United States were even more shocked. I knew it a long time ago that if these two rights were given to one person in the team, it would very likely be usurped, and there would be endless troubles. But Leeway himself has the principle of not employing people and not using suspects. He believes that if he wants to train people, he must be given a platform and delegated powers so that he can create a piece of sky by himself. Although Leeway's idea is a bit risky, it is indeed the fastest way to train people. This meeting has only two contents, the birth of the Justice League and the appointment of Clark. Do you have any doubts? Leeway asked. There is none left. Well, everyone, go back and rest. Stark, Steve, and Clark will stay. I have something to tell you. Point 0. The three of them looked at each other and all sat back. Okay, just now I saw that the three of you have something to say. There are not so many people now, you can say it. Who will come first? Leeway smiled and asked the three people. Boss, the establishment of the Justice League is such a big thing. Why didn't you discuss it with me and Steve in advance? Iron Man couldn't help asking the first question. Do you want to say that when you don't know much about the world now, you should first investigate the situation before making plans for the future, and now that Avengers has matured in practice, there is no need to establish a new alliance? Leeway said with a clear look. Since we all know it, I won't let us know in advance. Iron Man whispered. Steve, you think so too? Leeway said to the Captain of the United States. The Captain of the United States did not answer, but lowered his head silently. Well, we'll solve this problem later. Clark, what's your problem? Leeway turned his head to Superman. Leader, I just feel that the pressure is a little bit heavy, and I have to reform an alliance. I don't know how to start. A look of embarrassment appeared on Superman's face. Ha ha ha, it seems that the problems of the three of you can be solved together. Leeway laughed. Come on, you all go to the training room, have a try, and you will know the answer. Ding, let's go together. Now in the training room, Superman looked at Iron Man and the Captain of the United States seriously and said, you go there together, just to save time. This is what Superman said. He didn't show off, let alone look down on the two people in front of him. After all, no one can beat him. Steve, I think we received an insult. Iron Man whispered to the Captain of the United States. Monument? Immediately after that, the shield of the Captain of the United States flew out. Judging from the trajectory, it was rushing to Superman's neck. One shot is a killer move. In the process of shield flight, Iron Man also aimed gunfire at Superman's head. Boom! With this song by the two, even Leeway, who has strong confidence in Superman, couldn't help but shiver. These two people simply want to destroy Superman directly. But Superman stood motionless. When? The shield was caught by Superman. But Iron Man's artillery fired away from the understatement. Superman, or Superman? One missed a hit. Iron Man was a little annoyed, activated all energy 08, and rushed straight towards Superman, and all the weapons on his body were already ready to go. Brush. The Captain of the United States wanted to take back the shield, but found that Superman's strength was so great that he couldn't call it back, so he simply used the shield's gravity and flashed directly behind Superman. Stark, come on. The Captain of the United States erected Superman's arm from behind, so that Superman could not move. Bang bang bang. Iron Man's full blow directly exploded a mushroom cloud. Fortunately, the training room has undergone special treatment, and it has not been blown up. Gudong. The Captain of the United States lowered his arm and threw the unrecognizable Superman to the ground. Stark, you are too cruel. The Captain of the United States shook his head and said ironically to Iron Man. Yes, you are too cruel. Before Iron Man could respond, Superman fell on the ground and spoke first. Boom! The United States Captain Shield's tip was facing down, and he smashed Superman's head severely. This time, do you think it's still ruthless? The Captain of the United States asked without a smile. I think. Bang bang bang. The Captain of the United States smashed Superman's head a dozen times. When? At the last moment, the Captain of the United States found that he couldn't get his shield back. It's me, Superman said in a deep voice. Boom! Superman grabbed the foot of the Captain of the United States and slammed to the side. Do you feel cruel? Superman stood up slowly, and continued to hold the Captain of the United States, just like Leeway held himself just now. You wanna die? Iron Man saw that the Captain of the United States was no longer able to fight back, and hurriedly fired a hand cannon. Boom! Superman uses thermal vision to directly offset the laser light emitted by Iron Man. When? There was an extra knife on Superman's chest. But this knife did not have the ability to pierce Superman's chest. My god, this man is not from the Earth, right? Iron Man gave roar a surprise and looked at Superman incredulously. Steve, no way, let's play in. Iron Man pulled the Captain of the United States behind him with steel claws and whispered. Yin, it's not so good, you can't win the battle. As the spiritual leader of the United States, the Captain of the United States has never bothered to play such Yin things. But the situation is better than people. I can't change that much, it doesn't hurt that you were dumped just now. Iron Man said. This man is simply a freak, look at his wound, it is healing. Iron Man pointed to Superman and said in surprise, then do as you say, and I will cooperate with you. The Captain of the United States finally made up his mind. Michu, National Captain Shield threw it at Superman. While Superman turned his head to avoid, Iron Man shot a laser at Superman's lower 3 lanes and passed. Boom, fuck, is he human? Why is there nothing at all? Superman, nothing happened. Well, let's get there today. At this time, Li Wei called a halt. You two should be able to tell that Clark didn't give his best. Li Wei said to Iron Man and the Captain of the United States. You can understand now why I need to build a new league, know why I want Clark to be the captain. Li Wei said. Sometimes, the theory of poly-U is the most effective persuasive tool from time to time. Only when you really let them see, let them experience, and practice it, will they understand why and convince them from the bottom of their hearts. Boss, we won't have any objections anymore. Iron Man and the Captain of the United States are really convinced this time. Even if there are so many masters like Avengers, no one who comes out of Antelope alone will not beat the two of them so easily. This means that if Superman comes to Avengers, he will become the strongest existence of ability. Therefore, Iron Man and the Captain of the United States both understand Li Wei's good intentions, but this time the competition has inspired them to improve their ability. Always improve, because you never know how strong other people are. Okay, let's go back. From tomorrow, I will have a Clark to summon the members of the Justice League. Stark, Steve, you two, understand that the fortress will be handed over to you. Also, I hope you can strengthen your training. After I formed the Justice League, I found that my Avengers at 730 was already vulnerable. Li Wei deliberately agitated Iron Man and the Captain of the United States. Yes, boss, we will definitely live up to expectations. Iron Man replied in a deep voice. Immediately, the two left. Clark, do you have anything else? Seeing Superman standing still, Li Wei asked suspiciously. Leader, I only know that I am a super ability person, and even I think there is only me a super ability person on this earth. Superman said worriedly. Ha ha ha, Clark, there are some things in this world that I know better than you. Li Wei patted Superman on the shoulder and motioned him not to worry about it. But, do you know where they are? There are more than 7 billion people on the earth. It's really not easy to find them. Superman frowned and said. Ha ha ha, don't worry about this even more. Do you remember how we met for the first time? Li Wei asked with a smile. Superman thought about it for a moment, and suddenly realized. We Justice League, as long as people have a sense of justice, so such super ability people will certainly not allow anyone to destroy the city and harm the citizens. Li Wei said. And what we have to fight against is the evil ones with super ability. The evil one. Ha ha ha, after having ability, especially after ability that can do whatever you want, it is inevitable that someone will want to do some evil things. Li Wei said. Superman nodded and agreed deeply. Leader, I have one last question. Superman asked a little embarrassedly. Huh? There is still a problem, you say? Li Wei is a little unclear about Superman's sudden shyness. Who am I tonight? Superman's house has been collapsed by himself. After coming here, Li Wei has not assigned him a place to live. Ha ha ha, it turns out this matter, you can go with me. Li Wei laughed, and suddenly felt that the strongest Superman in the universe still has a particularly cute side. In this way, Superman was officially recruited by Li Wei. This is a landmark for Li Wei's trip to the DC universe. Li Wei is very happy to see one thing, that is, the DC universe he has learned is still the same as it actually is, especially after taking over Superman. Li Wei has more confidence in the world. Next, it's time to venture into the legendary Gotham City. Early the next morning. Leader, I know something about this city, and it is also called the Hell of Reporters. Knowing that he was going to Gotham City, Superman said to Li Wei. This city is not controlled by its own country, but has been separated by local gangs. Now there is no law or even morality in this place, and all the rules are set by gangs. Superman said. In this way, Gotham City is nothing terrible. After all, we are all ordinary people. At least there is no life threatening for the two of us. Li Wei pretended to be relaxed and joked. But the boss, this is the most terrifying thing. In this city, what you need to rely on for survival is strategy. Superman said nervously. Ha ha ha, strategy, it should be said that it is a calculation. Li Wei laughed. Don't worry, as long as we have such a strong strength, even if they can calculate, what can they hurt us? Li Wei said nonchalantly. The leader said yes. Superman thinks so from the bottom of his heart. After all, from birth to now, he has encountered many people who are calculating, but apart from Li Wei, there has never been anyone who can hurt him. Therefore, the reason why Superman is so innocent, there are not so many calculations, and how much is related to his experience. I left a space door in the fort for useless time gem, and the exit I will put it at our place of residence in Gotham City. If you need to do something urgently in the future, you can go through this door for a meeting and shuttle. Li Wei pointed to the space door in front of him and said to Superman. Then, the two of them stepped into the space gate one after another and headed to Gotham City. The night sky is always overcast with clouds, weird Gothic buildings stand tall, and under the glitz on the surface, dirt are hidden in the dark alleys. This is Gotham City, one of the cities with the highest crime rate in the United States. Walking on the street, Li Wei couldn't help but sigh. This virtual city that could only be seen in comics, now he is in it. Good luck. Boss, do we want to destroy some buildings or fly over to show off our abilities, so as to attract the super abilities here? Superman couldn't help feeling a little anxious seeing Li Wei walking around aimlessly. No hurry, this city is a little different from the metropolis. All the monsters, ghosts, and zombies only appear on the streets after nightfall. Li Wei said with a smile. But, what are we going to do now? Superman was a little confused. Since they can only be found at night, what is the point of being here now? We will visit the inspector of the police station here, James Gordon. In Superman's still confused expression, Li Wei took the lead and walked towards the police station. The famous Sheriff Gordon can be regarded as Li Wei's most respected person in the DC universe. As an ordinary person, he can single-handedly challenge a gang boss like Catwoman because of his sense of responsibility and justice as a policeman, facing the vicious Joker without Batman's assistance. A person who is not afraid of being stronger than himself is called a warrior, and his courage comes from a sense of responsibility and a sense of justice. Such a person can be called a great man. Li Wei and Superman met Sheriff Gordon on the grounds that they wanted to help the police destroy the gang. And throughout the afternoon, Li Wei talked with Director Gordon very happily, and Director Gordon was also very pleased after knowing that the two had super ability, and the two immediately reached an agreement to eliminate the gangsters and restore peace to Gotham City. Seeing the sunset, Li Wei declined Sheriff Gordon's decision to have dinner. Sheriff Gordon, we are going to Batman. Do you know how to meet him? At present, Batman is the head of the Wayne family. No one knows, so no one knows the specific residence of Batman. However, the police have a way to make Batman appear, which is also a prop to exchange information between them. This matter is also a secret. Hey, how did you know that we could reach Batman? Sheriff Gordon gave Li Wei a wary look. Ha ha ha, I guessed too. Batman can always help the police in time, so I think there must be a way for you to communicate. Li Wei laughed and replied. That's it. Sheriff Gordon thought this answer was reasonable, and the two had just negotiated a cooperation, so they didn't delve into the matter, so they directly instructed the police officer to turn on the signal light that summoned Batman. 5 minutes later, Li Wei detected the extremely cool black motorcycle in the comic through the sea of knowledge, and entered within 10 kilometers of him. Zhao, Zhao. Thank you, Sheriff, it looks like Batman has arrived. Forgive me for taking a step ahead. After speaking, Li Wei shook hands with Sheriff Gordon to bid farewell, and then disappeared in place with Superman behind him. It seems that Gotham City is going to change to make up for it. Sheriff Gordon muttered to himself as he looked at the position of the two before they disappeared. Leader, how did you know Batman is here? You knew him before. After flying in the air, Superman said his doubts in his heart. Ha ha ha, Batman, but someone I admired when I was a kid. Li Wei sighed thoughtfully. Is there anyone else you can admire? It's stronger than this Batman. Superman was surprised. The strength is indeed strong, but he is an ordinary person. Ordinary people. Ha ha ha, after having ability, especially after ability that can do whatever you want, it is inevitable that someone will want to do some evil things. Li Wei said. Superman nodded and agreed deeply. Leader, I have one last question. Superman asked a little embarrassedly. Huh? There is still a problem, you say? Li Wei is a little unclear about Superman's sudden shyness. Who am I tonight? Superman's house has been collapsed by himself. After coming here, Li Wei has not assigned him a place to live. Ha ha ha, it turns out this matter, you can go with me. Li Wei laughed, and suddenly felt that the strongest Superman in the universe still has a particularly cute side. In this way, Superman was officially recruited by Li Wei. This is a landmark for Li Wei's trip to the DC universe. Li Wei is very happy to see one thing, that is, the DC universe he has learned is still the same as it actually is, especially after taking over Superman. Li Wei has more confidence in the world. Next, it's time to venture into the legendary Gotham City. Early the next morning. Leader, I know something about this city, and it is also called the Hell of Reporters. Knowing that he was going to Gotham City, Superman said to Li Wei, this city is not controlled by its own country, but has been separated by local gangs. Now there is no law or even morality in this place, and all the rules are set by gangs. Superman said, in this way, Gotham City is nothing terrible. After all, we are all ordinary people. At least there is no life threatening for the two of us. Li Wei pretended to be relaxed and joked. But the boss, this is the most terrifying thing. In this city, what you need to rely on for survival is strategy. Superman said nervously. Ha ha ha, strategy, it should be said that it is a calculation. Li Wei laughed. Don't worry, as long as we have such a strong strength, even if they can calculate, what can they hurt us? Li Wei said nonchalantly. The leader said yes. Superman thinks so from the bottom of his heart. After all, from birth to now, he has encountered many people who are calculating, but apart from Li Wei, there has never been anyone who can hurt him. Therefore, the reason why Superman is so innocent, there are not so many calculations, and how much is related to his experience. I left a space door in the fort for useless time gem, and the exit I will put it at our place of residence in Gotham City. If you need to do something urgently in the future, you can go through this door for a meeting and shuttle. Li Wei pointed to the space door in front of him and said to Superman. Then, the two of them stepped into the space gate one after another and headed to Gotham City. The night sky is always overcast with clouds, weird Gothic buildings stand tall, and under the glitz on the surface, dirt are hidden in the dark alleys. This is Gotham City, one of the cities with the highest crime rate in the United States. Walking on the street, Li Wei couldn't help but sigh. This virtual city that could only be seen in comics, now he is in it. Good luck. Boss, do we want to destroy some buildings or fly over to show off our abilities, so as to attract the super abilities here? Superman couldn't help feeling a little anxious seeing Li Wei walking around aimlessly. No hurry, this city is a little different from the metropolis. All the monsters, ghosts, and zombies only appear on the streets after nightfall, Li Wei said with a smile. But, what are we going to do now? Superman was a little confused. Since they can only be found at night, what is the point of being here now? We will visit the inspector of the police station here, James Gordon. In Superman's still confused expression, Li Wei took the lead and walked towards the police station. The famous Sheriff Gordon can be regarded as Li Wei's most respected person in the DC universe. As an ordinary person, he can single-handedly challenge a gang boss like Catwoman because of his sense of responsibility and justice as a policeman, facing the vicious Joker without Batman's assistance. A person who is not afraid of being stronger than himself is called a warrior, and his courage comes from a sense of responsibility and a sense of justice. Such a person can be called a great man. Li Wei and Superman met Sheriff Gordon on the grounds that they wanted to help the police destroy the gang. And throughout the afternoon, Li Wei talked with Director Gordon very happily, and Director Gordon was also very pleased after knowing that the two had super ability, and the two immediately reached an agreement to eliminate the gangsters and restore peace to Gotham City. Seeing the sunset, Li Wei declined Sheriff Gordon's decision to have dinner. Sheriff Gordon, we are going to Batman, do you know how to meet him? At present, Batman is the head of the Wayne family. No one knows, so no one knows the specific residence of Batman. However, the police have a way to make Batman appear, which is also a prop to exchange information between them. This matter is also a secret. Hey, how did you know that we could reach Batman? Sheriff Gordon gave Li Wei a wary look. Ha ha ha, I guessed too, Batman can always help the police in time, so I think there must be a way for you to communicate. Li Wei laughed and replied. That's it. Sheriff Gordon thought this answer was reasonable, and the two had just negotiated a cooperation, so they didn't delve into the matter, so they directly instructed the police officer to turn on the signal light that summoned Batman. 5 minutes later, Li Wei detected the extremely cool black motorcycle in the comic through the sea of knowledge, and entered within 10 kilometers of him. Zhao. Thank you, Sheriff, it looks like Batman has arrived. Forgive me for taking a step ahead. After speaking, Li Wei shook hands with Sheriff Gordon to bid farewell, and then disappeared in place with Superman behind him. It seems that Gotham City is going to change to make up for it. Sheriff Gordon muttered to himself as he looked at the position of the two before they disappeared. Leader, how did you know Batman is here? You knew him before. After flying in the air, Superman said his doubts in his heart. Ha ha ha, Batman, but someone I admired when I was a kid. Li Wei sighed thoughtfully. Is there anyone else you can admire? It's stronger than this Batman. Superman was surprised. The strength is indeed strong, but he is an ordinary person. Ordinary people. Ha ha ha, after having ability, especially after ability that can do whatever you want, it is inevitable that someone will want to do some evil things. Li Wei said. Superman nodded and agreed deeply. Leader, I have one last question. Superman asked a little embarrassedly. There is still a problem, you say? Li Wei is a little unclear about Superman's sudden shyness. Who am I tonight? Superman's house has been collapsed by himself. After coming here, Li Wei has not assigned him a place to live. Ha ha ha, it turns out this matter, you can go with me. Li Wei laughed, and suddenly felt that the strongest Superman in the universe still has a particularly cute side. In this way, Superman was officially recruited by Li Wei. This is a landmark for Li Wei's trip to the DC universe. Li Wei is very happy to see one thing, that is, the DC universe he has learned is still the same as it actually is, especially after taking over Superman. Li Wei has more confidence in the world. Next, it's time to venture into the legendary Gotham City. Early the next morning. Leader, I know something about this city, and it is also called the Hell of Reporters. Knowing that he was going to Gotham City, Superman said to Li Wei, this city is not controlled by its own country, but has been separated by local gangs. Now there is no law or even morality in this place, and all the rules are set by gangs. Superman said. In this way, Gotham City is nothing terrible. After all, we are all ordinary people. At least there is no life threatening for the two of us. Li Wei pretended to be relaxed and joked. But the boss, this is the most terrifying thing. In this city, what you need to rely on for survival is strategy. Superman said nervously. Ha ha ha, strategy, it should be said that it is a calculation. Li Wei laughed. Don't worry, as long as we have such a strong strength, even if they can calculate, what can they hurt us? Li Wei said nonchalantly. The leader said yes. Superman thinks so from the bottom of his heart. After all, from birth to now, he has encountered many people who are calculating, but apart from Li Wei, there has never been anyone who can hurt him. Therefore, the reason why Superman is so innocent, there are not so many calculations, and how much is related to his experience. I left a space door in the fort for useless time gem, and the exit I will put it at our place of residence in Gotham City. If you need to do something urgently in the future, you can go through this door for a meeting and shuttle. Li Wei pointed to the space door in front of him and said to Superman. Then, the two of them stepped into the space gate one after another and headed to Gotham City. The night sky is always overcast with clouds, weird Gothic buildings stand tall, and under the glitz on the surface, dirt are hidden in the dark alleys. This is Gotham City, one of the cities with the highest crime rate in the United States. Walking on the street, Li Wei couldn't help but sigh, this virtual city that could only be seen in comics, now he is in it. Good luck. Boss, do we want to destroy some buildings or fly over to show off our abilities, so as to attract the super abilities here? Superman couldn't help feeling a little anxious seeing Li Wei walking around aimlessly. No hurry, this city is a little different from the metropolis. All the monsters, ghosts, and zombies only appear on the streets after nightfall, Li Wei said with a smile. But, what are we going to do now? Superman was a little confused. Since they can only be found at night, what is the point of being here now? We will visit the inspector of the police station here, James Gordon. In Superman's still confused expression, Li Wei took the lead and walked towards the police station. The famous Sheriff Gordon can be regarded as Li Wei's most respected person in the DC universe. As an ordinary person, he can single-handedly challenge a gang boss like Catwoman because of his sense of responsibility and justice as a policeman, facing the vicious Joker without Batman's assistance. A person who is not afraid of being stronger than himself is called a warrior, and his courage comes from a sense of responsibility and a sense of justice. Such a person can be called a great man. Li Wei and Superman met Sheriff Gordon on the grounds that they wanted to help the police destroy the gang. And throughout the afternoon, Li Wei talked with Director Gordon very happily, and Director Gordon was also very pleased after knowing that the two had super ability, and the two immediately reached an agreement to eliminate the gangsters and restore peace to Gotham City. Seeing the sunset, Li Wei declined Sheriff Gordon's decision to have dinner. Sheriff Gordon, we are going to Batman, do you know how to meet him? At present, Batman is the head of the Wayne family. No one knows, so no one knows the specific residence of Batman. However, the police have a way to make Batman appear, which is also a prop to exchange information between them. This matter is also a secret. Hey, how did you know that we could reach Batman? Sheriff Gordon gave Li Wei a wary look. Ha ha ha, I guessed too, Batman can always help the police in time, so I think there must be a way for you to communicate. Li Wei laughed and replied. That's it. Sheriff Gordon thought this answer was reasonable, and the two had just negotiated a cooperation, so they didn't delve into the matter, so they directly instructed the police officer to turn on the signal light that summoned Batman. 5 minutes later, Li Wei detected the extremely cool black motorcycle in the comic through the sea of knowledge, and entered within 10 kilometers of him. Zhao, Zhao. Thank you, Sheriff, it looks like Batman has arrived. Forgive me for taking a step ahead. After speaking, Li Wei shook hands with Sheriff Gordon to bid farewell, and then disappeared in place with Superman behind him. It seems that Gotham City is going to change to make up for it. Sheriff Gordon muttered to himself as he looked at the position of the two before they disappeared. Leader, how did you know Batman is here? You knew him before. After flying in the air, Superman said his doubts in his heart. Ha ha ha, Batman, but someone I admired when I was a kid. Li Wei sighed thoughtfully. Is there anyone else you can admire? It's stronger than this Batman. Superman was surprised. The strength is indeed strong, but he is an ordinary person. Ordinary people. In the daytime, he is the brainless rich second generation and playboy in the eyes of others. At night, he is the Dark Knight Batman who frightens criminals. The absolute powerhouse of the DC universe is a super ability that has not destroyed the world, but has the wealth of an enemy country, has learned all the fighting techniques of the East and the West, and has cultivated the insight into the strategy since childhood. In Li Wei's heart, this mortal is even more capable of fighting than most super ability. He always anticipates the enemy's first opportunity, always has equipment corresponding to any situation, and can always defeat any enemy. Only slept for 1 hour, and was alive and kicking a few days after being seriously injured, and his recovery ability was comparable to Wolverine. Leader, I still don't understand. Why can an ordinary person without super ability come into your eyes and be the second person to join the Justice League? Superman murmured, still didn't understand Li Wei's approach. Clark, you'll know why in a moment, but I want to correct you one problem. Li Wei turned back to Superman and said, the person we are about to meet is the second captain of the Justice League. Li Wei said with a smile. Captain? Leader, can I make a decision after a few tricks with him? Superman still believes that in this world 747, he is invincible. Ha ha ha, you two have a chance to compete. After speaking, Li Wei rushed to a black chariot with sharp edges and corners, and turned on the roof. Who? Batman felt that there was a foreign object on his Batmobile, so he turned on his electric shock weapon. Hello, Bruce Wayne, forgive me for leading you out in this way. Before Batman presses the button, Li Wei has entered the car. With the harsh sound of an emergency brake, the Batmobile stopped. But in the car, it was very lively. As an orphan who lost his parents since he was a child, Batman is particularly sensitive. For people who play like Li Wei, he usually chooses to beat him to the ground first to make him lose his combat effectiveness. And Li Wei can also play against Superman, so he didn't use super ability, but simply used his fighting skills to fight Batman in the narrow space of the car. But to Li Wei's surprise, Batman was much better than he thought. The two hit the car from the inside to the outside of the car for 10 minutes, and Batman didn't lose the wind. Boom! Li Wei was about to use a set of 12 Wei Tan legs when Batman was suddenly punched by a blue figure on the opposite wall. Leader, are you okay? It turned out that it was Superman who was overdue. Seeing that the two were fighting hard, he thought that Li Wei was in a hard fight, so he punched Batman without paying attention. Oh Clark, you are too rude to our friend. Li Wei shook his head and looked at Superman reproachfully. Leader, I'm sorry. Superman apologized, but he didn't care. It seems that the two of you are destined to not have a peaceful opening. Be careful behind. Li Wei shook his head and looked at Batman, who was speeding up. He was already mentally prepared for the future conflict between the two of them. Hey, bang bang bang. Although he is an ordinary person, but in line with the principle of rich people relying on technology, Batman can even stick to more than 10 moves under Superman. It has to be said that if Superman does not have thermal vision and super roar, if he simply fights melee'ly, he may really be defeated by Batman. Alright. Seeing that the two were almost fighting, Li Wei flashed between the two, with one hand on one side, blocking their attack. Batman glanced at Li Wei with a strange look. He didn't expect this shameless person to have such a strong strength. Just now, his punch was 800 kilograms of power, but he was lightly caught. Who are you? Batman flashed to a place he thought could be offensive and defendable, and asked vigilantly. Mr. Wayne, we are not hostile. Hearing Li Wei calling out his name, Abe, Batman's face instantly changed. How do you know my name? Who the hell are you? Batman was already murderous. Ever since the Batman's name is a hero, in order to protect the reputation of the Wayne family, and not to incur retaliation, no one knows that Bruce Wayne is the famous Batman except his butler and the person who develops the weapons. Not only do I know that you are the person in power of the Wayne family, but I also know that you want to kill me now to block this news, right? Li Wei said with a sneer. I can give you a chance to tell me why I found me. Even if he was a little angry, he had to calm down and figure out the purpose of their trip when he encountered two super ability who were so strong. Batman really lives up to his reputation. He is not only careful, but also full of heart. Li Wei clapped this hand and said with a smile. We are people from the earth, and we all have a desire to maintain peace in the world. Li Wei said. How can I trust you? Batman definitely wouldn't believe them easily. I think that Arkham Knight has caused you enough headaches now. The best way to gain trust is to prove it with action. I said that my goal is the same as you, to protect the city and the earth, so I can help you arrest him. Li Wei said in a negotiating tone. Help me? What price do I have to pay if I have no merit and no reward? The Arkham Knight controls Gotham City by cooperating with Scarecrow, but this is just a cover. His real purpose is to get rid of Batman. So, after all, this matter is still helping Batman. I want you to join the Justice League. Li Wei said in a deep voice. Justice League. Batman had never heard of this organization. Yes, it is our recently established alliance for the protection of the Earth, but now it is only me and Mr. Clark. We need your participation to call on more people of insight. Li Wei explained. The Justice League only needs to be super ability. The reason why you want to join is just because of your appeal. Superman on the side said disdainfully. Now super ability people don't need to use their brains to think about problems. Batman disliked Superman. What did you say? Superman was so angry that he was going to throw his fist to teach Batman. Clark. Li Wei stopped Superman. Mr. Wayne, do you accept this proposal of mine? Li Wei looked at Batman. No matter the final success or failure of this transaction, it will be beneficial to Batman. I promise you, but I need to know your battle plan. Batman is an excellent strategy and tactician. For any action, he must have a careful plan. My method is very simple. Find him, knock him down, catch him to see you, and hand it to the police. Li Wei said lightly. Okay, we have agreed for 7 days. If I don't see Arkham within 7 days, your proposal will be invalidated. How about it? Obviously, Batman is deliberately difficult. Li Wei. The Arkham Knight not only has a deep gang power in Gotham City, but also has a fighting power that is not lost to Batman. More importantly, no one knows his hiding place. Even if Batman and Sheriff Gordon conducted thorough investigations day and night for 3 months, they had only met the Arkham Knight 3 times, let alone captured him alive. Ha ha ha, Mr. Wayne really acted decisively. Then I will play more exciting. This time tomorrow, or at this place, I will hand Arkham to you. If I fail to do it, then I will be your deployment. Li Wei said with a smile. Fresh? Okay, then we will see you tomorrow. Batman heard Li Wei's proposal and his eyes brightened. At this time, he even more hoped that Li Wei could not catch the Arkham Knight. At this level, if there can be such a subordinate, then future operations can undoubtedly be twice the result with half the effort. Seeing the Batmobile slowly disappearing from the field of vision, Superman gently walked to Li Wei's side and said to Li Wei in a solemn tone. Leader, I think we should go to dinner now. Well, let's go back. Li Wei looked at the Superman in front of him with a black line, and felt a little empty in his stomach unconsciously. Immediately, the two returned to the fortress. Clark, I think you have an opinion on Wayne. During the meal, Li Wei asked casually. It's not really an opinion. I just think he is an ordinary person, and he has no strength to be sent to our team. He shouldn't have entered the Justice League before. Superman thought for a while and replied. Stark is also an ordinary person. Isn't he also one of the leaders of Avengers' many super ability people? Li Wei said. That's their Avengers. Superman said nonchalantly. My Justice League must be better than their Avengers. Superman said confidently. Clark, what do you think the team is? Li Wei looked at Superman seriously and asked. Team is to fight together, help each other. Superman still said nonchalantly. After all, this is all related to Superman's childhood experience. Since his own ability is different from ordinary people, everyone around him has been afraid of his power and stayed away from him since he was young. It can be said that Superman has never felt the power of the team, and even feels that other people in the team may drag him down. If it hadn't been for Li Wei to ask him to form the Justice League, Superman might only fight alone in his life. Clark, I know it's useless to say more, but I still hope you can put away your prejudice against Wayne first. He is an indispensable part of the Justice League. Li Wei has always advocated that true knowledge comes from practice. The next day, Li Wei and Superman arrived in Gotham City early, through the psychological interpretation of a small gangster, and then followed the vine. Within a long time, Li Wei found the hiding place of the Arkham Knight. In a blink of an eye, night fell. Batman arrived at the agreed place early. In order to prevent Li Wei from regretting and turning his face, Batman brought all the equipment this time, and also notified Sheriff Gordon with a large number of police officers. In case Li Wei really caught the Arkham Knight, he could directly hand in to the police. Although Batman didn't believe that Li Wei had the ability to capture the Arkham Knight within a day. Hello, Mr. Wayne, you are quite punctual. After half an hour, Li Wei and Superman arrived at the agreed place, but Superman had a large woven bag in his hand. Seeing this bag, Batman's heart tightened. Mr. Li Wei is not too late, is that the Arkham Knight in that bag? Batman asked while looking at the bag. Definitely, just such a scum, you can catch him in half a day. Superman looked at Batman disdainfully, and put the bag handsomely in front of Batman. Batman ignored Superman's contempt and quickly opened the bag. The one who appeared in front of him was really the Arkham Knight. 0. Look for flowers. Although he had only seen a few faces, this face was deeply imprinted in his mind. Alfred, help me recognize his face and see if it's Arkham. Batman instructed the old butler who was doing data analysis for him in Batcave. Mr. Wayne, data analysis shows that the human similarity between him and the Arkham Knight is as high as 97%. This person is the Arkham Knight, Alfred said in a deep voice. Batman was shocked. How about it? Sheriff Gordon saw Batman's face in surprise and couldn't help asking. This is the Arkham Knight, that's right. After a while, Batman said these words. How did you find him? Why can you accomplish something that I have not been able to accomplish in 3 months? Batman felt for the first time what it means to have a mountain outside the mountain, and there are people outside the mountain. Wayne showed up. I think we can sit down and have a cup of tea and talk about joining the Justice League. Li Wei smiled and said to Batman. Wayne Manor is an old but still vibrant manor on the edge of Gotham City. Late? The Longjing morning tea from West Lake in Tianshao, this is a rare opportunity to taste it. Li Wei took a sip of tea and said in admiration. I will formally introduce myself now. My name is Bruce Wayne. I am the owner of the Wayne family and the Wayne Group. After changing back to his normal attire, Batman officially introduced himself. I am Li Wei, the founder of the Justice League. Li Wei stood up and shook hands with Batman. My name is Clark. People usually call me Superman. I am the captain of the Justice League. Superman reluctantly got up under the pressure of Li Wei's eyes and shook hands with Batman. This time, you can tell me how the two brought the Arkham Knights to justice in one day. Batman is still obsessed with it. Ha ha ha, this is simple to say. Both of us have various super abilities, and insight into the human heart is easy for us. Li Wei laughed. Then, what is the Justice League? Ding, the Justice League is a non-governmental organization whose mission is to protect the peace and security of the Earth. Li Wei said concisely. Have you got permission from the government? Batman asked. No, in fact, there are only 2 members of the Justice League now, that is, Mr. Clark next to me and I are still weak and unable to form a force. Li Wei explained to Batman. I need to know my role in the Justice League. If I just need to fill up the numbers, it would be hard for me to accompany him. Batman said righteously. Based on your strength, you are still picky. I can tell you that the threshold of the Justice League is not generally high. If it is not for the leader's franchise, I would never agree to let you join. Superman looked at Batman dismissively, thinking that these 7 or 7 weirdos with bat ear masks really took themselves too seriously. Mr. Wayne, although Clark's words are a bit rough, they are true. But I think an organization should not rely solely on force if it wants to grow. You are right. Seeing that Batman was a little angry because of Superman's words, Li Wei quickly took the words. Definitely. Relying on force alone will sooner or later become someone else's weapon, and will always be manipulated by others. Batman glared at Superman fiercely. Presumably you have had enough to be treated as a simple-minded fighter machine with well-developed limbs. The real Batman should be an excellent strategist, not only covering his face at night and traveling through the streets and alleys. Roll. Li Wei stared into Batman's eyes and said. Li Wei's words directly touched Batman's heart. Everyone knows that Batman is powerful and a good policeman who catches criminals. Over time, everyone felt that he could only do these things to catch criminals. Batman not only wants to be a good policeman, but also wants to be a hero, even a great man. Okay, I agree to join, but I want to be a leader. The Justice League cannot be handed over to someone who only knows how to fight and kill. Batman thought for a while, finally raised his head and said his decision. What? Superman jumped up angrily, rushing over with his fist. Clark. Li Wei stopped Superman. Mr. Wayne, I have always adhered to the principle of survival of the strong, so the law of the Justice League is also the same. You two can both be captains for a period of 1 year. 1 year later, today, I and the team members we will recruit in the future let's choose who can be the eternal captain of the Justice League. Li Wei smiled and looked at Batman and said, okay, I agree with this decision, but I don't know if Mr. Clark has the courage to compete with me. Batman is very satisfied with this rule. After all, force can only be solved temporarily, and the value of strategy can also be solved. For 1 year, he is confident that everyone can agree with his ability. There's nothing I dare to do, but I don't want you to be ashamed of your face next year today, Superman said nonchalantly. But Li Wei still felt a little strange in Superman's voice. Li Wei felt Superman's lack of confidence. Well, then, you are welcome to join the Justice League. Li Wei stretched out his hand and hit the hall with Batman. Leader, because Wayne Manor is heavily guarded and occupies a large area, I hope to use Wayne Manor as the base of the Justice League in the future, okay? Batman asked. This is exactly what Li Wei wanted. After all, although the fortress just built by himself occupies a large area, they are all heroes from the Marvel world, and Li Wei has planned other tasks for them. If the two alliances stay together day and night, there will inevitably be many inconveniences. Therefore, placing the base of the Justice League in Wayne Manor is a better choice than trouble you. Li Wei agreed to Batman's request. In this way, the soul and brain of the Justice League are ready. Then, to celebrate Batman's joining, Batman hosted a banquet at home to entertain Li Wei and Superman. Although this is a bit weird, none of the three of them felt that there was anything wrong. After all, according to Batman's character, even if they were to do something, Batman would not agree. Leader, do we have any plans for the next step? When the food was almost finished, Batman finally asked the question that had been held in his heart for a long time. Next, we have to recruit talented people. But before that, we have a bigger thing to do. Li Wei pretended to be mysterious. Disabled? What's the matter? Batman and Superman blurted out at the same time, and then the two looked at each other, snorted and rolled their eyes at each other. This incident is also to solve a worry for Mr. Bruce. Li Wei looked at Batman and said. This time, it was Batman's turn to be puzzled. After all, he had a lot of troubles, such as the gang leader Makernai in Gotham City, such as the counselor Harvey who viewed himself as a hidden danger in Gotham, and Joker? Batman looked up and looked at Li Wei incredulously. Joker, as he deserves his name, always paints his face like Joker. Like Batman, he is just an ordinary person without any super ability. Compared to Makernai who abides by the gang rule and Harvey who is principled, Joker's ignorance of the rule, no lower limit, and reckless style of doing things are what makes Batman the biggest headache. Joker can always find Batman's weakness, and can always make Batman hate him with the most painful degree of destruction, and he is helpless. Who is Joker? Superman looked at Li Wei suspiciously. A criminal, an ordinary person, but meticulous and cruel. Li Wei replied. Ha ha ha, little bat, how about you beg me, I can throw 1.2 Joker in front of you tomorrow. Superman laughed and laughed that Batman would be helpless by ordinary people. My name is Bruce Wayne, and, if I have caught Joker more than once, this person can't solve all the problems just by catching him, he will always threaten you to let him go. Batman frowned and looked at Superman. To be honest, the little bat called Roar annoyed him. Joker is indeed, like Bruce said, a worthy opponent. But our two new faces should catch him off guard. Li Wei looked at Batman. Although Joker can make everything in his applause, he can play around at will. But suddenly there are two super ability. He will always leak the flaws well. The first mission of the Justice League is to destroy Joker. This is my first assessment of the two of you. You two can use any method. The first person to completely eliminate Joker can win this round. Li Wei's move was not to let Batman compete with Superman, but to see how great the ability of Joker, the incarnation of evil in the legend, is. Yes, Superman and Batman agreed in unison. When, after clinking the glasses, the two began to prepare their own hunting Joker plan. Li Wei is not at all worried that the two will maliciously hinder each other's plan in order not to let the other party find Joker first. After all, they are both righteous men and have their own bottom line. Superman's plan is very simple. Just like finding the Arkham Knight before, he can use super mind reading skills to follow the vine and find out where Joker is hiding as quickly as possible, so as to take it down in one fell swoop. When the implementation of the plan started, just as Superman thought, it went smoothly. Through a few punks, he found Joker's confidant. But what he never expected was that Joker had dozens of henchmen, and not so much he was a henchman, as he was a subordinate that Joker had personally met, and none of them knew Joker's residence, even none of them know when Joker will come back to them. At this time, Superman has a headache. He can only choose a confidant to track day and night, and wants to wait until Joker appears. But Batman, who knew Joker's cunningly, did not act hastily, but spent a day discussing plans with Sheriff Gordon. In the end, the two negotiated the same plan as before, declaring war on Joker, and then fighting against Joker alone, using strength to capture him back. I have to say that for the righteous, there are too few tricks that can be used by them. In this way, after 7 days, they didn't see Joker, and they didn't even get any news from Joker. No, the 8th day, The police station received the threat of Joker to bomb the government building, and also gave Batman to the top of the government building at 8 p.m. to fight him in a fair one-on-one fight. If Batman wins, he agrees to go to the police with him. Confessed all his crimes. This news undoubtedly surprised Batman. And Superman also got the news through his staring confidant, but Joker was cautious to communicate with his subordinates with special signs in specific locations. If it weren't for super mind reading, Superman would never know what those weird symbols meant. Mr. Li Wei, who are you like you to win? Batman's butler, Alfred at the moment, right next to Li Wei, leaned forward and asked. After a few days of getting along, the old housekeeper of the Wayne family is completely relieved to hand over his young master to Li Wei, and the two have also become a year-end friendship. Ha ha ha, to be honest, neither of them is optimistic to me. Li Wei laughed and said. Why, don't you believe them? Alfred asked suspiciously. Have you noticed that they have never mastered the initiative? It is not so much the action of arresting Joker, but the action that Joker set up a trap to lead them into the pit. Li Wei smiled and said to Alfred. Alfred nodded approvingly. At the moment, in the Gotham City government building, there is already chaos. All government officials were imprisoned by Joker on the first floor of the basement, while Shi Chang was tied to a pillar on the roof. Next to him was a bomb that could blow up the entire building, and in front of him was a camera. The tragedy of Shilong is being broadcast live across the city. Although the government of Gotham City exists in name only, the grand kidnapping and even live broadcast of the Chief Shi has caused quite a shock to the citizens of Gotham City and all the gangs. Boom! A blue figure suddenly crashed into the government building. Hey, it seems that a fish has already taken the bait. Joker is now in the monitoring room of the government building, watching what is happening in the building. The eyes of the blue figure suddenly glowed red, shooting towards the ground. It turned out that Superman used perspective to see someone imprisoned on the basement floor. In order to save time, I had to use my thermal vision to make a channel directly to the basement floor. It seems this time the opponent is interesting. Joker smiled playfully, the blood-red scar on his face looked even more hideous. Can any of you tell me where is Joker? Going underground, Superman asked all the prisoners. But in response to Superman, everyone rushed to Superman. Everyone begged Superman to take them out of this place. Quiet. Superman used sound waves to increase his volume. The crowd was finally quiet. Who knows where Joker is? If you can't find Joker, everything I did today will fall short. Superman said solemnly. We don't know where he went. We were locked up here in the morning, and no one has been here since. A middle-aged man in the lead said with a face of embarrassment. I don't know. Well, I will open the exit for you and escort you out. Superman sighed, and could only temporarily let go of the idea of finding Joker. After all, it was important to save people. Immediately after the 747, Superman used thermal vision to open a passage through which two people could pass side by side, and sent them all back to the ground and into a safe zone. Troublesome, this Joker is really not easy, then let me fly up and see where you can hide. Superman shook his head, took off and flew into the air, opened his perspective eyes and began to observe the whole building. Humph! Clark, what are you doing? While Superman was investigating bit by bit, he suddenly heard Batman's voice. He fell into the little bat. I have rescued the hostages. This place is now taken over by me. Don't take advantage of the fire to rob. Superman extended his index finger to Batman and shook it gently. All saved? There are bombs on the top of the building. You haven't cleared them yet. It turned out that Batman also hacked into the surveillance of the government building. When Superman rescued the hostages underground, he found that the time bomb next to Schick had been activated, so he didn't care about any rules. Came to the government building. Sorry, wait 2 minutes for me. Superman was a little embarrassed about his negligence, but this little thing seemed to him not to be afraid. Brush. Almost instantly, Superman fell beside the Schick who was tied up. Good evening, Mr. Shi Chang. Boom. At the moment when Superman's hippie smiley and Shi Chang beckoned to roar, the explosives were detonated. The power that was enough to blow up the entire building did not disappoint Joker. In an instant, the entire government building turned into a pile of rubble. Shi Long, are you okay? In the middle of the ruins, Superman's voice suddenly came. At the moment of the explosion, in order to protect Shilong, Superman used his body to block all the explosive power for Schick. But even if the body of King Kong is not bad, facing such a strong explosive force, it will be seriously injured. Even with super resilience, facing such a large area of injury, it is difficult to heal in a short time. Superman has been bombed and can't stand up. Clark, are you all right? The belated Batman looked at Superman's bruises and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Although the two didn't deal with each other, they could even be regarded as rivals, but in the face of Superman's actions to protect him, Batman couldn't help but admire Superman sincerely. Don't worry, this injury is nothing. Superman shook his head weakly, and forced a smile. Okay Clark, leave the rest to me, don't worry, you can wipe out Joker this time. With that, Batman summoned the Batmobile, and put Shilong and Superman into the car. It's this juncture, so I won't discuss the task. Joker is cruel, you have to be careful. Superman grabbed Batman's hand and said to Superman earnestly. Even the most vicious criminal could not hurt Superman, and this Joker in Gotham City could have caused him such a severe injury. This has to make Superman pay attention to Joker. Don't worry, Clark, his whole cards are all played, and I can still win by himself. Batman patted Superman on the shoulder so that he didn't have to worry about himself. After Batman set up the Batmobile to the private hospital of Wayne Group, he got up and turned on the infrared scanning system to explore Joker's hiding place. "Ah, hiding in the control room, do you think I can't find you?" Batman sneered, turned the motorcycle and rushed to the surveillance equipment control room 50 meters away from the government building. After the iron door was smashed by the motorcycle, Batman forcibly broke into the control room. The control room is composed of a wall of surveillance screen, console and console boy's chair. The whole room is very empty. Joker, sitting steadily on the chair in the middle of the room, grinned with a scarred mouth, and screamed at Batman. "You are finally here, how about your friend who can fly? Tonight, I was bumped to death just now, if not dead, tell him for me, next time I will increase the amount of explosives and let him it's a happy death." Joker said in a weird voice. "Today is your death date." "Hey?" Batman's 10 flying darts have already flown out, and the sharp blade is facing Joker, as if to shred him into pieces. When the bat flying darts was halfway through, and suddenly all deviated from the track, hitting the roof in a strange arc. "How so?" Batman was shocked. "Ha ha ha, this thing tells you a lesson. Don't use iron as a raw material for weapons in the future. Otherwise, an unsightly magnet can make you helpless." Joker pointed to the roof triumphantly, and said in an almost mocking tone. In this case, Batman could only throw all his weapons on the ground. At that time, for convenience, Batman's weapons almost all used the most common steel as raw materials. "I can only let you know with my bare hands that Gotham City cannot accommodate any criminals." Batman rubbed his wrist. Immediately afterwards, Batman waved his fist and rushed towards Joker. "Research?" Batman rapped his chest in pain, looking at Joker incredulously. "Do you think I'm stupid? I know I can't beat you, so I must carry a gun, but this bullet is aluminum. I won't lift a rock and hit myself in the foot." Joker held the gun and walked towards Batman step by step. "What?" Batman endures the pain and jumps up like a flying kick. Boom! The gun rang again. This time, the big one was lying to Batman's leg. "Wow, do you really think you can be faster than bullets? If the big blue man just now can avoid my bullets, just forget it. Don't be aggressive." Joker grinned, walked to Batman's side, and stepped on the wound. Batman gritted his teeth desperately, not letting him scream out in pain, and slammed his fist with all his strength, hitting Joker's face with a perverted smile. "Boom! I told you that you won't be faster than my gun, and your body armor can't stop my bullets. Batman, I will let you die here today." Joker's penetrating face was fierce. "Ha ha ha, are you scared by me, little bat? I scared you, I will definitely not kill you." Joker patted Batman's masked face. "You are the meaning of my existence. If you are gone, I will be abandoned by those gangs. But don't be happy. The meaning of your existence is also because of me." Joker looked at Batman playfully. "You know why most officials want to arrest you, most citizens want you to disappear, but haven't any specific measures been implemented yet? It's because of me. Only you dare to oppose me and dare to come alone." Joker sneered. "I am their patron saint, what are you, dare to confuse me with you?" Batman was so painful that his shape-shifting face showed a hint of contempt. "Ha ha ha, little bat, don't lie to yourself. Everyone will consider their own interests, human nature is selfish. You, Zhao Ma Zhao, arrested us criminals, destroyed how many public buildings and destroyed how many citizens' personal property." Joker said with a sneer, twisting his foot with Batman's wound again. I tell you, even if they don't understand me, even if I really did something wrong, I will stick to it until you get rid of all this scum." Batman gritted his teeth and said word by word. "I tell you, don't think you are noble, everyone will be as noble as you. Like me, they only pay attention to themselves." Batman knelt down and patted Batman's neck. "I tell you, you need me, and I also need you. We are the reason for each other's existence. If you want your beloved city not to betray you, and the shit citizens you protect will not attack you, you can't think of killing me. But how we complement each other." Joker gritted his teeth and said, lying next to Batman's ear, "Repair."
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.